Chapter 521. Byron Thor stood on the street, and casually told some things about the Dark Land. Roy sat against the wall and cast the Holy Light spell. He recited the prayer skillfully, and a divine pattern appeared between his fingers. He held a ball of holy light in his hands, and the warm light approached the wounds on his body, and those wounds immediately began to scab and heal. Your treatment method is almost the same as that of High Priest Reed. After saying this, Byron Thor dragged the black-clad assassins lying on the street together, and let them lie side by side on the street. He wanted to chat for a while, but at this time Byron Thor suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the port terminal. After a while, the figure of the Silver Moon Elf Guard appeared at the intersection. Roy guessed that the fighting in the street might have attracted the Castletown Harbor Guards. They were able to come so quickly because the neighbors probably ran to the Harbor Guards to tip them off. The Silver Moon Elf Guards are here. Can you handle the trouble here? Yes. Roy nodded. Byron Thor stared at Roy, seeing that he stood there very calmly, and said, "If you want to know about the Dark Land, you can come to the tavern tomorrow night. Then, I will tell you something about High Priest Reed." Roy nodded repeatedly. This was exactly what he wanted. Byron Thor ignored the elven guards, who were approaching quickly at the other end of the street. He turned around and walked towards a lamp post. Roy didn't even see how he did it. He disappeared into the street. Maybe this is the ability of a second-level strongman. Roy couldn't help thinking in his heart as he stood on the street. The elven warriors of the port guard were all riding horses. They quickly crossed Brown Street and stopped in front of a row of human corpses. Two elven warriors went to check the bodies of the black-clad assassins, and the other elven guards walked up to Roy. Roy knew Captain Loya among the Silver Moon Elf Guards. Obviously, Captain Loya also recognized Roy, so he asked, "Roy, long time no see, why is it that every time I see you, there are always some troubles?" Roy smiled bitterly. "Boss, those dead people are all humans, and they were all shot by bows and arrows. The archer was an expert in archery." Two elven guards ran over and reported to Captain Loya. Captain Loya nodded and said, "Check carefully to see if they have anything that can prove their identity." The two elf guards immediately went back and began to carefully search the bodies of the black-clad assassins. Captain Loya then looked at Roy, then he moved closer and asked Roy, "Do you know them?" "No," Roy answered frankly. "Do you know who wants to cause trouble for you?" Captain Roy continued to ask. "I don't know." After Roy finished speaking, he felt that his words were a bit dry, so he added, "I have been living in the Partington Plain recently, and I have been in Castleton for a short time, so I basically can't come into contact with these people, so I don't know who wants to harm me. But recently, I have done some business with the Imperial merchants at the port dock for some primary magic herbs." Captain Loya frowned and asked casually, "Do they owe you money?" Roy nodded awkwardly and said, "Yes, they owe you a little." Captain Loya looked at Roy and said, "Preliminary suspicion is that the Empire merchants are behind these human assassins committing crimes in the city. We will call for a support team soon and arrest all the instigators tonight. In fact, some Empire merchants came to our door the day before yesterday and wanted to make a deal for magic herbs. I didn't agree at the time, so they left." Roy thought of what happened the night before, and said to Captain Loya, "So, other Imperial merchants have also approached you, and they want to trade magic herbs with you, but you refused?" Captain Loya repeated. Roy nodded and said, "That's about it." Captain Loya checked Roy's injuries again, and found the hiding place of these black-clad assassins around. He asked Roy to go home first to bandage his wounds, then change into clean clothes, and have a good rest. Not long after, 5 coffins were transported outside Brown Street, and the elf guards put the bodies of the black-clad assassins into the coffins. The priests of the Moon Temple would not show up for such things. They would not guide souls other than elves unless the elves died. Roy ran out of the house again, and cast a purification spell on the black-clad assassins on the street. The elf guards kept tossing until midnight, and Moira, Sabrina, and Miss Jillian returned home one after another. The elves on the whole Brown Street knew that Roy was assassinated by human assassins when he stayed at home, and the whole Brown Street suddenly became panic-stricken. In recent months, more and more merchant ships from the Green Empire have crossed the ocean, and Green Empire people can be seen everywhere on the docks. The arrival of the Empire merchants in Castletown Port not only brought unlimited business opportunities, but also brought some security risks. Recently, there have been frequent conflicts in the market at the port, and this kind of assassination incident is the first time. Captain Loya did not delay. He asked for help from the Castletown Elf Guard, and the guard immediately summoned more than 100 elf guards and rushed to Brown Street in a mighty manner. When Captain Loya knocked on Roy's door, Roy was on the terrace, telling Moira and Sabrina the whole story of the assassination. Sabrina even thought Roy was exaggerating. She didn't think Roy could deal with 5 human assassins on his own, especially since Roy was not wearing a magic pattern suit and had no helpers around him. Moira pursed her lips and listened very seriously, her eyes full of fear. I happened to be holding the Book of Judgment at the time, so I blocked the book. Roy kept recounting the details of the fight, and showed Moira and Sabrina that the copper pattern on the book cover had a mark cut by the dagger. "Roy!" Captain Loya shouted to Roy on the terrace outside the yard. "What's the matter, Captain Loya?" Captain Loya pointed outside and said to Roy, "Roy, would you like to go with us to Castletown Port? I need you to identify the Imperial merchants who came to you the night before." "Of course, I have no choice but to do it," Roy agreed readily. Although the scabs on his wounds had not yet completely healed, Roy still put on a layer of soft sheepskin tights, and then put on a thick leather magic pattern suit on the outside before walking out of the house. Hearing that Roy was going to Castletown Harbor, Sabrina and Moira refused to let him go alone. The two of them also put on magic pattern suits and followed Roy to Brown Street. At this time, there were nearly 200 Silver Moon Elf guards standing on Brown Street, and they put the entire street under martial law. 3 flatbed carriages stopped at the door of Roy's house. 5 coffins had been lifted onto the carriages. With Captain Loya's order, the entire Elven Guard team marched towards the port dock. Roy always felt that the elves respected life and would take gentle measures for everything. Generally, they would negotiate if they could, and would use force if they couldn't. If they couldn't even coerce, they would take action. However, this action was a bit beyond Roy's expectations, because Captain Loya had no intention of negotiating with these Imperial merchant ships at the port dock. 3 carriages stopped in front of the dock in the deep water area, and all the workers on the dock stopped working. The deep water dock was immediately under martial law, and all Imperial merchants and crew members were not allowed to enter Castletown. 5 coffins were lined up on the port pier. Nearly 200 Silver Moon Elf warriors of the guard team carried bows and arrows, and lined up on the deep water pier. The movement on the port pier immediately alerted the crew members on the merchant ship. A large number of Imperial crew members ran to the deck and stood beside the ship's side, curiously looking at the port. Captain Loya personally walked to the front of each sea ship and invited the captain of the merchant ship to disembark in front of all the crew members. Not long after, a row of merchant ship captains stood in front of the 5 coffins. These coffins had no lids, and the black-clad assassins lying inside made several captains change their faces, and some captains were even whispering. Roy saw Francis, a blond man, in the crowd. He was the Imperial merchant who traded magic herbs with Roy. When Francis saw Roy, he was also slightly surprised. He squeezed to the front of the crowd and asked Roy with concern, "Boss Roy, why are you back?" "Something went wrong in the Partington plane, so I came back to ask for help," Roy responded. Seeing that the expression on Francis' face did not seem to be fake, Roy felt a little better. "What happened?" "If you need my help, just tell me," Merchant Francis whispered. A sharp whistle sounded, and Merchant Francis immediately shut up, and Roy stopped talking. Captain Loya walked up to Roy and asked him, "Are there any of these people who were the merchants we met the day before yesterday?" Roy looked at the faces of these captains. He found that among these people, there were really no Imperial merchants who came to him the night before. So he shook his head and whispered, "Their faces look similar. I can't recognize them." Captain Loya nodded. For the elves, the faces of the Imperial people are almost the same. He didn't find it strange that Roy answered like this. Then, he climbed onto the flatbed carriage, stepped on the coffin board with one foot, and said loudly to the captains of the merchant ships in front of him, "The assassins are lying in these coffins." Just now, a very bad assassination occurred on Brown Street. Although the instigators of this incident are lying here, I think the mastermind behind the scenes is hiding among you. I know this is a multiple choice question, but I don't want to think hard to find the answer, so I leave this question to you. Captain Loya's eyes swept across the faces of these captains, and all the captains were silent. Captain Loya tilted his head and scanned back and forth with sharp eyes, but he didn't find the answer he wanted, so he said more firmly, "I don't know who among you is the instigator, and I don't need to figure it out. In short, it must be you Imperial people who are causing trouble on Brown Street. So now, I formally inform you that I need you to find new evidence for me and hand over the mastermind behind the scenes. I need to hand him over to the Elven Elders Council for judgment. Listen carefully, everyone. I only give you one night. If you don't intend to confess the mastermind behind the scenes, then tomorrow morning when the tide comes, all merchant ships must leave the port. From now on, Castletown Port refuses to accept the Imperial fleet to dock, and Castletown Port will also be prohibited from trading. Do you understand what I said? As soon as Captain Loya finished speaking, the captains standing in a row immediately burst into an uproar. Everyone said that Captain Loya's actions were simply unreasonable, and they had no reason to pay for the mastermind behind the scenes. Captain Loya was not moved by the doubts of these captains. He knocked the shaft of the flatbed carriage with the scabbard of the elven sword in his hand, and then said, "If I don't receive a satisfactory answer, and there are still ships stranded in Castletown Port, we will seize your ships and punish you for the crime of obstructing public safety." There was no investigation, only an ultimatum to leave the port within a time limit. This made Roy speechless. Then Captain Loya ended the conversation, and the elven guard stayed at the port dock. Roy was not needed here, so Captain Loya signaled to Roy and the other two they could leave. When Roy walked past Merchant Francis lowered his voice and asked Roy in a low voice, "Do those idiots in the coffin want to assassinate you?" "Yes," he responded quickly. Merchant Francis frowned and said quickly, "They must be dissatisfied with the magic herb trade pattern and want to reshuffle the cards. The most important thing is to deal with the owner of the goods, so that they can have a chance to intervene in the next herb trade." Roy didn't respond. In fact, he had been thinking, could it be that this Imperial Merchant Francis didn't want to pay the balance, so he sent someone to assassinate him? On the way back, Moira pouted and whispered, "I thought they would fight. These captains don't seem to have the ability of Sea Wave Ralph." "Roy, how is your injury?" Sabrina asked. "It's almost completely healed." Roy took off his wrist guard, pulled up his sleeves, and let Sabrina take a look. Then he said, "Oh, by the way, we may have to stay in Castleton for another day tomorrow. I have an appointment to meet someone in the tavern." Chapter 522. Roy took a bath, and the scabs on his wounds kept falling off under the impact of warm water. His skin was smooth as before, without any scars. Suddenly, he broke through and became a great priest. Roy had not yet fully mastered his own abilities, so he could see everything around him. For example, when he was standing in the bathroom, he happened to see a gray gecko hiding in the shadows at the edge of the ventilation window. The pair of black bean-like eyes scared Roy. The sacred tree emerged from behind him without any warning. Roy only felt that the water drops falling around his body, like raindrops, were floating in the air. A flying mosquito flew in from the air window, and the gecko suddenly opened its mouth. At this moment, in Roy's sight, it seemed as if time and space gradually solidified, and countless holy lights were like shackles that locked the flow of time. In Roy's eyes, the gecko was like a slow old turtle, opening its huge mouth and ejecting its tongue. The fleshy and sticky tongue accurately stuck to the flying mosquito, and then suddenly retracted it into its mouth. The next second, Roy felt that countless holy lights melted away. Everything started to return to normal, and the warm water in the shower head poured down from the top of his head again. The gecko hiding in the ventilation window swallowed slowly, and then hid in the shadows, and everything returned to normal. Could this be the ability gained after the first promotion? Roy spread his hands and looked around in confusion. Just as he was concentrating on sensing the changes in his body, the nagging of Mrs. Jillian in the yard next door, the rustling grinding of small rodents in the yard, the gurgling sound of the Dane River across the street, the humming sound of the cold monsoon blowing from the frozen sea passing over the roof, all the sounds around him were infinitely expanded in his ears. Roy also noticed that the holy tree, which was originally shining with holy light, was gradually fading, and the dozens of light flowers blooming on the treetops were also withering one by one. Roy quickly withdrew from his concentration, and everything around him returned to normal again. Apparently, after the promotion, the power of holy light in Roy's body had increased significantly, and his body became more friendly to the holy aura. Under the treatment of holy light, the wounds on his body were completely healed in just a few hours. And his perception was greatly improved, and even in the state of concentration, he could enter a state that was almost frozen in time, which made Roy even more surprised. He wondered if High Priest Reed had such an ability, or some other special ability. Among his friends, only Sabrina had advanced to the first level of sword dancer, but she rarely mentioned this. Roy took a bath towel from the shelf nearby, wiped the water stains on his body, returned to the bedroom, closed the windows, and pulled the curtains tightly, and Roy breathed a sigh of relief. The magic pattern construct was hung on the hanger beside the bed, and the Book of Judgment and the Holy Scepter were also within reach. Lying down on the bed, although the figure of the black-clad assassin still appeared in my mind when I closed my eyes, I soon fell asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I saw that the deep-water dock of Castletown Port was empty. Except for a few medium-sized sailing ships, All the Imperial merchant ships had left the port. There was a group of half-blood elf workers waiting to work on the port dock. Some wooden boxes filled with supplies were also piled up on the port dock. The sudden change put the originally planned things on hold. The half-blood elf workers on the port dock gathered together and talked a lot. Now, to transport these goods to the Imperial merchant ships, they still need to rely on the flying fish boats at the port to transport them to the deep sea area. Obviously, those captains did not reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. It can be seen that these Imperial merchants are still quite united. They should have communicated behind the scenes, and those merchant groups made some compromises. Merchant Francis got off the carriage. His face was not very good. He had big dark circles under his eyes. It can be seen that he was a little worried about this matter. After all, this matter is related to his interests. Those Imperial merchants who want to murder Roy want to divide the cake that belongs to him. He hesitated and stood outside the yard. After a moment of hesitation, he knocked on the door. Roy walked out and opened the gate. Merchant Francis gave Roy an apologetic smile. He hadn't spoken yet, but Roy knew what he wanted to say. It was clearly not Merchant Francis who did it, and it was clearly infringing on Merchant Francis's interests, but in the end, Merchant Francis had to come out to make peace. Those people left last night. They completely gave up the trade in Castletown port. Please don't pursue it further this time, Boss Roy. The Merchant Shipping Federation guarantees that there will never be such incidents again. After saying this, the businessman Francis smiled bitterly. Roy was silent for a moment, and then said, "This matter cannot be let go like this. If it weren't for my good luck, I would definitely be the one lying dead on the streets of Brown last night. But now that they have left, I am too lazy to continue investigating. I remember what they look like. I hope I won't see them in the LC in the future, otherwise I will bring my people to let them taste the taste of being prey." Perhaps thinking of Roy's background in the Silver Pegasus Corps, the Empire merchant Francis said nothing, but just sighed softly. He brought some words to Boss Roy, and that was considered completing his mission. Originally, he wanted to expose the heads of the merchant groups. After all, he was also a victim in this incident, but now the situation in the Green Empire is somewhat special. With the outbreak of the Plain War, the war situation is gradually becoming uncontrollable. There are not many Empire merchants who have arrived in the Elf continent, and this time, they are also responsible for transporting magic herbs and magic metals back. Losing any caravan is a huge loss. That's why the merchants of the Empire gathered together last night in Castletown Harbor and voted together. They finally decided to help those fools get through this difficult time. At the same time, they also wanted to express to the Silver Moon Elves that the merchants of the Empire would stand together. Of course, in order to get the merchant Francis to agree, the Empire Merchants Union also showed great sincerity. He actually brought some sincerity with him when he came to visit this time. Merchant Francis knew the strength of Boss Roy. Not only did he know the 11 three-masted sailing ships on Partington Island, he also learned from the half-blood elf warriors on Partington Island that Boss Roy had a very high reputation in the Partington Plain and had a half-blood elf unit outside the Silver Pegasus Legion. Fortunately, the assassins sent by those idiots failed to assassinate Boss Roy. If they really killed Boss Roy, the Silver Pegasus Legion would probably fly back from the Queen of Winnie Islands, and their merchant ships would not be able to escape, and they would not even be able to leave the territorial waters of the Silver Moon Elves. Merchant Francis withdrew his thoughts and looked at Roy. Roy was taking out a pot of steaming lemon tea and 2 cups from the kitchen. Looking at the cups in front of him with hot white steam, Merchant Francis didn't know how to drink it. "Don't you want to add some ice cubes? In order to express our sincerity in apologizing to you this time, the Merchant Shipping Union has collected the remaining floating devices and propulsion devices from other caravans, and can supply them to you in advance," Merchant Francis said slowly. Roy's eyes lit up. He originally thought that it would take at least 2 years to transform these 3-masted sailing ships into magic airships. Now it seems that the transformation can be completed in half a year at most. Roy snorted softly. "I hope they won't appear in front of me. I can promise you that I won't take the initiative to cause trouble for the Imperial merchant ships. As for the port guards, I can't help you. You need to smooth the relationship yourself." Merchant Francis heard Roy say this, and knew that it was the final promise. "I was thinking of asking my boss Roy to let the merchant ship enter the port again, but now Roy has blocked this topic in advance." Then the two talked about the order of primary magic herbs, and the Imperial merchant Francis left Roy's residence with a gloomy face. Woods was so scared that he couldn't speak when he heard that the Imperial merchant in Castletown port actually sent an assassin to Roy's house to assassinate him. "Don't they know your official identity? As the regional governor of the Partington Plain of the Silver Pegasus Corps, if you are really assassinated at home this time, These Imperial merchants will probably have to bear the most severe blow from the Silver Pegasus Corps next. My God, what on earth are these Imperial merchants thinking? Wood said to Roy exaggeratedly while watering the flowers and plants on the roof of the ship. He turned around, supported the railing with both hands, and asked Roy on the deck, "Are you going to let it go like this? What else can I do? Find the masterminds from this group of businessmen and send them to Parim Island to serve their sentences." Roy stood under the main mast, stroking the bark growing on the surface of the mast. He climbed up the main mast step by step along the iron footrests, stood on the observation deck, and looked up at the umbrella-shaped tree crown above his head. For Roy, this was simply a miracle. Not only did the main mast grow new branches, but the entire ship was connected to the main mast to form a new life form. Roy could clearly feel the vitality of this sea ship. In order to facilitate entry and exit, Roy built a door at the damaged part of the bottom of the ship when he repaired the ship. Recently, Roy found that the damaged part seemed to be growing some new branches. Standing on the observation deck, facing the sea breeze, you can look far into the sea, and even see the sea where the Imperial merchant ships are anchored. Roy said to Woods, "I found that my holy light seems to be a little stronger." Woods put down the kettle in his hand, raised his head, and responded loudly, "I feel that in an army, if there is a priest team, then this army can at least burst out double the combat power." In the afternoon, Roy and Woods walked into the Brown Street Tavern one after the other. Woods found a seat in the corner of the tavern and sat down, ordering only a glass of Life Tree juice. Roy walked to the bar, and finally saw Byron Field at the window on the other side. He was wearing a linen robe, and looked like the most ordinary half-elf fisherman on Brown Street. He even had a strong fishy smell on his body. There was a bottle of orange wine on the table. When Byron Field saw Roy coming in, he waved to Roy. Roy sat down opposite Byron Fell. Byron Fell poured Roy a glass of orange soda and asked him, "Roy, do you know the Dark Land?" Roy nodded, then shook his head in confusion. "I heard High Priest Reed talk about that place and knew the name. He told me that the Statue of Liberty might be imprisoned there, and all the priests of the Statue of Liberty will enter the Dark Land to find their god. I heard that it is a dark place without light." Roy said, "But I haven't been there." Byron Phil smiled, and shook his head slightly. "In fact, there are also day and night in the Dark Land, but everything there is just the opposite of us here. There is a black sun in the sky. When the black sun rises, the night will come. When the black sun sets, the world will be as bright as day, but the daytime is very short. According to the priests, there is almost no sacred atmosphere there. Even if it is as bright as day, the surrounding world is dead silent. For us, there is no life in the Dark Land. Without the supplies sent from the rear, we can't survive at all. For the species in the Dark Land, they are extremely powerful in the dark. There is a kind of shadow demon that can almost move freely in the dark. Only light can imprison their bodies, and make their bodies materialize. Only then can we defeat them. In the pitch-black night, the light of the torch can only illuminate the surrounding space of 1 meter square. The light cannot spread at all. Only holy light can dispel the darkness around and prevent dark creatures from approaching. When the Statue of Liberty organized the army to enter the Dark Land, it spent all the wealth accumulated over the years. Attracted by the High Commission, the Statue of Liberty gathered a large army and entered the Dark Land through the Dark Gate. The mercenary group I was in at the time could not refuse this generous reward, and followed the expeditionary force of the Statue of Liberty into the Dark Land. I guess you must know that the divine power of the priests cannot be replenished in the Dark Land. They can only replenish the power of holy light with the holy objects they carry with them, such as the heroic spear Solar Ion, the sword of justice, the brilliance of the holy feather, or the hope of Amish in the hands of Oriel, the scroll of fate Talisal, and the holy cup of wisdom Caradar. In fact, these holy objects of light carried by the priests are not real artifacts, but some imitations made of magic metal. It's just that they have been bathed in the holy light for a long time in the temple, and the priests always pray in front of them. Slowly, these holy objects have melted into a trace of divinity, and possess the holy light source. The priests use these light creatures to restore the consumed sacred power in the Dark Land. Every time we fight with the dark creatures in the Dark Land, we will invest a considerable part of our combat power to protect the priests in the army. The battle in the Dark World has no end at all. We don't even know where they come from, and there is no corpse after death. Once they die, they will instantly turn into wisps of black gas and dissipate. Only the white soul stones left after death prove that they have existed. Chapter 523. The Dark Land is far more vast than we imagined. In that land full of dead air, our expeditionary army lacks supplies. The main reason is that a large number of supply convoys easily get lost after entering the Dark Land, and cannot find the expeditionary vanguard. Although the expeditionary army has set up at least hundreds of temporary camps along the way, it is still inevitable that the supply troops will get lost in the Dark Land. Byron Thor picked up the wine glass, and took another sip of orange wine. He looked a little depressed. Although there are special search and rescue teams that have been searching for the whereabouts of lost supplies, once they are lost, they are basically impossible to find. Byron Thor recalled the battlefield in the Dark Land. In the Dark Land, we are invaders. There are strong and weak dark creatures there. Some will attack us head-on. The most common ones are some dark creatures called fear spirits. Some often launch sneak attacks on us, like shadow fiends and death sidemen. Although Roy had never seen a shadow demon, he felt ghosts appear behind him after listening to Byron Thor's description. Over there, every battle was like the last one. I could never figure out where the danger came from. In that oppressive environment, every warrior was like a taut hunting bow. No one knew when the bowstring would break, and then the whole person would completely collapse and go crazy. When Byron Thor said this, his pupils shrank slightly, his expression was a little painful, and some sweat appeared on his forehead. He drank the orange wine in the cup. We met High Priest Reed at Camp number 98 in the Dark Land, which is the forefront of the expeditionary front, and belongs to the Eastern War Zone. As he spoke, Byron Thor dipped his fingertips in a little orange wine, and drew a simple map on the table. This simple map has two outlines, and he heard him say, after the expeditionary army entered the Dark Land, it achieved brilliant results at the beginning, but as the battlefield slowly spread, a large number of priests went deep into the depths of the Dark Land, and the battlefield gradually became larger. The troops invested by the first batch of expeditionary forces seemed to be stretched, so the first batch of expeditionary forces waited on the battlefield until the second batch of expeditionary forces arrived, and then slowly stabilized the situation. But then came the second battlefield expansion. When the third batch of expeditionary forces entered the Dark Land, the dark creatures in the Dark Land had already gathered a large number of troops, and began to raid the expeditionary camps everywhere. Byron Thor narrowed his eyes, and said, High Priest Reed followed the third expeditionary force into the Dark Land. I first saw him. He was holding a holy grail of wisdom that flickered with sacred flames. At this moment, Byron Thor seemed to have fallen into deep memories, and his face was full of bitterness. At that time, Camp 98 had just ended a great battle. 2 members of my mercenary group died in that battle, and almost all members were injured. When we retreated to the camp, High Priest Reed was treating other wounded. It can be seen that he was very tired. When he saw us return to the camp, he took out a bottle of mental potion from his waist bag, drank it, hung the holy grail of wisdom at the entrance of the tent, and used holy light to treat our injuries. After a pause, Byron Thor lowered his head and said, that night, dark creatures attacked the camp again. Our tent was right next to that of High Priest Reed. High Priest Reed held up the holy grail of wisdom, and used holy light to illuminate the dark creatures emerging from the darkness. The light of the holy grail of wisdom reflected on his extremely thin face, which was as pale as paper. After a night of fighting, I felt that High Priest Reed had aged at least 10 years. Roy knew that some divine arts were performed when the divine power was exhausted in order to absorb the vitality of the priests. When Priest Anderson forced himself to advance, he died because of exhaustion of vitality. Did we win this battle? Roy asked. Byron Thor shook his head and said in a low voice, We held on until dawn and retreated to Camp 97. For members of my mercenary group stayed on the battlefield of Camp 98 forever. The other members dismantled the tent and put together a stretcher to carry me back from the battlefield. I will never forget the look those members gave me when they suddenly looked at me, and they kept repeating, Captain, take everyone home, we should go home. When the 3rd Expeditionary Force entered the Dark Land, the top leaders of the Legion still sent the most elite priests to the depths of the Dark Land. Many mercenaries were not optimistic about this holy war. High Priest Reed withdrew from Camp 98 with us at the time, and treated the injured soldiers along the way. Although the situation was very bad at the time, he kept comforting every soldier around him, and kept encouraging everyone to hold on, and the injuries would slowly heal. Later, we retreated to Camp 97. Because I was seriously injured, I followed the logistics supply team back to Golfito. Not long after, our mercenary group was disbanded in Golfito. Byron Thor said this, and untied the silk scarf tied around his collar. A claw mark extended from his left neck to the right chest. Although it had healed, the pink scar still looked a bit shocking. Roy could clearly feel a hint of darkness in the wound. He stretched out his right index finger, and a ball of holy light appeared on the fingertip. When the holy light approached the scar on Byron Thor's chest, the dark aura immediately disappeared. Roy didn't expect to dispel the dark aura so easily. But when he retracted the holy light on his fingertips, the dark aura lingered and came out again. Roy was a little surprised. He quickly drew the divine pattern and recited the prayer. Although Roy's voice was not too loud, the prayer still attracted a lot of attention in the tavern. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a sacred beam of light fell from the roof and covered Byron Thor. Purification. In the holy light, a trace of dark breath continued to dissipate. Roy could feel that although the dark breath had become very weak, the last trace of dark breath could not be dispelled. Roy tried to use the holy light spell on Byron Thor again, but still failed to dispel the last bit of dark breath. I can only suppress this dark aura temporarily, but I can't purify it completely, Roy said to Byron Thor. He was a little worried about the safety of High Priest Reed, because according to Byron Thor's account, the situation of the expeditionary force in the Dark Land seemed to be very bad. But he couldn't help now, so he could only pray silently here. High Priest Reed will have everything go well in the Dark Land. Thank you for the news you brought back. Roy felt a little heavy. He thanked Byron Thor, and prepared to leave the tavern. In the evening, a supply ship was going to Partington Island, and Roy was going to take that ship. At this time, you could also stroll around the market in the lower city and buy something. Byron Thor waved his hand and said casually, "Some things will make you feel much more comfortable once you say them out, but for me, there are not many friends who can act as listeners. I remember you came to the tavern to find me yesterday. Why? Did you encounter any troubles recently?" Byron Thor asked proactively. Roy said a little embarrassedly, "Actually, it's nothing, it's just... I met a sea beast priest in the Sun Island Bay in the Partington Plain. If we want to occupy the Sun Island, we must find a way to get rid of the sea beast priest. I originally asked for help from the military high level, but the military has not responded, so I plan to issue a bounty mission to the Castletown Mercenary Union." Byron Thor stared at Roy. "The island occupied by the sea beast priest. You don't plan to give up that island?" "Yes." Roy nodded. He really didn't want to give up the fishing ground in Sun Island Bay easily. Byron Thor stared at Roy and said, "Once you choose to be an enemy of the Sea Beast Priest, even if you defeat the Sea Beast Priest, there will be a second and third Sea Beast Priest coming out of the deep sea to seek revenge on you. You have to be an enemy of a second-level strongman who came out of the deep sea so early. Aren't you afraid?" Roy spread his hands and said casually, "What's the use of being afraid? If someone hits me, I just hit him back." "That's right." Byron Thor didn't expect that Roy looked weak, but his words sounded very tough. "High Priest Reed helped me once, and I couldn't return the favor in the Dark Land, so... It doesn't matter if I help you once. I go to the Partington Plain with you to see if I can get rid of that Sea Beast Priest. I can only try. If I can't beat him, I will turn around and leave without any regrets." Byron Thor emphasized it again. "I know." Roy quickly agreed. In the evening, Claire ran to Castletown Harbor to see Roy off, only to find that Roy had actually persuaded Byron Thor to go to the Partington Plain with him. "You are really amazing. You actually persuaded Byron Thor. Roy, I may not be able to go to the Partington Plain with you this time. At the end of the year, I have a concert in Buenos Aires. It is important to me, and I can't miss it," Claire said apologetically. "What's the big deal? Practice your piano in Castletown, and help me take care of the alchemy workshop in Woods. I think you'd better stay in the alchemy workshop too." Roy put his arm around Claire and Wood's shoulders, and the three of them squeezed together. All the supplies on the supply ship had been loaded. The crew stood on the side of the ship, ready to withdraw to the sampan after Roy boarded the ship. "No matter what, I have to go to Sun Island Bay this time." Woods rejected Roy's proposal and insisted on following everyone to the Sun Island Bay in the Partington Plain. Sabrina and Moira had already boarded the ship and were standing on the observation deck on the top of the ship, looking at the beautiful sea view in the sunset. Byron Thor was also wearing a set of magic pattern equipment, carrying a longbow wrapped in linen, and standing on the bow ram. He was a second-level strongman who was good at archery. According to the information in the Mercenary Union, he was an abyss walker. Unfortunately, Roy was a priest, and his friends were not very good at using bows and arrows. Sabrina was a sword dancer, Moira was an assassin, and Woods was a druid. None of them had any interest in archery, and did not need Byron Thor's teaching. It was really a waste in a sense. In the Elf Kingdom, an adventure group is definitely incomplete without archers. The supply ship arrived at Partington Island, and Roy led everyone down the dock and then headed to the safe harbor of the three-masted sailing ship. The second magic airship is being transformed in full swing here. The floating device and propulsion device of this magic airship have been installed, and the magic airship is currently undergoing the final installation and debugging. Seeing the 10 three-masted sailing ships anchored here, all the half-blood elves would respectfully call Roy Boss Roy when they saw Roy. Byron Thor only then figured out that Roy actually had such a ship on Partington Island. In the following 2 days, Roy stayed on Partington Island, waiting for the second magic airship to be transformed. It must be said that the old dwarf Mags was very active under the temptation of fine wine. He transformed the second three-masted sailing ship into a magic airship in just over a month. During the 2 days that Roy stayed on Partington Island, the Green Empire Merchant Shipping Association sent 100 floating devices and 18 propulsion devices to Partington Island. Next, it will depend on the old dwarf Mags to work day and night to transform these magic airships one after another. As the test flight of the second magic airship ended, Roy took a team of half-blood elves who had learned to fly the magic airship on board and entered the Partington Plain from the Partington Island portal. This time, the dwarf apprentice did not set off on the ship, and the entire magic airship was full of half-blood elves. In recent days, the portal of Partington Island seemed a bit congested, and a large amount of supplies were even hoarded in the square. Many elf merchants heard that the Partington Plain was about to be lifted, so they brought a large amount of supplies and waited in the town of Partington. The second magic airship entered the Partington Plain, causing a sensation in Padstow again. This time, after the magic airship glided out of the portal, it immediately flew to the airport terminal in Padstow. Under the supervision of Captain Berkeley, the airport terminal in Padstow has been built, but there is only one berth at the airport terminal. The magic airship docked smoothly and was suspended in the air, which was visually very impactful. The magic airship will stay in Padstow for nearly a day, and will be filled with a large amount of food and daily necessities here, and then transported to the Plateau City on the Pagisto Plateau. Recently, Padstow has become very lively. The news of the lifting of the ban should have been spread. Many closed shops on the street are preparing to reopen, and even simply posted a rental information. Chapter 524. Padstow City Defense Guard. Captain Berkeley stood on the training ground in a silver standard armor, and a team of half-blood elf warriors were selecting war horses. Now that the infantry training of the City Defense Guard has been successfully completed, the half-blood elf warriors of this City Defense Guard will receive riding training next. For the elf warriors in the City Defense Guard, a good war horse is indispensable. Seeing this group of half-blood elf warriors selecting war horses, Roy realized that his Mine Guard regiment was not equipped with war horses. The Silver Pegasus Corps has strict control over war horses. It is estimated that even if an application is made, it will be difficult to get approval. On the Padstow Plateau, Argali sheep are more adapted to the climate and terrain there than war horses, but almost all Argali sheep are currently in the hands of Lashand. If we want to equip the Mine Guards with mounts, we have to find a way to convince Lysander. As the guards and the City Defense Guards have all become half-blood elves, the public security in Padstow City is still very good during this period. It is almost rare to see those idle young half-blood elves wandering the streets. The residents here are more accepting of half-blood elf guards patrolling the city, and they will not make provocative gestures when they meet the guards. Captain Berkeley turned around and saw Roy, and asked him, "How is the investigation team doing in the Padstow Plateau?" Roy was stunned for a moment. If it wasn't for Captain Berkeley mentioning this, he would have forgotten about it. They have been wandering around the Plateau City for a few days. They should be fine, Roy said uncertainly. Captain Berkeley shook his head speechlessly, and motioned Roy to go over. Captain Berkeley lowered his voice, and covered his mouth with his hand, saying to Roy, "Try to leave a good impression on the investigation team. After all, your identity is a bit sensitive, and their evaluation of you is still very important. Sometimes, if they say less, they may save you a lot of trouble." Seeing that Captain Berkeley was serious, Roy quickly responded, "Got it." Captain Berkeley signaled his deputy to come over here and watch, and he took Roy to the edge of the training ground. The Partington Plain is about to open, and a large number of merchants will definitely flock to Padstow City in a while. These merchants will not only have a certain impact on the Legion's magic herb business, but it is estimated that your primary magic herb business will also be greatly affected. You need to make some preparations in advance to see how to keep your market share. But there is nothing we can do about it. The top brass of the Legion can't stand the pressure from the upper elf nobles. It's only a matter of time before the portal is opened. Captain Berkeley sighed. Roy nodded and said, "I've already negotiated with you. I don't think the impact will be great." "That's good." Captain Berkeley waved to his followers, signaling them to stand further away, and then whispered to Roy, "After the plane is lifted, the first thing the Legion will do to make up for the losses is to collect commodity taxes on the portal. All goods passing through the portal must pay taxes, And your goods must also pay taxes. There will be no exemptions of any kind, but you can use this tax to offset the magic crystals you need to pay for the share of the mine." After saying that, he winked at Roy, signaling him to keep it secret. "Is it still possible?" Roy was a little surprised. Captain Berkeley waved his hand casually and explained, "The Legion has never provided any substantial help to the Pagisto Plateau, so they are also very lenient with the profit share of the mine. These have been discussed before. Also, although the magic airship route in Padstow City is being established, I hope you better keep a low profile as much as possible," Captain Berkeley reminded Roy. Captain Berkeley was promoted to the captain of the City Defense Guard Regiment in the Silver Pegasus Corps, and this position has much more power than the captain of the Logistics and Transportation Regiment. He and Roy have experienced so many things, and they can be regarded as close friends in the Silver Pegasus Corps. Captain Berkeley said to Roy bluntly, "Because of the incident with the Abyll mine owner, some information about you is spread to Buenos Aires, which is not good. You have accumulated too much reputation among the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain. Now, the Partington Plain is about to be lifted. At that time, a large number of half-blood elves will enter the Partington Plain. The upper elf nobles don't want to see someone stand up at this time and unite all the half-blood elves together." Hearing Captain Berkeley say this, Roy also sobered up a little, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. Captain Berkeley continued, "They don't want the half-blood elves to be completely out of control. They just hope that the half-blood elves can live in a certain centralized area. You also know that in recent years, the population of Silver Moon elves has been shrinking, but the population of half-blood elves has grown rapidly. From any perspective, the upper elf nobles don't want the half-blood elves to make a voice. Do you understand what I mean?" Roy nodded. After visiting Captain Berkeley, Roy left the camp of the City Defense Guard. In just half a month, a large number of magic herb shops appeared on the streets of Padstow. When the herb merchants heard that the ban on the plain was about to be lifted, they immediately took action and quickly purchased stores before the ban was lifted. As the price of magic herbs continued to rise, herb collectors and merchants all ran to the Partington Plain to share the cake. At least 7 of the 10 shops on the whole street were engaged in magic herb business. The economy of the Partington Plain gradually recovered, and the city of Padstow immediately became lively. Many empty tree houses that were originally idle have now become the first choice of this foreign businessman. Moira took Sabrina's arm and looked around the street lined with tree houses, and Woods followed behind them. Since the entire city is almost full of half-blood elves, Moira and Sabrina feel that this place is like the lower city of Castletown. The only difference is that the lower city of Castletown is all brick and tile buildings, and here almost all tree houses are built on the crowns of giant trees. Many shops here are built around the trunks of giant trees. Woods kept asking about the price of magic herbs at the stalls. Compared with Castletown, the price of magic herbs here is at least 30% cheaper. For herbal merchants, as long as they have a teleportation pass, this profit is almost a net profit. Of course, Roy and the Silver Pegasus military made more money. Before the ban on the plain was lifted, only the Silver Pegasus military and Roy could legally transport magic herbs back to the elf continent. Once the ban was lifted, the price of magic herbs in these shops would inevitably increase. Why does it feel like Padstow has suddenly become prosperous? Woods put down the bundle of magic herbs in his hand and said to Sabrina, who was walking beside him. Sabrina smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The plague war broke out in the Green Empire of Roland Continent, causing a shortage of magic herbs, so the magic herb market suddenly became hot. Our Partington Plain is rich in magic herbs. From no one cared about it, to now merchants from all sides flocking to it. It is also because of the pressure from many parties that the Silver Pegasus Legion opened the plain blockade. The owner of the herbal medicine shop was a Silver Moon elf merchant who was well informed about the outside news. "Are you here to purchase magic herbs or to prepare for shipment?" the shop owner continued to ask. "I have an alchemy workshop in Castletown City, but the price of herbs here is still a bit expensive. I want to go around again," Woods said casually. The herbal medicine shop owner immediately shouted to Woods, "If you want to purchase magic herbs, I advise you not to wait. Once the plain is unsealed, the price of magic herbs here will definitely rise." Woods waved to the herbal shop owner, signaling him to walk a little further. The 3 of them sat in a cold drink shop on the street for a while, and drank a glass of iced watermelon juice. Waiting for Roy to come out of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters, Moira quickly stood up from her seat and waved vigorously to Roy across the street. After Roy signed in at the Padstow military headquarters, he took the 3 of them in a carriage to the rental warehouse and visited Rambo, who was guarding there. Rambo has been living a comfortable life recently because Roy has given Rambo a lot of authority. He has rented all 13 rows of warehouses on the riverside. This place is close to the river, surrounded by some tall oak trees, and is located on the edge of the west of Padstow City. The only drawback is that it is a bit far from the airport terminal. Roy jumped out of the carriage and was seen by the warehouse staff. Soon, Rambo came out from the warehouse and shouted to Roy from a distance. "Roy, your goods have arrived, those wooden boxes shipped from Sun Island Bay." Roy was slightly stunned. At first, he planned to use the only 2 sets of floating devices to transport all the 3-masted sailing ships to Sun Island Bay, and then decided to dismantle all the floating devices on the first magic airship and secretly transport them to Partington Island. But now it is completely useless, because the Green Empire Merchant Shipping Union has gathered all the remaining floating devices. Now the airship modification factory on Partington Island is working hard. Roy walked up, put his arm around Rambo's shoulder and said to him, Rambo, please help me find a few carriages later. I want to transport those magic devices out." Rambo immediately agreed. No problem. Then he called a warehouse clerk and asked him to go outside to hire a few carriages. "Roy, when will the air transport service of the magic airship be opened?" Rambo asked curiously. Roy thought for a moment and said, "We are still in preparation. I estimate that it will take at least a month before the cargo route can be opened. There are only 2 magic airships now, and the transportation capacity cannot even meet the needs of the mine guards." Rambo pulled Roy's arm and whispered to him, "The day before yesterday, Lation came here and complained to me that the demand for various materials in the Plateau City was too high, and his caravan could not transport so many materials. Some merchant groups had already set their sights on the Pagisto Plateau, but now that the magic airship is about to open, many merchant groups have given up their original ideas." Roy smiled and said, "You and Lation don't have to worry. Those merchant groups will slowly find a profit point. Now the economy of the entire Partington Plain is recovering. Even if we transport green apples to the plateau, we can make money." In recent days, caravans have arrived at the Plateau City almost every day. The supplies they brought have greatly alleviated the shortage of supplies. The entire Plateau City is rising rapidly. The investigators have lived in the Plateau City for more than 20 days. Every night here, they almost live in tents at the corners at the end of the street, and they usually eat whatever they can buy. The investigators looked a little disheveled at this time, but they finally completed the investigation mission on the owner of the Abyll mine. The half-blood elves in the Plateau City had a very bad impression of the owner of the Abyll mine. There were also several different versions about the cause of death of the owner of the Abyll mine. After the investigation of the investigators for this period of time, everyone was more inclined to believe that the lover of the owner of the Abyll mine killed a descendant of the Silver Moon Elf nobles. The most unlikely version was that the owner of the mine, Roy, heard that the owner of the Abyll mine had committed many evil deeds, and personally beheaded the owner of the Abyll mine for public display. The investigation was actually completed a week ago, but the investigators could not find a caravan willing to leave with them. Many caravans would rather not carry all the supplies from Plateau City than take the 3 Silver Moon Elf merchants with them. As a result, the investigation team had to stay in Plateau City for more than a week. Finally, they reached a cooperation agreement with a small, half-blood elf caravan. The caravan would take the 3 of them back to Padstow, and they would find a stable source of goods for this caravan in Padstow. Finally left this monotonous Plateau City without any life. The 3 investigators were all excited, but this small caravan had no extra horses, so they could only buy 3 horses at the market at a high price. Leaving the Plateau City, we walked along the Tolai River. In fact, it would be faster to go directly through the wilderness and walk south along the Caldam Mountains than to take the Sadasso Mountains. It's just that the road across the Caldam Mountains is more difficult to walk. Just as Roy, Moira, Sabrina, and others were returning to Padstow, the 3 investigators happened to walk into the Chaldean Mountains with this small caravan. While resting along the way, the 3 investigators gathered together and secretly discussed Roy. "You too. Do you think Roy is the murderer who killed the owner of the Albar mine? Although I haven't obtained any clues, I think Boss Roy is very suspicious." Another investigator said, "I will mark Roy as a key suspect in my investigation report. Maybe it was the lover named Ulysses who killed the owner of the Albar mine. Even if it is true, I will still indicate in the report that Roy is the key suspect." Chapter 525. The waves hit the reefs, instantly turning into countless white foams. Several sea skuas glided against the wind. Occasionally, they would pass over the rough sea surface to pick up small fish that were stunned by the waves. In such windy and rough weather, the fishermen of Sun Island would hardly get too close to the reefs in the shallow waters, because the waves would push their bodies against the hard reefs. Even if they are good at swimming in the wind and waves, they cannot withstand the strong impact caused by the surging waves, and they can easily be crushed to pieces in the reefs. When the wind and waves are strong, these fishmen of Sun Island will sink to the bottom of the sea and hide in the cracks of the coral reefs to avoid the wind and waves. This group of Sun Island fishmen who usually guard the north coast of Sun Island Bay no longer go to the north coast beach to harass the half-blood elves there. At least they have not done so in the past 2 weeks. In the coral reef area, the 2 seawalls built around the port dock can be seen from a distance. The 2 seawalls are like horns, extending from the beach to the depths of the sea. At the end, the 2 seawalls are like horns, with only 15 meters between the 2 ends. This semi-open circular seawall completely protects the dock. At this moment, even though the sea was very rough, there was still a group of half-blood elf warriors guarding the seawall to prevent the fishmen from the Sun Island from attacking the port. Jizina lazily lay on the seafloor surrounded by coral reefs. Under her was a large bed made of pearl oyster shells from the frozen sea. Although Jizina stretched out her body to be more than 5 meters, she could still sleep comfortably in the pearl oysters. On such a stormy day, sleeping on the seafloor was the most comfortable. Recently, she watched the North Coast port terminal being built up bit by bit, first the outer protective seawall, and then the port terminal completely protected by the seawall. In fact, recently, she also planned to send some Sun Island fishmen to attack the port terminal there. The first few attempts were discovered and repelled by the half-blood elf warriors guarding the seawall. Later, because too many fishmen died in her Sun Island fishmen unit, it was impossible for the fishmen warriors to use human wave tactics to destroy the terminal. The Toadfish Cavalry was not a unit under the command of Jizina, so she could not order these Toadfish Cavalry to attack the port docks on the north coast with huge waves. They could only watch the sailboat that could fly into the sky parked alone at the port every day. In fact, the reason why the Toad Army Corps was unwilling to launch an attack on the half-blood elves was because they were a little scared by the interception of the Griffin Cavalry Corps in the sky recently. Recently, the Griffin Cavalry found a way to restrain the Toadfish Cavalry. They transported several meters-long stalagmites from the stalagmite forest and wandered around the north coast area. As long as the Toadfish Cavalry appeared on the sea, several meters-long stalagmites would fall from the sky. Once these stalagmites penetrate their bodies, the Toadfish Cavalry will almost always be firmly nailed to the bottom of the sea. Although these Toadfish Cavalry are very strong, they have almost no defense against the stalagmites falling from the sky. After a period of time, the Toadfish Cavalry dared not continue to approach the sea area of the north coast. The night raid tactics of the Sun Island fishmen have completely lost their effectiveness in the past 2 weeks. Due to the existence of the circular seawall, when these Sun Island fishmen cross the seawall at night, they are almost always chased by a group of elf warriors hiding in the dark. Those elf warriors will only show up when they kill the fishmen of Sun Island. Coupled with the deterrence of the magic airship moored at the dock, the situation on the north coast has been completely stabilized. The fishmen of Sun Island have almost no way to get close to the north coast in the past week or so. Jizina lay on the seabed and sighed softly. She knew very well that the best time to attack the elf army had completely passed. Now that this elf army has begun to build a harbor dock near the beach, the next move of this elf army is also very obvious, basically making final preparations for attacking Sun Island. Now there are not that many fishmen on Sun Island, and the elf army is still actively preparing for war. Commander Lattimore on Sun Island has become more and more eccentric, and he is more and more wary of her. Every time he summons her to Sun Island, the expression on his face is as if he wants to swallow her up. Commander Lattimore's body is getting more and more smelly, and his injuries should be getting worse. Jizina has waited for so many years, and the last bit of patience in her heart has been worn out. She lay in the shell, unable to resist touching the dagger stuck in her waist, closing her eyes, and imagining herself boarding the pirate ship alone, sneaking into the coal pond cave and cutting off the head of Commander Lattimore with a sword. A smile of relief appeared on Jizina's face, and then she fell into a deep sleep. What has Jizina been doing these days? Commander Lattimore leaned weakly on the stone pillar. Half of his body sank into the cold pond and froze into ice. The 4 siren leaders complained to Commander Lattimore, with sad faces, "You'd better get rid of Jizina as soon as possible." In order to preserve her strength, she has been restraining her fishmen warriors and prohibiting them from attacking the north coast. We asked her to attack the docks on the north coast, but she ignored us. Another siren leader complained. Even if Jizina dislikes you, she dare not do anything to you. Commander Lattimore shook his head slightly and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't think that I can suppress her now. That was before I died. She might know how to restrain herself, but after I die, you will have to make some countermeasures, and all my restrictions on her will no longer have any effect." The echo in the cave was very strong, overlapping, making Commander Lattimore's voice louder. "She has already stepped into the ranks of the second-level strongmen, but she still lingers here. I know what she is waiting for," Commander Lattimore said casually. "What is she waiting for?" the 4 sea monster leaders asked casually. Commander Lattimore staggered, pointed to the ground under his feet weakly, and said, "The deep-sea monster under the island. Isn't it your contracted sea beast?" The faces of the 4 siren leaders changed drastically. Commander Lattimore shook his head helplessly, and then explained, "Our magic contract is not a symbiotic contract, but an equal contract. If I die, the contract will be completely invalid, and the sea beast will regain its freedom. It has been sleeping under the island, so this is the reason." The 4 siren leaders suddenly realized and said, "It is waiting for me to die, and Zazina is also waiting for me to die. Maybe you are waiting for me to die too, but this time, I can try these undead spirit magic again." The 4 siren leaders were so frightened that their faces changed drastically. They couldn't help but shout, "Commander Lattimore, we..." Commander Lattimore waved his hand and said, "I can't parasitize you. You don't have the chance to become a second-level strongman. If I parasitize you, you will never be able to break through your current achievements. Go and call Giazina." Yes. Giazina was awakened from her sleep by 2 Sun Island fishmen. The 2 Sun Island fishmen knelt trembling beside the huge shell, fearing that Commander Giazina would wake up from her sleep and cut off their heads with a sword. As the fishmen of Sun Island told Giazina the message, Giazina suddenly sat up from the huge shell and frowned and asked the fishman monster, "Commander, do you want to see me at this time?" The fishman monster quickly said, "Yes." Giazina stretched out a hand and gently pinched her temple, while responding with a smile, "Got it." Giazina stretched out 2 white arms to gather the scattered hair behind her head, and she was a little hesitant in her heart. Commander Lattimore suddenly summoned her at this time, which made her alert. Normally, this commander would not summon her like this, unless Commander Lattimore called the other captains to his side. In fact, as early as 5 years ago, Giazina had already made plans to leave Sun Island Bay. He wanted to venture alone in the sea area of Partington Plain. But until now, Giazina has not been able to leave Sun Island Bay. In fact, it was not that she was restricted by Commander Lattimore and could not leave here. She chose to stay because she hoped that Lattimore could give her some help. After all, Commander Lattimore was a very powerful sea beast priest. To become a sea beast priest, one must almost be promoted to a second-level strongman, then prepare a magic contract, and then go to the deep sea to find monsters. As long as you can sign a magic contract with a deep-sea monster, you can become a new sea beast priest. She has always hoped that Commander Lattimore can give her some advice. She is actually only half a step away from breaking through the bottleneck of the second level. Of course, this was just her previous thought. Now, Giazina has changed her mind, because she has not received any guidance from Commander Lattimore. Giazina is currently waiting for Commander Lattimore to die quickly, so that she can reach a magic contract with the sea beast hiding under the island, start sharing power, and then open the door to the second-level strongman. She also knows that Commander Lattimore's injuries have gradually worsened in recent years, and his physical condition is getting worse year by year. Recently, Commander Lattimore couldn't even get out of the cold pond cave. The only reason she stayed in the Sun Island Bay was to wait for Commander Lattimore to die. In fact, both sides had their own selfish motives. Giazina didn't want to provoke Commander Lattimore at this time. She just wanted to wait quietly for Commander Lattimore to die. But Commander Lattimore summoned her at this time, and Giazina had a bad premonition. At least half of the fishmen on Sun Island were reduced. Giazina twisted her long snake tail, swam slowly, leaned forward, and boarded the island alone. The fishmen on the island saluted her one after another. Giazina ignored the fishmen and monsters. She pursed her lips and looked ahead silently. When she came to the entrance of the cold pond cave, Giazina hesitated for a moment, but finally she gritted her teeth and swam in. A cold breath made Giazina shiver, and a faint stench emanated from the cave. The light in the cave was very dim, and only the water in the cold pond reflected the bright light. Commander Lattimore leaned against a stone pillar, half lying and half sitting on it, with the entire snake tail resting in the cold pond, frozen into ice. There was a layer of light white frost on Commander Lattimore's face, and he was shivering even when he spoke. His body was already decaying, and only the white skeletons of his 6 arms were left. There was still a lot of rotten flesh hanging all over his body, and his face was also severely decayed. Seeing Giazina coming in, Commander Lattimore smiled gently, waved at her, and motioned her to come closer. Then a parchment booklet that looked very worn was thrown at Giazina's feet. Commander Lattimore lowered his head very tiredly and said in a heavy voice, "This is all the experience I gained before I was promoted to a second-level strongman. I have prepared these a long time ago and wanted to give them to you, but unfortunately I have never had the chance." When Giazina saw the old parchment book, her heart moved slightly. She took a step forward and then reached out to pick up the magic book. But just when her hand touched the parchment book, 8 magic stripes suddenly burst out from the rocky ground under the parchment book, and these magic stripes quickly formed a magic pattern array. Several chains appeared around her, almost at the same time, and they surrounded Giazina's body, trapping her tightly. Giazina tried to struggle with her 6 arms, but she didn't know what material these chains were made of. Giazina couldn't tear these chains apart with her own strength. Seeing Commander Lattimore raise his head sinisterly, Giazina asked loudly, "Why are you doing this?" Commander Lattimore walked towards Giazina with a smile, holding a long sword in his rotten arm, and a magic contract scroll in his other hand. "This is a soul contract scroll. If possible, I want to exchange bodies with you. Your soul will live in my body, and my soul will be injected into your body, so that I can have a young and full of vitality." Hee hee. Commander Lattimore's voice was hoarse. He didn't worry that Giazina would run away. After getting closer, he unfolded this magic pattern array. Then a spell was uttered, but what made Commander Lattimore feel a little strange was that Giazina was chanting the same spell as Commander Lattimore at the same time. Commander Lattimore stared at Giazina trapped in the chains with wide eyes. "If I had met you in your prime, I would have been able to surrender at this moment, but now you. If you want to catch me, you still have to use some other means, Commander," Giazina said softly. "Break," as she shouted. The chains that were originally wrapped around her body actually fell off one after another. There was a sound of clattering. Giazina suddenly stood up from the broken chains. Chapter 526. The chains wrapped around the sea monster Giazina broke. She struggled to stand up, and the scales on her body fell off one after another when the chains were shattered, and blood dyed half of Giazina's body red. That stunning face contained anger and sorrow, and the 2 arms in the middle held 2 swords. The snake's tail swung violently, and it rushed behind Commander Lattimore like lightning, and its body was almost in the same posture as Commander Lattimore, who was leaning over to control the magic circle. A long sword pierced into the chest with a foul smell along the gap between the ribs. The other sword smashed the eyes frozen in Commander Lattimore's tail when it was swung. This might be the only part of his body that is not rotted. It is usually frozen in ice to prevent corruption. Giazina's sword cut the ice, which can be regarded as completely destroying Commander Lattimore's body. Giazina's body exuded a powerful aura, and behind her was a golem with 3 heads and 6 arms, which immediately pressed Commander Lattimore, who was only a skeleton left, to the rock ground at the edge of the cold pond. At this time, the 4 sea monster leaders hiding in the dark threw away the broken chains in their hands, and rushed out of the dark of the cold pond cave. They held tridents in their hands, and stabbed Giazina from 4 directions. Giazina's 6 arms held long swords, spears, shields, daggers, and other weapons. After parrying the siege of the 4 sea monsters, her soft body immediately twisted rapidly. She immediately gave up Commander Lattimore, who was pressed under her, and fled directly to the outside of the cold pond cave. The 4 sirens thought that Giazina would fight back, but they didn't expect that she would run towards the cave entrance without mercy. There was no way to stop her for a while, and the 4 sirens chased Giazina desperately. This time, Commander Lattimore took the lead in attacking Giazina, causing her some injuries. But even so, the 4 sirens joined forces, and were still no match for Giazina. Giazina actually retreated calmly under the joint siege of the 4 sirens. In this situation, Giazina could not be allowed to escape like this, otherwise once Giazina recovered, the 4 sirens might not have a good time in the future. The 4 sea monster leaders shouted shrilly, and a group of Sun Island fishmen suddenly filled the entrance of the cold pond cave. Giazina squinted her eyes, and a pair of deep eyes, like a needle shone through them. Her red lips hummed a ballad that made the fishmen fall into a daze. The long sword in her hand swept out, and a large number of Sun Island fishmen fell down immediately. During the escape, the wounds where the fish scales fell off actually emitted wisps of white gas, and those wounds were healing rapidly. Giazina put her 2 swords together, like a giant pair of scissors, and instantly strangled a large group of Sun Island fishmen. The 4 siren leaders looked at the unrivaled Giazina with horror, and were frightened and slowed down half a step. They hoped that the other 3 siren leaders could catch up faster. But in fact, the 4 siren leaders almost slowed down half a step at the same time, watching Giazina drill out of the coal pool cave. Before drilling out of the cave, Giazina, surrounded by the dazzling sunlight, looked back into the cave, her eyes full of hatred and resentment. The siren captains looked at the disappearing back of Giazina in despair. Originally, they thought that there was only a small gap between them. Now it seems that even if the 4 siren captains work together, they may not be able to keep Giazina. Commander Lattimore climbed up from the ground with difficulty. The white bones with rotten flesh on his body were covered with cracks. He kept shaking his head and crawling on the rocky ground, drawing a magic circle on the rocky ground like a possessed person. He seemed extremely focused and kept reciting the magic spell. As the magic light flickered, the cold pond cave began to vibrate, and the waves of vibration slowly turned into huge earthquakes, and the rocks on the top of the cave kept rolling down. Suddenly, a terrifying tearing roar came from the depths of the cold pond, and even the calm cold pond made a buzzing sound. Countless bubbles emerged from the cold pond, making the cold pond look like it was boiling. Commander Lattimore laughed shrilly. When Giazina ran outside, she had already felt the vibration of the ground. The waves of vibrations from under the island made her legs a little weak. She knew that the sea beast priest Commander Lattimore had summoned his contracted partner, the deep-sea monster that had been sleeping under the island. For a sea beast priest, the reason why he is so powerful is at least half from the power of the contracted monster. Giazina's face turned pale with fear. When she rushed out of the cold pond cave, the whole island was shaking violently, and the Sun Island fishmen who stayed on the island were almost all squatting on the ground under the huge earthquake. Although Giazina's legs were weak, she still ran fast, but a thunder-like explosion sounded, and the stone slab under her feet exploded instantly, and a sticky tentacle stretched out from the ground. The green tentacle had colorful patterns on one side, and a sucker, like a blooming man-eating plant, on the other side. The huge tentacles tried to wrap around Giazina's snake tail, but Giazina's body was soft as if it had no bones. Although the green tentacles wrapped around her, she still dodged them nimbly. But Giazina dodged the tentacle's sudden attack, but her running speed slowed down, and the leader of the siren quickly caught up. A sharp trident suddenly stabbed at Giazina's lower back. Giazina wanted to turn around to block it, but she saw the sticky tentacles coming out of the ground following behind her. Her body circled and turned twice, and she narrowly avoided the stabbing trident. Giazina didn't dare to fight back at all, and almost ran away madly with all her strength. Commander Lattimore in the cold pond cave raised his head, with a ferocious expression on his face, and looked coldly at the rolling water of the cold pond. The cold pond now condensed into a water man. Although the water man was only 1 foot tall, his eyes were full of spirit. "Lattimore, you woke me up." Commander Lattimore was shocked and stood by the cold pond. Every time he moved, rotten flesh would fall off his body. A half-rotten eyeball rolled out of the eye socket, but Commander Lattimore ignored it and continued to look at the waterman on the surface of the cold pond. The waterman's voice was very deep, but at this moment he was complaining. "You have become like this?" The dignified Lattimore turned out to be a rotten corpse with completely rotten flesh and blood. Ha ha. Watching his flesh and blood falling continuously under the huge earthquake of the cave, Commander Lattimore looked out of the cave with despair, muttering to himself, "After all, I can't keep this body, and the most ideal body is far away from me. It seems that I can only settle for the second best." Commander Lattimore looked a little reluctant, but he called out at this time. Outside the cave, a captain of the siren, who was chasing Giazina, stopped immediately. He looked at the cold pond cave suspiciously, no longer paying attention to the 3 companions who were fighting with Giazina, and turned around and ran back quickly with a trident. "Commander Lattimore, what can I do for you?" The siren captain rushed into the cold pond cave where rocks kept falling and asked. Commander Lattimore beckoned him to come closer. The siren leader walked straight to Commander Lattimore and bowed deeply to him, but his eyes were fixed on the little waterman on the surface of the cold pond. Commander Lattimore leaned down, and the kind expression on his face looked terrifying no matter how you looked at it. While the siren leader was saluting, he stretched out his hand and pressed on the top of the siren leader's head. Before the siren leader could react, 5 fingers that had turned into bones had already been inserted into his skull. The blue soul that originally belonged to Commander Lattimore quickly rushed to the siren leader. At this moment, the siren leader looked haggard, as if something was being peeled off from his body, and Commander Lattimore's soul began to quickly invade the siren's body. The siren leader wanted to struggle, but his body seemed to be bound in place by an invisible force. He trembled violently, his pupils quickly rolled up, revealing a lot of white in his eyes, until his whole body was violently twitched and he lost his intuition. A blue breath rushed into the siren leader's body, but Commander Lattimore's body quickly rotted. After losing the last bit of strength, The bones scattered on the ground and broke into pieces. The leader of the siren was sleeping on the rock in an extremely twisted posture. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the faint blue mist in his pupils revealed a cold feeling. His eyeballs moved in a very strange way, and then his face suddenly became serious. He looked at the waterman on the surface of the cold pond with a playful look, and said naturally, "This body is really a bit fragile. If you want to restore your peak strength, you can only replace it with another stronger body. Let's chase." As he said this, the siren captain ran out of the cave at an extremely unnatural pace and chased after Giazina, who was fleeing to the sea. At the same time, huge tentacles on the island stretched out from the ground and blocked Giazina in front of her, forcing her to change direction every time. At this time, the three-masted siren captain chasing behind would quickly catch up. Under the siege of the three siren captains, Giazina could only slow down. When the three siren captains fought in close combat, it caused a lot of trouble for Giazina, and she had to use all her strength every time to repel the three siren captains. After chasing and fleeing all the way, many wounds were left on Giazina's body. The strength in her body was also rapidly fading. Perhaps because of excessive blood loss, she was even a little dizzy now. A tentacle of a deep-sea monster emerged from the ground and wrapped around Giazina. She turned around gracefully, but saw the leader of the siren, who was behind, was catching up with her in an awkward pace. The figure of Commander Lattimore immediately appeared in Giazina's mind. Giazina's body's instinctive reaction resolved an attack by a deep-sea monster. At the same time, she recognized Commander Lattimore, who had clearly occupied the body of the siren leader. Giazina had already fled to the beach, and a tentacle emerged from the sand. Since there was not much movement, Giazina was hit by the tentacle, and the huge tentacle hit Giazina's body, and immediately shook her out. Giazina fell into the sea in an extremely embarrassed manner, and her body seemed to fall apart. The tentacle caught up with her very quickly, and hit Giazina once in the sea, but this time the suction cup on the tentacle sucked Giazina tightly onto the tentacle, and then the tentacle rolled up, and no matter how Giazina struggled, it was useless. The tentacles, which were several times thicker than a water tank, almost suffocated Giazina. She kept coughing up blood, and was dragged to the beach in a dizzy state. Commander Lattimore was standing on the beach at this time, looking at Giazina, who was entangled by the tentacles, with greed in his eyes. Miss Tiffany hid in a gap in a sea reef. The violent vibration of the island had triggered a tsunami, and waves of tides continued to hit Sun Island. The entire island was shaking violently. The sea water surged and became extremely turbid. Countless sea creatures were swept to the shore by the tide. Miss Tiffany originally planned to investigate the situation on Sun Island. She wanted to sneak into Sun Island at night, and naturally hid in the cracks of the sea reefs at this time. However, after the huge earthquake on the island woke her up, she even saw the tentacles of the deep-sea monster. It should be an ancient deep-sea octopus, and its tentacles as hard as steel can easily penetrate the rock. Miss Tiffany saw the scene of Xena fleeing to the sea in a panic, but she immediately guessed whether this was a trick performed by the cunning mermaid, and did not sneak out immediately. The tentacles of the deep-sea octopus rolled up Giazina's body, and dragged her to the island. The leaders of the sirens who came up from behind just stood on the beach and watched coldly. Countless fishmen and monsters curled up their bodies, as if the end of the world had come. Miss Tiffany realized that there seemed to be an internal conflict on Sun Island. The siren Giazina happened to be the one who escaped. Looking at the thick tentacle just 5 meters in front of her, Miss Tiffany suddenly had a bold idea. She didn't even think about the consequences. She just thought that her ability to escape was okay. She took out a sharp dagger from the magic waist bag on her waist, then she swam out of the rock crevice flexibly, rushed to the side of the thick tentacle like lightning, inserted the dagger fiercely into the thick tentacle, and stuck the dagger handle on a rock crack. As the tentacle continued to slide, the magic dagger easily cut a long wound on the tentacle. Miss Tiffany held a magic wand in one hand, and a bundle of magic scrolls in the other, and swam towards Giazina with the help of a turbulent tide. Miss Tiffany didn't have time to draw the magic pattern array. She quickly tore open the magic scroll, and with the sound of a short spell, the sea surface suddenly froze into ice. The huge tentacle also felt the severe pain, and it couldn't even wrap up the dying Giazina, letting Giazina's body slide into the sea again. Waves of waves hit the beach, and there were broken ice in the seawater. And Giazina, who was supposed to be dragged to the beach, disappeared, leaving only a huge tentacle that kept twisting. Chapter 527. The leader of the siren, to whom Commander Lattimore leaned, rushed to the seashore with a ferocious face, stepped on the sea full of broken thin ice, opened his mouth and gasped hard. After so long, Commander Lattimore felt a new sense of being alive again, when he felt the smell of the sea breeze again. And the deep-sea monster hidden under the island was also slowly waking up. One of its tentacles was cut by a sharp dagger with a wound more than 10 meters long, and the whole tentacle was curled up because of it. Originally, relying on its own strong perception, it had been accurately locking the position of Xena. But when its tentacle was injured, the breath of Xena gradually faded in the sea, just like countless bubbles dissipating in the sea. The deep-sea monster twisted its body more vigorously, trying to get out of the rock-covered seabed. The rocks on the seabed were originally to hide its body, and it was deliberately lurking under the rock layer of the seabed of Sun Island. At this moment, the deep-sea monster couldn't break free from the restraints all at once. There were countless tentacles extending from the rocks under the sea, but the body of the deep-sea monster was always stuck by countless rocks. Sun Island rose up little by little in the earthquake. There were already more than a dozen tentacles emerging from the sea. The giant beasts on the seabed let out a low roar, as if they were integrated with the tremors of the earth. The sea water seemed to be boiling. Commander Lattimore kept driving the fishmen of Sun Island into the sea. For a while, the whole island fell into endless chaos. At this moment, Miss Tiffany was holding Xena with one hand. Under the effect of the water transformation technique, their bodies turned into clear sea water. Xena could see the clownfish hiding in the coral reef through her body, and because she was being held by Miss Tiffany, she could clearly see the outline of Miss Tiffany's body in the sea. The swinging fish tail was quickly taking her away from Sun Island. At this moment, Xena has woken up from her confusion and realized that she was carrying a Naga mermaid away from the Sun Island. The water magic inheritance of the Naga Sea clan is still very special, which may be the foundation of the Naga Sea clan's survival in the endless sea, such as the water transformation technique that can hide the body anytime and anywhere. For a moment, Xena even felt that she had completely become sea water, and her body seemed to melt in the sea. The next moment, she was grabbed by a soft arm, and her whole body solidified again. Although it looked no different from the seawater, Xena really felt her existence. The two swam northwards in the surging seabed. The huge earthquake of Sun Island made the seabed look like a golden wheat field blown by the autumn wind. Waves of wheat formed on the seabed, and the two were almost walking through the rolling boulders. Their huge fish tails kept swinging, and they stumbled towards the north coast with waves of undercurrents. They swam 3 nautical miles in one go, and passed the last line of defense formed by the toadfish cavalry. The sea water here was also surging, but the seabed was calm. A group of small fish seemed to be hit by something invisible. They immediately scattered in the sea, and gathered together quickly after a while. A hermit crab hiding in a conch shell secretly stretched out 2 tentacles and 2 eyes, and looked around on the beach at the bottom of the sea. Unfortunately, it did not find a mermaid and a siren swimming silently above its body. Until the surroundings were completely calm, Miss Tiffany got into a gap in a coral reef with great familiarity, and lay down in a corner full of anemones. At this time, her body also gradually showed color, and finally her whole body appeared in front of Xena. Xena also found that her body was visible in the seawater, but her body was full of wounds, and the scales that fell off her body made her feel ashamed. She resisted the dizziness, took out a bottle of medicine from her arms, and drank it quickly. Xena looked at Miss Tiffany with hostility. "Why do you want to save me?" she asked Miss Tiffany while trying to faint. Miss Tiffany looked at her arms and buttocks that were scratched by several rolling stones during the escape. The blood quickly spread in the seawater. She took out a bottle of blood coagulation ointment, first stopped the bleeding of her own wounds, and then threw the ointment to Xena. Xena caught the ointment, and then threw it to Miss Tiffany. She lay flat on the coral reef, and closed her eyes slightly. Miss Tiffany smiled slightly, and immediately came over, with the blood-clotting ointment, quickly applying it on the wounds all over her body. When she was first attacked by Commander Lattimore, Xena looked a little miserable, but in fact she was only slightly injured. The chains only made her look embarrassed. After she escaped from the cold pond cave, she was seriously injured by the huge tentacles that emerged from the rocky ground of the island, and the pursuit of the 3 sea monster leaders. Every time those huge tentacles hit her, she felt severe pain all over her body. During the journey, she didn't know how much blood she had lost, and her consciousness was a little fuzzy. In a trance, Miss Tiffany appeared in front of her, and the fuzzy face came close to her, looking at her with a smile. "I want Sun Island, and I saw that the commander was chasing you with a group of sea monsters, so I tried to take a gamble. I want to know whether you are worth my risking my life to save. It seems that you are going to be disappointed." Xena held her breath and said this sentence. Then her eyes went dark, and she completely lost her intuition. Miss Tiffany knew that Xena was seriously injured, but the guy in front of her was a siren after all, sirens are extremely strong. An ordinary siren can fight 10 Jana warriors in the sea with bare hands without losing. But now he fainted in this coral reef. Due to excessive blood loss, the body of this siren turned pale. Miss Tiffany noticed the face of Jizina. If you don't look at her 6 arms and 4-meter-long snake tail, that extremely delicate face can almost confuse all Nagas and elves. Miss Tiffany sat aside and muttered softly, "If you don't want to cooperate, forget it. You fainted without saying anything." "What's this? Do you want me to carry you back? Hey. Wake up. What should I do?" Miss Tiffany reluctantly took out 2 bottles of life potion, opened the cork, and quickly poured it into Jizina's mouth. Then he reached out and grabbed Jizina's hair, and just like that, he left the hidden coral reefs and continued to approach the north coast. On Sun Island, a large group of Sun Island fishermen were driven into the sea by Commander Lattimore, looking for Jizina's trace in the almost boiling sea water. The entire island rose from the ground, and then fell back to its original place. The entire island was like a ruin piled with rubble. The cold pool that originally formed in the middle of the island also disappeared completely. Commander Lattimore stood on the reef by the sea, performing some kind of ritual with a giant octopus that had been exposed to the sea. The deep-sea monster exposed part of its body in the sea, and dozens of tentacles occasionally surfaced, clearly looking like a giant octopus. "Lattimore, you can't cast level 4 magic with your current physical condition. I now feel that the little sea monster is fleeing to the north, which is the territory of those elves. What are your plans?" Commander Lattimore showed a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He licked his dry lips with his tongue. He could feel that the body he possessed was constantly collapsing. He needed a stronger body. In fact, if he could wait, he had a more thorough plan. Commander Lattimore didn't expect this operation to fail. He underestimated the power of Jizina. Those chains couldn't lock Jizina. This was something Commander Lattimore never expected. But now the duck in his mouth flew away, which made him even more unwilling. If we chase her, if she flees to the south and enters the sea, we may not be able to find her. If she flees to the north, can she escape from the north coast? Even if the half-blood elf is over there, what can we do? As long as we catch her back, when I occupy that body, my original strength can be restored by at least half. Then, why should I be afraid of those half-blood elves in the jungle in the north? Commander Lattimore shouted hoarsely. These words were not only for the deep-sea monster to hear, but also to encourage himself. This body could not last too long. In the limited time, he could only look for a strong body, and his eyes could only fall on Jizina. But then again, at least he was free this time, and he no longer had to be trapped in that cold pond that never saw the sun. The deep-sea monster also stretched out a tentacle, building a bridge between himself and Commander Lattimore. Commander Lattimore walked step by step along the slippery bridge to the top of the sea monster, and then the sea monster only exposed its head above the sea, and its whole body was hidden below the sea. Dozens of tentacles that were hundreds of meters long kept moving, carrying Commander Lattimore and chasing towards the north coast. At the same time, a magic airship in the sky finally folded its sails in the wind layer, and began to slow down slowly. The crew on the airship quickly folded up the triangular sail and the spinnaker. Without the spinnaker to correct the course, the magic airship was blown sideways in the wind layer, and the half-elves on the ship were a little flustered. As 4 floating devices were closed one after another, the magic airship began to descend in a spiral. Although the magic propulsion device at the tail was fully activated, it was unable to stop the forward inertia formed in the wind layer for a while. Fortunately, after the magic airship left the wind flow layer and raised the main sail, the magic airship finally calmed down. The magic airship fell from the dense clouds, and after passing through the clouds, it immediately saw the Sun Island Bay and the entire arc-shaped northern coastline below. "Roy, look over there. What happened to that island?" Wood stood on the bow, pointing at the only island in the Sun Island Bay, and shouted loudly. In fact, the Sun Island is still quite far from the northern coastline, but the half-blood elf crew who just controlled the magic airship is not familiar with this route, and this time, there is no Kaka's guidance. After passing through the Chinern Mountains, they should have started to prepare to leave the wind flow layer at the edge of the Sun Island Bay, but the half-blood elf captain who drove the magic airship reacted slowly. When he realized that he had arrived at the Sun Island Bay, the magic airship rushed south for a distance. After the magic airship descended and broke through the clouds, Roy found that the magic airship was already on the sea. He looked back at the newly built dock on the north coast. At this time, the harbor dock in his eyes was only as big as a matchbox. The Sun Island in the distance also became clear in his sight. The sea water around the Sun Island was fluctuating violently, as if it was boiled. The entire island became a ruin, but it was too far away, so Roy could only see the turbid sea water due to the violent fluctuations. Under the control of the half-elf crew, the ball sail with a navigation function was released, and the magic airship could finally fly normally. Although the magic airship was constantly slowing down, it was still flying south. Some Griffin cavalry patrolling over the north coast found the magic airship rushing down from the clouds and immediately chased it. At this time, many Griffin cavalry also discovered the abnormality of Sun Island in space. 2 Griffin cavalry landed on the magic airship smoothly, and Roy asked the 2 Griffin cavalry, "What happened on Sun Island?" "It's not clear yet. We are planning to go there to investigate," one of the Griffin cavalrymen answered. As he spoke, more than a dozen Griffin cavalrymen overtook the magic airship and were flying rapidly towards the Sun Island. "Boss Roy, the speed of the magic airship has slowed down. We can turn around now and fly to the port terminal on the north coast." A half-elf crew member hurried over to report. "Please maintain the current flight direction and maintain the flight altitude. Since we have rushed here, why don't we go around the Sun Island?" Roy thought for a moment before giving the order. "Yes, Boss Roy." At this time, Byron Thor was standing on the deck, looking at the Griffin cavalry flying freely in the sky with a look of astonishment. These Griffin cavalry were also wearing the standard uniforms provided by the Silver Pegasus Corps, and they looked very formal. "Boss Roy, are these Griffin cavalry also your men?" Unconsciously, Byron Thor actually spoke honorifics. "It is indeed a flying unit of the Mine Guard Regiment," Roy admitted. Byron Thor was dumbfounded. He walked quickly to the bow, and was even more surprised to see that the Griffin cavalry were all half-blood elves. No wonder some people say that the Partington Plain is a shelter for half-blood elves. "It seems that the rumors outside are really true," Byron Thor said with some emotion. "In fact, we are just an external force of the Silver Pegasus Legion. We are currently only used to maintain the security forces of the Pagisto Plateau, Hilly Mountains, Griffin Barrier Mountains, and Sun Island Bay. At present, a sea beast priest has appeared in the Sun Island Bay. He led several sea monsters to occupy the Sun Island. The purpose of inviting you here this time is to drive this sea beast priest out of the bay. It would be best if he never comes back." Roy stood beside Byron Thor and explained to him. At this time, the magic airship flew forward for a while, and the island in front gradually became clear in everyone's eyes. Not too far from the island, a huge shadow appeared on the sea, and several Griffin cavalry hovered over the shadow. Not long after, the Griffin cavalry sent a message that a huge sea beast was floating in the sea, and there was a siren standing on the head of the sea beast. Roy supported the ram on the bow, and said with a puzzled look, "How can the sea beast priest leave the island?" Chapter 528. The sea near Sun Island was turbid, with a lot of seaweed and dead fish in the water, and the turbid sea water was still spreading outward. In the sea not far from Sun Island, a huge black cloud-like monster was approaching the north coast. Even though the magic airship was very far away from the shadow, the elves standing on the airship knew at the first time that the shadow was a huge deep-sea monster, because only the deep sea could breathe such a huge body, and only monsters could get out of the deep sea without exploding and dying. Byron Thor walked to the bow, and was shocked to see such a big deep-sea monster. As a second-level warrior, he had seen sea beast priests before, but such a large deep-sea monster was rare. He began to speculate, how powerful is the sea beast priest who can command such a huge deep-sea monster? But Byron Thor remembered that Roy told him that this sea beast priest could not leave Sun Island casually due to physical reasons. But now this sea beast priest was clearly riding a deep-sea monster in the sea, which made Byron Thor look at Roy in confusion. The information about the sea beast priest was almost all provided to Roy by Miss Tiffany. Now Roy also discovered this problem. There was a sea siren priest standing on the head of the deep-sea monster. This deep-sea monster is currently moving slowly towards the newly built dock on the north coast. Roy's heart suddenly sank at this moment. He hesitated and immediately issued an order to the half-elf captain, who was controlling the steering wheel. Turn the rudder immediately and move at full speed towards the port dock. "Yes, Boss Roy." The half-elf captain immediately agreed, and then issued some instructions. After a while, the magic airship turned around in the sky, and the 2 propulsion devices started at full speed, and the magic airship flew towards the dock on the north coast. At this time, all the knights of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment had gathered in the air. Under the leadership of Captain Teprado, these fully armed Griffin Cavalry flew to an altitude of more than 500 meters above the head of the deep-sea monster. The deep-sea monster tried to extend its tentacles from the sea. The huge tentacles rushed out of the sea, splashing waves dozens of meters high. the tentacle with full power drilled out of the sea without any signs. Unfortunately, this tentacle could only go more than 100 meters deep before it was retracted due to exhaustion. The Griffin cavalry flying in the sky were not threatened by the deep-sea monster at all, but the Griffin cavalry did not dare to lower the flight altitude rashly, for fear that the deep-sea monster would cast magic and spray a water arrow to kill the Griffin. However, the armor-piercing arrows shot by the Griffin cavalry from high in the sky could not hurt the deep-sea monster at all. What's going on? Didn't they say that this sea beast priest was trapped on the Sun Island? Byron Thor approached Roy and asked him in a low voice. I need to find out the situation first. Roy answered in a low voice, and then shouted to Kaka on the magic airship, Kaka, take me to the port terminal, magic airship, now go at full speed, the destination is the seaport terminal over there. As he said that, he walked quickly to the observation deck. There were 2 griffins lying on the roof. Kaka came to the side of the griffins, and rode on a griffin waiting at the edge of the ship. When Roy jumped on the griffin kicked its legs hard, and its huge body sank suddenly. Then, while flapping its wings desperately, it carried Roy and Kaka and quickly moved towards the port dock. Commander Lattimore stood on the head of the deep-sea monster. At the moment, his condition was not very good. This body has started to show signs of rigor mortis. Although he doesn't care much, if he can't find Jizina immediately, it will probably take less than a day and a night for his body to rot quickly. From a distance, he saw a magic airship breaking through the clouds and flying towards this side quickly. Commander Lattimore took a breath of cold air. The thing that worried him the most still happened. The magic technology products made by dwarves appeared in the half-blood elf army. If Commander Lattimore hadn't insisted on chasing Jizina, the deep-sea monster would have dived back into the deep sea by now. But now Commander Lattimore is a little crazy. After Sun Island became a ruin, he has no way out. He can only continue to rush north. If he can't catch Jizina this time, he may not be able to hold on for long. Although the deep-sea monster was reluctant, it still followed Commander Lattimore's order to advance north. The griffin flew very fast in the sky. Roy and Kaka soon came to the newly built seawall. The half-blood elf warriors guarding here saw Roy and saluted. Roy didn't have time to pay attention to these half-blood elf warriors. He waved his hand casually and asked the squadron leader here about Miss Tiffany's news. The half-blood elf captain didn't know where Miss Tiffany was, and the half-blood elves on the seawall hadn't seen Miss Tiffany for several days. On the seawall, the deep-sea monsters on the distant sea surface could not be seen clearly for the time being, so the half-blood elf warriors here did not feel any panic. Roy asked around on the seawall, and these half-blood elf warriors said they hadn't seen Miss Tiffany in the past few days. The magic airship in the sky was approaching the dock quickly. Roy asked Kaka to take him to the 3-masted sailing ship anchored at the dock. After arriving at the 3-masted sailing ship, Roy ordered the half-blood elf crew on the sailing ship to prepare for sailing. This time, the second magic airship brought back all the floating devices and propulsion devices. As long as these floating devices were reinstalled on the ship, the magic airship could fly again. The support frames of the 12 floating devices were on both sides of the ship. When Roy disassembled the floating devices, these support frames were not moved. As long as the floating devices were removed from the magic airship and reinstalled on these support frames, the first magic airship could fly into the sky again. Roy stood on the 3-masted sailing ship and directed the half-blood elf crew to quickly prepare for the installation. Kaka rode a griffin and searched around the beach, but could not find any trace of Miss Tiffany. It was not until Captain Timothy of the Assassin Corps came over that Roy knew that Miss Tiffany had ventured into the Sun Island Bay again. Maybe the sudden situation on Sun Island this time was caused by Miss Tiffany. Captain Timothy stood aside and said casually, "Pass the order down. Let the half-blood elf warriors here prepare for battle." A half-blood elf stood at the front of the seawall, holding a bullhorn-shaped horn in his hand, and blew the horn hard. The low sound spread to every corner of the port, and the entire port immediately became tense. Soon, the second-level strongman Byron Thor was also picked up by the Griffin cavalry and brought to the seawall. He stood beside Roy and asked, "Are you planning to make this the main battlefield?" "Yes, it would be best to lead that big guy into the seawall." Roy smiled and answered in a low voice. "You haven't answered the question just now. I won't act rashly before I'm sure of the opponent's true strength." Byron Thor whispered to Roy. "Boss Roy, I saw Miss Tiffany." A Griffin cavalryman fell from the sky and pointed at the sea not far away. Roy hurriedly looked in the direction of the Griffin cavalryman's finger. "I saw a straight sea line on the turbulent sea." Although he didn't see the face clearly, Roy still recognized Miss Tiffany from the beautiful tricolor tail fin. The fish tail was beating the waves quickly. Miss Tiffany swam very fast. She even saw Roy on the seawall, stretching out his smooth and round arms in the sea from a distance and waving them vigorously towards the dock. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared next to Miss Tiffany. She seemed to have been exhausted from swimming in the sea. She put one hand on the reef next to the seawall and refused to move any more. Her body was still in the form of a mermaid, and her three-color fish tail was very dazzling in the seawater. Roy was relieved when he saw Miss Tiffany, but when he saw the 7-meter-long mermaid next to her, he was frightened by the mermaid again. Although the mermaid didn't seem to move, Roy took the initiative to walk over, stepped on the rocks on the seawall, and pulled Miss Tiffany out of the sea. Miss Tiffany's beautiful three-color fish tail, which had been separated from the seawater, quickly turned into a long dress with a mermaid pattern, making her look dignified and generous. Roy checked Miss Tiffany's injuries, and saw that she had treated them well, so he didn't plan to rebandage them. "Did you cause the chaos on Sun Island? What happened over there?" Roy poured a bottle of mental potion into Miss Tiffany's mouth, hoping that she would recover quickly. Miss Tiffany looked up and saw Roy, and smiled and said, "Roy, you came back at the right time this time. There was a civil strife on Sun Island. The Sea Beast Priest and other Sea Beast leaders set up a trap to capture her, but she escaped by luck, and then I rescued her." Miss Tiffany seemed particularly relaxed when she said these words. "In this case, we don't need to blindly guess some information," Miss Tiffany added. "Roy, it's up to you now. She's seriously injured. Can you wake her up?" "I try." Roy squatted beside Xena, and saw the mess of wounds and several fractures on the siren's body. "She's so injured. Did you dig her out from the pile of rocks?" Roy asked quietly. When he was treating the wound, he found that the siren's physical fitness was much better than that of the Naga Sea warriors. At that time, the Sea Beast Priest's contracted Sea Beast was chasing her, and I happened to be sure of escaping, so I tried to rescue her. Miss Tiffany lay weakly on the seawall. The holy light spell condensed by Roy fell on Giazina's body, and then a beam of light, with a strong sacred breath, directly enveloped Giazina. The strong holy light made the wounds on Giazina's body heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Roy, your holy light has become much stronger. Hey, your aura has also become much stronger. Have you advanced?" Miss Tiffany keenly noticed the changes in Roy. "At home in Castleton City, I didn't understand what was going on. I broke through without knowing it." As Roy spoke, he condensed a ball of holy light and carefully treated the wounds on Giazina's body. Seeing that her snake tail was also covered with scars and many scales had fallen off, Roy cast a holy light spell again. Giazina felt as if she was surrounded by an extremely warm sea water. She was weak and wanted to struggle to wake up, but her eyelids felt heavy, and she couldn't open her eyes no matter what. Suddenly, a soft voice called out in her ear, wake up quickly." Giazina shuddered all over, and then she suddenly opened her eyes, and saw that there were actually a group of elf warriors around her, and the mermaid lady of the Naga Sea tribe was also among them, and she was constantly pouring sea water on her face. The cold sea water finally sobered him up a little, but then a wave of pain surged into her body, and her face showed pain. "How do you feel?" A soft voice came to Giazina's ears. She looked at the mermaid lady who successfully rescued her from the tentacles of the deep-sea monster, and said reluctantly, "She shouldn't die for the time being. I didn't want to disturb you at this time. You are so injured that you need more time to rest. But the Sea Beast Priest on the Sun Island has caught up with us now, and we have to find a way to deal with it," Miss Tiffany said to Giazina. Giazina tried to open her eyes, and said to Miss Tiffany with a smile, "What do you think I will tell you? As long as it is useful information, I can tell you a little bit." Miss Tiffany responded, "You don't think that the one who caught up with you from behind will let you go, right?" Giazina's beautiful face suddenly became ugly. She hesitated for a long time before saying, "Commander Lattimore was a Sea Beast Priest at the peak of the second transformation. His contracted magic beast was a deep-sea centipede giant seal. However, more than 20 years ago, his life had come to an end. In those years, he learned some undead spells, including a magic spell that could revive the dead. When he cast a spell on himself, the spell failed. In order to prolong his life, he froze himself in ice. Later, he found a cold pond cave on Sun Island. He asked us to move him to the cave, and he soaked his body in the cold pond. In this way, he was in a special state of half-sea monster and half-undead. Commander Lattimore recently found a way to revive, and wanted to occupy my body with undead magic, but I escaped. Now, he occupies the body of a sea monster leader. This kind of undead magic, the strength of the body possessed, will greatly limit the power he can have. So the power he has now is not very strong, but you have to be careful with that deep-sea monster. I hope the information I provided can be of some help to you. Chapter 529. A magic airship was suspended above the port dock. A group of Griffin riders worked together to transport the 12 boxes of floating devices on the airship to the three-masted sailing ship docked at the dock below the airship. The sailors on the ship did not expect that the floating devices would be transported back so quickly. After opening the wooden box, the floating devices inside were tightly wrapped in blankets, and there was no damage. A group of Half-Blood Elf crew members took crowbars to dismantle the wooden box, lifted the floating devices inside, and used the crane on the ship to reinstall the floating devices on the support frame. In fact, the installation steps are very simple, because the positions of these support frames have been debugged long ago, and the installation ports are also extremely compatible. As long as these floating devices are placed on the support frames, the crew can use clamps and wooden wedges to firmly fix these floating devices. According to what Giazina described, the Sea Beast Priest on Sun Island will definitely chase after them, so the port terminal has made preparations for the worst. The sea monster Giazina is currently seriously injured, with at least dozens of fractures and fine scratches all over her body. Because of excessive blood loss, her face is as white as paper. The strong physique of the sea monster prevented her from falling into a coma even though she was seriously injured. Her breathing was a little weak, and her long snake tail was coiled behind her. The elves felt uncomfortable no matter how they looked at her. However, her charming face made many elf warriors, who were obsessed with beauty, look at Giazina. Beside her, Miss Tiffany was also exhausted, but she turned into an elf after boarding the ship, accompanying Giazina to rest on the deck next to the ship's tower. After Roy gave Giazina basic treatment, he also helped Miss Tiffany check her injuries. In fact, Miss Tiffany's injuries were not serious. The tsunami on Sun Island did not cause much damage to her, but Roy kept nagging, which made Miss Tiffany a little inexplicably irritated. In short, he was scolding her for her rash and dangerous behavior of sneaking into Sun Island this time. I have the ability to protect myself, you have to know. I am a Naga. We, the Naga Sea clan, are the true rulers of the sea. Miss Tiffany retorted somewhat dissatisfiedly. I've told you so many times, as long as I transform into sea water, I can easily escape from the Sun Island. Seeing Roy staring at her, Miss Tiffany said with a guilty conscience, Okay, I know this action is a bit risky, but isn't it very rewarding? In addition, the Sea Beast Priest has already brought the powerful deep-sea monster to chase us. We should prepare for the battle. I think their first wave of attack will definitely summon a tide. I suggest that all the elf warriors of the Mine Guard group evacuate from the port terminal as soon as possible, Miss Tiffany suggested. Roy no longer paid attention to Miss Tiffany and began to prepare for battle. Sabrina, Moira, and Woods followed a group of Griffin cavalrymen and slipped out of the magic airship in the sky and landed on the three-masted sailing ship that was being actively transformed. The Griffin Cavalry Regiment is currently following the approaching deep-sea monster. From a distance, it looks like a group of black crows flying randomly in the sky. On the embankment outside the dock, in addition to some half-blood elf warriors, there are also a large number of Dark Moon elf warriors from the assassin group lurking. However, Roy heard from Xena that the deep-sea monster entrenched in the sun will definitely chase here, and the number of elf warriors currently left at the port dock has quickly shrunk to a few hundred. The dark clouds above our heads have not dispersed, the sea wind is getting stronger, and the sea surface in the distance is becoming more and more turbulent. A shadow has appeared on the farthest sea surface. At this moment, the three-masted sailing ship parked at the dock is in chaos. A group of Half-Blood Elf crew members are hastily installing floating devices, and the Half-Blood Elf captain is shouting hysterically, Hurry up, everyone, hold on a little longer, the Sea Beast is getting closer and closer to us. Before the Sea Beast arrives, we must make the magic airship fly. In addition to a huge shadow on the surface, nearly 1,000 toadfish cavalrymen also followed around the deep-sea monster. The waves on the sea surface were getting higher and higher. The wind and waves at the port dock were also very strong, and the three-masted sailing ship docked at the dock was also shaking violently. The Half-Blood Elf guards on the dock quickly gathered towards the three-masted sailing ship under Roy's call. Some elf warrior captains were still shouting on the dock, All elf warriors, all aboard, all elf warriors, all aboard. A Nightblade leopard wandering on the dock also quickly jumped onto the ship following the crowd. It was agile and flexible. As soon as it jumped onto the three-masted sailing ship, it jumped onto the second crossbar of the main mast and lay steadily on it, swinging its dark tail. Many elf warriors knew this Nightblade leopard and kept looking at it, which made the Nightblade leopard a little irritated. Where is the elf magician? Where is the elf magician who controls the floating device? A half-blood elf crew member shouted at the edge of the ship's side, and not long after, another half-blood elf crew member shouted, "Why hasn't the magic crystal been installed yet? Turn on the floating device quickly." This three-masted sailing ship is not very big, and can only carry 500 elves at most. This almost fully loaded three-masted sailing ship wants to fly into the sky, and the 12 magic devices must be fully operated. As the floating devices are gradually turned on, the entire ship begins to tremble slightly, and begins to rise a little bit under the buoyancy of the seawater. Every time it rises, it has to wait for other floating devices to gradually light up before it can continue to rise. There are already half-blood elf warriors on the three-masted sailing ship shouting excitedly, "It's flying, this ship is flying." However, the propulsion device at the stern was too late to be installed anyway. The slowly rising three-masted sailing ship could already be called a magic airship. Just as the half-blood elf warriors on the ship began to shout, a wave on the sea less than 2 miles away continued to rise, under the spells cast by thousands of toadfish cavalry. The huge wave was only level with a jungle not far from the north coast at first, and soon it exceeded the sand dunes on the beach. With nearly 1,000 frogfish cavalrymen appearing on the crest of the wave, the huge wave was like a moving towering mountain. In the middle of the huge wave, the deep-sea monster was completely wrapped in the seawater, and the nearly 100-meter-high wave still could not show its entire huge body. The sky was overcast. The sea breeze was getting stronger and stronger, and the wet and salty air was filled with a strong smell of sea fish. The waves on the north coast were like a group of galloping horses, constantly rushing to the beach, stirring the beach violently, and making a deafening roar. The circular seawall built by the Griffin cavalry to protect the dock appeared and disappeared in the huge waves. Waves of sea tides rushed over the seawall and swept towards the port dock. As the second magic airship took off, the surging waves soon submerged the port dock. In front of the nearly 100-meter-high waves, the magic airship that gradually rose to the sky still seemed a little small. The 70-meter-long hull was somewhat not enough in front of the huge deep-sea monster. Standing on the head of the deep-sea monster, Commander Lattimore saw the magic airship taking off from a distance. He saw the pale-faced Giazina standing on the ship's tower. The wounds on Giazina's body seemed to have healed miraculously. From a distance, she looked fine. When she escaped from Sun Island, Giazina was covered in wounds. The scene at this time made Commander Lattimore full of doubts, and the magic airship was almost full of half-blood elf warriors. Just as the magic airship was about to rise into the sky, huge waves hundreds of meters high were already pressing down. Seeing a large number of half-blood elf warriors, Commander Lattimore became a little hesitant. Then he took another look at his elbows and knees that were almost stiff and could not bend. This body that was gradually turning into a zombie was obviously not a container for the soul. Only the body of Giazina can bear his powerful soul power. This is his last chance. If he lets Giazina go this time, he may be led to the world of the dead after his sea monster body completely collapses. Thinking of this, Commander Lattimore immediately urged the deep-sea monster under his feet to move forward. The deep-sea monster was wrapped in sea water, and its whole body was constantly swinging. Dozens of tentacles allowed it to drill out of the waves. Countless sea water flowed down from its body, forming countless waterfalls in front of the waves. Nearly 1,000 frogfish cavalrymen beside him manipulated the tide and crashed into the magic airship in front of him. In fact, this simple port pier was nothing to the sirens. What they feared was this magic airship that could float in the air. The waves dozens of stories high were about to roll the magic airship in. Several elf magicians beside the ship were sweating profusely, and hurriedly increased the mana transmission. The magic patterns on the 12 floating devices became extremely dazzling at the same time. At this time, the magic airship seemed to be held high by an invisible big hand. The huge waves summoned by the toadfish cavalry hit the side of the ship. The entire magic airship was hit by this huge wave and flew towards the northern jungle. The elf warriors on the ship screamed, and the hull tilted at a great angle. The elf warriors held on to everything they could hold. The floating device on the ship was still struggling to keep the airship floating. The deep-sea monster rushed out of the sea, and countless tentacles stretched out to the magic airship in front of it that was almost out of control. A huge wet tentacle wrapped around the magic airship. As the magic airship was held tightly by the deep-sea monster, another tentacle wrapped around the main mast of the magic airship. Some half-blood elves on the deck fell into the sea, while some flew in the air and were caught by the Griffin cavalry who arrived in time. The bow of the magic airship emitted a soft light, but the warm light caused the tentacles that kept approaching to emit green smoke. An elf dancer danced on top of the argali at the bow, releasing a soft light around her body that seemed to illuminate the entire ship. It was Sabrina's dance of radiance. At the same time, all parts of the magic airship worked together to resist this deep-sea monster. At the edge of the ship's stern, Woods transformed into a giant earth bear, with a layer of ice armor covering his totem-covered body. His huge bear paw slapped the tough tentacles, instantly slapping the slimy and slippery tentacles covered with suction cups into blood and flesh. At this time, Roy fixed his eyes on the completely stiffened sea monster above the deep-sea monster. He held the Book of Judgment, stepped on a tentacle that was wrapped around him, and rushed towards Commander Lattimore. Moira followed closely beside Roy, and every time she stepped on those tentacles, her body would bounce high. At this time, Byron Thor was standing on the seawall that was almost completely submerged. He was wet all over, and even his face was covered with seawater. The shadow of a great elf archer appeared behind him. The great elf archer was doing the same action as Byron Thor at this moment. In an instant, the powerful aura rising into the sky split the tide rushing towards Byron Thor into two. After the tide was completely separated, the huge body of the deep-sea monster was completely exposed in front of Galen Thor. He held his breath and pulled the storm longbow in his hand to the full, with 3 arrows with white tail feathers between his fingers. Countless wind elements and water elements formed a huge vortex and gathered on these 3 arrows. Originally just ordinary feather arrows, after the water and wind elements were attached, these 3 arrows actually became somewhat dazzling. The aura that could penetrate the heaven and earth burst out from Byron Thor. At this moment, the deep-sea monster that exposed its entire body in the sea tide let out a terrified howl, and the huge sound waves shocked the ears, eyes, and nostrils of the half-blood elf warriors on the magic airship, causing them to bleed continuously. The 3 arrows turned into dazzling beams of light, directly piercing the body of the deep-sea monster. A large amount of black body fluid came out of the body of the deep-sea monster in the sea tide, and its giant body was shrinking rapidly. Roy, who was about to rush to Commander Lattimore, felt like he was hit hard by a heavy hammer, and his body was directly shaken away. Just before his body flew away, a small silver hammer flew out of the Book of Judgment that Roy had opened, and the silver hammer that kept spinning hit Commander Lattimore's chest with an unstoppable aura. The silver hammer thrown by Roy smashed a big hole in Commander Lattimore's chest, but the stiff Commander Lattimore looked wooden and did not fall down. Following Roy, Moira followed closely behind him, but the moment she was blown away, Moira disappeared in the shadows. The next moment, Moira appeared beside Commander Lattimore. The silver hammer thrown by Roy smashed a big hole in Commander Lattimore's chest, but the stiff Commander Lattimore looked wooden and did not fall down. Moira held a dagger tightly in her hand. She bit her bleeding lips. One hand grasped the thorny fin on the head of Commander Lattimore, and the dagger in the other hand slashed across Commander Lattimore's throat. Moira actually cut off a complete siren's head directly. She carried Commander Lattimore's head and jumped from the top of the deep-sea monster 100 meters high. Chapter 530. It is hard to imagine that such a huge monster over 100 meters tall was shot through by an arrow from a second-level half-elf warrior. The half-elf warriors on the battlefield were stunned at this moment. After all, they underestimated the power of this Earth Ranger. However, in fact, this is the case. Although this deep-sea monster is the contract partner of the Sea Beast Priest, the power of this Sea Beast Priest is completely restricted in the body of a sea monster, and it is a sea monster that has entered the corpse state after death. Commander Lattimore couldn't even protect himself, let alone give any help to the deep-sea monster in this battle. Although this deep-sea monster is an extremely powerful 4th-level monster, after all, it came out of the endless abyss. Even if it reaches the shallow sea area, its own strength is greatly weakened, not to mention the northern coast edge of the Sun Island Bay. It can be said that the surrounding environment puts this deep-sea monster in a great disadvantage. To put it bluntly, if it is in the desert, then there may be no need for the half-blood elf warriors to take action, and they may be directly dried into squid in the desert. And for deep-sea monsters, although the stronger the individual, the stronger the power, but the greater the energy consumption to maintain itself. This deep-sea monster came to the shallow sea. In order to keep its body from breaking, it needed to use great strength to maintain its body. It could even be said that if there was no wave of tide pushed by the toadfish cavalry, it would not be able to fight in such a shallow sea. It was precisely this wave of tide that directly destroyed the last retreat of this deep-sea monster. Of course, the power of this deep-sea monster is self-evident. When swimming in the deep sea, it could swallow a killer whale in one bite with its ability, but it couldn't do that here. This is the north coast of Sun Island Bay. At the last moment, Byron Thor shot an arrow through the deep-sea monster, leaving it no chance to launch the fiercest attack. The death of Commander Lattimore is even more unspeakable. In the eyes of this Sea Beast Priest, he may not have noticed the half-elf holding a book of judgment on the magic airship. Commander Lattimore's eyes were completely attracted by Sabrina, who was dancing the dance of glory, and he was always cautiously on guard against the Earth Bear at the stern. That's right. In the past naval battles, the Dryad army and Druid army of the Wood Elves left an indelible impression on the Sea Beast priest. In addition, he never thought that with the strong physique of the siren, it could not withstand the hammer thrown by a human priest. The corpse-like Commander Lattimore was not only a little slow in action, but also became much slower in thinking. He didn't expect that the silver hammer would hit him without any ability to fight back, nor did he expect that there would be an assassin who was so bold that he actually took advantage of this time to rush behind him and cut off his head directly. At this moment, Commander Lattimore was just a wandering soul. He could not move under the threat of the holy light. He watched his head being cut off. Originally, I thought it would be a bloody battle. But I didn't expect that the battle had just begun, and it was ended by an arrow from the second-level strongman, Earth Ranger, Byron Thor, who was standing on the seawall. When the body of the deep-sea monster sprayed a large amount of black body fluid, the body quickly shrank. The tentacles wrapped around the magic airship also quickly turned into a large amount of black water that stained the deck. The magic airship that broke free from the restraints rose rapidly. Moira and Roy, who jumped onto the deep-sea monster, had no time to return to the magic airship, and could only fall from a height of 100 meters. Kaka and other Griffin riders were watching the battle here. When they saw Roy and Moira falling with the shrinking deep-sea monster, they quickly drove the Griffins to dive down and hold Roy and Moira steadily. Some other half-blood elf warriors, who fell from the sky, were also caught by the Griffin riders. Other Griffin riders passed over the waves and attacked the Toadfish riders standing on the crest of the waves. The huge waves were split by Byron Thor's arrow. He stood on the seawall, and the waves rushed over from both sides of his body, instantly destroying the harbor that had just been built for less than a month. The huge waves rushed into the jungle, even uprooting countless trees in the dense forest. The huge corpse of the deep-sea monster fell from the sky with countless black water, and kept falling into the huge swimming pool formed by the well-circular seawall. When Roy threw the hammer of justice, he felt the siren standing on top of the sea beast was filled with a strong aura of death. The hammer of justice in his hand hit Commander Lattimore, and a strong holy light burst out, instantly purifying the zombie. Together with the hammer of justice's own ability to force stun, it can be said that Commander Lattimore was nailed to the spot. When Moira cut off Commander Lattimore's head, Roy even saw a group of soul phantoms appear on Commander Lattimore's body, flying away in constant screaming and wailing, and the soul full of death was completely purified in the holy light. A soul stone that was almost as big as 2 palms condensed from Commander Lattimore's body and fell down with Commander Lattimore's body. Roy only felt the tentacles under his feet shrink rapidly, and he fell with Commander Lattimore's body, but in the process of falling, Roy picked up the soul stone. When the soul stone touched Roy's fingertips, it instantly transformed into a vast amount of nutrients, which was a kind of nearly pure white mist. The white mist was constantly sucked into the magic vortex formed around the sacred tree in his body. A large amount of white mist even formed a layer of milky white light cocoon around Roy's body. Roy only felt that the moment he fell, the sacred tree in his body began to grow rapidly. Even the flowers of light on the sacred tree bloomed one after another, and after Roy's body was washed and purified by countless pure holy lights, that kind of small-level breakthrough also came along. The sacred tree in his body even burst out with unprecedented brilliance. Roy, who had just been promoted to a first-level high priest, actually broke through again this time. Roy only felt that his body became almost completely transparent under the illumination of the holy light. The next moment, Kaka's figure appeared in Roy's sight. Roy fell on the soft back of the griffin. Kaka turned around and grabbed Roy's hand, cheering, "Roy, sit tight, I take you up." Almost at the same time, little Eugene also caught the falling Moira. In fact, Moira was particularly sober even when she was falling. She even turned over and leaned towards Roy during the fall. She just wanted to wait until the moment before falling into the sea to hug Roy and jump into the sea with him. As an assassin, she could cushion her fall even on a vast grassland, not to mention the sea below. Unfortunately, the Griffin riders did not give him a chance to show off, and directly caught the two of them steadily. Seeing that Roy and Moira were both caught steadily, there was even a cheer from the magic airship. Juzina leaned against the railing of the ship's tower. Just when the magic airship was about to capsize, Miss Tiffany used a rope to trap her on a railing pillar, which prevented her from being thrown into the sea. In fact, even if she fell into the sea, Juzina was not afraid. As a mermaid, her body's strength could fully withstand the impact of jumping into the sea. Miss Tiffany was leaning beside her, but Miss Tiffany hid herself in a bubble and almost avoided all the collisions. She even calmly cast an ice armor on Woods. Woods turned into a violent earth bear, with a thick layer of ice armor on its body. It kept biting the tentacles on the ship's tower. The roar of the giant bear reached the ears of other half-blood elf warriors, and almost every half-blood elf's body burst into a strong fighting spirit. Miss Tiffany hid in the bubble floating in the air. The moment she saw Moira jump over, she cut off the head of Commander Lattimore. Her tempting red lips could almost swallow an egg. Ah! How did this girl do it? She cut off the head of Commander Lattimore with one knife. Giazina, did you see that? The sea beast priest that you have been afraid of for so long died so easily? You actually planned for so long, and you almost died in his hands. Giazina, whose face was as pale as paper, did not expect it, but her eyes were very calm, and she said casually, "The deep-sea monster was restricted by the power of the contract and rashly ran to the seaside. Commander Lattimore possessed an ordinary sea monster. What's so strange about his death like this? What you said seems to make sense." Miss Tiffany also agreed with Zena's opinion. As the magic airship gradually stabilized, Woods returned to his half-elf appearance, and Roy and Moira were carried back to the magic airship by Kaka and little Eugene. Together with Sabrina, they stood on the ship's top, and even a faint black figure squatted in the corner of the top of the ship's top. The surrounding Griffin cavalry were still fighting with the Toadfish cavalry, but when the Toadfish cavalry saw the leader Lattimore surrender, they instantly lost their courage to fight, and almost retreated to the Sun Island Bay along with the tide. "Good fellow, Roy, who is the background of the second-level expert you invited. He actually shot down a level 4 sea beast with one arrow." Wood shouted excitedly. "He said his name is Byron Thor. He was once the captain of a mercenary group, and he is a second-level expert," Roy explained. "Even if he is a second-level expert, there is no reason to shoot down a level 4 sea beast with one arrow. If the hunting process of those sea beasts is so simple, it would be great if we can just drive the boat into the sea and hunt high-level sea beasts in the deep sea." Woods was still a little excited. "This sea beast is not as powerful as you think. He came out of the deep sea and cannot use many of his abilities." Tiffany used her magic wand to break the bubbles wrapped around her body, and stood steadily on the deck of the ship, responding. However, Zaina, who was tied to the railing with ropes, spoke a string of Nanda language that no one could understand. Everyone's eyes fell on Miss Tiffany. Among this group of elves, only Miss Tiffany was proficient in Nanda language. Although this deep-sea monster was seriously injured, it is not dead. Its body has the ability to split like a starfish. Even if only a little is left, it can slowly recover by soaking in seawater. Miss Tiffany repeated. Roy told the half-blood elf captain standing in front of the control panel, "Let the magic airship land. We have to deal with the deep-sea monster in a hurry." "Yes, boss Roy." The half-blood elf captain, whose legs were weak, stood up quickly and agreed. Another string of Nanda language that Roy couldn't understand at all. The seriously injured Giazina spoke very quickly. Miss Tiffany listened carefully, and then said to Roy, "Roy, this mermaid hopes that you can hand over the deep-sea monster to her. In return, she said that she owes you a favor. She is willing to take the deep-sea monster away from Sun Island Bay and never come back." After hearing Miss Tiffany's translation, Roy couldn't help but complain, "It's as if I can't get Sun Island without her." Then he thought seriously for a moment, and then said, "Miss Tiffany, tell her that I can give her this deep-sea monster, or let them go, but she must make a promise that can impress me, otherwise why would I give her such a level 4 monster for nothing?" At this time, the magic airship had begun to slowly land. Seeing that the mermaid was still hesitating, Roy said, "Don't let her think about it quickly. Once we jump off the seawall, we will no longer consider your proposal. We will find the magic core as soon as possible." After hearing Miss Tiffany's translation, the sea monster Giazina lowered her head and pondered for a long time, and finally raised her head and said something. Miss Tiffany quickly translated it, and Roy understood the conditions that Giazina said. In addition to completely giving up the Sun Island Bay, she would also take away all the Sun Island fishmen and toadfish cavalry in the bay, and these fishmen would settle down in a sea area outside the Sun Island Bay. The sea area they occupied would separate the Sun Island Bay from the sea, so that the danger from the sea would not easily affect the Sun Island Bay. Roy shook his head repeatedly, muttering, "We saved your life, and we also want to give you the deep-sea monsters. These are two completely different things. Two benefits. Based on the principle of equal exchange, I want you to make a promise. In the future, you must unconditionally help us once. The Sun Island fishmen must not only give up the Sun Island Bay, but also give us 20% of the fish they catch when fishing in the open sea. In fact, Roy didn't care much about the first two conditions. What Roy cared about most was the fishing harvest of the Sun Island fishmen. If he could intercept a part of it, then all the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain could eat the sea fish produced by the Partington Plain. This is very important for the entire Partington Plain. The half-blood elves would not have much strength just by eating those fruits. Only by eating some sea fish occasionally can the elves be healthier. Chapter 531. The magic airship landed in the sea, and immediately stirred up a huge wave. The splashing sea water fell like rain, soaking Roy. The pier built with logs had been completely washed away by the tide, leaving only wooden piles stuck in the sand on the beach. The tide had just hit the jungle on the north coast. Now that the tide receded, a large amount of sea water mixed with a large amount of broken wood and branches retreated from the jungle. These sea waters merged into countless temporary rivers and returned to the sea. The moment the magic airship fell into the sea, it jolted up and down violently. The landing location of the magic airship was not far from the seawall. Inside the circular seawall, the remains of the deep-sea monster were floating on the sea. The outlet of the seawall was only a dozen meters wide. Now there were a lot of dead wood piled up, and a lot of seawater flowed into the sea through the gaps between the trees. Instead, the huge skin of the deep-sea monster floated on the sea and was trapped in the seawall. Roy pulled a sweet-looking half-elf girl from the ship's tower of the magic airship. The two jumped down and landed steadily on the seawall beside them. In fact, without Moira pulling Roy could not jump onto the seawall at all with his current physical condition. Sabrina followed closely and jumped onto the seawall. Compared to Moira's lightness, the moment Sabrina, wearing silver armor, landed on the seawall, the rocks under her feet were shaken into a spider-web-like crack. This kind of heavily armored sword dancer is more power-oriented. Compared to Sabrina, Woods, who turned into a night-blade leopard, seemed more relaxed and easily jumped onto the seawall. However, there was actually a big cat on the magic airship. It suddenly showed up at the bow and growled at Woods in dissatisfaction. Seeing Roy walking quickly, Byron Thor pointed at the monster floating in the sea with some pride. There are very few valuable things on this deep-sea monster. Apart from a magic core, there is no valuable material. I killed many of these deep-sea giant seals in the endless sea. Don't look at it floating on the sea like a rag. In fact, these sea beasts are very good at pretending to be dead. They will use this method to deceive their natural enemies in the deep sea. And you probably won't believe that we are talking here, but it can actually understand what we are saying. In fact, the meat near its eye core is quite delicious. It tastes very crispy and fresh. Boss Roy, do you want to try it? He held a sharp dagger and walked under the seawall. The deep-sea monster blocked by the seawall was like kelp floating on the sea, with only its skin remaining, rising and falling with the waves. Hearing from Byron Thor that the deep-sea monster was not completely dead, Roy was a little reluctant to approach it. After all, even if the guy was left with only his skin, it was still so big. The body of Commander Lattimore floated not far away, but without a head. 6 arms were broken and twisted, and the long snake tail lost its original luster. Outside the seawall, some surviving toadfish cavalry retreated into the sea. Above their heads were a group of griffin cavalry, who kept shooting armor-piercing arrows. The fishmen of Sun Island did not participate in the battle this time, and there was not a single fishman in this sea area. In fact, Roy really wanted to taste what the deep-sea octopus tasted like, but since Giazina wanted this deep-sea monster, Roy couldn't let Byron Thor kill it. Wait a minute you. I wonder if I can hand it over to this sea monster. Roy followed Byron Thor, and said tactfully. Byron Thor stopped and said frankly, of course, you are the employer, and it is up to you to decide how to deal with this big guy. But if you are going to release it, I will not be responsible for solving the subsequent troubles. Byron Thor said the ugly words in advance. After all, this is a large-sized 4th-level monster. If it is in the deep sea, even 10 Byron Thors will probably find it difficult to defeat it. Once it is released, who knows if it will come back later. Of course. Roy turned his head and looked at Giazina, who swam out of the sea with Miss Tiffany, and agreed. At this time, the mermaid Giazina still looked very weak, but her mental state was still okay. The two walked out of the sea. Byron Thor couldn't help but frown. He had seen many Naga sea tribes, and naturally knew that the Naga mermaid with a 3-color tail fin was a noble among the Naga sea tribe. However, the seriously injured mermaid actually exuded a strong aura that made Byron Thor a little wary. Roy pointed at the big guy floating on the sea and said to Giazina, "Then I give it to you. I hope you can keep your promise." Giazina swam forward from Miss Tiffany twice. Her face looked extremely pale due to excessive blood loss, but her face was still very beautiful. Except for the 6 arms on her body, that looked a little unpleasant. Her almost perfect chest even made Roy want to take a second look. She nodded to Roy, then turned and swam into the sea. It didn't swim far, and stopped beside a dark, wrinkled black skin, bent down, and said to the dark creature on the sea in Naga, "If you want to continue to live, I'm afraid you need to sign a contract." The deep-sea monster floating on the sea pretending to be dead began to surge, and it was trembling all over. Speaking of which, its luck was really bad. There were so many deep-sea monsters in the sea, but Lattimore found it, and forced it to sign a contract. Finally, Lattimore died, but a new contract partner came immediately. At this time, Jizina had already unfolded the contract scroll and read the specific contents of the contract in front of it. As it listened, the deep-sea monster found that there was something wrong with the magic contract that was forced to be signed this time. The magic contract that this contract partner took out was not an equal contract. Listening to the content, it turned out to be a magic contract with the nature of master and servant. The more demanding part was, once this contract was signed, if Jizina died, it would die with Jizina, which was a bit too harsh. It immediately sent a message of resistance to Jizina. But Jizina was not so gentle this time. She inserted a long sword into the body of the deep-sea monster, but it was powerless to resist. Jizina did not even ask any more questions. She spread her hands and drew a magic pattern array. This six-pointed star-shaped magic pattern array continued to expand outward. Countless light blue lines were like an infinitely large net, completely covering the deep-sea monster floating on the sea. At this moment, Jizina's face was frighteningly pale, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth and eyes. The energy net continued to penetrate into the body of the deep-sea monster, and the light blue magic thread divided the deep-sea monster's body into pieces. Just when Jizina was about to give up, she suddenly felt that the deep-sea monster did not dare to express resistance anymore. In the face of life and death, it's like freedom, rights, and dignity. In fact, it's nothing. I take it as your consent, and submit to me, Jizina said to the deep-sea monster while resisting the dizziness that hit her head. She unfolded the contract scroll and placed it on the head of the deep-sea monster. The power of the contract was like a series of shackles. Most of the shackles were wrapped around the deep-sea monster, and of course a small part of the shackles were wrapped around Jizina. Soon, Jizina completed this simple magic ceremony under the watchful eyes of a group of elves. When a six-armed sea monster was performing a contract ceremony, it was actually surrounded by hundreds of half-blood elves. This scene also made Jizina feel extremely uncomfortable. After the ceremony was completed, the deep-sea monster floating on the sea finally had a little bit of its original appearance. This is not to say that its strength is recovering rapidly, but that it has become weaker due to the influence of the power of the contract, because Jizina's body is on the verge of collapse. Jizina let the deep-sea monster stay in the sea and turned to Miss Tiffany. Looking at Miss Tiffany with a smile on her face, Jizina felt a little embarrassed. Jana and the sea monster have always been hostile. Now she was inexplicably saved by a Naga sea tribe. Done. Jizina said to Miss Tiffany, "Thank you for saving me. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to the sea to find me." Miss Tiffany took out a bottle of life potion from her waist, pulled out the cork, and handed it to Jizina, then smiled and said to her, "Here, drink it. It can help you recover some strength." Jizina did not refuse. She poured a bottle of life potion into her mouth, looked at Roy deliberately, and just nodded to him. She could only communicate with Miss Tiffany in Naga language now, so she did not go to Roy. After the contract ceremony was completed, she didn't need to say goodbye to the other elves. So she dragged her weak body into the sea, and as a group of elf warriors moved the logs that were blocking the gap in the seawall, a large amount of black sea water flowed into the sea along the groove. Jizina also took the opportunity to take the deep-sea monster that had completely surrendered and returned to the sea with the receding sea water. When Jizina swam into the coral reef, the deep-sea monster also followed very quietly. At this moment, it was like a huge manta ray, completely blocking the sunlight shining down from the sea surface. Some frogfish cavalrymen hiding in the coral reefs came out one after another, and swam towards Jizina at the same time. Now that Commander Lattimore was dead, she was the king of this bay, and all the frogfish cavalrymen believed that Jizina was the strongest in Sun Island Bay. And Jizina did not drive away these frogfish cavalrymen. She just swam southward with the deep-sea monsters. She was going to leave Sun Island Bay directly, and find a new place to live in the sea outside the bay. The griffin cavalrymen flying in the sky watched the Sun Island fishmen and the toadfish cavalrymen leave the Sun Island Bay, and then they returned. Until this moment, everyone was completely relieved. The Sun Island fishmen finally left this bay. In the future, This place will become a fishing ground for the half-blood elves. Now think about it, it is really not easy. Kaka fell from the sky on a griffin, and everyone had returned to a messy beach along the seawall. Seeing that Roy was arranging the work of cleaning the battlefield for the half-blood elf warriors, Kaka came over and whispered to Roy, "No, Roy, why did you let that sea monster go? I have a feeling that she is definitely a very powerful sea monster." Roy asked the half-elf captain to leave, and then turned to Kaka and said, "Someone has to clean up the mess over there. Isn't Gizina the most suitable candidate?" At this time, Miss Tiffany, Sabrina, Moira, Woods and others came over from all sides. Miss Tiffany added beside Roy, "Don't forget that there are other sirens over at Sun Island." Woods couldn't help asking, "Are there other sirens here?" Of course, this sea beast priest originally had 5 siren leaders under him. Except for Gizina, the other siren leaders are quite loyal to Commander Lattimore. Miss Tiffany explained to everyone. Kaka didn't see the 3 surviving siren leaders in the sky, so he couldn't help asking, "By the way, where are those siren leaders?" Miss Tiffany said, seeing that Gizina was still alive. Of course they ran away immediately. Kaka stood on the beach, looking towards the south, and said to everyone, "Today, Sun Island has become a ruin." Roy said without caring, "Of course there is a good side, at least now, the entire Sun Island Bay belongs to us." Byron Thor also walked back slowly from the seawall. The 2 magic airships were now parked in the sea area surrounded by the seawall. He had just dived into the sea to look for the 3 feather arrows he had shot out. He must have searched for a long time in the sea, but unfortunately he didn't find them. Seeing Byron Thor return to the beach, he moved a box full of magic crystals over. These magic crystals were the rewards agreed with Byron Thor before. Roy put the box in front of Byron Thor's feet, stood up straight, and said, "Thank you for your help. This is the reward we agreed to give you in advance." Byron Thor did not delay and said, "Then I take it." Then he put the whole box of magic crystals into his magic waist bag. Roy asked, "Are you leaving the Partington Plain now?" Byron Thor shook his head and said, "I should go around here. I found that there are really a lot of half-blood elves here." He asked Roy for a map of the nearby area, and then said goodbye to Roy. He didn't even plan to stay in the barracks for a night. Before leaving, Byron Thor hesitated again, and finally couldn't help but walked in front of Roy and said to him sincerely, "Roy, if you want to go for training in the future, if you have a choice, don't go to the Dark Land." Roy didn't understand why Byron Thor said that. When he wanted to ask more, Byron Thor waved his hand at him, and walked towards the wet and dense jungle. Chapter 532. Byron Thor left Sun Island Bay, with a box full of magic crystals. He said he would go east along the northern part of the Griffin Barrier Mountains to visit the Blackwater Swamp, where magic herbs are abundant. If possible, he would also like to get some dragonfly bee stings. The headless body of Commander Lattimore was hung on a wooden pole erected with a log, like a flag, indicating that the entire Sun Island Bay had a new owner. Only Roy and a few other senior officials knew that this was not the real body of Commander Lattimore. His body had long been buried under the ruins of Sun Island. But the half-blood elves living in the Sun Island Bay didn't care. They hoped that the corpse of Commander Lattimore could have a certain deterrent effect on the Sun Island fishmen. In fact, since the moment Commander Lattimore was defeated, the fishmen in the entire bay began to evacuate. The Griffin Cavalry Regiment and the Assassin Regiment also evacuated at the same time as the Sun Island fishmen. On the day Commander Lattimore died, Roy immediately sent these 2 troops to the Pagisto Plateau. 600 Griffin Cavalry could just take away the same number of Dark Moon Elf warriors. They had to rush back to the second mine in the southern part of the Pagisto Plateau, where they would make a short repair before flying directly to the Plateau City. Mulan would issue them some small team clearing and exploration missions in the Plateau City. Although the half-blood elf rebels had already destroyed the headhunter's nest on the Pagisto Plateau, the Pagisto Plateau had not completely ushered in peace. In some areas, there were still small groups of headhunters wreaking havoc on the plateau. These small groups of headhunters needed the elite tribes of the Mine Guards to clear them out. The Griffin Cavalry Regiment and the Assassin Regiment will fight together, and both mobility and combat capabilities will be greatly improved. Faced with the combination of the Griffin Cavalry and the Assassins, the headhunter teams lurking in various parts of the plateau have almost no ability to fight back. In addition, Captain Teprado led 100 Griffin Cavalry to stay in the Sun Island Bay. The next task is to clean up the battlefield and explore the Sun Island. The arc-shaped seawall built by the half-blood elves on the north coast was not washed away by the sea tide, but the port dock built with logs was once again washed away by the sea tide. Moira squatted on the beach and dug a sand pit. She pursed her lips, muttered some words to comfort the dead, and buried the head of Commander Lattimore in the sand. There were many half-blood elf warriors standing around. But even if Moira buried Commander Lattimore's head with her own hands, no one wanted to believe that it was this petite and sweet elf girl in front of them who cut off the head of the sea beast priest with a sword. You know, that was a sea beast priest. Roy, Miss Tiffany, Woods, Sabrina, and others stood at the ruined port pier, facing the wet and cold sea breeze, discussing the reconstruction of the pier. Roy frowned and said, "This time I plan to build a dock here with stone. The dock built with logs has been repeatedly destroyed by the sea tide summoned by the toadfish cavalry. Roy thinks that a stronger port dock can be built here now. After all, the half-blood elves here will also take boats to fish in the bay in the future. In addition, if the waterway between Sun Island Bay and Padstow City is opened, the magic airship will also need a berth. Without a dock, the two magic airships cannot dock. Because this is Sun Island Bay, and these magic airships are converted from three-masted sailing ships, there are no side hatches or bottom hatches, so the advantage is that the magic airships can land in the sea. So there is no need to build an airport terminal in Sun Island Bay, but there must be a good port. Boss Roy, this terminal can be built by the half-blood elves here, and I will be responsible for communicating with them. You have helped us a lot by clearing out the fishmen in Sun Island Bay this time. On behalf of all the half-blood elves living in Sun Island Bay, I would like to express my most sincere gratitude to you," Captain Toprado said earnestly. "If Roy hadn't led the army here, it wouldn't take long for the fishmen of Sun Island to drive the half-blood elves living in the jungle of the north coast to the easternmost end of the Griffin Barrier Mountains, and completely occupy the entire Sun Island Bay." Roy looked at the sea in front of him, and said to Captain Toprado with a smile, "This is what all half-blood elves in the Partington Plain should do. With the fishery resources of this Sun Island Bay, life will be better in the future. Yes, we moved here at first because we saw this natural fishing ground," Captain Toprado said with emotion. Two magic airships were floating on the sea in the distance, and two Griffin cavalry squadrons were transporting some supplies from the airships to the beach. The two magic airships will go to the Plateau City tomorrow. Before that, almost all the daily necessities on the ship will be left here. Speaking of which, the supplies here in Sun Island Bay are also relatively scarce. So the daily necessities stored on the ship will be left. The half-blood elves living in Sun Island Bay will gradually move to the vicinity of the pier in the next few months, and everyone will work together to build a seaport pier here. Now on the Partington Plain, the areas under Roy's jurisdiction include the Griffin Barrier Mountains, Padstow Plateau, Hilly Mountains, and Sun Island Bay. If all these areas are displayed on the map, they are almost 5 times the size of the jungle area around Padstow. Roy has currently built 2 airport terminals in Plateau City and Padstow City, and the port terminal in Sun Island Bay is also officially on the agenda. Once the magic airship is officially open to navigation, these areas will be closely connected. The 2 magic airships stayed in Sun Island for only 3 days before carrying Roy and his party to the Plateau City on the Pagisto Plateau. On the deck, Moira, wrapped in a thick cotton cloak, leaned on the railing at the bow, looking at the crisscrossing mountains in the southern part of the plateau below. After the magic airship entered the plateau, the clouds were not so dense, and the vast southern landforms of the Pagisto Plateau could be seen from the magic airship. It was just that the magic airship was in the high-altitude wind flow layer, and under the traction of the ball sail, the magic airship was flying at full speed towards the Plateau City. Since killing Commander Lattimore, Moira has been very quiet these days. Roy walked behind Moira and said with a worried look on his face, "I'm sorry, after you came to Partington from Castleton City, except for fighting with the fishmen of Sun Island, you spent most of your time on the magic airship, and I didn't have the chance to take you around. Yeah, we have traveled so far these days, and we have seen all the scenery here, right?" Moira smiled and pursed her lips, her voice thin and sweet. "If you put it that way, it's not a problem." Roy smiled and leaned over to put the hood of the cotton cloak on Moira's head. Her little face was blown red by the cold wind. "I didn't know our Moira had become so powerful. If you can record this record in the adventure notes, I guess your ranking in the Castletown Adventure Guild will definitely jump to the front," Roy teased in a low voice. Moira seemed a little afraid of the cold. She shrank in the cold wind and leaned close to Roy. "No way, don't talk nonsense. I didn't kill the Commander Lattimore, I just happened to save his life." Moira squinted her eyes and responded in a low voice. Roy found that her mood was not affected by the death of the Commander Lattimore, and he was relieved. In the valley in the south of the Pagisto Plateau, a large number of migrating Argali were grazing on the hillside. Recently, many Argali living in the north of the plateau have migrated to the south of the plateau, which has brought a great burden to the vegetation in the valley. It is said that Mullen has recently cut off the migration route of the Icefall Canyon. Moira's soft hair was blown by the cold wind and swept across Roy's face. Roy smelled a faint scent of jasmine. He naturally stretched out his hands and hugged Moira from behind. Moira's body moved slightly, and after a moment, even her crystal-clear pointed ears were stained with a little pink. She hummed twice in comfort and squinted her eyes, like a little fox. There were almost no other half-blood elves on the deck on the bow side. Moira had a smile on her lips, and quietly enjoyed a moment of good time. On the horns of a bronze argali nearby, a night-blade leopard also squinted its eyes, staring at everything in front of it with a puzzled look. At the beginning of the new year, the portal of Padstow City was officially opened. A large number of elves gathered in Padstow City, and many elf merchants entered the Partington Plain through the portal. The price of tree houses in Padstow City doubled in just 1 week. The originally vacant tree houses were almost filled with foreign elves. The first thing many elf merchants did when they arrived in Padstow was to buy a tree house. Soon, Padstow City was short of housing. 1 month ago, 1/5 of the rooms in the city were still vacant. At the same time, some half-blood elves, who had been stranded in the Partington Plain for a long time, also began to leave Padstow City one after another. Since the Partington Plain is rich in magical herbal resources, it has attracted a large number of herbal merchants. On several main shopping streets in Padstow City, dozens of magical herbal merchants have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. The economy in Padstow City is booming. In order to make up for the losses in the magic herb trade, the Silver Pegasus Corps announced a tax notice on both sides of the portal a week in advance. All goods entering and leaving the Partington Plain must pay commodity tax. For this reason, the Silver Pegasus Corps even arranged several tax officers at the portal, and a long queue formed in the central square where the portal was located. A group of half-blood elf guards patrolled the streets. They wore silver armor and rode white war horses, walking slowly along the busy streets. Looking from a distance, they could give these merchants enough sense of security. In the trading market of Padstow, Silver Moon elf merchants do not have any privileges, and all elven merchants must compete fairly. As the portal to the Partington Plain has just been opened, many half-blood elves have gathered in the city, making Padstow a mixed bag, and many uneasy factors have suddenly appeared. Originally, there were almost no thefts, fights, and robberies in the city, but after the portal was opened, these things began to happen frequently in the city. In recent days, Captain Berkeley has almost lived in the headquarters of the Security Guard Corps. After the half-blood elf guards caught some elves that disturbed the public security and severely punished them, the public security in the city has improved a lot. In this regard, the Silver Pegasus Military Department gave Captain Berkeley of the City Defense Guard Corps a lot of power. In addition to the herbal merchants, many other merchants also came, all looking for various business opportunities in Padstow. During this period, these merchants not only found out that Boss Roy is currently the largest junior magic herbal merchant in the Partington Plain, but also found out that if you want to buy metal ingots in the plain, you have to find Boss Roy. And Boss Roy has not appeared in Padstow for a long time, which makes many merchants more curious about Boss Roy. Then Boss Roy's official identities were revealed one after another, such as the mayor of Barrier Town, the governor of Padstow Plateau, the owner of all mines in Padstow Plateau, and even a large number of undeveloped mines in his hands. Roy appeared in the sight of many merchants. At the same time, the 3 investigators and the investigation team finally followed a small caravan back to Padstow City. Their journey back was not so smooth. Not only did they encounter an ambush by a small group of headhunters in the Caldham Mountains, but they also lost all their luggage. In addition, the 3 investigators suffered the cold eyes of many half-blood elf merchants along the way. They returned to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters in Padstow City in great embarrassment. The 3 investigators waited in the lobby on the first floor in ragged clothes, and kept complaining to the receptionist about the poor conditions of the Pagisto Plateau. The receptionist also listened to the investigator's accusation patiently with a faint smile on his face. At this time, the hall door was pushed open by a young half-elf, and Roy walked to the front desk. Every time he arrived in Padstow, Roy would come to the military to sign in. This time, he came to the Silver Pegasus Military Department not only to sign in, but also to apply for a new route for the magic airship from the Silver Pegasus Military Department. The receptionist was already familiar with Roy. As long as he saw his special face, he would sign him in without even showing his nameplate. "Governor Roy, why are you in Padstow again?" The Silver Moon Elf receptionist at the front desk greeted Roy familiarly. Roy stood in the hall, exhausted, and smiled gently at the receptionist. Of course, there are things to deal with. This time, he returned to Padstow City, not only to add a large area to the control map of the Partington Plain, but also to apply for aviation permission from the military. Roy planned to put the 2 airport terminals in Padstow City and Plateau City, and the 2 magic airships into one management department. In addition, he gave this management department a name that was very difficult for the elves to pronounce: Northern Airlines. Chapter 533. The 3 investigators sat in the lounge area of the military hall, their hearts filled with anger, looking at the receptionist sitting opposite them. They kept complaining to the receptionist of the Silver Pegasus Military Department about how bad the public security in the Padstow Plateau of the Partington Plain was. What a huge price they paid to escape from the headhunters, and they traveled thousands of kilometers with a small caravan, and went through many places before returning to the city of Padstow. We were trying to cross the Chaldean Mountains. You don't know? The Silver Moon Elf receptionist sitting on the sofa opposite didn't even know where the Pagisto Plateau was. She quietly listened to the 3 investigators chattering about the security issues on the Pagisto Plateau. She turned her head and looked at the power map of the Partington Plain Elf occupation area in the lobby on the first floor. In fact, apart from the jungle around Padstow City, only the barrier town in the north of the Griffin Barrier Mountains had a rough border outline. This is the territory of influence officially recognized by the Silver Pegasus Legion. Although the Pagisto Plateau is now under the control of the Silver Pegasus Legion, no new areas have been added to the territory of influence here for the time being. The receptionist listened quietly to the complaints of the 3 investigators and said, 3 investigators, we belong to the Partington Plain. Only the jungle between Padstow City and Barrier Town is occupied by elves. The Pagisto Plateau is still in the development stage, so if you are attacked by headhunters there, you are not the only exception. She noticed that the 3 investigators looked a little unhappy, so she laughed dryly and said, if you suffered financial losses at that time, in fact, the best solution is to seek help from the local mine guards. I believe they will be willing to help the 3 investigators. The latter sentence was originally meant to make up for the shortcomings of the previous sentence. However, she paused halfway through her sentence, which made the sentence sound unpleasant. The investigator suppressed his anger and said to the young Silver Moon Elf receptionist, what do you mean, according to you? Is it normal for us to be attacked by the natives on the Pagisto Plateau? Indeed. The female receptionist lowered her eyelids and responded in a low voice. The investigator couldn't suppress his anger when he heard the irresponsible words of the Silver Moon Elf female receptionist. He stood up and shouted at the female receptionist, what are you talking about? As a low-level official of the Silver Pegasus Military Department, how can you say such irresponsible words? The Silver Moon Elf female receptionist realized at this time that she seemed to have angered the other party. She was so scared that she shrank to the corner of the sofa, blinked her watery eyes, and dared not speak. The investigator raised his voice. I'm going to complain to your best officer here. I am a Silver Moon Elf noble who has a precious friendship with Earl Macaulay. You are really disappointing me. His voice was heard far away, and the elves in the hall looked towards the rest area. When Roy was filling out the registration form at the front desk, he heard the quarrel in the rest area. Originally, he didn't care much and even chatted with the smiling Silver Moon Elf front desk. In fact, even the front desk receptionists at the Silver Pegasus Military Department are Silver Moon Elves with backgrounds. Many of them, like Christine, have gained experience in the Silver Pegasus Corps. But Christine is obviously much stronger than them. At least she has been to the battlefield of Queen Uni Islands. Boss Roy is now a household name in Padstow City, and is very popular among the half-blood elves. The Silver Moon Elf receptionist asked Roy, with a smile, how the scenery of Padstow Plateau is. Roy answered a few questions casually, handed in the registration form, and turned to leave the front desk. He also wanted to go to the logistics and transportation team to see if he could apply for another batch of military supplies. When he passed by the rest area, he happened to see 3 investigators arguing with the receptionist. Roy felt that the 3 investigators looked familiar, so he stopped. In fact, this kind of thing is not very common in the Silver Pegasus military. Who has the courage to make trouble here in the military? Aren't you afraid that the military will block the logistic supplies? But he didn't take this quarrel seriously. But when he heard the words Pagisto Plateau in the quarrel, he concentrated on listening. Then Roy realized that this quarrel really had something to do with him. It turned out that the 3 Silver Moon Elves standing in the rest area were the investigators, who went to the Plateau City to investigate the cause of death of the owner of the Abyll mine. Roy immediately took 2 steps back and stood behind several Silver Moon Elf officers. At this time, many officers had gathered around the rest area in the lobby on the first floor of the military headquarters. It was just that everyone was scolding the receptionist loudly with 3 angry Silver Moon Elf investigators, and there was no good solution. The officers didn't even know how to calm the quarrel down, and they couldn't arrest the 3 investigators. Soon, a Silver Moon Elf officer walked over quickly. Everyone moved aside, and Roy also mixed in the crowd. The Silver Moon Elf officer glanced at the scolded Silver Moon Elf receptionist and calmly ordered, "You go to the front desk. I will handle the matter here." The elven receptionist puffed her lips, breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately turned around and left without looking back. Then, another Silver Moon Elven receptionist came over quickly with a tray with 3 cups of lemon tea on it. The officer politely asked the 3 investigators to sit down again. Roy knew this officer. He was the person in charge of the hall on the first floor of the military headquarters. The officer glanced at the officers who were watching around, and before he could speak, these onlookers dispersed and went about their own business. The 3 investigators saw the badge on the collar of the elf official, and their fierce momentum was immediately restrained. The Silver Moon Elf official smiled lightly and said, "Let's arrange a place for you to rest first. If you have any needs, just tell me. I will try my best to satisfy you. If I can't, I will report your questions to the higher-ups. What do you think?" One of the investigators blushed and snorted in dissatisfaction, asking, "Who is the highest commander of your military?" "General Kemp Fred." The Silver Moon Elf officer said very concisely. The 3 investigators exchanged glances before saying, "We want to see this general." The Silver Moon Elf officer said without hesitation, "No problem, I make an appointment for you right away." The investigator asked very dissatisfiedly, "Do we need to make an appointment to see General Kemp Fred?" The Silver Moon Elf officer smiled and said, "General Kemp Fred is currently in a meeting at the Silver Pegasus Corps headquarters in the Queen of Winnie Islands. If you want to see him right away, I can take you out of the Partington plane immediately." The investigators looked at each other again and agreed calmly, "Okay, I just happened to be visiting Captain Macaulay." The Silver Moon Elf officer calmed the 3 investigators down with a few words. Roy mixed in the crowd and watched the 3 investigators follow the Silver Moon Elf officer out of the first floor hall of the military headquarters. A group of Silver Moon Elf officers saw the 3 investigators leave the military hall and immediately started talking. They were somewhat dissatisfied with the arrogant attitude of the 3 investigators. These 3 investigators. Why are they like this? The female Silver Moon Elf at the front desk, who was just chatting and laughing with Roy, sneered and whispered, "Do we work in the Partington plane, and are we inferior to other Silver Moon Elves?" The colleague standing next to him glanced at Roy, who was walking away, and whispered, "They went to investigate our army officers privately and needed the cooperation of the military, which was totally fine. But they went to the Pagisto Plateau to investigate and collect evidence privately, and they didn't even need the military to send someone to accompany them, nor did they need the guards we arranged. Now that there is a problem, they come to our military to condemn us. What's the reason? They came here to find fault. What can we do? Stop talking, these are too sensitive." After Roy was promoted to the first-level high priest, his 5 senses were much sharper than before, and these whispers did not escape his ears. He pushed the door and left the military hall calmly. Standing on the street, Roy scratched his head in distress. I didn't expect that the fact that he was investigated by the Buenos Elf Elders Council had spread throughout the Padstow Silver Pegasus military. Good news never goes out, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. This time, Roy came to the military headquarters to sign in and submitted an application. In fact, this application is already the last step. He hopes to set up a management department for the magic airships on the Partington plane. If the airport terminal in Padstow City is no longer under his jurisdiction, he doesn't even need to submit this application to the Padstow Silver Pegasus Military Department. Captain Berkeley had already helped him complete the relevant procedures for the construction of the airport terminal some time ago, and built an airport terminal on the outskirts of Padstow City. Currently, the 2 magic airships are docked at the airport terminal in Padstow. Roy walked to a carriage and asked the coachman about the rental fee. He also had to rush to the warehouse to meet Lambo. The lifting of the ban on the Partington plane had a great impact on Roy's primary magic herb trade. Although the merchant Augustus controlled the supply of goods from the Blackwater Swamp, Roy still wanted the transaction between the 2 parties to be as close to the market price as possible. In fact, he did not trade magic herbs to make money. What could be more profitable than opening a mine? He just wanted to transport the large amount of primary magic herbs accumulated on the Partington plane to the Elf continent, so that he could improve the living conditions of the collectors on the Partington plane. Who would have thought that the magic herb market would suddenly explode, and the prices of these magic herbs would increase exponentially? Now the primary magic herb trade is really more profitable than opening a mine. In addition to Augustus buying magic herbs in the Blackwater Swamp, Latiand would also transport a large number of magic herbs from the Pagisto Plateau every month. So Roy planned to give up the profits to the maximum extent, at least to keep the purchase price equal to the market purchase price. Anyway, his primary magic herb business also has tax subsidies from the Silver Pegasus military, and he can't let those collectors lose money. Chapter 534. Just after Roy left the lobby on the first floor of the military headquarters, the Silver Moon Elves at the front desk immediately started talking. A colleague beside him asked the Silver Moon Elf receptionist with a sweet smile, "Is that the one just now, Roy, the boss?" "That's the one," the receptionist replied sweetly. The colleague standing next to her widened his eyes and exclaimed, "My God, he seemed to have heard everything the 3 investigators said in the rest area just now. Didn't those 3 go to the Pagisto Plateau to investigate him?" The female receptionist muttered bluntly, "Just investigate it. Is Boss Roy afraid of this?" The colleague stared at the female receptionist and asked suspiciously, You are on Boss Roy's side?" The female receptionist of the Silver Moon Elf showed admiration and said with a smile, "Of course, he led the Half-Blood Elves to defeat the Plateau Headhunters on the Pagisto Plateau and captured a large number of mine owners who engaged in slave trading. What's wrong with that? What is there to investigate? Is it because the deceased mine owner is a descendant of a Silver Moon Elf noble that we have to conduct a special investigation?" The colleague also echoed her. "In my opinion, someone must have reported it. It must be." Roy, who had already left the military in a carriage, naturally didn't know that there were still many of his supporters in the Silver Pegasus military. Recently, Padstow City has been overcrowded. Every day, a large number of half-blood elves moved from the Elf continent and entered Padstow City through the teleporters on Partington Island. This forest city has been expanding outward since a month ago. Now, many carpenters have begun to build elf tree houses on the tall oak trees on the edge of the city. Moira, Sabrina, Miss Tiffany, and Woods took a carriage to the central square. They originally planned to stroll around Padstow City, and then arrive at Partington Island to see the progress of the transformation of the magic airship there. But Padstow City is now like a crowded sardine can. The streets are full of half-blood elves, and there are long queues outside any cold drink shop. The 4 of them had no intention of wandering around Padstow, so they prepared to go to Partington Island through the portal in the central square to enjoy the sunshine, beach, sea breeze, blue sky. But when they got off the carriage, they saw a long queue in the central square. The half-blood elves who passed through the portal formed a long queue, which even turned several corners in the central square. The half-blood elves all looked tired, and it seemed that the long journey made them look a little tired. Although they arrived in Padstow, this city might not be the end of their journey. There are too many half-blood elves in the city. This forest city cannot accommodate so many half-blood elves for the time being. If these half-blood elves stay in the city, they will not be able to find anything to do. Although the magic herbal medicine business is booming, there are opportunities everywhere in Padstow. But there are too many half-blood elves who come here to look for opportunities. Everyone knows that Padstow is a gathering place for half-blood elves, so they want to come here to take a look. The whole city is full of people. There are half-blood elf warriors in the square who are responsible for clearing the passageway. These half-blood elves who have just entered the Partington Plain saw a group of half-blood elf warriors wearing standard armor and standing majestically in the central square. Their hearts immediately became excited, and everyone was full of curiosity about this forest city. There is currently no half-blood elf army on the elf continent, and half-blood elves rarely form a regular army. Therefore, when everyone saw the half-blood elves wearing standard military uniforms, they had an extraordinary sense of identity with this city from the bottom of their hearts. The Partington Plain thus ushered in the largest wave of immigrants in decades. How long will it take to get there? And now it's still from Partington Island to Padstow City. If we want to go to Partington Island, we have to wait for a while. Miss Tiffany took out a water bag and poured the water in the bag on her head, saying a little irritably, "If it weren't for accompanying Moira, she should be sunbathing on the beach on the north coast of Sun Island Bay." Wood squinted at the crowded central square and said hesitantly, "Otherwise, we should ask about the time of passage first, and then go back to find Roy. He is an officer of the Silver Pegasus Corps, and has the right to pass through the portal first." At this time, Moira, who was standing next to her sister, gently pulled Brianna's sleeve and whispered, "Sabrina, I saw that there seemed to be a few Brown Street residents in the team over there. They actually came to the Partington Plain." Sabrina was particularly conspicuous among a group of half-blood elves. Her tall figure, fair skin, and beautiful face attracted many eyes. Moira always liked to hide in the shadows behind her. Although she also had a very sweet appearance, the elves always ignored her. Of course, who doesn't want to come to Partington to pan for gold now? Woods is the only man in the team, so he is naturally responsible for the safety of the entire team, even if he is not the strongest fighter in the team. Pan for gold? Moira is a little unfamiliar with this phrase. Woods laughed and said, I also heard Roy say that it is like collecting magic herbs here to make money like digging for gold. I heard that in the Black Swamp of Partington, there are as many primary magic herbs as weeds. Miss Tiffany sneered and retorted, this rumor is a bit exaggerated. Woods smiled and said, exaggeration is not the key is that many half-blood elves believe it. No way. Miss Tiffany frowned and muttered. Moira shook her sister's arm and asked softly, what should we do? Should we leave first? Sabrina raised her eyebrows. There were too many half-blood elves gathered in the square. The surrounding environment was a bit noisy. After they got off the carriage, they had already walked a distance with the crowd. If they wanted to leave now, they would have to walk in the opposite direction, which would be a bit troublesome. Since we're all here, why not just line up here? Sabrina said casually. Hearing Sabrina say this, the four of them stood obediently in the long line. Some half-elf guards stood in the isolated area, maintaining the system in the square. In the material warehouse, Rambo placed a thick stack of invitations on the desk in front of Roy and said to him, take a look at how many invitations I have received from trading companies recently. They know that we are engaged in the primary magic herb trade, so the invitations that can be handed over here are all for purchasing magic metals. Roy flipped through the invitation letter and asked in confusion, why is the trade of magic metal so hot now? With so many merchant groups entering the Partington Plain, at least half of them can't buy magic herbs. They can't go back empty-handed. Although the profit of magic metals is a little smaller, at least they can earn back some of their capital. Langbo sat opposite Roy and pushed a plate of berries in front of him. This kind of berries is produced in the elf continent, and it is not too cheap there. I didn't expect that Langbo would enjoy it. Roy picked one and put it in his mouth, tapped the table with his fingers and said, I leave these things to you. I can't ask about everything. Now in the magic metal market, only mithril ingots are rising. I stockpile some of them for the time being. I plan to sell them to those Green Empire merchants. They can afford a high price. You can negotiate with them for other magic metals. As long as you reach the transaction price, you can sell them. Since you said so, starting from tomorrow, I will visit the addresses on these invitations one by one. Rambo was very positive about the metal trade. Roy continued, that's it, but you have to help me get back 1,500 boxes of fruit today. I need to deliver them to the airport terminal before tomorrow evening. The magic airship will set sail to the Plateau City the day after tomorrow morning. So urgent? Rambo asked. Roy nodded and whispered, this batch of food needs to be delivered to the ancestral land of Gazan in the north of the plateau. To Captain Heliki? Rambo covered his mouth with his hand and asked in a low voice. Roy nodded calmly. Although Captain Heliki led the half-blood elf rebels to occupy the ancestral land of Gazan, which is also an evergreen hot spring valley, there is very little food available for the elves. There are currently only two ways to obtain the food these half-blood elf warriors need every day. One is to search around the hot spring valley, and the other is to rely on Roy's supply. Previously, Roy had been supplying Captain Heliki with elf biscuits. This thing is not only convenient for transportation, but also can sustain the half-blood elf warriors for 7 days. But now, with the convenience of the magic airship, Roy is going to transport a batch of fruits to Captain Heliki. The magic airship can transport these supplies, which can further reduce the transportation pressure on the Lation Pack team. Then I go prepare it. Rambo's legs are always faster than his mouth. Then I go to the magic airship modification workshop on Partington Island to check it out. See you tomorrow night. Roy didn't plan to stay here, so he said to Rambo. Chapter 535. There was a long queue in front of the portal in the central square of Padstow City. Most of them were half-blood elves, and everyone was crowded together. Fortunately, the weather was not too hot, so the elves standing in the waiting area were not so irritable. A half-blood elf merchant carrying a large travel bag took out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat from his neck, pursed his lips, and put the heavy package in front of his feet, looking at the motionless crowd, muttering, Didn't the announcement say that the portal from Padstow City to Partington Island will be open today? It's already afternoon. How come there are still elves coming from Partington Island? How long do we have to wait? Standing next to him was a half-blood elf dressed as a traveler. He wore brown leather armor on his upper body, a pair of knickerbockers on his lower body, and a pair of very wear-resistant traveler boots on his feet. It was hard to tell how old he was. At this time, the traveler couldn't help but smile and said to the backpack merchant, It is estimated that there are too many elves waiting to pass through the portal on Partington Island. If the island exceeds the maximum number of people, it is estimated that they will have to be continuously transported to the Partington Plain, My friend who came from Partington Island mentioned this to me last night. Wait a little longer. There are so many elves staying in the square here. We can't keep waiting. The backpack merchant asked the traveler curiously, Are you going to the elf continent to travel? Haha, I'm not going to travel, but to end this trip. The last time I planned to leave Padstow, it happened to be the period when the Silver Pegasus Corps quelled the riots in Padstow, and I failed to leave the Partington Plain smoothly. I waited for 6 years. Now the Partington Plain is finally unbanned, and my trip is about to end, the traveler said with deep emotion. Behind the traveler, a young half-blood elf poked his head and asked, You are a traveler, you must have been to many places in the elf continent, right? Of course, I have visited the 3 major capitals of the elf continent, the traveler said very proudly. Then you must know Buena City. Can you tell me what it looks like there? The young half-blood elf asked curiously. My young friend, are you going to Buena City? The traveler raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes, I plan to go to Buenos to study. I heard that the Elf Academy, there is the highest level academy in the elf continent. The young half-blood elf's eyes were full of longing. To go to the High Elf Academy in Buenos, you need a recommendation letter. Have you got the recommendation letter? The traveler asked. Yes. The elves waiting here had some common topics, and time passed quickly. Many half-blood elves are dreamers, who want to see the outside world. They are full of curiosity about the elf continent, and plan to take advantage of the opportunity of the portal being unlocked to go outside and take a look. Moira, Sabrina, Miss Tiffany, and Woods were also in the team. They didn't say anything, just listened to everyone's chat quietly. At this time, the team suddenly started to move. Everyone looked towards the portal, and sure enough, the area in front of the portal had been cleared by a group of half-blood elf guards. The half-blood elf guards raised the railing, and the half-blood elves waiting in the front rushed to the portal quickly, disappearing one after another in the mirror-like portal. It's moving! It's moving! Hold your things and watch your step. Don't push behind. From time to time, half-blood elves shouted in the team. No one expected that there would be so many elves waiting in front of the portal. Woods rushed to the front alone. Sabrina was at the end of the team, and the 2 of them sandwiched Moira and Miss Tiffany in the middle. The 4 of them stumbled in the crowd and approached the portal. It will be fine when we get to Partington Island. Woods comforted everyone as he walked. Finally, it was their turn to enter the portal. Seeing the ripples on the mirror of the portal, the 4 of them walked in quickly got out from the other side of the portal. The square on the side of Partington Town was not very big. After all, the space in the mountain was limited. There were at least 50 elf guards standing in front of the portal. These elf guards lined up in 2 teams on both sides of the portal. When they saw the elves coming out of the portal, they kept urging them, Hurry up and make room in front of the portal. Don't stop, go forward and leave room. Sometimes these elf guards urged too hastily, and it looked like they were driving them away, which immediately caused dissatisfaction among many half-blood elves. Walking into the narrow alleys of Partington Town, many half-blood elves spread their luggage rolls directly on the stone road of Partington Town. These half-blood elves are probably waiting to enter the Partington Plain. Half-blood elves pouring in from all over the place almost fill up the entire town. So there are so many elves here, Moira said in a low voice while walking in the middle of the team. No wonder the portal guard here extended the passage time for half a day. Woods also echoed. Where are we going? Miss Tiffany poured the water from a water bag over her head, and then said, Follow the crowd to the outside of the island first. The 4 people arrived at the beach, and found that not only was the dock of Partington Island crowded with half-blood elves, but even the beaches around the island were full of half-blood elves who wanted to enter the Partington Plain. Everyone set up tents on the beach and waited for the portal to open again. Roy's 3-masted sailboats were almost all docked in the sheltered fjord. One of them was docked on a bracket on the beach, and even the propulsion device at the rear had been installed. For dwarf apprentices are debugging the magic airship before the test flight. The beach is currently under martial law, and the 4 did not go there, but just rested on the beach at the edge of the martial law area. Miss Tiffany couldn't wait to get into the sea. Moira hugged Sabrina's arm with both hands, blushing and confiding her sister, Sometimes, I feel that no matter how hard I try, it seems difficult to catch up with him. Since he entered the Partington Plain, he seems to have started running at full speed on the road of life. He originally said that he would be a guide on the Pagisto Plateau for the Silver Pegasus Corps, but now he has become the Archon of the Pagisto Plateau. But he is just an ordinary half-elf. What should I do? Sabrina turned her head and looked at the medium-sized sailboat on the sea in the distance. She did not answer Moira's question. Perhaps Moira just needed her to act as a listener, or Sabrina was also a little confused. Yeah, how did it suddenly become like this? When Roy rushed to the central square from the supply warehouse, he just saw a large number of half-blood elves lining up to walk into the portal. The line circled the central square 3 times and extended nearly 1 kilometer on the street. If he lined up at the end of the line and waited for all the elves to pass through, Roy felt that he might have to wait until tomorrow noon. After all, the queue behind him was still under the inspection of the tax officials. He hung the badge of the leader of the Silver Pegasus Legion on his chest and walked straight to the central square. When the half-blood elf guards saw Roy, they all took the initiative to salute. Almost all of these half-blood elf guards knew Roy. Occasionally, one or two who didn't know him also knew that this young half-elf was the famous boss Roy after being reminded by their companions. Roy had a very high reputation among the half-blood elves in Padstow City. When the half-blood elf guards saw Roy coming, they took the initiative to bring Roy to the portal. The half-blood elf guards at the portal blocked other elves who were about to enter the portal, leaving a special passage for Roy. Then Roy went through the portal directly under the gaze of all the elves. Among the elves in the queue, some Silver Moon elves saw this scene and immediately questioned the half-blood elf guards beside them. Why is there still a privilege? Didn't they say that there will be no privileges when the portal is unlocked this time? Silver Moon elves and half-blood elves are treated equally. Why can't we use the fast lane? But he can. The half-blood elf guard glanced at the Silver Moon elf as if he was a fool, and ignored him. Hey, give me an explanation quickly, otherwise I will write a letter of complaint to the Silver Pegasus Military Department. The half-blood elf guard turned around and left his back to the half-blood elf. On Partington Island, the third magic airship immediately conducted a test flight around the island after the transformation was completed. Under the control and command of 4 dwarf apprentices, the magic airship successfully completed its first voyage. Many half-blood elves who stayed on the island saw this scene. In fact, this kind of magic airship is still rare in the elf world. Everyone was a little curious, and when they saw the magic airship passing silently overhead, they cheered on the beach. The officer of the Padstow Silver Pegasus Military Department and 3 investigators stood on the dock. The dock on Partington Island was also very crowded. Several supply ships were not in the port at this time. Only a medium-sized sailing ship was planning to set off for Castletown Port. The 3 investigators only wanted to go to the Silver Pegasus Corps headquarters in the Queen Uni Islands to complain to Deputy Corps Commander Macaulay about the incompetence of the Partington Plain Military Department, and did not want to return to Castleton City. Therefore, the group stayed at the dock of Partington Island. The officials of the Silver Pegasus Military Department began to actively think of ways to directly call a military supply ship at the dock. At this time, the 3 investigators saw the magic airship in the sky almost at the same time. How come there is a magic airship here? An investigator stood on the crowded dock, looking up at the sky, and asked doubtfully. Another investigator also echoed, how come the technology developed by the despicable goblins appeared on Partington Island? There is a magic airship modification workshop on the island, and a group of dwarf craftsmen are modifying magic airships here. The modified magic airships will be transported to the Partington Plain. The Partington Plain does not have a restriction decree on magic airships for the time being. The officer of the Silver Pegasus Military Department answered. Didn't they say that there were no ships heading to the Queen Uni Islands? Why are there still ships there transforming into magic airships? The investigator immediately questioned. Those ships are the private property of Captain Roy. As for how to deal with these ships, that is Captain Roy's personal problem, and we cannot ask about it. The person in charge of the Partington Island pier said. In fact, the Silver Moon Elf Elder Council has not officially issued a decree to restrict the airspace of magic airships. So the 3 investigators cannot make a fuss about this matter for the time being. So, there are still idle ships at the transformation workshop? The investigator asked. The person in charge of the Partington Island dock hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, that's right. Then we can definitely call a ship from the transformation workshop. The investigator said loudly to the military official. The military official looked a little ugly. He just said that these 3-masted sailing ships belonged to Captain Roy personally, but at this time, he had to come forward to coordinate and borrow them. It was really. The military official had no good way to deal with these 3 investigators, so he could only frown and agree. The group left the crowded island pier and walked along the beach directly to the magic airship transformation workshop. Roy stood on the beach, looking up at the magic airship in the sky. The 3rd magic airship slowly fell back into the sea. It seemed that the test flight should be very successful. Next, Roy needed to coordinate with the guard of the Partington Island portal about the approximate time for the magic airship to pass through the portal. Now Partington Island is crowded with elves preparing to go to the Partington Plain, so Roy estimated that the magic airship may need to be booked in advance to pass through the portal. He was just about to talk to Master Mags about the progress of the transformation of the fourth magic airship when he saw a half-elf warrior running over to report, "Boss Roy, several military officials want to see you." Roy was slightly stunned when he heard that the military officials actually took the initiative to find him. "Where are they?" "Take me there," Roy ordered. The half-elf warrior immediately took Roy to the beach nearby. Roy couldn't help rolling his eyes when he saw the military official and the 3 investigators. It was really a fate. "We just met in the lobby on the first floor of the Padstow military headquarters this morning, and we can meet again on Partington Island in the afternoon." Then, Roy strode over with a smile on his face and asked the military official, "I am Roy. May I ask if you want to see me?" "Captain Roy, I am Brad, the political officer of the Padstow military headquarters. We are visiting you this time to borrow a 3-masted sailing ship from you. We plan to go to Queen Uini Island and return at night." The military official seemed quite polite. "That's no problem. Do you need our crew?" Roy agreed without even thinking about it. He didn't even look at the 3 investigators. "That? Of course, it would be the best." The military official responded with a smile. Chapter 536. On the beach, an official from the Padstow Silver Pegasus military department came forward in person and asked Roy to borrow a 3-masted sailing ship to go to the Queen of Winnie Islands. Roy naturally could not refuse. 8 3-masted sailing ships were lined up in the sheltered bay. Roy raised his hand and called 2 flying fish boats, asking the half-blood elf crew to send the military official and 3 investigators to the 7th 3-masted sailing ship. The military official did not introduce the identities of the 3-masted investigators to Roy, so Roy pretended not to know them. The 3 investigators stood behind the military officials with stern faces. They had changed into clean military uniforms. If Roy hadn't known them before, he might have mistaken them for military officials. There was no cordial greeting, nor any words of thanks. The military officials boarded the flying fish boat, put their right hands on their left shoulders, and saluted Roy from a distance to express their gratitude. Roy squeezed out a somewhat stiff smile and waved at them. It was not until the 2 flying fish boats were far away that Miss Tiffany was pushed out of the sea by a wave. She opened her arms. Her long dress with sharp pattern was wet by the seawater, showing her graceful figure. Miss Tiffany in the sea has a lazy charm. Her eyes seem to be full of stories. Even a slight smile can make people start some associations. Knowing the identities of the 3 Silver Moon Elf investigators, why do you still lend them the boat? Miss Tiffany asked with a frown, not understanding Roy's behavior. There were still crystal water drops on her face. A crystal water drop dripped on her chest, and the white ravine seemed to be able to bury all men's ambitions. Moira squatted on the shallows, holding a string of fresh sea fish in her hand. When she saw Roy's eyes fall on her, she immediately stood up and waved to Roy with a smile. This keen perception is unmatched in the adventure group. Roy waved to Moira, then turned to Miss Tiffany lying on the beach and said, "Even if I don't lend it, can I still stop them from going to the Queen Uini Islands? Lending the boat won't make things worse, and maybe I can get a favor in return." Roy turned around, suddenly showing a strange smile on his face, and whispered, "But I usually hate those who eat and drink from me, and then turn their backs to scold me." Miss Tiffany climbed up from the beach, and her tricolored fishtail magically turned into 2 slender white legs, which were covered under the wet mermaid pattern dress. "Ah, how do you want to teach them a lesson?" Miss Tiffany asked. Roy rubbed his nose and said, "Tiffany, have you ever heard of the saying, if you see the morning glow, you won't go out, but if you see the evening glow, you can travel thousands of miles?" "Well, I really haven't heard of this." Miss Mermaid, who has lived in the sea since she was a child, naturally has no experience in this aspect. Roy explained patiently, "This sentence means that when you see the evening glow, tomorrow will most likely be a good day, but if you see the morning glow in the morning, then today is likely to be cloudy or even rainy." Before Roy could finish his words, a half-elf captain ran over and reported, "Boss Roy, it may rain tonight, and there will be wind at night. If you want to send the ship out to sea, it is best to stop in a sheltered bay for one night." "Will there be a sea storm at night?" Roy asked. "No, the forecast has passed. There will only be strong winds in this season, and there will rarely be storms," the half-elf captain explained. Roy waved his hand after listening. "If the wind and waves are not too strong, let them go. The closest to Partington Island is Param Prison Island. Roy thinks that even if they don't have time to return to Partington Island, they can probably dock on Prison Island." Roy stood on the shore and watched the number 7 sailboat leave the sheltered bay. There are many tents on the beach of Partington Island, which is very messy. In the evening, some half-blood elves lit a bonfire in front of the tent, making a little fire appear on the narrow beach. These half-blood elves basically heard that Padstow City has become a gathering place for half-blood elves, and heard that the Partington Plain is full of magical herbs, so they came here from all over the elven continent. They live on the beach, and don't have to worry about food. The local elf fishermen carried strings of sea fish, and ran to each tent to sell them. "Teacher Woods, is that you?" A sweet-looking, round-faced half-elf girl poked her head out of a tent, and saw Woods walking on the beach. She immediately greeted Woods. She was wearing a beige magic robe, and her hair seemed to have just been washed. Her hair was wet, and stuck to her face. Her face was very pretty. Right behind the round-faced half-blooded elf girl, a few more elf girls popped out. "Ah, why are you guys here too?" Woods discovered that among these elf girls, 2 worked part-time in the alchemy workshop and had danced at the college's final dance a few days ago. The round-faced elf girl was very lively. She came out of the tent and invited Woods to sit on the beach in front of their tent, then said with some distress, "The Elf Academy is on holiday. I heard that the portal to the Partington Plain was unlocked, so everyone wanted to go to the Partington Plain for adventure. I didn't expect there to be so many elves on this island. Now, we can only stay here." Woods also saw that there were indeed too many half-blood elves stranded on the beach. And at the port of Partington Island, every time a ship docked, a large group of elves would walk down from the ship. Woods said, "Oh, I just came back from the Partington Plain, and I also waited in line for a long time. But if you want to go to Partington to collect magic herbs, you will definitely not find anything near Padstow City. Only the Blackwater Swamp grows a lot of magic herbs. The Blackwater Swamp is about 2 weeks away from Padstow City, which is actually quite far. So you should be well prepared for this adventure." The round-faced elf girl asked in a low voice, "Teacher Woods, do you know much about the Partington Plain?" Woods nodded and said, "It's okay. The alchemy workshop occasionally goes to Padstow to purchase magic herbs, so I know more about the information about magic herbs." Several elf girls showed a hint of joy in their eyes, and the round-faced elf girl immediately asked, "Can you tell us about the Partington Plain? To be honest, that place is still quite unfamiliar to us." An elf girl brought out a few cups of fruit tea from the tent. Woods held a cup of fruit tea and thought for a moment before saying, "How should I put it? There is only one elf city in the Partington Plain, which is what we all call Padstow City. The reason why the city is so famous is that almost all the residents in the city are half-blood elves, and the city's security guard group is also composed of half-blood elves. At present, the city of Padstow is very famous, mainly because the market for magic herbs in the elven continent is booming, and this plain happens to be rich in magic herbs. As for the adventurers who enter the Partington Plain, I think if they are junior adventure groups, they may not be able to venture into the Blackwater Swamp. I heard that there are level 4 monsters in the depths of the swamp." "Ah!" several elf girls exclaimed. Wood signaled them to be quiet and listened to him continue. "Compared to the Blackwater Swamp, a safer place may be the Pagisto Plateau, but it is too far away. Even if you ride a horse and follow the caravan to the Pagisto Plateau, it will take at least 50 days to go back and forth, and there are some very dangerous natives lurking on the plateau. A place safer than the Pagisto Plateau is the jungle near the Griffin Wall Mountains, but if you go there, be careful of the griffins in the sky." Woods met several magical girls from the Elf Academy on the beach and started chatting with them, talking about the details of queuing up to enter the portal on Partington Island, discussing some tips in the process of refining magic potions, etc. The Wheel of Time was like being moved forward by a time assassin, and soon it was dark. In the evening, Roy decided to take Moira, Sabrina, and Miss Tiffany to visit Ms. Nancy. In the past, when Roy's adventure group passed through Partington Island, he would follow instructor Nora's example and lead the adventure group members to stay in Ms. Nancy's family hotel. After Roy became an officer of the Silver Pegasus Corps, he didn't need to stay on Partington Island. In the last few times he passed through Partington Island, he didn't visit Ms. Nancy because he was in a hurry. The members of the Zack Aram adventure group were quite complete this time, so Roy wanted to visit Ms. Nancy. But before he set off, he found that Woods was missing. He looked for Woods on the beach, but didn't find him, so he could only go with Moira, Sabrina, and Miss Tiffany. The streets were still crowded with half-blood elves waiting to enter the Partington Plain, but the main road in the town was still passable. Ms. Nancy's family hotel was located in a relatively remote location in the town, which was already on the rock wall in the belly of the mountain. Roy stood outside the hotel and knocked hard on the door, then pushed open the wooden door and walked in. Moira, Sabrina, and Miss Tiffany followed him. Ms. Nancy wiped her wet hands with a towel and walked out of the kitchen. When she saw Roy walk into the hotel, she relaxed her brows and said with a smile, Roy, it turns out to be you guys. Why are you going to the Partington Plain at this time? Hello, Mrs. Nancy. We just happened to pass by Partington Island and came to visit you, Roy said. Ms. Nancy called to Roy and the others, "Come in and sit down." There were several half-blood elf guests in the living room, and they were sitting on the sofa chatting. Ms. Nancy spread her hands and said to Roy, "You came at an unfortunate time. There are only 2 rooms left. If you want to stay, you can only squeeze in." Several half-blood elf guests in the room looked at Ms. Nancy with a strange look on their faces. "Ms. Nancy, didn't you say before that the rooms in the hotel were full?" Ms. Nancy glanced at them. She didn't explain anything, but her eyes conveyed a lot of information. Several half-blood elf guests immediately shut up. Roy waved his hand and said, "We are staying at Shelter Bay tonight. This time we are just visiting you. I haven't chatted with you for a long time." Ms. Nancy was a little surprised. She asked Roy and others to sit down at the dining table and brought out a plate of hazelnut muffins and a pot of sweet lemon tea from the kitchen. "Come to think of it, I haven't seen Nora for a long time." Ms. Nancy sat in the host's seat and said to Roy, "Instructor Nora is going to the Emerald Forest this holiday and is not planning to come to the Partington Plain." Sabrina bowed and explained, "I guess they also know that the Partington Plain will be crowded at this time, so they are unwilling to come." Ms. Nancy took a sip of hot tea and said slowly. Roy also said with a wry smile, "I don't know why so many half-blood elves are queuing to enter Partington all of a sudden." Ms. Nancy blew away the steam coming out of the teacup, and then said, "Many half-blood elves are eager to get rid of the oppression of the Silver Moon elves, so they flock to Partington Island. Speaking of which, the conflict between half-blood elves and Silver Moon elves has existed for a long time. I think the main reason for the conflict between Silver Moon elves and half-blood elves is the birth rate. The birth rate of half-blood elves is much higher than that of Silver Moon elves. The Silver Moon elves have always been nervous. They are worried that the population growth rate of half-blood elves will become faster and faster, which will slowly change the social structure of the Silver Moon elf kingdom and encroach on the existing living resources of the Silver Moon elves. That's why they are further squeezing the living space of half-blood elves, hoping to suppress the growth rate of the half-blood elves population. Many half-blood elves live a terrible life in the Elven continent, not because the resources of the Elven continent are insufficient, but because they are restricted by the Silver Moon elves. Currently, the Partington Plain has suddenly opened up, and many half-blood elves have heard that life on the Partington Plain is very comfortable. Naturally, a large number of half-blood elves have flocked here. However, I always feel that there should be some elves secretly pushing this matter behind the scenes, otherwise the news of the lifting of the ban on the Partington Plain should not spread so quickly. The inherent prejudice of the Silver Moon elves against the half-blood elves cannot be changed in a short time. Now a large number of half-blood elves are pouring into Padstow City, giving this forest city a sense of prosperity. However, behind this false prosperity, many long-hidden problems will also erupt one by one. Roy, I heard that you have a very loud name in the Partington Plain, and many half-blood elves call you Boss Roy. Mrs. Nancy is very talkative, and Roy listens very carefully. Hey, I took over a lot of mines on the Pagisto Plateau in the Partington Plain, so they like to call me Boss Roy. Roy admitted frankly. Mrs. Nancy pointed at Roy and sighed. Time seems to be very strange. It feels like just a nap time. Roy, you have become the well-known Boss Roy in the Partington Plain. Roy smiled a little embarrassedly and said, Hey, actually when I walk on the street, there are really not many elves who can recognize me. Ms. Nancy put down her teacup and said to Roy, Now the Partington Plain is called the Sanctuary of the Half-Blood Elves by many half-blood elves. So Roy, you must pay more attention when you are in the Partington Plain, and you must promptly channel the negative emotions of the half-blood elves. Otherwise, once those long-accumulated conflicts erupt, it is estimated that it will not take long for the Partington Plain to be banned again. If this is the case, I don't know how long it will take for the portal here to be unblocked. Chapter 537. I don't know how it happened, but when everyone sat at the dining table, they just happened to talk about the conflict between the half-blood elves and the Silver Moon elves. The concerns expressed by Ms. Nancy were also reasonable, but Roy didn't know what he could do. The Partington Plain now seems to be pretty good. A large number of half-blood elves have poured into the Partington Plain, making the city of Padstow prosper rapidly. Until everyone said goodbye to Ms. Nancy, and then returned to Shelter Bay, Roy was thinking about this all the way. Actually, what Ms. Nancy said is right. The half-blood elves on the elf continent have always been oppressed. They have even become accustomed to an unequal life. But hasn't it always been like this? Isn't the city of Padstow developing well now? And the Silver Pegasus Legion has also formed a half-blood elf security guard group. The status of half-blood elves in Padstow seems to have become equal and freer. There are even half-blood elves standing on the street pointing at a silver moon elf merchant and shouting, "Get out of Partington." Arriving at the beach, Roy was awakened by the strong sea breeze. Although this farce made the half-blood elves stand up straight, it also made their hearts swell blindly. Once the grievances and resentments accumulated in the hearts of the half-blood elves burst out, the entire city of Padstow might be affected. You should know that most of the officials in Padstow were still silver moon elves at this time. Ms. Nancy was probably worried about this. Sometimes, Roy was really curious about Ms. Nancy's identity. The crescent moon in the night sky casts a cool glow, and the densely packed tents on the beach are rustling in the sea breeze. There are several bonfires that have not been completely extinguished, and the sparks always seem particularly dazzling when the ashes fly in the wind. Some half-blood elves who can't sleep at night, and are still talking at night, still hold a string of salty and fragrant sea fish in their hands. Unfortunately, the holy light of the moon goddess does not seem to fall on the heads of half-blood elves. The moonlight falls on the sea, reflecting a sparkling light. The waves roll onto the beach one by one, making an extremely crisp sound. The sea breeze was a bit strong, and the clouds in the night sky were like a veil, occasionally covering the moonlight, and occasionally letting the moon show. Moira walked out of the sea and skipped to Roy's side. The sea water kept falling from her body. She shook her wet hair and sat down beside him. Roy ignored the sea water that splashed on Moira when she shook her head and wiped her wet hair with a dry towel. The tenderness in Moira's eyes melted instantly, and that sweet smile was like a clear spring in the lightless night. She leaned on Roy's solid shoulder and rested her head on it. A touch of pink appeared on her crystal-clear pointed ears. Moira was a little shy, but in the night, she took the initiative to look at Roy with her big watery eyes. She pursed her lips, and the hot air she exhaled almost all sprayed on Roy's cheek. Roy threw a pebble into the sea in front of him. He hesitated for a moment before asking Moira, "If one day I go out to sea by boat, I might go to the other side of the sea to have a look. This idea has come to me since I got to know the sea. Sometimes I always feel that my life is like a dream, so I want to see if the end of the sea is the end of the dream. Will you be sad when I leave?" "No," Moira answered very straightforwardly and firmly. Her lips were very beautiful, and after drawing a graceful arc, she whispered almost close to Roy's ear, "I don't want to wait here alone for you to come back. I want to sail with you. I can help you." As she spoke, a soft little hand held Roy's hand tightly. Roy responded in a low voice, "I heard that no elf couple can stay together for a lifetime. For an 800-year-old elf, this life is too long. They always have to leave each other some private space, so as to maintain enough freshness." No matter how hard he stared with his big obsidian eyes, he couldn't seem to be fierce. Moira just stared at Roy without saying anything. Her face was puffed up, and the expression on her face completely revealed her obsession. Even though Moira didn't say anything, Roy felt a little guilty. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately gave in and said, "Okay, I admit that the elf's words were wrong. You want to go to sea with me, then we will go together. Then we have a deal. You are not allowed to regret it when the time comes," Moira said quickly. "Kiss, sometimes it comes so suddenly, but it also comes so naturally." The sea breeze blew Moira's hair into a mess, and the ends of her hair brushed against Roy's cheek, making him feel a little itchy. Sabrina sat on a reef not far away, pursing her lips and looking at the sea in the distance. It seems that she didn't notice the intimacy between her sister and Roy on the beach. When she sat by the sea and looked at the deep sea, many lights and shadows suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. When they first met, the shy boy could only hide behind Miss Belinda's skirt, and only dared to look at them secretly. Later, the boy became naughty, and often ran to the beach to pick up shells. He even secretly lifted her skirt, while she was squatting by the Dane River washing clothes. Although he was beaten up by her, the sly smile on his face was imprinted in her mind at that time. Since then, Sabrina has never given him a good face, and even deliberately alienated him. The naughty boy grew up slowly, and played with Moira, pulling her out at the darkest time, and letting her eyes have color again. Now seeing the figures almost overlapping on the beach, Sabrina could only purse her lips and lower her head. The sea breeze blew, and a wave hit the sea reef, and the spray splashed on Sabrina's feet, which was a little cold. Miss Tiffany suddenly rushed out of the sea. Her body drew a beautiful arc on the sea surface, and swung her tricolor tail back into the sea again. Her white and smooth back was a little dazzling in the moonlight. After a while, Moira ran to Sabrina's side, and took her to the sea for a night swim. After playing in the sea for a while, Moira was in a particularly good mood, and even competed with Miss Tiffany in swimming in the sea. Until they were tired of playing, Moira took Sabrina back to the beach and sat down next to Roy. Roy was on Moira's left, and Sabrina was on Moira's right. The night sea breeze was a bit strong, and both of them put on bath towels. Miss Tiffany also swam ashore. This time, she did not turn her fishtail into legs. She also followed Moira's example, and lay on the beach, looking up at the night sky covered by the gauze-like clouds. "Didn't you say it would rain tonight?" Miss Tiffany said in confusion. As soon as she finished speaking, a wet sea breeze blew over. The moon quickly hid in the clouds, and the waves on the sea became turbulent. The signs before the rain came so quickly. When the drizzle of raindrops fell on the beach, Roy and the other two had just boarded a flying fish boat, and then everyone boarded a three-masted sailing ship in the rain. At this time, the raindrops as big as beans fell from the night sky, crackling into the sea, and also hit the deck and made a loud noise. The weather is really changing. Wood stood at the door of the ship with an umbrella, as if waiting for everyone to come back. The sea breeze was a bit strong. Even though the sails were completely lowered, the three-masted sailboat anchored in the sheltered bay was still shaking. Roy and his group ran into the cabin on the top floor of the ship in the rain. This room was behind the captain's room. It was originally supposed to be the captain's rest area, but this three-masted sailboat was special. Roy turned it into a suite with 3 rooms, but the space was still a bit small. Miss Tiffany found that there was no bathroom with a bathtub in the room, and said in some distress, "It would be great if the Black Pearl could be sailed out." The three-masted sailboat number 7 drifted on the sea all night against the wind and waves. The sailboat rose and fell in the turbulent waves, almost making the 3 investigators in the cabin vomit bile. Not only did they not sleep all night, but they also had to hold the handles with both hands in the narrow cabin and keep their bodies straight to avoid being hit by the violent turbulence of the ship. This long period of physical exertion exhausted the investigators, and they almost had dark circles under their eyes in the morning. Just like that. One of the investigators hit his forehead on the upper bed board, leaving an inch-long wound on his forehead. That night, they were worried about the three-masted sailboat capsizing in the sea every moment, and they stayed awake at all times, ready to abandon the ship. However, after the half-elf captain fought against the wind and waves all night, the wind and waves in the sea became smaller. The sun also emerged from the clouds. The rain stopped and the sea was calm. After a whole night of tossing and turning, the 3 investigators fell one after another. Then the three-masted sailboat moved at full speed in the sea, and after another day and night, it arrived at the Queen Ivany Islands. When getting off the ship from the Queen Ivany Islands dock, the investigators' faces turned yellow, their legs became weak, and their eye sockets and cheeks collapsed. There were only some sea fish on the boat, the proudest silver moon elves. Along the way, the 3 investigators only drank a little water. The 3 investigators helped each other get off the boat. The military official of Padstow City looked at their miserable backs, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they arrived at the Queen Ivany Islands safely, his mission would be successfully completed. He was really worried that the 3 investigators were too weak, and would die on the way. After sending them to the Queen Ivany Islands pier, the half-elf captain did not stay at the pier, but hoisted the sail and quickly left the Queen Island. The military official looked at the three-masted sailing ship meaningfully, and closed his mouth. The 3 investigators got off the boat, and squatted on the pier again to vomit. The military official hurriedly walked to the pier, showed his identity badge to the elf guards on the pier, and then explained the origins of the 3 investigators. The Silver Moon Elf guards on the dock quickly reported the situation here to the Silver Pegasus Corps headquarters. After receiving the news, Earl Macaulay actually ran out with a group of officers to greet the 3 investigators in person. Seeing the 3 investigators sitting on the dock in a listless state, Earl Macaulay asked in surprise, "How did you get into this state?" Then he turned around and ordered the adjutant behind him, "Hurry up and get a few bottles of powerful vitality potion and 3 cups of life tree juice." The 3 investigators did not drink the vitality potion, but only drank 3 cups of life tree juice, and soon their complexion recovered. 2 carriages were waiting beside the dock. Earl Macaulay took the 3 investigators on the carriages. After the carriages started running, one of the investigators complained, "The Partington Plain is really a wild place. Except for the half-blood elves gathering area. There are barbaric local natives everywhere. When you, the Silver Pegasus Corps, entered Partington, why didn't you govern it properly?" Earl Macaulay coughed twice, and did not continue the topic. He pretended not to hear, and changed the topic to ask, "How is the investigation into Roy's killing of the descendants of the Silver Moon Elf nobles going?" The 3 investigators looked at each other, and one of them said, "For the time being, we have not found any strong evidence." Then he asked again, "Then, Can the military produce some evidence? Earl Macaulay's eyes widened, and he was so angry that he pressed his hand on his chest. After a long while, he whispered, "Do you want to kill me? Don't say I don't have any so-called evidence. Even if I do, how can I take it out? If I really take it out, wouldn't it be obvious that I am harming my own people? What will the soldiers of the Silver Pegasus Legion think of me at that time? And what will the officers in the military think of me? You went to the Partington Plain once. Don't you understand the weight of the words Boss Roy in the hearts of the Partington half-blood elves?" Earl Macaulay said with some dissatisfaction. The three investigators did not expect Earl Macaulay's reaction to be so big, and they were stunned in the carriage for a while. Let's not talk about Roy's contribution to rescuing the half-elf slaves on the Pagisto Plateau. Just the achievements of this Mine Guard regiment in the Battle of the Ivini Islands. No one in our legion can stand up and question him at this time. As he said this, he took out a map from the drawer on the edge of the carriage, tore it open, pointed to a large area and said, "Now the Boss Roy you are investigating is developing the Sun Island Bay. But now you don't even have a little evidence. How can I deal with him? How can I investigate him? Also, I want to make it clear to you that if you have evidence of Roy killing the owner of the Silver Moon Elf mine, you must bring the evidence back to the Elf Elders Council and have him tried. Don't come to the military and think we will deal with him. But I have to remind you that the relationship between the descendant of the Silver Moon Elf nobles and Lord Alvis is difficult to explain. Don't make the Silver Moon Elf nobles lose face." Chapter 538. The carriage stopped in the square in front of the Silver Pegasus Corps headquarters. Earl Macaulay got out of the carriage first, followed by the three investigators. The group climbed the spiral staircase, passed through some giant tree roots, and soon walked into the lobby on the first floor of the headquarters. After Earl Macaulay entered the lobby, an adjutant walked quickly to his side and whispered in his ear, "Earl Swinburne, please." The voice behind was very low, and the three investigators did not hear clearly what the adjutant said. Count Macaulay asked in surprise, "What happened?" "Golfito," the adjutant said again quickly, still in a low voice. The three investigators only heard the word Golfito in the sentence. Count Macaulay's face changed slightly, and he responded, "I go right away." Count Macaulay turned around, and his face, which was originally very surprised, recovered instantly, showing a faint smile, and said to the three investigators, "You three can go to the room to rest first. There will be an open-air welcome dance held on the beach in the evening. The island style of Queen's Island is still very good. I will go to deal with some things first, so I will leave for a while." Earl Macaulay nodded to the three investigators to express his apology, and then left quickly with the adjutant, without giving the investigators a chance to speak. The three investigators looked at Earl Macaulay's back as he left quickly, and their faces showed doubts. The headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Corps is located on the Tree of Life on Queen Island. This Tree of Life covers almost 1/3 of the main peak of Queen Island. The elves opened up some space in the trunk of the Tree of Life, and this is the headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Corps. All rooms are connected by various staircases. Some rooms with confidential documents even belong to the subdimensional space opened up again in the tree trunk. Earl Macaulay walked quickly on the complicated steps. Some wooden steps even appeared when he walked to the end of the stairs and took a step towards the open area, perfectly building a secret passage that led directly to the top of the tree. Earl Macaulay entered the Combat Command Hall. In the center of the hall was a sand table of the Queen of Winnie Islands, and around it were sand tables of the entire Silver Moon Elf Kingdom and the entire Elf Continent. The Combat Command Hall seemed very empty, and the arc-shaped dome depicted the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. On a wall in the side hall, there was a huge map of the entire Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. The obvious difference between this map and the sand table was that there was an extra mysterious area on the map, which was a mysterious valley between the Evernight Forest and the Moonlight Forest. There was no such valley on the sand table in the hall, which meant that on ordinary military maps, this Golfito Grand Canyon did not exist. This mysterious valley happened to be the headquarters of the Statue of Liberty in the Elf Continent. Archbishop Felix Mitchell founded the first Statue of Liberty in the Elf Continent here. Since then, the Statue of Liberty has gradually developed in the Elf Continent, mainly targeting the half-blood elves abandoned by the Moonlight Goddess. Earl Swinburne and High Priest Reginald were talking in a low voice in front of the map. A group of Silver Moon Elf commanders were gathered in front of the map. The atmosphere in the hall was a little depressing. What happened? Earl Macaulay walked in and asked a commander with whom he had a close relationship. The young Silver Moon Elf commander was Earl Macaulay's student. He was able to stand at the decision-making level of the Silver Pegasus Corps at such a young age. In addition to his strong family background, he also relied on Earl Macaulay's support. The young commander was about to answer when Earl Swinburne came over. The priests of the Statue of Liberty have abandoned Golfito, and almost all of them are gone, Earl Swinburne said in a low voice with an ugly face. The other Silver Moon Elf officers should have heard the news before. Although their expressions were solemn, they were not very surprised. How could this happen? Earl Macaulay's pupil shrank slightly, and he said in a lost voice. For ordinary Silver Moon Elves, they naturally did not know the existence of the Golfito Grand Canyon. But for the Silver Pegasus Corps, which ranked in the top 3 of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, the top leaders in the Corps naturally knew what this meant. There was a gate connecting to the Dark Land. Now I suspect that all their clergy have entered the Dark Land. After saying this, Earl Swinburne groaned in anger, and then continued, At present, Golfito is in a state where no one is defending it. Although they all knew this news, the other Silver Moon Elf commanders were still very angry. Everyone felt that the priests of the Statue of Liberty were too irresponsible. Earl Macaulay asked hurriedly, What about the gate leading to the Dark Land? What's the current situation? According to the report, it was blocked from the inside, but the space fluctuations around the gate are extremely unstable, and space collapse may occur at any time. Earl Swinburne sighed and whispered, This news is even more fatal. The gate is blocked from the inside, which means that dark creatures may run out of this gate of the Dark Land at any time, but the elves have no way to enter the Dark Land. Earl Macaulay blinked, clenched his fist, and asked, Seal from the inside? That means, if you want to break the seal, you have to enter the Dark Land first. Now the gates are closed, which means the passage to the Dark Land is sealed for us. Earl Swinburne nodded. The above means that in order to avoid hidden dangers in the passage to the Dark Land, the gate of the passage must be sealed. Earl Swinburne said, The sealing array is under the responsibility of the Moon Temple, but the entire Golfito will be under military blockade, and our Silver Pegasus Corps is responsible for the air blockade of the Golfito Grand Canyon. Earl Macaulay's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, Are our Silver Pegasus Knights going to enter Golfito? Yes. Earl Macaulay's face became even uglier, and he said, Given the current situation in the Queen Uni Islands, how can we possibly allocate troops to enter Golfito? The above means that the 20th Army of the Silver Moon Elves will blockade the entire Golfito. We are not the main force, so we only need to send a Silver Pegasus Knights to cooperate with the 20th Army, Earl Swinburne added. Okay. Earl Macaulay's face became even uglier. He knew that the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights, to which he belonged, would definitely not be able to escape this mission. Some time ago, Earl Swinburne led the 1st Silver Pegasus Knights into the Partington Plain. When fighting against the half-blood elf rebels, his 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights were stationed in the Queen Ivany Islands. Because an officer of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights neglected his duty during a sea patrol, the warships of the Grey Dwarfs found a breakthrough and successively occupied dozens of islands outside the Queen Ivany Islands. The Grey Dwarfs invaded the Queen Ivany Islands on a large scale, and the Silver Pegasus Corps was immediately dragged into the vortex of the naval battle. At that time, the 1st Silver Pegasus Knights of Earl Swinburne happened to be in the northern part of the Pagisto Plateau, looking for the holy land of the local indigenous headhunters in the hearts of the Plateau Headhunters, the land of the ancestors of Dazan. Hearing the news of the large-scale fall of the outer islands of the Queen Uni Islands, they could only return to the Queen Uni Islands with all the expeditionary forces of the Silver Pegasus Legion overnight. Strictly speaking, Earl Macaulay was somewhat negligent in the naval battle of the Queen Uni Islands. The war in the Queen Uni Islands has just subsided, and many elven officers of the Silver Pegasus Legion have not yet finished their vacation. Now that there has been such a change in the Golfito Grand Canyon, the first legion that needs to stand out is naturally the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights. As long as Earl Macaulay thought about the Knights of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Legion having to fly thousands of miles to the Golfito Grand Canyon, he felt that even his breathing became heavy. But at this moment, he had to pinch his nose and take the initiative to express his position. This time when we are stationed in the Golfito Canyon, I request the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights to be the first batch of reinforcements and make preparations for departure immediately. Earl Swinburne nodded. The 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights must make preparations for departure within 3 days. Since the Commander-in-Chief of the Silver Pegasus Corps issued the order, a group of combat commanders quickly agreed. Yes, Commander. Then he studied the flight route of the Silver Pegasus Knights, the supply stations along the way, etc. Although the current Silver Pegasus Corps has not yet fully recovered after the Battle of the Queen Uni Islands, due to the sufficient financial resources of the Silver Pegasus Corps, Earl Macaulay was able to bring sufficient supplies to Golfito this time. Even ground supplies can be supplied halfway. It must be said that Earl Swinburne's occupation of the Partington Plain is indeed a good move. which almost completely makes up for the financial deficit caused by the poor management of the Pegasus field in the past decades. Earl Macaulay stood in the Combat Command Hall for a long time until the meeting was over, and then he walked out of the Combat Command Hall side by side with Earl Swinburne. At this time, Earl Swinburne asked casually, "Have the 3 investigators from the Buenos Aires Elders Council arrived?" Earl Macaulay nodded with a heavy heart, and now he had no mood to pay attention to them. "I arranged them to the reception area," Earl Macaulay replied. "Did they find any evidence?" Earl Swinburne asked curiously. Earl Macaulay shook his head and frowned, saying, "It is said that no evidence was found." When returning to Padstow City, he was caught by the headhunters of the plateau. Later, he escaped for some unknown reason. Thanks to the Moonlight Goddess. Earl Swinburne smiled after he finished speaking. The two walked to the door of the Combat Command Hall, and stood in front of the gorgeous wooden door. Earl Swinburne stopped and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I hope the current prosperous situation of the Partington Plain can continue. The wealth created for us by that plain has officially become the 5th pillar of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Once the economic situation of the Partington Plain collapses, many plans of the Legion will be stranded." His eyes fell on Earl Macaulay's face, and he said seriously, "I don't care what you think of those half-blood elves, but the interests of the Silver Pegasus Corps are above all else." Earl Macaulay's heart trembled. He could feel Earl Swinburne's determination, and knew how important the Partington position was to the Silver Pegasus Corps. Although the 3 investigators made him a little confused, as a member of the old family of the Silver Moon Elf nobles, Earl Macaulay still had a way to silence them. For every senior member of the Silver Pegasus Corps, the interests of the Silver Pegasus Corps are above all else. On the 4th day after Roy arrived at Partington Island, the 3rd magic airship finally completed the final commissioning and acceptance, and Roy also coordinated the time for the magic airship to pass through the portal. As the magic airship successfully took off at night, 2 rows of flames lit up in the narrow passage leading into the town of Partington. These flames clearly indicated the flight path for the captain of the magic airship. At the moment when the magic airship took off, the half-blood elves on the beach cheered. Although this was the 3rd magic airship to enter the Partington Plain, it was the first time for these outsiders on Partington Island to see it. This large-scale aerial transport tool was a very novel thing for these half-blood elves. Some well-informed half-blood elves shouted, "This is a magic airship." Roy and several friends stood on the observation deck of the magic airship, looking at the main peak of Partington Island in front of them. It was pitch black, but there were countless tents and bonfires on the beach, which looked like a dazzling pearl necklace worn on the neck of a girl with her face covered. With these 3 magic airships traveling back and forth between Padstow and Plateau City, Rossander's caravan will no longer need to transport apples to the plateau. When the fishery in Sun Island Bay develops in the future, Plateau City and Padstow will be able to eat fresh sea fish. By then, the half-blood elves on the Partington Plain will no longer worry about food. Roy held the railing on the deck of the magic airship with both hands and said excitedly, "In fact, there is one thing I have never understood. Padstow City and Partington Island are only separated by a gate. Why can't a large amount of seafood be transported from Partington Island? Now that the teleportation gates are unlocked, won't there be merchants doing this kind of business?" Wood stood beside Roy and asked in confusion. "First of all, it should be noted that merchants not only need to buy a pass to enter the Partington Plain, but also need to pay taxes for seafood from Partington Island entering Padstow City. In fact, Partington Island has always been the only supplier of fish resources for the Partington Plain, but the transportation cost is a bit high, so the price of fish in Padstow City is also very high," Roy explained. "It's not that you can't eat fish in Padstow, it's just a little bit more expensive," Roy added. Just now, a cross-mast scraped against the rock wall, causing the magic airship to shake a little, but there was no other trouble. When the fishery resources of Sun Island Bay are transported to Padstow, you will find that the fishery resource market may be reshuffled," Roy said with certainty. A group of half-blood elf crew members stood on both sides of the ship, constantly adjusting the angle of the bow, and cheered together until the magic airship entered the belly of the mountain on Partington Island. Although the town square was full of elves at this moment, the entrance of the portal was cleared to form an empty area. The magic airship slowly landed and crashed into the portal in front. Chapter 539. The route from Padstow to Plateau City was officially opened 5 days ago. A large amount of military supplies and fruits were transported from Padstow to Plateau City, and the first magic airship brought back a large amount of magic metals and some magic herbs from Padstow Plateau. After the second magic airship arrived at Plateau City, it immediately flew to the dock on the north coast of Sun Island. It is estimated that it will take at least 3 days to return to Padstow City. In recent days, merchants have been protesting in front of the gate of this airport dock on the outskirts of the city, demanding that the magic airship be opened to ordinary elves instead of transporting military supplies. So when Roy brought the third magic airship into Padstow City and docked it at the airport terminal, he saw many elf merchants gathered on the street outside the airport terminal. Roy got off the magic airship and stood on the platform of the terminal. He pointed at the elf merchants holding flags in protest and asked the person in charge of the airport terminal, "What are those elves doing outside the airport terminal?" "They are protesting to us, demanding that the magic airships in the airport be open to the public," a half-elf administrator explained with a bitter face. Roy turned around and looked at the friends, who followed him out of the magic airship. Moira and Tiffany stood on the edge of the platform, holding the fence with both hands, admiring the beautiful sunset view of Padstow City. The two talked and laughed again, very happy. Sabrina and Woods followed Roy and also noticed the situation outside the airport terminal. "Let's go down and take a look," Roy said. After that, he walked towards the stairs of the airport terminal. The person in charge of the airport terminal hurriedly followed behind him, and took the opportunity to explain. "The elves outside the airport terminal are almost all businessmen. They heard that the magic airship had brought back a large number of metal ingots from Plateau City, so they came here to negotiate the business of metal ingots. Later, they heard that the magic airship flew to Plateau City twice a week, so they wanted to take the magic airship to Plateau City. But now the magic airship is still in the trial operation state. So I rejected their request to take the magic airship to Plateau City, but I didn't expect them to gather outside the airport terminal to protest." The person in charge of the airport terminal wiped his sweat and explained carefully that he had just taken over the airport terminal and was afraid that if he did something wrong, he would lose the position he had finally grabbed. Roy did not respond in a hurry, but nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I understand." As he spoke, Roy and his group walked down from the huge oak tree. There were many wooden boxes stacked together on the open space under the tree, and the words Sedeso Mithril Mine were printed on the outside of these wooden boxes. Roy knew that these boxes should not contain mithril ingots. The mithril ingots refined by the two mines in the north and south of Sedeso have all been supplied to the imperial merchants. Sure enough, Roy saw the elvish word silver ingot on the other side of the box. It can be seen that among the 15 mines currently operating normally on the Pagisto Plateau, the two mines in the north and south of the Sedeso Mountains are the best managed and operated. It seems that they have completely absorbed the Grey Dwarf prisoners of war. These metal ingot businesses are currently managed by Rambo, and Roy does not want to intervene for the time being. The airport terminal is just a huge oak tree. A large open space under the oak tree is fenced off to become a transit cargo station for temporary storage of materials. Those merchants are standing on the opposite side of the road. Many elf merchants are holding wooden signs in their hands. The signs are written with various colors of dyes. "Refuse the military to control the airport terminal. Please open the magic airship to ordinary elves. Please let us go to the Pagisto Plateau to have a look." Various protest slogans and petition slogans almost occupied the more than 200-meter-long road on the opposite street. The gate of the airport terminal has been closed recently, and it will only be opened quickly when a truck arrives. When the truck leaves the airport terminal, the gate will be closed immediately. The elf merchants standing on the opposite side of the avenue have just seen the magic airship slowly flying out of the city, and they also saw that there seemed to be some movement in the airport terminal. When the gate of the airport terminal was pushed open by the elves merchants waiting on the opposite side of the avenue immediately held up wooden signs and surrounded the gate of the airport terminal. At this time, Roy Port, wearing a magic pattern structure, walked to the gate. Sabrina followed Roy, her tall figure wrapped in silver armor, holding a helmet with a visor in one hand, her long golden hair hanging down like a waterfall, two Saruki long swords hanging on her waist, and she exuded a strong aura. Woods on the other side looked a little ordinary. When the elf merchants saw Roy's face, they immediately cheered. "It's Boss Roy. Boss Roy, when will the airport terminal be open to us merchants? Boss Roy, can we go to Pagisto Plateau to do business?" The elf merchants seemed a little excited, and everyone crowded towards Roy. The half-blood elf guards at the airport terminal quickly formed a human wall to stop this group of overly excited elf merchants. Roy had no expression on his face. He stood at the gate of the airport terminal and glanced at the elf merchants around him. Dark green runes appeared on the face of Woods beside him, and at the same time, several branches with green leaves appeared under his feet. These branches quickly formed a magic pattern array, and as Woods chanted the ancient elvish spell, a strong breath of life emanated from Woods. These breaths of life quickly nourished the surrounding vegetation. The surrounding green grass immediately grew some apricot yellow buds, and these small flower buds, which were only the size of rice grains, bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the moment of blooming, some pollen that was invisible to the naked eye floated away. Woods cast the druid plant magic soul soothing. The pollen with a calming effect floated in the air, and the excited elf merchants smelled the faint fragrance of the flowers, and their excitement was calmed down. Woods coughed lightly, indicating that Roy was almost done. Roy then said to the elf merchants around him, "Ahem, everyone, be quiet, please listen to me." Although his voice was not loud, it reached the ears of the elf merchants, and the surroundings soon became quiet. I know a few things that everyone is most concerned about, so I will briefly say a few words based on these issues. When Roy said this, the surroundings immediately became silent. Roy saw a silver Pegasus marble statue at the entrance of the airport terminal. He climbed up the statue's base in a few steps. In this way, even the elf merchants standing behind could see Roy's figure. First, when will this airport terminal be open to ordinary people? Can it be opened? This question is relatively simple for me. Let me talk about this matter first. At present, the magic airship route in the Partington Plain has just been opened and is still in the test flight stage. It takes about 5 days to go back and forth from Padstow City to Plateau City. As long as it flies 10 times without any safety problems, it will be open to ordinary elves. However, I would also like to remind you that the ticket price of the magic airship may not be too affordable in the early stage, but it will gradually decrease in the future. Low value-added products are still not suitable for air transportation at present. When the elf merchants heard Roy's promise to open the airport terminal, they cheered. Roy paused and looked at the elf merchants around him. He raised his right hand and extended 2 fingers, and the surroundings became quiet again. Roy continued, "The second question, everyone is concerned about the metal trade and magic herb trade on the Pagisto Plateau. My answer is, everyone is welcome to do business on the Pagisto Plateau. There are 3 specialties on the plateau: spinel, magic metal and magic herbs. Of course, the ones you can see in the market are probably the most common ones. They can be bought in the free market of the Plateau City. This is worth noting. The third question is, you may also be concerned about what is scarce in the Pagisto Plateau. At present, the Pagisto Plateau lacks the most basic living supplies." Roy stood on the statue base and answered the questions of the elf merchants one by one. After the elf merchants got the answers, they did not rush to leave. Instead, more and more elves gathered at the gate of the airport terminal. The news that Boss Roy answered the questions of the elf merchants at the gate of the airport terminal spread quickly. The elves who heard the news gathered towards the airport terminal, and soon the entire street outside the airport terminal was congested. Roy then took a sip of water to relieve his hoarse throat. "Okay, that's all for today. I still have some official business to attend to. Let's all go." Roy clapped his hands, then jumped down from the statue base and walked straight into the airport terminal. He had originally planned to leave the airport terminal and go to the Padstow Silver Pegasus military headquarters, but now he couldn't get out anyway, so he could only return to the magic airship and think of other ways to leave. A large number of half-blood elves standing outside the airport terminal saw Roy turn around and leave, and someone suddenly shouted, "Boss Roy! Boss Roy!" Other half-blood elves also joined in. Hundreds of half-blood elves shouted Boss Roy on the street, and the sound like thunder spread far away. Roy didn't expect to be summoned by General Kempfred again when he came to Padstow City this time. Some time ago, Roy applied to the military for military support from a second-level strongman, but unfortunately the military was slow to approve it, so Roy didn't plan to submit any application this time, and he didn't even plan to take the initiative to collect the military supplies for the new quarter. He originally planned to load the 3rd magic airship with fruits and daily necessities in Padstow City, and then set sail for the Plateau City immediately. But on the night Roy arrived in Padstow City, Chief Kempfred's summons was handed to Roy. Roy could only take a carriage to the Padstow Silver Pegasus military headquarters the next morning. When he arrived at the first-floor hall of the military headquarters, Roy took out the summons, and was immediately received by a Silver Moon elf and led to Chief Kempfred's office. Walking into the somewhat dull office, General Kempfred was reviewing documents at his desk. Roy sat obediently on the chair next to him, and waited until General Kempfred finished processing all the documents in front of him. He then took a sip of lemon tea from the cup, looked up at Roy, and smiled at him. Roy felt that General Kempfred's smile was a little cold. It can be seen that General Kempfred has now completely controlled the situation of the Padstow Silver Pegasus military department, and his eyes are full of the majesty of a superior. "Captain Roy, it's really not easy to see you once. If this summons hadn't been issued in time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see you." Although General Kemp Fred spoke in a relaxed tone, even with a hint of ridicule, his dissatisfaction was revealed between the lines. Roy could only bow slightly and said, "General, I'm so sorry. Recently, the situation on Sun Island has been a little tense. You also know that the Sea Beast Priest is a bit troublesome to deal with. The military has been slow to respond, so I have to find a solution through other channels." Roy said this indifferently, causing General Kemp Fred to look up at Roy and snort in dissatisfaction. He didn't say anything more, and directly took out a piece of parchment from the drawer beside his leg, quickly signed his name on the parchment, and then placed it on the table, motioning Roy to take it away. Roy leaned forward and took the magic parchment in his hand, and carefully read the new regulations issued for the Pagisto Plateau. The first article was to reduce the allocation of military supplies by 30% each quarter. Roy was slightly startled. This cut was really ruthless. At present, the number of half-blood elf warriors in the Mine Guard group is 10,000. The military supplies allocated every quarter, including weapons, standard armor, arrows, etc., are the configuration of the regular infantry army of the Silver Moon Elf. If calculated as magic crystals, there are about 5,000 magic crystals. Cutting off 30%, that is, reducing the military supplies worth 1,500 magic crystals. It can be seen that the military wants to limit the rapid expansion of the Mine Guard group. The second one was that the application for establishing the Pagisto Plateau Infantry Corps was rejected. The reason was that the Pagisto Plateau did not have the conditions to form an infantry corps for the time being, and Roy frowned again. The third one was that the Padsto Silver Pegasus military believed that the development progress of the Pagisto Plateau mine was a bit too slow, and believed that if Roy could not find a suitable mine owner, the military should directly send several mine owners to the Pagisto Plateau to manage the mine. Roy saw that it was management, not development. That is to say, the mine owners sent by the military will go to the Pagisto Plateau to manage the mines that are operating normally, and then the mine owners under Roy will develop the abandoned mines. The Padsto Silver Pegasus Corps wants to directly intervene in the management of the mines on the Pagisto Plateau. Roy bowed and put the parchment signed by General Kemp Fred back on the desk. He smiled at General Kemp Fred and said, "General, I was appointed by Lord Swinburne to take over the management of the Pagisto Plateau mines. So, General, if you want to take away the management rights of the Pagisto Plateau mines here." Roy pointed to the lower right corner of the parchment, where Chief Kemp Fred's signature was actually. But Roy still smiled and said, "It would be best if there was Earl Swinburne's signature. Of course, it's okay without that. I certainly welcome the military to send mine owners to the Padsto Plateau. Given their lack of management experience, there are several mines waiting to be developed in the north of the Padsto Plateau, but the headhunters there are very active. I have a small suggestion. I suggest that the Padsto military send a mine guard to go with them." After saying that, Roy retracted his hand, stood up from the chair opposite the desk, saluted Chief Kemp Fred, and turned to leave the office. He didn't even say goodbye. Chapter 540. In fact, Roy did not expect that the Padsto military would intervene in the management of the Pagisto Plateau mine at this time. The mine guards had just experienced the Battle of Sun Island Bay. The Padsto Silver Pegasus military not only did not provide any help, but also reduced the military supplies supplied to the Pagisto Plateau by 30% every quarter. The door of the office made a muffled sound, completely blocking General Kemp Fred's sight. General Kemp Fred stared at the wooden door covered with ivy patterns, his face gloomy, and suddenly inserted the quill pen into the ink bottle, and the ink splashed out, staining General Kemp Fred's hands. He took out a silk handkerchief to wipe the ink off his hands, and tried to keep his breath steady. He didn't expect that this young half-elf would dare to openly oppose him. He was the chief of the logistics department of the Silver Pegasus Army, and he was in charge of the allocation of the army's supplies. He angrily tore the parchment in half and said to the microphone, "Call Captain Brad." Roy walked out of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters and stood on the steps. The warm sunshine shone on his face, which made him feel a little better. Walking down the steps, I thought to myself, since General Kemp Fred wants to intervene in the mines on the Pagisto Plateau, then let's do it. It just so happens that several abandoned mines in the Caldam Mountains are not managed by anyone. Currently, the Silver Pegasus Cavalry Squad and the Assassin Squad are clearing out the small groups of headhunters hiding in the mountains. Since General Kemp Fred wants to take over the mines, it is definitely impossible to give up the operating mines casually. So let's give up the mines on the west side of the Caldam Mountains, and let General Kemp Fred worry about the plateau headhunters in the Caldam Mountains. This time, Roy also made his attitude clear to General Kemp Fred. Although he could not stop the military from sending mine owners to the Padsto Plateau, Roy still had the final say on which mine to give up. Roy boarded a carriage, pushed open the window of the carriage, and exhaled softly. Pushing the door and entering a tea restaurant, Roy walked up the long stairs. The buildings in Padstow were not so good in this regard. Most of the buildings were on the treetops, so every time you entered a building, you had to climb the stairs for a long time. Walking out of an archway, the light became brighter. Soothing music came from the treetops, and Roy walked to a platform. This tea restaurant was built on the treetops. It is made up of several tree houses connected together. Some tree houses are even semi-open, with seats placed on the terraces. Each terrace has dense branches and leaves that block the view and have a certain degree of privacy. Sitting on the platform, you can enjoy the unique scenery of Padstow. Padstow is a city built up by countless tree houses. Only by standing on the treetops can you see the beauty of the city. A waiter led Roy to Captain Berkeley, who was sitting in the corner. Roy sat casually opposite Captain Berkeley. Captain Berkeley ordered a cup of lemon tea from the waiter. After the waiter left, Captain Berkeley asked Roy, "Did you go to see General Kemp Fred?" "Yeah," Roy said depressedly. Captain Berkeley smiled and said, "It seems that you are not in a good mood." Roy complained, "He wants the management rights of several mines." "I don't understand." The mines on Pagisto Plateau were originally things that no one wanted. The infantry commanders who fought on the Pagisto Plateau didn't want to stay to manage the mines. Why are they interested now? Captain Berkeley smiled, patted Roy on the shoulder, and explained, if they had taken over the mine, they would not only have to resist the headhunters on the plateau, but also be responsible for rescuing the elf slaves in the mine, and then manage the mine. I don't know how much trouble it would have been. At that time, the Partington Plain had not been lifted, and the metal ingots were not valuable. How could they stay to manage the mine? But now it's different. Now the war situation on the Pagisto Plateau has stabilized, the elf miners have been properly resettled, and the Plateau City and Padstow City have opened a route. It's more comfortable to run a mine than to be stationed in the Queen of Winnie Islands. In addition, the ban on the Partington Plain has been lifted, and the elf merchants have all gone to the Partington Plain to do business. Now we only need to transport the metal ingots to Padstow City, and we don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. With interest at stake, some elves will naturally be jealous. Roy didn't say anything. Captain Berkeley patted Roy on the shoulder again and comforted him. I know you are unwilling and don't want to give up the mine on the plateau, but Kemp Fred is the chief of logistics of the Silver Pegasus Corps. You can't disobey the orders of the military. During this sensitive period, you can't leave any bad impression on the senior military officials. Because your position is sensitive. You have a half-elf army in your hands, and the current size of the army has reached 10,000 half-elf warriors. In the Partington Plain, it is already a force that cannot be ignored. And your reputation in Padstow City is very high recently, so it is inevitable that you will enter the sight of the army's top leaders. As far as I know, the military's decision to intervene in the management of the Pagisto Plateau mine is just the first step. Since you are already the governor of Pagisto Plateau, it is not appropriate for you to concurrently serve as the governor of Barrier Town. I suggest to your brother that instead of letting the military issue an order to relieve you of your post, you should take the initiative to give up the governorship of Barrier Town. Roy was slightly stunned. Although he is the governor of Barrier Town, he rarely participates in the management of Barrier Town. He is just a figurehead. Roy said dully, as the governor, I really haven't done anything for Barrier Town. Captain Berkeley nodded. He knew this very well. You were appointed as the governor of Barrier Town to serve as a buffer. Now Barrier Town has begun to develop slowly and steadily. You can withdraw? Captain Berkeley continued, I think you can give it appropriately on this matter. Now you are under the spotlight of the military, which is not a good thing. In addition, the 3 investigators of the Buena Silver Moon Elf Elder Council are at the headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Legion. The investigation of you is not over yet. Got it. Roy agreed. Captain Berkeley came to Roy and whispered, in the next period of time, I will serve as the governor of Padstow. How lively this city is now. You also know that Padstow will expand rapidly in the next period of time. On the hillside opposite, there is already a preliminary urban plan, and even elf merchants have begun to build tree houses. The edge of the city will slowly extend over there. As long as Padstow can develop, I may be the biggest beneficiary. Captain Berkeley smiled and said, maybe he will become a candidate for the Chief of Logistics Department of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Roy suddenly realized that Captain Berkeley's promotion route was a low-key and steady promotion. Ah! Roy didn't expect to hear such news from Captain Berkeley himself. Roy found that he could really gain some achievements in the next period of time as the governor of Padstow City. With the lifting of the ban on the Partington Plain, it would be difficult for Padstow City not to develop. Of course, the elf population in Padstow City is increasing, and the public security problems in the city will become more and more troublesome. Fortunately, Captain Berkeley is in charge of the Padstow City Security Guard. As long as the city is well managed, the credit will definitely fall on Captain Berkeley's head. Captain Berkeley put his arm around Roy's shoulders and lowered his voice and said, "So Roy, you just have to be patient on the Padstow Plateau for a while, and wait until Kemp Fred's term ends, and I will help you realize your dream." Roy was a little numb and asked in confusion, "My dream?" He actually had a dream, but what could Captain Berkeley do? "The Partington Plain is so big, don't you want to go to the Pagisto Plateau and the area west of Sun Island Bay?" Captain Berkeley said happily. "Ah, actually, I don't have such an idea," Roy answered honestly. In order to avoid embarrassing Captain Berkeley, Roy continued, "But I will stay on the Pagisto Plateau and wait for you to be promoted to the chief of the logistics department of the Silver Pegasus Legion." "That's good." Captain Berkeley nodded with satisfaction. Next, Captain Berkeley told Roy about the current troubles in Padstow. In fact, with the emergence of a large number of adventure groups in Padstow, many adventure groups with relatively fixed members have emerged in the city, and there are many temporary adventure groups in the Adventure Guild. These adventure groups are just for the purpose of taking care of each other when entering the jungle to collect magic herbs. But there is a problem here. Not all elves are noble, hardworking and kind. With more elves participating in the adventure, it is inevitable that there will be some elves with bad intentions. The security guard of Padstow is responsible for handling these matters. Captain Berkeley also discovered that a lot of second-level strongmen have come to the Partington Plain recently. They are obviously eyeing the dragonflies in the Blackwater Swamp, or the more powerful monsters in the unknown area of the Partington Plain. Captain Berkeley wants to continue to expand the number of half-blood elf warriors in the security guard so that they can deal with the next situation in Padstow. Roy did not spend the night in Padstow. In the evening, the third magic airship left Padstow with a full ship of fruits and daily necessities and headed for the Plateau City. Moira, Sabrina, Miss Tiffany, and Woods also accompanied them. After flying over the collapsed land, the magic airship soon arrived at the Nicobar Mountains in the east of the Padstow Plateau. The mines here are still abandoned. In addition, there are a group of surviving headhunters in the Nicobar Mountains. The mines here have been destroyed quite thoroughly. It is not much easier to restore normal operation than to build a new mine. The third magic airship successfully passed through the Jiashi Mountains and arrived at the Plateau City. The half-blood elves at the airport terminal were already used to it, and they quickly unloaded the boxes of fruit from the airship. According to Roy's previous instructions, the Jiashi Mountain Blacksmith Workshop was making a batch of iron chains, which were used to reinforce the seawall and dock on the north coast of Sun Island Bay. However, this batch of iron chains has not yet been delivered to the airport terminal warehouse in Plateau City. This time when Roy came to Plateau City, most of the streets in the city had been repaired with drainage channels, and the streets in the city were paved with bluestone slabs, which looked clean and tidy. Walking along the street to the city hall, the area of the Plateau City is not very large, and there are many elf merchants on the street. Everyone is learning about this city through various channels, and looking for some real business opportunities. Moira, Miss Tiffany, and Woods want to go to the free market in a small town together, while Roy needs to go to the city hall in Mulenping, so everyone separates in a small square. Moira, Miss Tiffany and Woods go to the free market, Roy and Sabrina go to the city hall. Roy brings Sabrina to the city hall. Mulan was in the meeting room, staring at the map of the Chaldea Mountains, which had many marked points drawn on it. Roy walked into the meeting room, and signaled the half-blood elf warrior beside him not to remind Mulan. He walked over and stood beside Mulan, keeping the same action as Mulan, looking at the map on the wall. But Mulan did not show any surprise. She looked at Roy calmly and said, "You came at the right time. This batch of fruits on the ship may be sent to the north of the plateau again. Captain Heliki just sent an elf warrior to deliver a letter. The food problem in the ancestral land of Gazan has not been solved yet." "Aren't you surprised to see me here, Mulan?" Roy asked in confusion. Mulan was a little speechless, pointing to the sky outside the window, and said to Roy, "Please, such a big magic airship just landed from the sky, it's impossible not to see it." "Well, then transport all these fruits and daily necessities over. The magic airship will stay in the Plateau City for a few days, and we can take advantage of this time to send these supplies on the ship over," Roy said. Recently, the Plateau City. Roy and Mulan talked about the security of Plateau City, the subsequent construction direction of Plateau City, and the management system of headhunters in the prisoner of war concentration camp. Mulan managed the city almost completely according to Roy's ideas. Just as Roy was looking at the map on the wall, Mullen turned around and said to Sabrina, "Sabrina, how long can you stay in Plateau City this time?" "It should be about a month." "What's the matter?" Sabrina thought for a while and answered, "Recently, a group of half-blood elf warriors have been recruited in the city. I would like to ask you to give them a few elementary martial arts lessons." Sabrina thought about it and readily agreed. If it's only 1 month, it should be no problem. Chapter 541. The 3 investigators finally left Queen Island without any response from the Silver Pegasus Corps, following a supply ship. In fact, the investigators knew very well that the Silver Pegasus military was reluctant to respond positively because they did not intend to deal with the young half-elf officer without any evidence. "Should we return to Buenos Aires or continue to investigate in the Partington Plain?" an investigator asked in a low voice. This time, he entered the Partington Plain to conduct a comprehensive investigation, but he did not collect any useful information, which made him somewhat unwilling. "I don't want to go to the Partington Plain again. I want to go back to Buenos. As for the investigation report, I plan to write down everything I saw and heard along the way." The second investigator shook his head repeatedly and said disheartenedly, "In fact, we can't prove that Roy deliberately killed a bear." The last investigator said helplessly. The first investigator to speak continued, "Then write down all the information we have investigated in the investigation report. Let the guys in the Inquisition decide for themselves what to do." A gust of sea breeze blew, but it couldn't blow away the irritability in the hearts of the 3 investigators. Most of the main buildings in the Plateau City have been completed, but some scaffolding has not been removed. The roofs of many buildings are decorated with some exquisite stone carvings, and the front walls are also decorated with some relief murals. The elves' pursuit of beauty has almost become an obsession. The Plateau City is not very big. Fountains can be seen at every crossroads. Most of these fountains flow out from the stone carvings, and then flow into a pool built of hollow bricks. This kind of pool has an overflow trough at the edge. When the pool is full of water, the excess clean water will flow into the culvert along the overflow trough. Every street in the Plateau City is very clean and tidy, and the residents in the city are some half-blood elves. At first, most of the half-blood elves living in the Plateau City were families of the mine guards. Later, some half-blood elf collectors gradually chose to settle in the Plateau City. These elves together number about 8,000 people. Currently, the most lively place in the city is the concentration camp for prisoners of war of the Plateau Headhunters. There are about 12,000 prisoners of war in the concentration camp. They are the main force in building this city, and have to do heavy labor every day. The Headhunter concentration camp is also the place that Roy is most worried about, because the main force of the mine guards is not stationed in the Plateau City. Once the Headhunters in the concentration camp start a riot in the Plateau City, the existing troops in the Plateau City will not be able to quell the riot. This concentration camp is located in the southwest corner of the Plateau City, only 1 street away from the free market. The concentration camp is surrounded by a 4-meter-high wall, and 5-meter-high arrow towers are arranged at the 4 corners of the wall. From the outside, there are 4 such arrow towers, distributed in 4 corners. But if you walk into the concentration camp, you will find that there are actually 14 such arrow towers in this concentration camp. Moreover, these arrow towers are connected by high walls, and archers can support each other through the high walls between the arrow towers. A team of half-blood elf warriors walked into the main gate of the concentration camp. The half-blood elf warriors, who were responsible for guarding the concentration camp, stood straight at their posts, and saluted Roy, who walked in from the main gate. The barracks of the headhunters are row houses, with some larger rooms separated by iron fences, and some upper and lower beds in the rooms. The living environment of these headhunter prisoners of war has no privacy at all. There is only a layer of straw mats on the beds, and there is a wooden barrel full of water in the corner of the room. A group of headhunter prisoners of war have just returned from the construction site. They are standing next to a wall in the yard. There is a row of water outlets on the top of the wall. Dozens of water jets are pouring down from the outlets. The headhunter prisoners of war are bathing in the open area. Perhaps because they had been in the sun for too long, the skin of these headhunters was bronze. Roy said to the half-elf officer in the concentration camp, "Take me to their canteen." The headhunters' canteen only had some long tables, and there were no benches inside. Everyone had to stand to eat in the canteen. There was a kind of sticky porridge in the big iron pot in the canteen. Roy walked closer and carefully distinguished it, but he couldn't tell what was cooked inside. However, there were some headhunter prisoners in the canteen holding wooden plates and eating this kind of porridge. "What is this?" Roy picked up a long-handled spoon, scooped a spoonful of porridge from the big pot, put it under his nose and smelled it. The smell was not strange. The officers in the concentration camp quickly replied, "It is porridge made from cassava. They usually eat this. This plant is abundant in the wilderness. They also cook meat soup twice a week, and occasionally eat breadfruit and apples." As he said this, he took Roy to the warehouse next to the canteen, which was full of plant roots as thick as arms. He introduced to Roy, "These are cassava, which is the food that headhunters usually eat." A group of female headhunters put the clean cassava in a stone trough. Two strong headhunter women stood on both sides, each holding a large wooden hammer, constantly beating the cassava, smashing it into mud, and then scooping out the cassava juice and soaking it in a large vat next to them. These headhunter women were still chatting, but when they saw Roy and his group coming in, they immediately shut up and worked honestly. Roy walked out of the canteen and came to the small square in the concentration camp. Almost all the half-blood elf officers above the rank of squad leader in the concentration camp gathered here. Roy roughly counted and found that there were less than 200 half-blood elf officers. He stood on the low wall at the edge of the square so that all the officers in the concentration camp could see him. Roy clapped his hands, and the surroundings quickly became quiet. All the half-blood elf officers looked at Roy. Roy said to the officer guarding the concentration camp, "In fact, I have been worried that there will be problems in the Plateau City concentration camp for the past 2 months. Sometimes I would wake up in my sleep, fearing that there would be a riot here. I think whether these headhunters have weapons or not doesn't affect their combat effectiveness. Now it seems that you have done a good job. You have managed this place very well." When the half-elf officers heard Roy say this, they all applauded excitedly, and everyone's morale was high. Roy waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Roy continued, "At present, the concentration camp in Plateau City is a high-risk area. The job you concentration camp guards do is also quite dangerous. It's mainly because of me that we can't station enough troops in Plateau City, which makes it a bit dangerous here. So how to manage the concentration camp well is also a great test for you guards. I hope you can follow the management system of the concentration camp and make sure to distinguish rewards and punishments. Only in this way can the headhunters in the concentration camp know how to abide by the rules and know what they can and cannot do. If you make a mistake, you will be punished. If you have merit, you will be rewarded. Only in this way can these headhunters get used to life in the concentration camp as soon as possible." Roy said a lot, mainly telling the half-elf guards in the concentration camp to distinguish rewards and punishments clearly. After a tour of the concentration camp, Roy even went to see the lunch of the headhunter prisoners in person. The restaurant was full of headhunter prisoners eating cassava porridge on wooden plates. It can be seen that these headhunter prisoners can still accept cassava porridge. Roy found that the older headhunters and female headhunters in the concentration camp were more accepting of this kind of life. They even felt that living in the concentration camp was more stable, and they didn't need to worry about eating. It was much more comfortable than living in the tribal village. In the row houses of the concentration camp, some headhunters' children were running around recklessly, and there were no guards to restrict their activities. Some elderly headhunters were sitting in the sun, leaning against the clean walls of the row houses, basking in the sun. Looking at them, squinting their eyes, and looking sleepy, they seemed to be very leisurely. As for the headhunters who were doing hard labor, they didn't seem to be very opposed to this kind of intense labor. Roy even saw some headhunters wrestling in an open field after taking a bath and having lunch. The camp leader also introduced to Roy, "Boss Roy, these headhunters who work as laborers on the construction site will earn certain points based on their daily performance. These points can be accumulated and exchanged for some biological items. They can also use their days off to buy bison meat in the market to improve their meals." Roy nodded and left the camp with Mullen and Sabrina. Woods walked into the free market of the Plateau City and saw some elf merchants setting up stalls in the market. Most of the goods sold on the stalls were daily necessities, such as cloth and iron pots. Of course, there are also some bowstrings, daggers, whetstones, flints, and other sundries. What surprised Woods was that there were almost no magic herbs in the free market of Plateau City. But there were still some primary magic beast materials. Woods saw a half-blood elf dressed as a hunter setting up a stall. There were some animal tendons, leather, spiral sheep horns, etc. on the stall. Ordinary materials and magic materials were mixed together. He sat on a woven wicker basket and was chewing an apple with relish. "Are you a gatherer?" Woods saw the small hoe leaning against the wicker basket and asked curiously. "I usually gather some magic king grass in the foothills in the southwest. If I see a magic antelope, I will hunt it. These pieces of skin are pulled from the magic antelope, but the quality is not very good," the half-elf gatherer said shyly. He was wearing a set of magic antelope leather light armor, with an ordinary dagger hanging on his waist, and the longbow on his back looked pretty good. Then why are there no magic herbs on your stall? Roy asked curiously. Have they all been sold out? You want to buy magic herbs? Then you have to deal with the mine guards. The half-elf collector answered frankly. Collectors here basically sell magic herbs to the military buyers of the mine guards. It is not only convenient, but also does not require price negotiation. Woods asked in surprise. Don't you say that if you sell them at a stall, you can make more money? But the buyers of the mine guards belong to Boss Roy's business. Hey, what do you want to buy? The half-elf collector couldn't help asking again. Woods said quickly, I wanted to buy some magic herbs, but I couldn't find them in the free market. It's normal that you can't find magic herbs in the free market. The biggest buyer here is Boss Roy, who would sell magic herbs to other merchants. The half-elf collector said proudly, and then she whispered, Are you a merchant who came from Padstow? If I can't buy magic herbs, I think it's okay to buy some magic materials. Moi and Miss Tiffany didn't go to the free market area to hang out. They chose to walk around the residential area in the city. In fact, the buildings in the Plateau City are very compact, and these buildings made of hollow bricks are relatively regular. Although some of them look square and don't quite fit the aesthetics of the elves, they are actually acceptable. In the alleys of the Plateau City, you can often see some arched bridges overhead, and many roofs are drying some clothes. The alleys are already full of life. Although the half-blood elves did not sleep in the tree house, they filled their small houses with lush plants. Some buildings even had creepers growing on their walls. The strong breath of life filled the alley. Actually, building such a city on the plateau doesn't look bad. Moira walked out of the alley first and smiled at Miss Tiffany behind her. As she spoke, a half-blood elf girl with a tearful face ran past Moira carrying a small cooking pot. Just as Moira turned around, the half-blood elf girl almost bumped into her, and the small cooking pot in her hand shook violently. Some of the herbal soup in the pot accidentally spilled out. The half-elf girl screamed, Oops! She quickly slowed down to make the pot more stable. At this moment, her tear-stained face felt even more wronged. She pouted and continued to run forward with tears in her eyes. Is it okay? Do you want me to help you? Moira hurriedly followed and asked the half-elf girl. Hey Moira, before we came out, Sabrina told me to watch you and mind your own business. Did you forget? Miss Tiffany stood at the entrance of the alley and shouted to Moira's back. Moira said without turning her head, Why is it a trivial matter? I accidentally bumped into her. I see if I can help. Tiffany, you just wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Hey, don't leave me. Seeing Moira running into the alley, Miss Tiffany hurriedly stepped up and chased after her. Chapter 542. The half-elf girl ran very fast and slipped into a private house in the blink of an eye. Moira glanced at the gate and didn't run in directly. After all, it was someone else's house. She hung her arms on the wall and looked into the yard secretly. The yard was cleaned very cleanly. It was a small yard. There was a date palm tree planted in the corner of the yard. There was a swing under the tree. When the wind blew, the leaves hanging from the date palm tree kept dancing. The door was open, and the house was brightly lit. The half-elf girl poured the medicine from the small pot into a wooden cup. Moira could smell the bitter taste of the hemostatic grass from the medicine even from more than 10 meters away. Moira squatted on the wall, hidden by the shadow of the eaves. Miss Tiffany chased after her from behind, and whispered to Moira, who was squatting on the wall like a civet cat, Hey Moira, come down quickly. Moira turned around and put her finger on her lips, made a silent gesture to Miss Tiffany, and with a coaxing smile on her face, she actually jumped into the yard. Miss Tiffany bit her lower lip in anger, and vowed in her heart that she would never go out shopping with Moira next time. Moira hung her body on the eaves, her hair drooping like a waterfall, and then her full forehead and big eyes like black crystals. Through the window, she saw a middle-aged male elf lying on the bed, looking sick and a little weak. Then Moira found the bruises on the male elf's face, and thought that he might be injured. Hearing a series of slight noises, the half-elf girl carefully held the cup and walked from the outer room into the bedroom. She stood by the bed and fed the medicine in the cup to the unconscious male elf. Some of the medicine flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The little girl quickly wiped it with a handkerchief and then whispered, Dad must get better soon. Looking at her cute appearance, it was as if a finger touched Moira's softest heart, reminding her of an experience when she was a child. During that time, Jillian was seriously ill. She was only as old as a little girl at that time. During that time, she felt that the whole world was gray. Fortunately, Sabrina was still by her side at that time. It was Sabrina who supported her. The little girl fed the middle-aged elf medicine, washed the cup and the small cooking pot, and put them on the table outside. The little girl ran to the yard to wash clothes. While washing clothes, she squatted in the corner and wiped her tears secretly. Moira wanted to help, but she didn't know how to do it. She sneaked down from the roof and ran back to the street in a depressed mood. Miss Tiffany was leaning against the wall, holding the water bag above her head and pouring water on her head. Seeing Moira return in a depressed mood, he asked with concern, "Moira, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, maybe I'm a little homesick." After Moira finished speaking, she took Miss Tiffany's arm and walked out of the alley. Woods walked in the free market. His heart was full of contradictions. He didn't expect that the biggest market tyrant in this market was Roy. This market is actually not that big. It's only about 200 meters long from one side to the other. The stalls set up by foreign merchants and half-blood elf collectors are clearly divided in the market, and they are completely two incompatible areas. Especially at the intersection of the free market near the prisoner of war concentration camp, there was actually a stall selling poisonous bison meat. On the bloody iron hooks, there was a lot of bright red flesh and blood, which made Woods frown when he passed by. Like many elves, Woods was extremely disgusted with the act of killing animals. However, many half-blood elf hunters did not care about this. Although they did not eat animal meat, they did not mind hunting these beasts. In order to obtain some precious magic materials, the elves would enter the forest to hunt monsters. In the eyes of the half-blood elves, the herbivores such as the one-horned bison and argali in the wilderness are actually no different from the magical beasts in the forest. They are all prey in their eyes. Woods squatted in front of a half-blood elf collector stall, on which were placed some plant roots and stems. Although there were no magical herbs, Woods was also very curious about what kind of plants these plants were. The roots of the lantern fruit. These roots are very well preserved. As long as they are buried in the soil and watered with some water, they will come alive. By this time next year, the new branches will be full of lantern fruits. The half-blood elf stall owner in front of the stall introduced Woods enthusiastically. Woods gently pushed away the moss wrapped around the roots, and sure enough, the roots inside were all moist and looked full of vitality. Woods decided to buy the roots of the lantern fruit and plant them under the windowsill outside the hut that Roy prepared for him. "How much is this?" Woods asked curiously. 5 kohlers. The half-blood elf stall owner stretched out his hand and gestured. Woods selected 6 well-preserved roots and paid the stall owner 30 kohlers. Seeing that he paid so readily, the half-elf stall owner smiled and told him to look at other goods, as there were still many good things on his stall. "But you don't have any magic herbs here. Judging from your outfit, you should be a collector, right?" Woods said casually while picking and choosing on the stall. "Of course, how much can these plant roots and stems be exchanged for?" The stall owner said very proudly, "But it's impossible for you to buy magic herbs from me. To be honest, if you are a magic herb merchant, it's better not to expect to buy many herbs on the Pagisto Plateau. Almost all of our collectors here will not sell magic herbs in the market. This is an agreement made by all of us elves long ago." "Did someone force you to sell magic herbs to the mine guards?" Woods asked in surprise. "Why do you think so? If you had experienced the darkest period on the Pagisto Plateau and understood what Boss Roy did in the Plateau City, you probably wouldn't have any doubts about these transactions," the half-blood elf stall owner said with some emotion. "He led us to defeat the Plateau headhunters." The elf stall owner next to him added, "Hey Tonys, are you trying to steal my business? Why are you butting in on our conversation?" The half-blood elf stall owner immediately muttered in dissatisfaction. The stall owner next to him didn't respond at all, and leaned over and said mysteriously, "Have you heard? The trader was beaten up by a group of Silver Moon elf merchants, and now he can't get out of bed at home." The half-blood elf stall owner was stunned and asked in surprise, "Is it so serious?" The stall owner next to him nodded and said, "Well, his daughter, little Eily, was still looking for hemostatic herbs yesterday. It seems that she was seriously injured. I don't know if she found it." The half-blood elf stall owner sighed and said, "Hey, I have hemostatic plasters here. I go check it out tonight." The stall owner next to him widened his eyes and warned, "Hey, don't be stupid. Stay away from that trader, otherwise you will be misunderstood, and it may be difficult for you to join the herb-picking group in the future." "Is it that serious?" The half-blood elf stall owner was speechless. The stall owner next to him said in a lower voice, "That trader betrayed our agreement. I heard that the leaders of more than a dozen herb-collecting groups gathered together last night and put his name on the blacklist. A winter thorn grass. Could it cause such a big fuss?" The stall owner next to him covered his mouth with his hand and said in a low voice, "I heard that he damaged the reputation of all herb collectors on the Pagisto Plateau." The half-blooded elf stall owner said hesitantly, "You said his winter thorn grass is fake, but he showed it to me before, and it indeed has all the characteristics of winterthorn grass. The stall owner next door said stiffly, but in all these years, have you ever heard of anyone finding winterthorn grass on the plateau? That's not the case. Wood squatted in front of the stall, and did not participate in this topic. He picked up a few roots of Elaeagnus angustifolia and prepared to plant some Elaeagnus angustifolia in the yard. This thing is drought-resistant and highly adaptable, and can survive even without watering. He couldn't live in the plateau city for too long. Usually, the houses here were basically empty, and no one would take care of the yard. Buying some sand dates and planting them under the courtyard wall would be a good choice. While Roy was selecting these tree roots, he roughly understood what the two stall owners were talking about. The half-blood elf collectors were unwilling to sell the magic herbs because they wanted to sell them to Roy. Therefore, the mine guards almost monopolized the magic herb industry in the plateau city. If anyone sells magic herbs to a herb merchant, the half-elf collectors will think he is a traitor who violated the agreement. The topic they discussed was that a half-elf collector risked offending the public and sold a winterthorn grass to a herb merchant. As a result, the herb merchant thought that the magic herb was a fake. Not only did he take back the money, he also beat the half-elf collector so badly that he couldn't get out of bed. The daughter of the half-elf collector is now looking for medicine everywhere, but other half-elf collectors don't want to help. After all, it was winterthorn grass, which was almost never seen on the Pagisto Plateau. Woods, squatting in front of the stall, was a little curious about what the fake winterthorn grass looked like. In theory, winterthorn grass is still easy to identify. With the rhizomes of several lantern fruits and saxol he bought, Woods left the stall and walked around the market again. Many stall owners were talking about this matter. Not only the half-blood elf collectors were talking about it, but also some elf merchants were talking about it, mainly talking about the scammers among the half-blood elf collectors. The magic herb business is really not easy to do now. Half-blood elf gatherers tend to stick together, so it is very difficult for herbal merchants to buy magic herbs from them. But this group of gatherers will also reject some half-blood elves who betray their promises. As Woods listened, the story became more and more complete in his mind. The half-blood elf gatherers thought that this gatherer had betrayed everyone. After the herbal merchant beat him up, not only did everyone refuse to stand up for him, but they were also ready to kick him out of the circle. The herbal merchants were all saying that this gatherer took a thorn vine that looked like winterthorn grass and sold it to an herbal merchant after freezing it. The winterthorn grass was completely a fake and a scam carefully planned by the half-blood elf gatherers. This kind of speech affected the reputation of the half-blood elf collectors, making many collectors very angry but unable to refute. Woods did not see the herbalist who bought the false winterthorn grass in the market, nor did he see the half-blood elf collector who was beaten. He walked around the market for an afternoon before returning to his residence. The next morning, in a yard next to the city hall, Roy, Moira, Sabrina, Miss Tiffany, and Woods sat together to eat breakfast. Only Woods and Sabrina had a plate of breadfruit and a cup of lemon tea in front of them, while Roy, Moira, and Miss Tiffany had salt-baked sea fish in front of them. Roy planned to go to the North Black Iron Mine in the Kasir Mountains to take a look. The forging workshop was recently making iron chains for the dock at Sun Island Bay. These iron chains were used to tie up the seawall made of stones. Since the forging workshop had not yet transported the iron chains to the Plateau City, Roy planned to go to the workshop to inspect it. Moira and Miss Tiffany also wanted to go out with Roy. Sabrina, do you want to go with me? Me? Forget it, Mulan asked me to go to the barracks. I'm going to give the new soldiers of the mine guards a basic martial arts training class. Sabrina stuffed a piece of soft breadfruit into her mouth and said while eating. Woods? Woods shrugged and said, I want to go upstream along the Tolai River to see the scenery of the wilderness beside the river. After breakfast, Roy walked outside the yard to see the military horses prepared by Mulan, and saw a group of elf merchants escorting a half-blood elf towards the city hall. The group of elf merchants walked to the steps in front of the city hall, only to be stopped by several half-blood elf guards holding spears. Roy saw these elf merchants coming to the front of the city hall, so he didn't rush to the forging workshop. The half-blood elf guard saw a middle-aged half-blood elf with wounds all over his body tied up with ropes, and asked, What do you want to do in the city hall? There is no Silver Moon Elf Elder Council in the Plateau City, so we sent this liar to the city hall. We hope that the city hall can give this liar the punishment he deserves. A Silver Moon Elf merchant said loudly. Several guards looked at each other, frowned and didn't look at the half-blood elf who was covered in wounds. They said to the elf merchants, Wait here for a while, I will report to the higher authorities. After that, a half-blood elf guard turned and ran into the city hall. A little half-blood elf girl followed along the stone steps. She ran so far, her little face was flushed and sweaty. When she saw the middle-aged half-blood elf tied up with ropes, she rushed over. Chapter 543. The city hall of the Plateau City was built on the highest point of the mound. The elf merchant walked up a long stone staircase, but was stopped by several half-blood elf guards before he had gone far. The elf merchant stood in front of the first stepping platform and negotiated with the half-blood elf guards. The Silver Moon elf merchants tied up a half-blood elf collector with ropes and escorted him to several half-blood elf guards, pointing at the collector and saying he was a liar. Mulan originally wanted to go to the prisoner of war concentration camp for routine inspections, and a guard ran over breathlessly to report. A group of elf merchants gathered in front of the city hall gate. They said they caught a liar, and hoped that the governor of the city hall could personally order the punishment of this half-blood elf liar. Mulan frowned, and could only postpone her inspection of the concentration camp. She turned back to the first floor of the city hall, and asked the guards to take the group of elf merchants to the first floor. When building this hall, Roy asked the construction workers to open a dome air window on the dome of the hall. The morning sun refracted through the bronze mirrors and laid around the air window, and a beam of light fell on the stone table in the center of the hall. On the stone table was a balance, on the left tray of the balance was a scepter, and on the right tray was a sword. The relief under the stone table shows a group of half-blood elves carrying a broken shield with their strong arms. There is only such a stone table in the empty hall, which makes the hall full of a sacred atmosphere. Mulan stood in front of the stone table and looked coldly at the group of elf merchants who came in from the gate. Among these elf merchants, there were Silver Moon elves and half-blood elves. Everyone looked very angry, and their steps were very heavy. Looking at the half-blood elf collector tied with ropes, he looked listless at the moment. His face was covered with bruises and scars. One of his eyes was swollen like a goldfish eye, and he couldn't even open it. There was also a half-blood elf girl following him, and the little girl's face was already bleeding. A team of half-blood elf guards stood on both sides of the hall, and the hall was immediately filled with a murderous atmosphere. Mulan took 2 steps forward, and the crisp footsteps immediately shut up the whispering elf merchants. The hall was silent, with only the sobbing of the little girl. "Tell me, what happened? You go first." Mulan pursed his lips, and looked at the Silver Moon elf merchant standing in the front, his voice full of irresistible deterrence. The Silver Moon elf merchant first saluted Mulan very politely, and then he spoke eloquently. "Mr. Archon, I am a merchant from Padstow City. My name is Sergei. I came to the Plateau City to buy some magic herbs, and then transport them to the elf continent to make some small profits. 3 days ago, I spent 100 magic crystals on the free market to buy a winter thorn grass from a half-blood elf collector, but when I brought it back, I found that it was a fake. When I brought it back to the tent, I found that the ice shell on the winter thorn grass had melted, and a thorn vine soaked in dye was exposed inside. So today, I and a few friends found this collector and took him to the city hall, hoping that the Archon would punish this half-blood elf, who sold fake goods according to the law of the Plateau City." Hearing the word half-blood elf, Mulan's pupil shrank instantly, and a sharp look fell on the face of the Silver Moon elf merchant, frightening him so much that he trembled all over and took 2 steps back. Mulan asked the other elf merchants, "Does anyone else want to add anything?" A group of elf merchants did not dare to look Mulan in the eye. Mulan took a few more steps and looked at the half-blood elf collector coldly, as if he could not see the crying little girl beside him, and asked coldly, "They said you sell fake goods?" "Sir Archon, I sell a real winter thorn grass." The half-blood elf collector was still tied up with ropes at this moment, and he retorted weakly. Mulan turned to the Silver Moon elf merchant and asked, "You said you bought a fake winter thorn grass. Where is the winter thorn grass?" The Silver Moon elf merchant immediately took out a magic box. He placed the box in front of his feet, then bent down and opened the lid. Inside was a dried magic herb. Mulan did not look at the magic herb. She turned her head and shouted to the back of the hall, "Woods, come and see what this magic herb is?" Wood scratched his head speechlessly, walked past Roy and Moira, and walked into the conference hall along the arched corridor. Under the gaze of a group of herbal merchants, he came to the magic box, took the magic herb out of the magic box, and then carefully identified it. Soon Woods gave a positive answer. "This is indeed a thorn vine, and the color of this thorn vine is a little wrong. It may have been soaked for a long time, and some of the obvious features of the thorn vine have been carefully trimmed, so that it does look a bit like winter thorn grass at first glance." Mulan frowned, looked at the group of elf merchants, and asked, "Can anyone prove that this magic herb was sold to this merchant by this collector?" As soon as this was said, several elf merchants stepped forward, raised their right hands, and said frankly, "Sir Archon, I can prove this. I can also prove this." I can prove that when he traded, he took out this magic herb, and there was a layer of ice on the magic herb at that time. I was there at the time. Do you know that if you give false testimony, you will be whipped 10 times? Mulin asked the elf merchants who stood up. We know. Several elf merchants answered quickly. Mulin frowned and turned to ask the half-blood elf collector, then can you find a witness to prove that the magic herb you sold to this merchant was not this thorn vine? I can't. The half-blood elf collector hesitated for a moment and answered in despair. Mulin frowned again. At this time, one of the elf merchants came out and said to Mulin, Mr. Archon, as far as I know, no winterthorn grass has been found on the Pagisto Plateau so far, so we have sufficient reason to say that the winterthorn grass sold by this half-blood elf collector is fake. Mulin paused for a moment, came to the half-blood elf collector, untied the rope on him with his own hands, and asked gently, Then can you tell me where you picked this winterthorn grass? Roy, who was hiding in the back of the hall, heard Mulin ask the half-elf collector in such a tone, which meant that Mulin no longer trusted the half-elf collector. And all the evidence pointed to the half-elf collector selling a fake winterthorn grass. Moira nervously pulled Roy's hand. She was particularly concerned about the debate in the hall. She would never do this normally. The half-elf collector said that he accidentally found this winterthorn grass in the col of the Great Snow Mountain in the north of the Pagisto Plateau. It is said that he also found traces of the Yeti nearby. But no elf was willing to stand up and testify for the herb collector. What he said was true. All the evidence proved that the fake winterthorn grass was sold by the half-blood elf collector to the Silver Moon elf merchant. These witnesses were herb merchants in the free market. When the transaction took place, everyone stood around and witnessed it. Mu Lin pinched his eyebrows. All the evidence pointed to the half-blood elf collector selling fake winterthorn grass. And this guy was severely beaten by these elf merchants on the day of the transaction. 2 days later, these elf merchants actually found the half-blood elf collector's home again, tied him up, and sent him to the city hall. Under the gaze of a group of elf merchants, Mulin thought for a moment before saying, Put him in the prison of the concentration camp for the time being. In addition, all witnesses should not leave the Plateau City within 10 days. This matter needs to be further investigated, and the results of the investigation will be officially announced in 10 days. The group of elf merchants breathed a sigh of relief and frowned at the same time. Mulin did not let them leave the Plateau City for the time being, which surprised them a little. 2 half-blood elf guards escorted the half-blood elf collector and staggered out of the hall of the city hall. The little half-elf girl hugged the middle-aged half-elf's thigh and cried miserably. Where are you taking my father? Where are you taking him? When the guards walked down the stairs, the little girl collapsed in front of the stairs and fainted. The middle-aged half-elf didn't even have a chance to look back. Moira finally couldn't help running towards the little half-elf girl, complaining to Roy as she ran, Can't you help her? In fact, Roy stood at the back of the hall and listened to Mulin's handling of the whole case. Facts have proved that Mulin was very fair in handling this case. He did not favor the collector because of his half-blood elf identity. He detained the half-blood elf collector based on various evidences. In fact, Mulin also said on the spot that the city hall would have another 10 days to investigate. In fact, Mulin still needed to objectively understand the whole story, which was exactly the opposite of the judgment steps of the Elf Elders Council tribunal. If it was the Elf Elders Council's trial, the verdict on the half-elf collector would have been announced just now. And Mulin actually wanted to continue investigating and collecting evidence. So Roy felt that he had no reason to intervene, and he couldn't be in charge of everything. Moira just begged Roy to help the half-elf girl, but was ruthlessly rejected by Roy. This made her very angry, and her little face was puffed up with anger. Moira ran to the half-elf girl and saw her lying unconscious on the stone slab. She quickly gave her some clean water. Thinking of how she looked in the alley yesterday, she felt even more distressed for the half-elf girl. The half-elf girl was very thin, and she slowly opened her eyes while lying in Moira's arms. Besides your father, do you have other relatives? Moira asked the half-elf girl in a low voice. The half-elf girl's voice was hoarse from crying, and it was difficult for her to speak, and she even lost her voice. I have a brother. He followed the mine guards to the Sun Island Bay to help the half-elves there. Roy also hurried over, took out a pot of diluted life tree juice from his magic waste bag, and fed the half-elf girl a sip. The half-elf girl drank the juice of the tree of life, and immediately regained some strength. She struggled to stand up from Moira's arms, bowed deeply to Moira, and then said, I'm going to prepare my father's luggage, goodbye. The half-elf girl did not ask Moira for help, but said goodbye to Moira very politely. Her understanding made Moira feel a little distressed. Looking at the half-elf girl running down the stone steps quickly, Moira's face became even uglier. I want the truth, Roy, you have to help me. Moira was a little angry, pestering Roy and saying unreasonable things. Roy was a little helpless. There was no problem with Muellen's handling of this matter. He wanted to bypass Moira and go to the residence to get the horse. Today, he also wanted to go to the blacksmith's workshop to take a look. He wanted to understand what exactly caused the blacksmith's workshop to fail to produce the batch of chains on schedule. At this time, Moira stood in front of Roy again, unreasonably crossed her hands, raised her head, and stared at Roy with a pair of clear black eyes without blinking. You must help me. Moira's eyes were a little wet, but her tone was very firm. Sabrina and Miss Tiffany just watched from behind. Neither of them came over. Roy stopped, twisted Moira's face lovingly, and responded softly, I know, you are really annoying. After saying that, Roy walked into the city hall to find Mullen. The magic airship that was originally parked at the airport terminal waiting to be loaded with iron chains flew to Sun Island Bay in the morning, and there was no supplies from the Plateau City on board. Moira and Miss Tiffany stood on the deck of the magic airship. Miss Tiffany held the bronze ram horns on the bow with both hands, looked at the other side of the clouds in the distance, and asked Moira curiously, Just to give you a clear explanation, I will accompany you on this magic airship to circle between Sun Island Bay and Plateau City. By the way, if Roy is not the governor of Pagisto Plateau, he has no power to help you like this. What would you do? Moira, standing on the deck, narrowed her eyes. At this moment, she was like a night-blade leopard crouching in the shadows. Tiffany, have you forgotten my profession? I am an assassin. My teacher told me that when I can't find the answer, I will go to each person one by one, and then ask them one by one, and someone will always tell me. I don't know if it's an illusion, but when Miss Tiffany heard Moira say this, she always felt a chill all over her body. Miss Tiffany turned around, looked at Moira and asked, if Roy didn't intervene in this matter, would you really do this? I will. Moira answered without hesitation. Miss Tiffany didn't say anything. This sweet, cute, introverted half-elf girl in front of her finally bloomed like a thorny rose hidden in the shadows, showing her beauty to the surroundings while also showing her sharp thorns. Chapter 544. Roy stood on the highest observation deck of the city hall, watching the magic airship flying farther and farther away, and the figure standing on the bow gradually disappeared from his sight. Moira was rarely so willful, but once she had an obsession, she was not easily persuaded. Roy turned and walked down the steps from the observation deck slowly. He walked into Mullen's office and asked Mullen, who was signing a document, which assassin squadron is currently on vacation in Plateau City. Mullen stopped, put the quill in his hand into the ink bottle, looked up, and said to Roy, the second squadron of the assassins. Roy nodded, sat down on a chair opposite Mullen's desk, and said, notify them that their vacation is officially over from now on, and report to the city hall immediately. Hear it, notify them quickly. Mullen waved to the adjutant standing beside him, and said helplessly, Yes, Lord Archon. The adjutant agreed and walked out of the office quickly. Mullen asked Roy curiously, now all the evidence points to the half-blood elf collector who sold fake winterthorn grass. I originally planned to let the half-blood elf guards go to the free market to conduct a net-casting investigation, but now, how are you going to investigate? Since you have decided to intervene, you must do it thoroughly, Roy said. Turning his head to look out the window, the gray Jiashi Mountains fell into Roy's eyes. He said to Mullen, I heard that winterthorn grass was found in the snow-capped mountains in the north of the plateau. Woods has now left the Plateau City, and went to the Great Snow Mountain area in the north of the plateau to investigate. I estimate that he will be able to catch up with the supply team heading to the ancestral land of Gazan before dark. Mullen sat back in his chair, his mouth opened into an O shape, looking at Roy in disbelief. You sent Woods to the Great Snow Mountain in the north of the plateau to look for winterthorn grass. To be precise, it was Woods himself who wanted to go to the north of the plateau to look for winterthorn grass, Roy argued. Roy waited in Mullen's office for a while, and Deputy Commander Tennyson walked in quickly from outside and saluted Roy and Mullen. Tennyson, are you on leave with the 2nd Squadron this time? Mullen supported the table with his elbows, crossed his fingers, and rested his hands on his pointed chin. He asked Deputy Commander Tennyson curiously. I was planning to cross the wilderness and head to the Caldam Mountains after the 2nd Squadron's vacation. Deputy Commander Tennyson explained to Mullen, then turned to Roy and asked, Boss Roy, you are so anxious to find us. What do you want? Roy waved his hand and signaled Mullen to speak first. Let Mullen introduce you to the current situation first, and then I will assign you a task. It's actually a business dispute between the Silver Moon Elf merchant and the Half-Blood Elf collector, but it's a bit of a big deal. Here's the specific situation. Mulan introduced it to Deputy Captain Tennyson. Now we need the Dark Moon Elf warriors of your second squadron to keep an eye on the elf merchants involved and prohibit them from leaving the Plateau City. This is the first thing. Roy paused and said, the second thing is, you go investigate the Silver Moon Elf merchants' confidants and other half-blood elf collectors in the free market to see if you can find any new information. Yes, Boss Roy. After receiving the task, Deputy Captain Tennyson left Mulan's office. On a street near the free market, Deputy Captain Tennyson and several Dark Moon Elf warriors hid in a grocery store. A Dark Moon Elf warrior ran in from the street, pointed at the half-blood elf walking quickly from a distance, and whispered in Tennyson's ear, Boss, he is the elf we are looking for. I just saw him having an intimate conversation with the Silver Moon Elf merchant. Take him back. Tennyson strode out of the grocery store and headed straight for the assassin's barracks. For Dark Moon Elf warriors walked quickly to the street and surrounded the half-blood elf follower from 4 directions. When the half-blood elf follower found that there were elves staring at him, the Dark Moon Elf warriors had already started to attack. 2 Dark Moon Elf warriors held down the half-blood elf servant's arms, and the Dark Moon Elf warrior, who followed behind, stretched out an arm from behind him and strangled his neck tightly. The half-blood elf follower didn't even have time to struggle, and was forced to leave the busy street quickly by 4 Dark Moon Elf warriors. The follower who took away the Silver Moon Elf merchant was full of panic. When he saw the standard armor on the Dark Moon Elf warrior, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 Dark Moon Elf warriors took the follower to the military camp of the assassins. When the half-blood elf follower saw Deputy Head Tennyson, he was able to salute properly. This shows that the psychological quality of this half-blood elf follower is still acceptable. Deputy Captain Tennyson sat on a chair on the high platform, glanced down at the half-blood elf attendant, and said straight to the point, I sent someone to invite you here this time just to talk to you about your boss. I heard that your boss bought a fake winterthorn grass from a half-blood elf collector. Can you tell me the whole story? The half-blood elf attendant kept his head down, with an embarrassed smile on his face, and whispered, Even if you are the sheriff of the Plateau City, I can't talk nonsense, but if you just narrate the process of the incident, it's still okay. Hearing the half-blood elf attendant say this, Deputy Head Tennyson frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. The half-blood elf attendant continued, At that time, I followed our boss to stroll around the free market just to communicate more with the collectors. Because there were no magic herbs to buy in the free market, we could only try to persuade those collectors to change their minds and sell the magic herbs to us. In fact, a few days ago, we were able to buy some high-level magic herbs. It may be because of the lifting of the ban on the plane. Recently, we can't buy any magic herbs at all. We met the half-elf collector. He came to us on his own initiative. He was holding a magic box in his hand. Our boss was very happy to see a magic herb collector come to him on his own initiative. The follower chattered a lot, but there was no useful information. His eyes flickered, and it was obvious that these long speeches were prepared in advance. Tennyson did not continue to ask, If what you said is all true, you may not see me again. If some of what you said is made up by you, you may not have such an opportunity to talk to me next time you see me. If you suddenly remember something in the past few days, you can come here to find me at any time. After that, Deputy Captain Tennyson waved to the Dark Moon Elf warrior next to him, and a Dark Moon Elf warrior led the half-blood elf follower out of the assassin's camp. Boss, are we going to let him go like this? The confidant standing by said to Deputy Captain Tennyson. Deputy Captain Tennyson looked at the confidant with a cold face. What else do you want? Do you think you can cut off his fingers one by one like you treat the enemy on the battlefield? I thought I would get whipped at least a few times. The confidant chuckled. Tennyson pointed to his head and taunted his confidant. No matter what you do, it's best to use your brain more. Then Deputy Captain Tennyson walked out of the military camp. Tennyson came to the free market and then conducted a series of investigations on the half-blood elf friends around the herb collectors. When Tennyson revealed his identity, the answers of those half-blood elf collectors still surprised Tennyson. I'm not familiar with him. Usually, we collect magic herbs separately, and there will be no intersection. I've heard of his name, but we're not very familiar with each other. He was willing to sell magic herbs to the Silver Moon Elf merchant, and we broke up completely. I haven't seen his winterthorn grass. You are talking about the trader who was willing to sell magic herbs to the Silver Moon Elf merchant. How could I know him? I feel a little unlucky when I hear his name. Tennyson found that the half-elf collector seemed to have offended all the potion collectors in the Plateau City at once. No elves were willing to help him get away with it, and some even said they hoped that the half-elf collector would receive the punishment he deserved. After investigating this, Deputy Captain Tennyson realized how troublesome this matter was. He originally thought it was just a simple trade dispute, but now it seems that this half-elf collector has offended the public. The magic airship passed through the Sedaso Mountains, the crisscrossing mountains in the southern part of the plateau, the hills and mountains, and the Qianren Mountains. It flew in the wind stratum for a day and a night, and finally arrived smoothly above the Sun Island Bay before dawn. Moira was still sleeping in bed, but Miss Tiffany had already smelled the sea breeze, and couldn't lie in the bathtub anymore. She put on her long dress with shark pattern and stood on the deck, thinking about what Roy said to her before leaving. Miss Tiffany asked Roy at that time, "What do you want to do?" Roy paused for a moment and whispered to Miss Tiffany, "Can you hypnotize me?" Miss Tiffany widened her eyes and said speechlessly, "Who told you that? I am a water magician, okay, the succubus is good at hypnosis, but if you want to make people fall asleep and sneak into dreams, the sea siren Gizina is better." "You mean Gizina can sneak into other people's dreams and investigate the truth?" Miss Tiffany nodded and said, "Almost, she can bring the elves who hear her singing into her dreams." Roy's eyes suddenly became much brighter, and he said excitedly, "Tiffany, if I want to invite her, will she come to help me?" It was this conversation that led Miss Tiffany and Moira to this impromptu trip to Sun Island Bay. Chapter 545. The magic airship entered the Sun Island Bay, and did not land at the North Coast Pier. It continued to fly southward in the wind layer for a while, flew directly out of the Sun Island Bay, and entered a wider sea area, and then slowly landed on the sea surface from the wind layer. This is no longer the sea area of the Sun Island Bay. Lying on the side of the magic airship, you can clearly see the long coastline as if it extends to a place beyond your sight. The Griffin Barrier Mountains in the north are like a high wall extending to the clouds, separating the Partington Plain into two worlds. The continent across the sea is invisible. Looking around, except for some isolated islands in the sea, the Sun Island Bay to the south is all blue. I didn't expect the sea here to be so vast. Miss Tiffany took a deep breath and said to Moira, who had just walked out of the lounge in the ship's building, "I will go to the sea to find Gizina later. You wait for me on the boat. There may be sea beasts here. The safest way is to let the magic airship float in the air. When I come out of the sea, you can come down to pick me up." "I know. If you are so long-winded, you should also pay attention to safety. I will wait for you to come back." Moira was still a little sleepy. Miss Tiffany supported herself on the side of the boat with one hand, and her legs passed over the side of the boat. She jumped into the deep blue sea with her head and feet gracefully. Moira hurried to the side of the boat, and saw Miss Tiffany making a small splash on the sea. The light reflected by the scales on the three-color fish tail was particularly dazzling in the sea. The seawater was very clear. Miss Tiffany kept diving, and her figure slowly disappeared in the deep blue sea. The half-blood elf captain quickly turned on the floating device with all his strength, allowing the magic airship to quickly rise into the sky. He didn't want the magic airship to be dragged into the seabed by the deep-sea monster that drilled out of the abyss. This is not the Sun Island Bay. The chance of encountering deep-sea monsters is actually very high. Miss Tiffany transformed into a mermaid and continued to dive. The magnificent coral reefs in the sea made the entire underwater world vivid and three-dimensional. Strong light shone from the sea surface into the sea. As the waves fluctuated, beams of dazzling light formed from the corals. A group of Sun Island fishmen were looking for a kind of shellfish that could contain pearls on the seabed, and Miss Tiffany hurriedly chased after them. These Sun Island fishmen are like four-legged frogs in the sea. When they swim, they keep using their four limbs and flippers to poke the seawater. Every time they poke, their bodies will jump forward. Of course, they don't swim fast in the sea, and in fact, they can't run fast on the beach either. The Sun Island fishmen are subhumans with low IQ. The intelligence of an adult Sun Island fishman is about that of a 7-year-old child. The big eyelids of the Sun Island fishmen grow on both sides of their heads. Their field of vision is very wide. Only the 30-degree angle behind them is their visual blind spot. Miss Tiffany swam towards them quickly. She dived from the sea surface, and the light on the sea surface also fluctuated significantly, so the Sun Island fishmen discovered Miss Tiffany almost immediately. They were so scared that they quickly fled in all directions on the seabed. Since they could not swim fast, the Sun Island fishmen were used to hiding in the cracks of coral reefs. Miss Tiffany did not even need to use magic to trap them. She swam leisurely to the edge of the cracks in the coral reefs, holding on to the sharp edge of the coral reefs with both hands, and peeking inside casually, she could find the hiding place of the Sun Island fishmen. She reached out and grabbed the foot of a Sun Island fishman, pulling it out directly from the crack of the coral reef. These Sun Island fishmen could understand Nada language. Miss Tiffany pursed her lips and asked, Are you servants of the sea siren Jizina? The Sun Island Fishman was trembling with fear, but after hearing Miss Tiffany's question, he still nodded repeatedly. Miss Tiffany didn't expect that she would be so lucky. She could find the Sun Island Fishmen who followed the sea siren Jizina just after diving into the sea. Then do you know where Jizina is? Miss Tiffany asked again. The fishman nodded again. Miss Tiffany let go of her hand, touched its big head covered with silver-white scales, and said, "Then take me to find her. I am her old friend." Jizina took a nap in the palace surrounded by coral reefs. The palace in the sea does not need a roof, but it needs a certain degree of privacy. The palace that Jizina chose for herself was in a huge coral reef group. The layers of coral reefs provided her with enough cover. Only at noon would a beam of light shine in here. She lay on a stone slab several meters long, and the snake tail with some model patterns drooped outside the stone slab. Jizina has an incomparable slender waist. She has just recovered from the injury she suffered a while ago. The deep-sea monster that she signed a master-servant contract with flowed into the abyss of the sea. It will take at least a few months to be raised before it can return to the shallow sea area to live. This coral reef sea area is very beautiful, but other predatory sea beasts occasionally appear nearby, and some of them are also a great threat to her. Sometimes, Jizina even thinks about whether to take back the Sun Island Bay. That sea area is really safe. She was lying on the stone bed enjoying the gentle sunshine, when she heard the cries of several Sun Island fishmen not far away. Usually, these Sun Island fishmen dare not enter her rest area unless they bring guests. The half-asleep Jizina suddenly woke up. She propped up her upper body, and saw several Sun Island fishmen bringing Miss Tiffany over. "I know. Nothing good is destined as long as you come, but I can't refuse." The sea siren Jizina twisted her shoulders, got up from the stone bed, stretched her body in the sea, and said to Miss Tiffany in a lazy posture, "Yes. Do you know how far I flew from?" Miss Tiffany swam over, circled around Jizina, and then said, "Not bad, your body has fully recovered. Tell me, what do you want to ask me for? I will definitely help you if I can." The sea siren Jizina said very straightforwardly. So Miss Tiffany immediately explained her purpose. After hearing this, the sea siren Jizina immediately looked at Miss Tiffany with her eyes wide open. She asked uncertainly, "You mean, you want to take me to the inland plateau just to confirm who is lying?" Miss Tiffany nodded. "Yes, that's it." "Well, if you are sure you want to do this, I will go with you," the mermaid Jizina replied. The world outside the sea is naturally extremely mysterious to the mermaid Jizina. This time Miss Tiffany invited her to visit the plateau city, and Jizina was full of expectations. But her heart was also full of uneasiness. After all, as a mermaid, once she left the sea, she would completely lose the last line of protection. Under the control of the promise, she agreed to this trip to the plateau with great entanglement. The Silver Moon Elf merchant heard Mulan ask him to wait in the plateau city for 10 days. After 10 days, the city hall will officially announce the punishment for the half-blood elf collector. At first, the merchant thought it was nothing. As long as he waited for 10 days, all the troubles would be completely solved. Then it would be time for him to leave the plateau city. He couldn't buy magic herbs here, so if he left, he didn't plan to come back. The day before yesterday, the half-blood elf follower, who had been following him, was invited to the barracks by several dark moon elf warriors to chat for a while. When he came back from the barracks, he became a little worried and absent-minded. Although the half-blood elf attendant swore that he had not said anything he shouldn't have, the Silver Moon Elf merchant still felt a chill on his back. He thought about it for a whole night. Finally, he decided to sneak out of the plateau city on the morning of the 5th day after the half-blood elf collector was imprisoned. As he lay in bed, he thought, with so many elves coming in and out of the city gate every day, who would notice him? So when it was just dawn in the morning, he got up from the bed, changed into a long robe with vertical stripes that merchants like to wear, and put on a traveler's cloak on the outside, and then took the half-blood elf attendant to rush towards the city gate. The Silver Moon Elf merchant even had a trick up his sleeve. He asked his half-blood elf followers to leave the city separately from him. There were almost dozens of elves waiting at the city gate. In addition to a team of half-blood elf warriors, who were out on military duty, there was also a group of half-blood elf collectors, who were about to travel far away. While they were waiting at the city gate, they were still discussing the magical herbs that were abundant in the Nicobar Mountains. In addition, there were several elf merchants waiting in the corner with their horses. The Silver Moon Elf merchant gathered next to those elf merchants, anxiously waiting for the gate guards to open the city gate. Soon, the thick city gate was pushed open by the city gate guards. The Silver Moon Elf merchant mixed in the crowd. The first to leave the plateau city were the half-blood elf warriors riding war horses, followed by the gatherers and merchants. Just as the Silver Moon Elf merchant was about to walk out of the city gate, someone patted his shoulder hard, and the Silver Moon Elf merchant turned his head and took a look. A Dark Moon Elf warrior in a standard military uniform stood straight behind him and said to him, "You can't leave the plateau city for the time being." The Silver Moon Elf merchant's face changed, and he whispered to the Dark Moon Elf warrior, "You have no right to restrict the freedom of a Silver Moon Elf. I am a Silver Moon Elf." The Dark Moon Elf warrior was unmoved, and he said to the Silver Moon Elf merchant with a stern face, "You are involved in a case recently, and you cannot leave the plateau city until the case is resolved. How long do I have to wait?" The Silver Moon Elf merchant's face became a little unnatural, and he questioned the Dark Moon Elf warrior in a sharp voice. Before the Dark Moon Elf warrior could answer, a magic airship slowly descended from the clouds and flew towards the airport dock beside the city wall. There were elves on the magic airship waving their hands vigorously towards the ground. At this time, Deputy Captain Tennyson came out from outside the crowd with several Dark Moon Elf warriors, and said to the Silver Moon Elf merchant with a cold face, "You don't need to wait. Boss Roy is going to publicly try this case." Chapter 546. The news that Boss Roy was publicly trying the counterfeit magic herb case in the Plateau City quickly spread among the elf merchants. Boss Roy, who founded the Plateau City himself, was a great hero who saved the Pagisto Plateau in the eyes of the half-blood elves. Everyone wanted to know how Boss Roy would deal with this matter. After all, the half-blood elf collector involved in this counterfeit case betrayed the common agreement of the collectors and sold the magic herbs to the elf merchant. At the same time, the other party in the counterfeit case was a Silver Moon Elf merchant, and the half-blood elves also wanted to see Boss Roy's attitude towards the Silver Moon elves. Soon, many elves gathered in the square in front of the city hall. They gathered together and looked at the half-blood elf guards around the platform, hoping that Boss Roy could stand on the platform. The Silver Moon Elf merchant stood below the platform, and his face looked a little ugly at this time. The half-blood elf collector was escorted from the concentration camp prison. There was no rope tied around his body. His condition was okay. Most of his injuries had healed. He could walk to the square without support. He lowered his head, his face full of guilt. The half-blood elf girl followed closely behind the half-blood elf collector, her little face full of panic and tension. Several elf merchants, who served as witnesses, were also brought to the high platform of the small square by the Dark Moon Elf warriors. Several merchants gathered together and whispered about a serious topic. When Gizina, Miss Tiffany, and Moira walked into the city hall, they saw Roy, Sabrina, and Mulan waiting in the hall. Gizina was a six-armed siren with a snake body and a layer of light blue scales on her body, which scared Mulan. Gizina looked around with her golden eyes and asked Roy, "Didn't they say that there would be a tree of life in the elf city?" Miss Tiffany translated it for Roy. Roy smiled and walked to Gizina. Gizina was half a body taller than him. He had to look up to see Gizina's face clearly. Roy explained to Gizina, "This Plateau City can only be regarded as a gathering place for half-blood elves." Gizina turned her head to look at Miss Mermaid beside her and asked her, "Tiffany, you just wasted the opportunity that I would help you unconditionally. Don't you think it's a pity?" Miss Tiffany narrowed her eyes. She didn't translate this sentence, but stared at the mermaid Gizina and snorted. "I originally thought it was a bit of a pity, but when you asked me this, I suddenly felt that I didn't care so much. Tiffany should have told you the general situation, so I won't repeat it. I want to know the real situation at that time. Do you have any good ideas?" Roy asked Gizina. "What I can do is to bring all the elves who heard my singing into a dream." During the ride on the magic airship, Gizina actually had some ideas. Roy walked out of the city hall. He walked down the steps slowly until he stood on the high platform. The elves in the square saluted Roy one after another. This scene was a bit exciting. Moira, Sabrina, Miss Tiffany, and Mulan stood behind Roy. They could clearly feel the respect of the half-blood elves for Roy. Many half-blood elves saw Roy for the first time, and they seemed a little excited. Usually, they heard from other half-blood elves that Boss Roy was a half-elf, but now they saw it with their own eyes and realized that half-elves were like this. Roy stood at the front of the platform and said loudly at the top of his voice, "The reason why I want to publicly try this case is because I found that everyone present has made a misunderstanding. Whether it is the half-blood elves on the plateau or the elf merchants who came from afar, you must understand one thing. The original reason I built the Plateau City was to let everyone live a better life. I hope everyone can live a little easier and enjoy the sunshine and breeze on the plateau. This is the central area of the plateau. To the south is the vast wilderness, and to the north is the Kasir Mountains. All materials on the plateau can be continuously transported to the plateau city. Now the waterway between Padstow City and the plateau city has been opened. This place will gradually become prosperous and rich. I don't need to make much money in the magic herbal medicine business. What I care more about is building a prosperous plateau city. Okay, let me make it short. The reason why everyone gathered here is that everyone probably knows about a very bad thing that happened in the free market a few days ago. Now let's take a look at what happened that day. After Roy finished speaking, he took 2 steps back on the platform. A melodious song suddenly sounded in the square of the city hall. The mournful melody made everyone feel an inexplicable pain in their hearts. The blue sky, which was originally without many clouds, suddenly rolled with dark clouds. A gust of wind blew through the square, and the elves in the square found that the surroundings were slowly getting darker. Darkness covered the entire square like a big hand. The elves in the darkness couldn't even see each other. Everyone became panicked and reached out to feel around, but there was nothing around. Then, a mist appeared in front of the elves, and there was some faint light behind the mist. In panic, the elves passed through the mist. Then everyone found themselves inexplicably in the free market. The sky was clear, and there were no clouds. The lively free market was filled with all kinds of hawking sounds, which instantly flooded into everyone's ears. Some elf merchants were displaying some daily necessities on their stalls, and were using the most sincere smiles to attract passing customers. The half-blood elf collectors were also selling Warcraft materials. They were often silent, but the prices of the Warcraft materials on their stalls were very sincere. At this time, everyone suddenly found that they could not communicate with the merchants on the free market. No matter how hard they tried, they could not speak. Everything in front of them seemed like time was flowing backwards. A half-blood elf collector squatted in front of the stall, with worry on his face. The goods on the stall were almost sold out. He took out a cloth bag from his arms, hesitated for a long time, and finally mustered up the courage to walk towards a well-dressed Silver Moon Elf merchant. The Silver Moon Elf merchant saw the half-blood elf collector and asked, "Do you want to buy something? Or do you have something to sell to me? I only accept high-grade magic herbs." The half-blood elf collector was a little nervous. He grabbed the lapels on both sides of his clothes with both hands, avoiding the Silver Moon Elf merchant's scrutiny, and said awkwardly, I have a magic herb. Do you want to see it? Okay, take it out, and let me see it." The Silver Moon Elf merchant immediately became interested and walked around the stall to get closer. The half-blood elf collector opened the cloth bag, and inside was a thick layer of moss, but the moss was actually condensed with a thin layer of ice. The Silver Moon Elf merchant stared at the moss in surprise, and immediately covered the cloth bag again. He turned around and whispered to his followers to take good care of the stall. He led the half-blood elf collector out of the noisy market, and asked the half-blood elf collector to take out the cloth bag again in a secluded corner next to the market. Peeling off the moss covered with a thin layer of ice, there was a winter thorn grass covered with countless ice crystals. The winter thorn grass gave off a chill. The half-blood elf collector stumbled and said, "This is a very rare winter thorn grass that only grows in the snowy mountains in the north of the plateau. Will you buy it, boss?" "I will, of course I will. This winter thorn grass is in good condition and well preserved. How much do you plan to sell it for?" The Silver Moon Elf merchant withdrew his eyes from the winter thorn grass, suppressed his excitement, and asked the collector. The half-blood elf collector said, 100 magic crystals. My little Eily is old enough to go to school. I plan to send her to the Elven continent. I heard that the tuition fees of the Elven Academy there are very expensive. In addition, I need to prepare some living expenses for her. The half-blood elf collector was interrupted by the Silver Moon Elf merchant before he finished speaking. "So you plan to sell a winter thorn grass for 100 magic crystals? Are you crazy because of poverty? You country bumpkin from the Pagisto Plateau, do you know what 100 magic crystals represent?" The Silver Moon Elf merchant scolded the half-blood elf collector until his face turned pale and red. "I know. 100 magic crystals can give my little Isley an infinite future." The half-blood elf collector clenched the cloth bag in his hand and said with some disappointment, "If you think this price is a bit high, then I'm sorry to bother you." The Silver Moon Elf merchant saw that the half-blood elf collector wanted to turn around and leave, so he quickly chased after him. "Wait, bargaining is necessary when doing business. I naturally don't want to pay a high price for this winter thorn grass, but I really like this winter thorn grass. Who makes me like it? I can accept a higher price." The face of the Silver Moon Elf merchant changed several colors, and finally showed a bright smile again. The half-blood elf collector held the package and stopped talking. The Silver Moon Elf merchant scratched his head in distress, and then asked, "Are you sure you want to sell it for 100 magic crystals? It can't be cheaper?" The half-blood elf collector nodded firmly. Okay. I buy this winterthorn grass, the silver moon elf merchant said with gritted teeth. He took out a bag of magic crystals, and counted out 100 magic crystals from it, and gave them to the half-blood elf collector. He successfully got the winterthorn grass covered with ice crystals, and walked back to the stall slowly. The half-blood elf collector also ran out of the free market, with a bag of magic crystals on his face. Seeing the smile on his face, the countless elves watching around could feel the fatherly love that transcended everything. Then the figure of the half-blood elf collector gradually faded and disappeared. Everyone's eyes fell on the silver moon elf merchant in the free market again. Chapter 547. The silver moon elf merchant carefully put the winterthorn grass into a magic box. He was very happy that the purchase was successful. When he returned to the stall, he was still very excited. Another silver moon elf merchant just came to his stall. The silver moon elf merchant quickly adjusted his expression, and stood in front of his stall to greet him casually. The silver moon elf merchant looked a little melancholy. He stood in front of the stall, and couldn't help complaining. I have been in the Plateau City for so many days, but I only bought 3 magic herbs. The business of magic herbs is really hard to do here. You're lucky. I've been here for so many days, and I just received 1 high-grade magic herb. The silver moon elf merchant echoed. I plan to leave tomorrow, and go back to Padstow to rest for half a month, and then try my luck in the Blackwater Swamp. I heard that the half-blood elf collectors there are also very united, and will not easily sell magic herbs to outsiders. The complaining silver moon elf merchant sighed and added, Anyway, I don't want to come again. I don't want to come here either. There is no business here. The silver moon elf merchant actually regretted it a long time ago. The silver moon elf merchant, who was thinking of quitting, came over and whispered, This time I plan to buy some other Warcraft materials, and then leave the plateau. Do you know what the cheapest goods here are? What? The silver moon elf merchant put his hand on his chest and asked curiously. Unicorn hide. But this is not Warcraft material. Who would wear hard cowhide boots? Lambskin boots and deerskin boots are better to sell. The silver moon elf merchant sat back in the stall with some disappointment. It's definitely not possible to sell to the elves, but aren't there many imperial merchants emerging in the ports of the elf continent now? Wouldn't it be okay to sell to them? The 2 silver moon elf merchants chatted for a long time in front of the stall. The silver moon elf merchant, who was about to quit, finally said, Since I won't come here anymore, I plan to make a big deal for the last transaction. You don't want to just pay the deposit and take the goods away, do you? The silver moon elf merchant asked with his eyes wide open. When he said this, his hand accidentally touched the magic box containing the winterthorn grass. At this moment, the silver moon elf merchant froze in place, and his eyes suddenly had a strange look. There are many one-horned bison in the wilderness, and those half-blood elf hunters will not suffer much loss. They can make up for it by hunting a few more one-horned bison. The silver moon elf merchant, who was about to retreat, smiled and said nonchalantly, The next time we meet, it will probably be in Padstow. Let's go have a drink together. It's a deal. The silver moon elf merchant, who was thinking of quitting, left the stall. The silver moon elf merchant suddenly sat down in front of the stall, and then fell into deep thought. The darkness around them fell again, and then a cloud of fog appeared. The elves passed through the fog, and the scenery in front of them turned into the green grass by the Tolai River. The river was winding and flowing, and the gurgling sound of the water made the surroundings become extremely lively. Several white tents were built in the camp, with a small bonfire in the middle of the tents, and fragrant lemon tea was boiling in the hanging iron pot. The silver moon elf merchant sat on a stone, with a magic box at his feet. He opened the magic box very carefully, and took out the winterthorn grass wrapped in moss skin from it. The crystal ice flowers were dazzling. After a while, he took out another magic box from his magic waste bag, carefully put the winterthorn grass taken out of the moss skin into the magic box, and then he thought about it, took out a thorn vine from the tent, and then cut a small section of the thorn vine with a dagger, and removed all the thorns on it. He wrapped the thorn vine in the moss skin, and wrapped it up completely. The silver moon elf merchant took out a magic scroll from his arms. As the magic scroll was torn open by him, the frost that emerged from the magic pattern array quickly froze the moss skin hard. He put the thorn vine wrapped in the moss skin in the magic box, and sat for a while, before running to find other elf merchant friends. I was cheated by a half-blood elf collector. He sold me a winterthorn grass. When I came back, I found that it was not winterthorn grass at all, but a cheap thorn vine. The silver moon elf merchant said with an angry face. The elf merchants gathered together. They had been very dissatisfied with these collectors for a long time. Now that something like this happened, they immediately responded, What are you waiting for? Go find that guy. Do you still remember what that guy looks like? I remember it very clearly. He is a middle-aged half-blood elf. A group of elf merchants immediately ran to the entrance of the free market and waited until the half-blood elf collector appeared again. The Silver Moon elf merchant recognized him in the crowd at a glance. He gritted his teeth, pointed at the half-blood elf collector and shouted, "It's him! Catch him quickly!" A group of elf merchants rushed towards the half-blood elf collector at the same time. These elf merchants were accompanied by some followers. They easily blocked the half-blood elf collector, with an innocent face, in a secluded corner of the market. There were too many elves surrounding him. The half-blood elf collector wanted to run away when he saw that things were not going well, but unfortunately, he was knocked to the ground by a group of elf merchants in an instant. The half-blood elf collector was beaten black and blue by the elf merchants. The fight at the corner immediately attracted a group of half-blood elf collectors. After they surrounded him, they saw that the one being beaten was also a half-blood elf, and someone immediately came out to stop them. "What's going on? This is the Plateau City. How can you beat people?" The elf merchant shouted angrily. "He sold us a fake winterthorn grass. We will go to him and explain the matter clearly, and then send him to the security guard corps." "How can my winterthorn grass be fake?" the half-blood elf collector, who was beaten black and blue, argued. The Silver Moon elf merchant had already taken out the magic box, opened the lid, and held up the moss-wrapped thorn vine in his hand, shouting, "You dare to be stubborn, look at what this is. You use thorn vines to pretend to be winterthorn grass. Do you really think we can't tell the difference?" The half-blood elf collector wanted to argue, but was kicked down by the Silver Moon elf merchant. The furious elf merchants were also full of resentment. "It was fine that you collectors didn't sell us magic herbs, but the magic herbs you sold were fake. How abominable." After hearing what the merchant said, the other half-blood elf collectors, who surrounded them, hesitated. The half-blood elf collectors, who came later, secretly asked in the crowd, "Why did those elf merchants beat people casually?" "The guy who was beaten sold fake winterthorn grass to an elf merchant, and he came to find us," someone explained quietly. "He violated our agreement, and sold the magic herbs to other elf merchants." Then someone began to quietly condemn. "Should we help him?" someone else asked quietly. "He should be taught a lesson." Until the half-blood elf collector was knocked to the ground and passed out, another half-blood elf collector finally shouted loudly, "You hit him too hard. If you keep hitting him like this, you will kill him. Hey, are you going to beat him to death? The security guards are coming soon. Those who fight will be sent to the concentration camp prison." The Silver Moon elf merchant took the money bag back from the half-blood elf collector in the chaos. Seeing that the half-blood elf collector was dying, he hurriedly left the free market with the elf merchants. Several half-blood elves, who couldn't bear to watch, lifted up the unconscious half-blood elf collector and sent him home. The half-blood elf was lying unconscious on the bed covered in blood. The half-blood elf girl at home was so scared that she kept crying. The light around dimmed again, and then fog appeared. The fog cleared, and the elves in the square woke up completely. Everyone whispered, and then they were surprised to find that they had the same dream. The half-blood elves in the square began to look at the Silver Moon elf merchant standing under the platform. Even many elf merchants in the square looked at the pale Silver Moon elf merchant standing under the platform with doubtful eyes. The little girl hugged the middle-aged elf's thigh and looked around pitifully. Roy stood on the platform again and said loudly to the elves in the square, "Everyone present may think that you have just experienced a dream, but it is not a dream, but we have walked into a memory hidden in the mind of this Silver Moon elf merchant, allowing us to see what happened in the free market a few days ago." After saying this, he lowered his head and looked at the Silver Moon elf merchant next to the platform, and asked him, "Do you have anything to say?" The Silver Moon elf merchant stood there in despair. He didn't expect that he would be stripped clean from the inside out in this way. If the eyes around him could turn into sharp swords, he would probably have been pierced through by thousands of swords now. Roy lowered his head and said to him, "Not only did you do something wrong, you also injured someone, and finally sent him to prison. You didn't want him to be punished by the city hall. Your behavior is too bad. As the governor of the Pagisto Plateau, I declare that you will be sentenced to serve 200 years in the concentration camp of the Plateau City, and a fine of 100 magic crystals." After saying that, he stopped looking at the Silver Moon elf merchant, who was lying on the ground, and turned to the other accomplices, and said, "The other elf merchants who participated in the fight will be sentenced to 10 years in prison, but they can be released on bail." Roy glanced at Moulin, who immediately called a few half-blood elf warriors to take the Silver Moon elf merchant, who was lying on the platform, down. And the elf merchants, who participated in the fight, were also taken away. The elves in the square became extremely quiet at this moment. No one expected that Boss Roy would casually sentence a Silver Moon Elf merchant to a heavy sentence. 200 years of imprisonment is already a very heavy sentence for a Silver Moon Elf. Roy turned and shouted to the elves in the small square, "I know that you sell magic herbs to the mine guards, which can make us more closely tied together, and is also a strong support for the mine guards, but this practice is not good. It will form a monopoly on the magic herb market on the plateau, and form a deformed magic herb market. This is not what I want to see. As long as the price is right, I really don't mind you selling magic herbs to other magic herbalists. Here's a piece of advice to everyone. Don't mess with your wallet. Only when a large number of merchants come to the Pagisto Plateau will the Plateau City become more and more prosperous. But at the same time, I want to say to the magic herbalists present here, we welcome herbalists to come to the Pagisto Plateau to do business, but we don't want you to make profits in an improper way. Otherwise, no matter who breaks the law on the Pagisto Plateau, I will put you in the prison of the concentration camp. Don't be locked up in prison, where you will just eat and wait for death every day. Have you seen the headhunters in the concentration camp? The prison in the concentration camp will not keep idle people. Every prisoner who lives in the prison must contribute to this Plateau City during a sentence." The cheers of the half-blood elves were heard immediately in the square. Chapter 548. Boss Roy's speech in the small square in front of the city hall caused a great response in the Plateau City. Just half a day later, the purchase point of the Mine Guard group adjusted the purchase price of magic herbs. The purchase price of primary magic herbs increased by 30%, and the purchase price of medium and high-level magic herbs decreased by 30%. This means that the Mine Guard group focuses on purchasing primary magic herbs, and medium and high-level magic herbs will flow into the free market. In addition, the official advice given by the Plateau City to the half-blood elf collectors is also to hope that they can put the medium and high-level magic herbs in their hands into the free market. All of a sudden, the half-blood elf collectors in the Plateau City responded to Boss Roy's move. The elf merchants who could not buy magic herbs in the past finally welcomed a wave of business opportunities, and the free market became more lively. The Jiashi Mountain Forging Workshop finally delivered the first batch of iron chains. These iron chains, as thick as wrists, were used to reinforce the Sun Island port and the surrounding seawalls. The iron chains can be woven into a huge iron net, which can wrap all the piled stones on the seawall in the iron net, making the seawall more stable. Roy also planned to use these iron chains to weave into a huge iron cage during the construction of the port, put the stones into the iron cage, and then pile them on the port dock. The first batch of iron chains shipped from the forging workshop did not seem to be much, but in fact, the iron chains moved into the magic airship only filled half of the warehouse. The captain in charge of driving the magic airship hurriedly found Roy, and told him that the magic airship was already fully loaded. The weight of these iron chains was a little beyond Roy's estimation, so they could only be packed by 2 magic airships and transported to Sun Island Bay. This time, the magic airship is heading to Sun Island Bay, and Roy will also go with the ship. In addition, the sea siren Giazina, Miss Tiffany, and Moira will also take the ship to Sun Island Bay. Sabrina was unable to go to Sun Island Bay because she had to stay to help Mulan train the new half-blood elf army. When a magic airship ascends into the wind layer, it will consume a lot of magic crystals. When it ascends into the wind layer at full load, it will burn about 120 magic crystals in just half a day. When the magic airship enters the wind flow layer, it needs to maintain a suspended state in the wind flow layer. In this state, the 12 floating devices are in a low-energy operation state, and about 60 magic crystals are used in one day and one night. That is, the magic airship needs to use 200 magic crystals for a one-way trip from the Plateau City to the Sun Island Bay. It seems that this freight is simply a sky-high price. But if you change the calculation method, there will be a completely different answer. A magic airship can carry about 500 half-blood elf warriors. If this high freight is distributed to each half-blood elf warrior, this freight is actually not expensive. Of course, if there is time and conditions to travel by land, the freight that needs to be borne is even less than 1/10 of the magic airship. At present, the treasury of the Mine Guard group can fully afford this high freight. Roy also hopes that the magic airship, as a means of transportation, can be accepted by the elves in the Partington Plain, so he doesn't care too much about the cost of magic crystals in the early stage. The magic airship left the Plateau City and gradually rose into the clouds. Miss Tiffany and Moira stood side by side on the ship's deck. Before leaving, "Aren't you going to see that half-elf girl?" Miss Tiffany asked curiously. Moira shook her head, and a gust of wind blew up her hair. She pursed her lips and said, "I don't want to go." Miss Tiffany blinked and stared at Moira. "You have helped her so much. Don't you want to see how she will live in the future? Moira smiled faintly and shook her head. The sea siren Zaina was lying in the bathtub in the stern cabin, with her hands constantly pouring sea water on her body, and the other 2 arms were on the edge of the bathtub. The last 2 hands were holding a book in one hand and a cup of fruit tea in the other hand. She looked very comfortable. There were only 2 round glass windows in her room, through which she could see white clouds as smooth as wool blankets, and the Griffin Barrier Mountains in the distance piercing through the clouds and into the sky, like a huge natural barrier. It turned out that in addition to the sea, the Partington Plain also had such a vast and colorful world. She suddenly felt that the free life of lying on the seabed and basking in the sun every day didn't seem so attractive. Once desire grows in the heart, it is not easy to extinguish. A group of people took a magic airship to the port of Sun Island Bay. At this time, there were nearly 1,000 half-blood elves gathered at the port. They were transporting huge rocks from the stalagmite forest and piling them on the beach, preparing to build a seaport here. The sea monster Giazina saw the magic airship coming to the sea surface of Sun Island Bay. Without waiting for the magic airship to land on the sea surface, she couldn't wait to walk out of the cabin, pushed open the door next to it, and said to Miss Tiffany lying in the bathtub, "Tiffany, we are even." "Well, take care," Miss Tiffany said casually, and waved her hand with her back to her. Then, Giazina twisted her shoulders and swam to the deck, and came to the side of the ship. Under the stunned gaze of a group of half-blood elf crew members, Giazina jumped down from a height of several hundred meters. After waiting for a long time, a faint plop sound came from the sea. Roy came to Sun Island Bay this time for the construction of the port terminal. Under the leadership of Captain Teprado, the half-blood elves near Sun Island Bay have built the prototype of the port during this period. Moreover, a simple dock was built here with logs before, and now it is just rebuilt on the original site, so the progress is very fast. After all, the half-blood elves in Sun Island Bay contain griffins, and it is relatively convenient for them to use griffins to move these huge rocks. More than half of the half-blood elves in Sun Island Bay now live in the jungle behind the port dock, and a brand new elf village has taken shape in the jungle. Captain Teprado stood on the beach in front of the port with Roy, pointing to the flying fish boat parked on the beach not far away, and said to Roy excitedly, "Recently, some people have tried to fish in Sun Island Bay, and the daily harvest is still very good. Prepare a batch of fresh sea fish tomorrow morning. I will transport these fresh sea fish to the Plateau City," Roy said with a smile. "Captain, are you really going to use the magic airship to transport the sea fish?" 3 weeks later, Roy was hurriedly called back to the Plateau City by a letter from Yulin. The Silver Pegasus Military Department in Padstow City sent 2 Silver Moon Elf mine owners to the Plateau City. Along with the 2 mine owners came 2,000 half-blood elf warriors, but all the officers above the captain level in this army were Silver Moon Elves. Captain Brad and Captain Craven stood in the lobby of the City Hall. Roy still had some impression of them. They were originally the captains of the Silver Moon Elf Infantry Guard. When the Silver Pegasus Legion invaded the Pagisto Plateau, their infantry guard was stationed in the mine. But now their infantry guard was dispersed by the Grey Dwarf bandits in the Battle of Queenawinnie Islands. At present, the Silver Pegasus Legion has no plan to reorganize the Silver Moon Elf Infantry Guard. They were no longer the commanders of the infantry guards, so they could only be sent to the Partington Plain by the military, asking General Kempfred to arrange a relatively leisurely position for them. General Kempfred hoped that they could become the mine owners of the Pagisto Plateau, so that they could save some capital for themselves, and maybe they could re-establish the infantry guards in the future. General Kempfred saw the huge profits of the Pagisto Plateau mine, and did not want Roy to control the Pagisto Plateau mine alone, so he sent 2 mine owners over in the name of the Silver Pegasus military. According to General Kempfred's idea, Roy had to give up 2 normally operating mines, but Roy did not want to give up the mines he had worked so hard to create. Roy said to the 2 Silver Moon Elf captains, "When I first created this mine guard army, the Legion did not provide military expenses. I relied on the revenue of the Pagisto Plateau mine to establish this mine guard regiment. Earl Swinburne promised me that half of the revenue from these mines would go to the mine guard army to maintain the army's daily expenses, post-war pensions, replacement of armaments, etc., and the other half of the revenue would be paid to the Silver Pegasus Legion. You want to take over these mines, of course there is nothing wrong with that. However, no matter how you manage the mines you have taken over, half of the monthly revenue of the mines must go to the mine guards. In addition, the amount of revenue paid cannot be lower than the previous month. As for the rest, how much do you want to keep? Go and talk to General Kempfred." Chapter 549. This is impossible. Inside the hall of the City Hall, Captain Craven stared at Roy fiercely, and said loudly. He wanted to say that the military would never give up the revenue of the mine, but as a Silver Moon Elf officer, he had to maintain his pride. Roy had no expression on his face. He didn't need to give a good face to the two Silver Moon Elf captains. When they evacuated the Pagisto Plateau, they didn't leave a good impression on Roy. After receiving the evacuation order from the military, they left the Pagisto Plateau almost without hesitation. Captain Brad, who was standing nearby, saw that the conversation had reached a deadlock. Thinking of the hint from General Camfred before he left, he quickly said, "Captain Roy, we are here to take over the mine. As for how to distribute the revenue from the mine, we have no right to interfere." Roy didn't care whether he was called the governor or not. He turned around and walked to a wall. He stretched out his hand to pull open the curtain blocking the wall. Inside was a parchment map that was more than 3 meters long and wide. This parchment was made of 19 pieces of sheepskin. The irregular stitching lines on the map looked like centipedes connected head to tail. Picking up a wooden stick standing by the wall, Roy turned his head and said to the two captains, "If you are not satisfied with this arrangement, you can also take a look at my second arrangement for you." After saying that, he pointed at the map, and the other end of the wooden stick fell on the Chaldean Mountains. "Look here. This is the Chaldean Mountains, located in the west of the Pagisto Plateau. This is a mountain range that runs almost parallel to the Sedeso Mountains from north to south. The mine guards and the plateau headhunters once fought a bloody battle at the Blood Raven Ridge at the southern end of this mountain range. There are silver mines hidden in this mountain range. When the mine owners fled the Chaldean Mountains, all 3 silver mines were abandoned. If you want to run the abandoned mine normally, I can promise you that after the mine is running normally, the revenue of the mine can be distributed according to the ratio of 4 to 3 to 3. The military takes 40%, I take 30%, and you take 30%. Of course, how to convince the military is your business. If you can't convince the military, then you can only get 20%. Roy spoke quickly. After listening to him, the 2 Silver Moon Elf leaders were ready to argue with Roy, but Roy turned around and put the stick in his hand against the wall, pulled the curtain, and then turned around slowly and said, "You don't have to rush to answer me, you can go back and think about it carefully." The 2 Silver Moon Elf captains looked at each other, neither of them speaking. Roy lowered his head and smiled, then walked towards the entrance of the hall. "If you 2 have made up your mind and are ready to take over the Chaldean Mountains mine, come to me to get a map, and I will arrange a guide to take you there." After saying that, he suddenly stopped, turned around and said, "Of course, if the 2 captains do not accept my 2 arrangements, you can board the magic airship back to Padstow at any time." After saying that, Roy left the hall without looking back. The 2 Silver Moon Elf captains could only stand there, staring at each other. They didn't expect that even with a letter written by General Camfred of the military department, this young half-elf, who was affectionately called Boss Roy by the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain, still didn't show any good face to them. He was just doing his job, and refused to hand over the mine on the plateau that was operating normally. The 2 captains returned to the camp, and the 2,000 new half-blood elves in the camp cast expectant eyes at them. Captain Craven was a little discouraged and said, "What should we do? Should we go back to Padstow and tell General Camfred about the situation here?" Captain Brad waved his hand and said, "If General Camfred could control him, he probably wouldn't have such an attitude when he met us this time. If we run back to Padstow in disgrace, what do you think General Camfred will think of us?" Captain Craven frowned and asked distressfully, "What should we do then?" Captain Brad whispered, "All we have to consider now is to choose 1 or 2. Captain Craven shook his head repeatedly. "Choosing 1 is absolutely impossible. The military will never agree." Then he said, "If we choose 2, do you think the military is willing to change the original 50 to 50 split of the mine revenue to a 433 split? In any case, the military's mine revenue is dropped." Captain Brad was silent for a moment before saying, "I think the second option is okay, but are we sure we can restore the abandoned mine to its original state?" Without waiting for Captain Craven to answer, Captain Brad said, "Now. We can only try it. The family just sent news that they hope we can hide in the Partington Plain for a while. The Legion headquarters sent the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights to Golfito. It is conservatively estimated that there will be 2 infantry guards accompanying them. I don't want to guard the gate of the Dark Land. This is what the 2 infantry captains are most worried about. They don't want to go to Golfito, so they run to the Partington Plain through the operation of the family." Captain Craven frowned and asked uncertainly, "Will the military agree to a 4:3:3 split?" Captain Brad smiled bitterly and said, "Of course, it is unlikely, but we can change the split to 5:3:2 privately. The military takes 50%, Captain Roy takes 30%, and we take 20% for now." The next day, The two Silver Moon Elves took the initiative to find Roy and said in person that they accepted the second distribution method and were willing to go to the Caldem Mountains to restore the abandoned mines there to normal operation. Roy kept his word and handed 2 maps of the Chaldean Mountains to the 2 Silver Moon Elf captains, and also sent a Dark Moon Elf team to lead them into the Chaldean Mountains. However, before setting off, according to an unintentional reminder from a Dark Moon Elf captain, the 2 Silver Moon Elf captains learned that although the infantry regiment they brought with them was fully armed, it lacked the living supplies to survive in the Chaldean Mountains. The Padstow Silver Pegasus military department did not open up a supply line on the plateau. So once they entered the Chaldean Mountains without any preparation, their biggest problem was how to lead 2,000 half-blood elf warriors to survive. They couldn't just lead a group of half-blood elf warriors to collect wild fruits all over the mountains all day long. The 2 Silver Moon Elf leaders only realized at this time that the reason Roy could so confidently reject General Kempfred's proposal was actually because the Padstow Silver Pegasus military department never provided living supplies to the Pagisto Plateau mine guards. The source of income for the daily expenses of the mine guards on the plateau is the profits of the mines on the plateau. These things were decided by Earl Swinburne a long time ago. General Kempfred asked them to come to the Pagisto Plateau, but he did not talk about whether the logistic supplies could keep up after they arrived at the plateau. Now it seems that after they led this new army composed of half-blood elf warriors into the Pagisto Plateau, the military actually stopped providing subsequent supplies. They were able to reach the plateau city smoothly thanks to a pack team of the mine guards. If it weren't for the pack team that provided them with some food on the way, it would have been difficult for them to reach the plateau city. Now Captain Craven and Captain Brad want to lead the army into the Chaldean Mountains, so they have to carry some living supplies, but they can't take them out at the moment. I borrow them. Captain Brad gritted his teeth and said with a somewhat ugly face. Captain Craven didn't understand and asked, borrow? Captain Brad did not explain much. He came to Roy's office for the 3rd time. Captain Roy, can you provide us with some living materials? I need these materials now before I can go to the Chaldean Mountains. After the mine is running normally, I will repay you with ingots or magic crystals. Okay, make a list, and then I will let Milan prepare it for you. Along with a list of items, Roy was handed a promissory note signed by Captain Brad and Captain Craven. When Captain Craven saw the IOU, his face looked strange, as if he was constipated. Unexpectedly, they had just arrived at the Pagisto Plateau and had a considerable debt. The team left the plateau city in a mighty manner. When some elf merchants learned that they were going to rebuild the silver mine in the Chaldean Mountains, they took the initiative to come over and wanted to cooperate with their team more deeply. Crossing the barren wilderness, Captain Craven and Captain Brad brought 2,000 half-blood elf warriors to the foot of the Chaldean Mountains. When the Dark Moon Elf warrior team told them that they would have to cross this mountain range next, the 2 captains couldn't help but take a deep breath. In fact, Roy knew very well that these 2 Silver Moon Elf captains were the 2 nails sent by General Kempfred to the Pagisto Plateau. In the past 6 months, the speed of development of the Pagisto Plateau has given the military some other ideas. They need another pair of eyes on the Pagisto Plateau to silently watch the changes of the plateau. So the application submitted by General Kempfred to the Legion headquarters was not rejected by Earl Swinburne. Roy did not hand over the existing mines, but only wanted to throw out the abandoned mines in the Chaldean Mountains and let the 2 Silver Moon Elf captains slowly develop them. On the table is an application form for military supplies. Roy wants to replace a batch of elves' military supplies for the mine guards. Roy's name has been written on the application form. The military supplies applied for last year have not been fully issued yet, and this time Roy has made another long list. He put the application form into an envelope and stamped it again. Do you think the Padstow military department can send this batch of military supplies to us this time? Mulin sat in the chair opposite the desk and asked helplessly. I guess not. The military supplies applied for last year are still withheld by the Padstow military department, so it is even more impossible for this batch of military supplies to be delivered. Roy leaned back in his chair and said, You know they won't deliver the military supplies to us according to the list, so why did you submit this application? Mulin stretched his neck and looked at the letter on the table, asking in confusion. Roy smiled, put the application form aside, and replied, The normal application process still needs to be done. We can't give up the right to apply for military supplies in advance just because of their obstruction. Mulin blinked. Do you have other plans? Roy nodded and said, Claire helped me contact a business that sells the standard armaments of the Silver Moon Elves. I plan to go back to Castletown with Moira and the others to talk to the merchant. Moira, Miss Tiffany, Woods and Sabrina's vacation is about to end. Everyone is going to take the magic airship back to Padstow, then go through the portal back to Partington Island, and then take a boat back to Castletown. Roy flew to Padstow with everyone this time. He first submitted an application for armaments to the military. General Camfred, with a gloomy face, met Roy at his desk. He unfolded the application Roy handed over and read it carefully. The sunlight outside the window shone on the table. General Camfred showed a mocking look on his face. He didn't even look up at Roy. He took out a quill pen from the ink bottle and drew a cross on Roy's application form, directly rejecting Roy's application for military equipment. The Legion is currently rebuilding the defense system of the Queen Iweenie Islands. Almost all the funds have been invested there. You participated in the naval battle of the Queen Iweenie Islands, and you should be aware of our difficulties. Moreover, the war on the Pagisto Plateau has long subsided. Even if the equipment of the mine guards is damaged, there is no rush to replace it. I can't approve your application for military equipment. Wait a minute. Chief Camfred looked at the table and said to Roy. Roy curled his lips secretly, but still had a stiff smile on his face, and asked, since the military can't provide this batch of military supplies, can I buy some military supplies from the market over there in the Elf continent? In fact, before this, Roy also purchased 2 batches of weapons and equipment from the Empire merchants, and the Silver Pegasus military tacitly agreed. But this time his relationship with Chief Camfred was a bit strained, so these things had to be said in advance. Chief Camfred frowned. Although he was a little reluctant, he had already said what he had said before. There was no reason to refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and said, if you can buy the standard armaments of the Silver Moon Elf, I can still get this purchase permit. Roy obtained a permit from the Silver Pegasus Military Department to purchase armaments in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, and left the Padstow Silver Pegasus Military Department with a relaxed look. So far, the number of magic airships entering Partington has increased to 5. There are only 4 magic airships traveling between Padstow City, Plateau City, and Sun Island Bay, and another one is parked at the dock of Sun Island Bay. The main reason is that the shipping cost of magic airships is too high. Although Roy has opened the magic airship to the elves in the Partington Plain, the ones who can afford the tickets are still the elf merchants. Chapter 550. Woods had been wandering in the Great Snow Mountain in the north of the plateau for more than half a month. He followed the footsteps of the half-elf collector. Although he did not find the second winterthorn grass, he found that the climate conditions here did have the conditions to breed winterthorn grass. He searched for a long time in the snowy mountains, but unfortunately he did not find the winterthorn grass. Instead, he encountered snow monsters several times. Fortunately, he was a claw druid, and he could transform into a violent earth bear to escape in times of crisis. If school was not about to start, Woods would even want to continue searching in the Great Snow Mountain. After being ground and refined, winterthorn grass can be used to make a 5th-level magic scroll. This high-level magic herb is highly sought after by magicians, and is considered a rare treasure. Several members of the Zakaram Adventure Group gathered at the northwest corner of the central square of Padstow City. They finished their trip to the Partington Plain and were somewhat reluctant to leave. This holiday was too short. Because of Roy, the members of the Zakaram Adventure Group did not even have a decent adventure trip during this holiday. Sabrina has been a junior martial arts instructor in the Plateau City for nearly a month. As an instructor, Sabrina needs to disassemble all the junior martial arts movements. After disassembling the movements that have already been memorized, Sabrina seems to have some new insights. Originally, she couldn't understand some of Moira's thoughts when she was learning martial arts. Now Sabrina finally understands why Jefferson said that Moira was a natural assassin. It turns out that talent is hidden in every elf's body. Sometimes, it is really not something that can be made up by hard work. For Miss Tiffany, this trip to the Partington Plain was not an experience at all. Although she saw the Sun Island Bay and met the interesting mermaid Giazina, she did not want to recall the time in the Sun Island Bay. The only thing Miss Tiffany gained was the scene of killing the sea beast priest in the Sun Island Bay. She still feels excited when she recalls it now. Several members of the Zakaram Adventure Group stood in the square with different feelings. Moira thought she was going to say goodbye to Roy, so she hooked her arms around his neck and clung to him like a koala, refusing to let go. Her innocent smile and coquettish look made Roy hold her light body and whisper to her, "Everyone is watching, come down quickly." Roy had endless things to deal with every day in the Plateau City, and the days he spent with Moira during the nearly 2-month vacation were few and far between. Not only did Roy have to supervise the construction of the port terminal in Sun Island Bay, but he also planned to build a lighthouse on the ruined Sun Island. In addition, the reconstruction of the abandoned mines on the Pagisto Plateau is also being prepared, mainly the mines in the Nicobar Mountains. Roy is worried that if he does not actively rebuild here, the Silver Pegasus military may send some mine owners here. In fact, the Silver Pegasus Legion did not expect that there would be so many mineral veins and mines on the plateau of the Partington Plain. At present, the income brought to Roy by the mines on the Pagisto Plateau has not only allowed him to form a large mine guard group, but also allowed him to build a city on the Pagisto Plateau. This plateau city was what shocked the top leaders of the Silver Pegasus Army the most. The top leaders of the Silver Pegasus Army had no idea that Roy's most profitable business was actually the trade of primary magic herbs with merchants from the Empire. In fact, Roy built the plateau city on the Pagisto Plateau. In fact, Roy only invested a sum of magic crystals in the early preparations, and then regularly transported daily necessities and food to the plateau city. In fact, he didn't spend much money. The main building material for building this city is hollow bricks condensed from slag flowing out of the magic furnace. These hollow bricks come from 3 black iron mines in the Jiashi Mountains, and the steel bars needed for the main buildings in the city come from the forging workshops in the Jiashi Mountains. The construction of this plateau city was the result of the hard work of 12,000 plateau headhunter prisoners. The investment that really cost Roy a lot of money was the renovation of 11 magic airships. In order to closely connect Padstow with the plateau city, Roy invested a huge amount of money to renovate 11 magic airships. For Roy, this was a considerable expense. In addition, Roy launched a war against the fishmen of Sun Island, and the daily expenses of the mine guards stationed in Sun Island Bay were also very high. However, in the end, the mine guards captured Sun Island Bay, and all the efforts were worth it. At present, the territory occupied by the Silver Moon Elves in the Partington Plain is about 3 times larger than it was 5 years ago. At the same time, the mine guard has now expanded to 11,000 elf warriors. The main legion is the mine guard composed of half-blood elf warriors, and there are about 9,000 half-blood elf warriors in this guard. The Griffin Cavalry has about 1,000 griffins, and the Dark Moon Elf Assassin has 1,000 Dark Moon Elf warriors. The half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guard are equivalent to the Silver Moon Elf warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion Infantry Guard. Roy felt that these half-elf warriors might be a little stronger. The Griffin Cavalry Regiment could be considered a poor version of the Silver Pegasus Knights, giving Roy air superiority over the Pagisto Plateau. These data were transmitted to the headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Corps, forcing the top leaders of the Silver Pegasus Corps to admit that Roy's development on the Pagisto Plateau was too fast. Roy was a young officer promoted by Earl Swinburne himself. Although the top leaders of the Silver Pegasus Corps were a little wary of him, they could not suppress him blatantly. Roy's performance was extremely outstanding among the younger officers, especially in the Sun Island naval battle, where he defeated the Grey Dwarf bandits in both island defense battles. It must be said that Earl Swinburne's vision was really unique. "I go back to Castletown with you," Roy said to Moira with a smile. Moira's eyes immediately curved into crescents, and she couldn't help but cheer. Roy appeared in the central square of Padstow City, and naturally he didn't need to queue up to enter the portal. A group of portal guards separated a human wall to let Roy and his party pass through the portal first, and then let the portal pass normally. Many elves looked at Roy and his group curiously at the portal. Some curious elves asked in a low voice, "Who are they?" "They must be the military. The one walking in front should be Boss Roy. He is the only one who looks like a human," an elf merchant behind introduced. "He is Boss Roy. He looks a little different from the rumors," the elf exclaimed. "Rumors are just rumors." Roy took everyone back to Partington Island. In the past, everyone took the Silver Pegasus Legion supply ship to return to Castletown City. This time, Roy did not go to the island pier, but went directly back to the sheltered fjord and dispatched a 3-masted sailing ship in the fjord to Castletown Port. The 3-masted sailing ship carried a large amount of primary magic herbs and magic metal ingots, which was the main reason why Roy decided to sail the 3-masted sailing ship back to Castletown Harbor. When the 3-masted sailing ship was about to arrive at Castletown Harbor, it encountered several Imperial merchant ships parked in this sea area. A group of human sailors gathered on the deck. When they saw a sea ship passing by, they stood beside the side of the ship and peeked curiously. These Imperial merchants never handed over the assassin, who disturbed the public security of Castletown City, which directly led to the current inability of all Imperial merchant ships to dock. Unexpectedly, after so long, both sides did not intend to compromise. Among these Imperial merchant ships, Roy soon found the merchant ship of the Imperial merchant Darwin. He asked the captain who was in charge of driving the 3-masted sailboat to slow down, and then slowly approached the merchant ship. Roy stood on the head of the bronze argali on the bow, and soon the Imperial merchant Darwin also appeared on the bow. The two ships were not completely close to each other, but they were also very close. The constantly surging waves made the gap between the two ships larger and smaller, and the crew set up a sampan between the two ships. Roy was the first to walk to the merchant ship opposite. This imperial merchant ship was nearly twice as long as his three-masted sailing ship. There was a crane arm with a pulley on the deck of the imperial merchant ship. Roy had a brief communication with the imperial merchant Darwin, and Darwin ordered the sailors on the merchant ship to operate the crane arm on the deck to transport the magic metal and magic herbs on the three-masted sailing ship to the ship here. Darwin was naturally overjoyed to see that the lifting of the ban on Partington Island did not affect Roy. The crane arm moved boxes of magic metal to the deck, and a special crew member inspected the magic metal in these wooden boxes on the deck. The Empire merchant Darwin invited Roy to the captain's room. "Boss Roy, you see, our Empire merchant ships have been unable to dock. The Castletown Harbor security guard asked us to hand over the assassins, but the captains were unwilling. Now that group of people have left here with the merchant ship, we can't just stay here like this. Can you help us and ask the port security guard for mercy?" The Empire merchant Darwin said it very tactfully. In fact, the main reason why he couldn't say these words was that Roy was the victim of this incident. The smile on Roy's face disappeared, and he responded, "I can't help with this." Darwin showed a helpless expression on his face, and then said, "Then can you provide us with some daily necessities, fruits and elf biscuits?" After the security guards drove us away from the port, these things became difficult to buy. "That's no problem. I have some on my ship. I let the crew bring them to you later. But I'm a half-elf who holds grudges. Don't give these daily necessities and food to the group of merchants who have troubled me. If I hear about this, there will be no follow-up to our business," Roy whispered to Darwin. The Empire merchant Darwin forced a smile and responded, "Definitely not, definitely not." After completing the transaction, the three-masted sailing ship left the sea area and slowly sailed into Castletown Harbor. The opening season of Castletown Elf Academy is still very lively. Roy heard that Claire, as the main person in charge, was welcoming new students in the teaching building of the Elf Academy. It just so happened that Moira, Sabrina, Woods and Miss Tiffany still had some courses this semester and had to come to the Elf Academy to register. So he followed everyone to the Elf Academy. Moira took Miss Tiffany and Sabrina ran to register, and Woods turned around and disappeared. There were many new elves in the academy, and everyone was choosing their favorite courses. Roy also wandered around in the crowd, and couldn't help but think of the scene when he chose courses in the Elf Academy. It seemed like a long time ago. He saw Claire from a distance, but unfortunately Claire was surrounded by hundreds of elf students. Even if Roy wanted to squeeze through, he couldn't do it at this moment. There were too many elf students registering for classes in the hall, and Roy couldn't say hello to Claire over there, so he simply walked out of the first floor hall of the teaching building and stood next to a low wall of shrubs at the entrance of the teaching building to take a breath. "Roy!" At this time, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Roy turned his head and saw Miss Edith wearing a set of silver armor, with an exquisite elf sword hanging on her waist, standing behind him prettily, looking at him with a smile. "It's you. How come you have time to come to the Elf Academy? Our class is going to resume this semester," Miss Edith asked curiously. Miss Edith has now become the chief guard of Princess Ophelia's guard, and has already graduated from the Elf Academy. "No, I'm here to see Claire," Roy said. "Miss Edith, why are you at the Elf Academy?" "Princess Ophelia must teach the modern history of the Silver Moon Elves at the Elf Academy, so I also serve as the swordsmanship instructor of the Elf Academy. I want to see if there are any students who will choose my class," Miss Edith said with a smile. There was a very quiet corner in this low wall of shrubs against the wall of the teaching building. Miss Edith pointed to the bench in the corner and said, "It's been a long time since we last met. Do you want to sit over there?" Roy nodded. Although he didn't have much contact with Miss Edith, he would visit Miss Edith's grandmother, Count Amelia Ellington, whenever he had time. Miss Edith looked at Roy with great interest and said happily, "Roy, do you know, you are now one of the 3 most outstanding students in the Castletown Elf Academy in the past 10 years. Roy was a little surprised when he became the most outstanding student in the Elf Academy, and he himself didn't even know it. "Who else is there besides me?" Roy asked. "The other one is your good friend Wagner Clare, who is the youngest musician in Castletown City, and is more famous than you," Miss Edith said. "Who else?" Roy asked again. "Senior Ursula has the purest heart. She was recognized by the unicorns when she was studying at the Elf Academy. After graduating from the Elf Academy, she joined the Unicorn Corps." Miss Edith looked at Roy curiously, as if she wanted to see through him. "I don't understand how Princess Ophelia remembered you. She seems to have a special feeling for you." Her Highness asked me to tell you that you must have a good relationship with Christine. Right now in Castletown, only Christine can help you." When Miss Edith said these words, her lips were almost touching Roy's ears, and her voice was so low that Roy could only barely hear it. Chapter 551. Miss Edith has become an instructor at the Elf Academy. It seems that the Elf Academy has also invited Sabrina, hoping that she can stay at the Elf Academy after graduation and serve as an assistant instructor for the martial arts training class. After Miss Edith said that, she said goodbye to Roy and turned to walk into the teaching building. Roy didn't expect that Princess Ophelia still remembered him. Roy sat on the bench, surrounded by the balsamic smell of tea tree oil. There were some ancient reliefs engraved on the walls of the teaching building. In the places covered by the shade of the trees, the walls were even covered with green moss. He looked up, squinted his eyes, and looked at the sky, emptying his mind. Roy could sense some changes in the Silver Pegasus Corps. He originally thought that it was just the newly appointed General Kempfred who was deliberately targeting him. Now it seems that some high-ranking officials of the Silver Pegasus Corps may have some ideas about him. Inside the teaching building, Claire finally got away from a group of freshmen. The hall was crowded with freshmen who were choosing courses. He wanted to go outside to get some fresh air. There were many elves in the hall, and the air was filled with the smell of sweat and perfume. When Claire passed by the left side of the hall, she happened to see Sabrina standing in front of a notice board, about to write her name on a registration list. Claire stopped and squeezed to Sabrina's side. Standing next to Sabrina, Sabrina was half a head taller than Claire, and Claire felt quite pressured. "Sabrina, when did you come back?" Claire greeted Sabrina. Sabrina looked at Claire in surprise. No matter where she was, Claire always wore an elegant aristocratic dress, maintaining the demeanor of a musician. "Yesterday." Sabrina glanced at Claire and answered. She found that Roy was not beside Claire, so she couldn't help asking, "Claire, didn't you see Roy?" Claire looked around and said speechlessly, "No, did he come back with you?" Sabrina nodded and answered, "Yes, he just said he was going to find you." Claire looked around again, but still couldn't see Roy in the crowded first-floor hall. Claire thought for a moment, and then walked out of the main teaching building. In a small garden surrounded by a low wall of shrubs on the left side of the teaching building, Roy was sitting on a bench in a daze. Claire walked over directly. Although Roy didn't turn his head, he knew that the spirit walking over was Claire. He lay there motionless, and asked casually, "Are you done?" Claire sat down next to Roy and responded, "Today's work is considered to be finished early. Do you want to go for a drink later?" Roy turned to look at Claire in surprise, and asked him, "No dance tonight?" Claire smiled proudly, and said very easily, "It's not a very important dance. It doesn't matter whether I go or not." "That's great, you choose the place." The two left the Elf Academy side by side. Almost all the elf students they met along the way would take the initiative to greet Claire. As long as someone greeted him, Claire would nod politely in response. The two walked out of the Elf Academy, and Claire took Roy on a carriage. After walking along the long street for a distance, the carriage stopped in front of a huge tree. According to Claire, this is a tea restaurant. Claire seemed to be a frequent visitor here. The Silver Moon Elf attendant at the door saw the carriage parked at the door, and hurried over to open the door for Claire. Claire threw a stack of coal to the Silver Moon Elf attendant, and took Roy into the tree house. After entering the tree house, Claire climbed up a staircase to the second floor, and found a room to sit down. A Silver Moon Elf attendant came in with a tray. It was not until the Silver Moon Elf attendant left and closed the door that Claire said to Roy, "The things you did in the Partington Plain are now spreading like wildfire in Castletown." Roy asked curiously, "I really want to know what the rumored me is like." Claire poured Roy a cup of fruit tea, and then muttered, "The first half-elf leader of the Silver Pegasus Corps performed well in the naval battle of the Queen Uni Islands." Roy nodded, with a smug smile on his face. He was not surprised at all. Claire showed an intriguing smile on her face, and then heard him say, "Boss Roy from the Partington Plain led a group of elf warriors to rescue the half-blood elves on the Partington Plain." Roy also agreed with this, and the rumor seemed to be correct. Claire's smile became more exaggerated, and even teased. The executioner who slaughtered the Silver Moon Elves had publicly executed several Silver Moon Elves mine owners on the Partington Plain. Roy stood there with his teacup in his hand. The third rumor made him a little unsure of what to say. He complained speechlessly, "My reputation in Castletown is not good either." Claire nodded and said, "In the eyes of many Silver Moon Elves, you are indeed such a half-elf, but in the eyes of most half-blood elves, you are their hero. Here. After all, the Silver Moon Elves have the final say. Now you have Earl Swinburne standing behind you. So those Silver Moon elves who hate you don't dare to do anything to you. But what about the future? What if Earl Swinburne breaks up with you because of something? What will happen to you? Claire stared at Roy and continued, if you didn't come to Castletown this time, I would also write to you. Roy, you need to keep a low profile recently. At least don't let those old guys stare at you all day long. After hearing what Claire said, Roy realized that he was in a dilemma. Captain Berkeley's words had obviously come true. Princess Ophelia had Miss Edith pass on the message, which was actually about this matter. Roy scratched his head in distress and said, I know, I pay attention. Claire leaned close to Roy's ear and whispered, oh, by the way, didn't you say you wanted to purchase a batch of armaments for the Silver Moon Elf Infantry Corps? I have already contacted a seller for you. Roy asked hesitantly, then, do they know my information? Claire immediately patted her chest and replied, of course, the Armaments Administration is actually quite strict in this regard. Your Mine Guard regiment happens to belong to the regular army. If you only replace the armaments, there should be no problem. If you can apply for an armament purchase license, then this matter will be easier to handle. Roy was stunned for a moment, then he took out a roll of parchment from his arms, on which was clearly printed the seal of the Silver Pegasus Legion. I just brought a military procurement license, Roy said with some pride. Claire took the military procurement license in her hand, and said with the same surprise, oh, it's true. The two chatted in this tea restaurant for almost an afternoon, and Roy left the tea restaurant before dark. Roy told Claire about the battle in Sun Island Bay. Everyone worked together to defeat a sea beast priest. The half-blood elf warriors built ports on the coast of Sun Island Bay 3 times in a row, but they were all destroyed by the fish people of Sun Island. Standing at the entrance of the tea restaurant, Claire boarded the carriage. He turned around and looked through the window, and shouted to Roy, who was standing on the street, I pick you up at Brown Street tomorrow morning, get up early. In the evening, when Roy returned home, he just happened to meet Ms. Jillian coming back from the fish market. Roy brought a plate of washed clothes to the terrace to dry, and heard Ms. Jillian nagging at Moira and Sabrina in the yard next door. The general meaning was that after a hard-earned holiday, none of the two sisters stayed at home. Roy tiptoed back to the room and lay on the bed. Lady Belinda hadn't come back yet. Lady Belinda's trip to Darnassus took a long time. The next morning, Claire's carriage stopped at the door of Roy's house. Roy saw Claire standing at the door through the window, waving at him gently, and quickly put on a linen robe and walked out of the yard. Claire saw that Roy was dressed casually, so she said to him, we are going to visit the quartermaster who is responsible for managing military supplies, so you'd better dress formally. Roy had no choice but to take out the magic pattern suit from his magic waist bag and put it on. Claire saw that the magic pattern suit was covered with scratches and many places were seriously worn, so she said to Roy, how long have you been wearing this magic pattern suit? Haven't you ever thought about changing it? After Roy was promoted to the high priest, the divine power in his body was obviously improved a lot. He did think about changing this primary magic pattern suit, but he was always busy with other things and had no time to buy a magic pattern suit. We talk about this later. I want to change to a better one, Roy said casually. He and Claire were close friends. There was nothing they couldn't talk about when they were together. If we have time later, let's go to the shopping street near Heroes Square. There are quite a lot of magic shops there. After Claire finished speaking, she said hello to the coachman and told him that he could go. The carriage left Brown Street, passed through the lower city, and stopped in front of a building near the headquarters of the Public Security Guard in the upper city. In addition to large buildings such as the Elf Academy, the library, the arena, and the opera house, almost all buildings in the upper city are related to the giant tree. This building is also on a giant tree. Roy passed by this street more than once, but he never knew that this was the largest military supplies warehouse in Castletown. When Claire walked to the door, she was stopped by 2 Silver Moon Elf guards. Claire immediately took out a letter from her arms and handed it to one of the Silver Moon Elf guards, and then said to him, I have an appointment with Lord Quartermaster Leo. The Silver Moon Elf guard asked Claire and Roy to wait at the door for a while he took the letter in. Not long after, an officer in silver armor came out of the tree house first. He was also dressed like a Silver Moon Elf noble, with gorgeous silver armor, a beautiful sword hanging on his waist, and his hair was combed meticulously, looking very noble. Claire, it's really you. I invited you several times, the Quartermaster Leo said to Claire with a smile. Mr. Quartermaster Leo, this is a military stronghold in Castletown. If I had no official business, how could I just come here casually? Claire then greeted. He pointed at Roy and said, this is my close friend, Roy, the leader of the Silver Pegasus Corps Mine Guard. Roy. Why do I feel that this name is a little familiar? Are you a half-elf? Quartermaster Leo turned to Roy and asked. Yes, Mr. Quartermaster Leo. Roy answered quickly. Oh, I remember you are Roy. Boss, yes, the youngest guard leader of the Silver Pegasus Corps. I have been hearing your name recently, but I didn't expect you to be Claire's best friend. Come in. Quartermaster Leo warmly invited the two into the tree house. When they first walked into the tree house, the space at the front desk was not very large. After passing the front desk, there were 3 doors at the back, and a staircase was dug out next to it. Quartermaster Leo led the two up the stairs to the 2nd floor. He pushed open a door and invited Claire and Roy to sit inside. Inside the door was a large living room, which was much larger than the trunk of the giant tree. Roy guessed that magic must have opened up a subdimensional space here, which was seamlessly connected to the tree house. Walking into the living room, there were 3 gray walls separated from the trunk, and there were gorgeous floor-to-ceiling windows on these walls. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you could actually see the vast sea of stars. The visual effect of opening the window, as if you could enter the outer world, made Roy stunned for a moment. Claire was more used to this style of room, and sat on the sofa in the lounge with her arm around Roy's shoulders. Mr. Quartermaster Leo, as I told you last time, we are here to purchase a batch of standard weapons. Claire spoke first. An assistant brought some refreshments. So what kind of weapons do you need? Quartermaster Leo asked with a smile. Claire looked at Roy, and Roy immediately said, it would be best if it is a light armor suit with a certain magic resistance, light and fine quality. Leo, the quartermaster, asked, how about the magic armor of excellent quality? The Silver Moon Elf Elite Infantry Corps is currently equipped with this light armor. Of course. Yes, Roy said. Of course he knew this standard armor. The Silver Pegasus Infantry Guards on the Pagisto Plateau were equipped with this light armor. How many do you want? Leo, the quartermaster, asked. 5,000 sets. Roy hesitated before speaking. Leo, the quartermaster, took a deep breath and asked Roy, then do you know how much it costs to buy a set of standard military equipment of excellent quality? Roy shook his head in confusion. 45 magic crystals. If you also want the storm sword and the elf longbow, you need to spend 60 magic crystals. For 5,000 sets of standard military equipment, you need to take out 300,000 magic crystals. Leo, the quartermaster, said. I be ready. Chapter 552. Leo, the quartermaster, reached into the handle of the warehouse door with one hand and pushed it aside. With the slight rolling sound of the pulley, the warehouse door was easily opened by him. The chandeliers on the ceiling of the warehouse lit up one after another. These magic chandeliers were almost all made of moonstone, emitting a soft milky white glow. The warehouse was full of shelves, which were much more sophisticated than those in Roy's mine warehouses. The oak shelves were divided into 3 layers, upper, middle and lower, and each layer was filled with neatly arranged oak boxes. The lower right corners of these boxes were covered with notes, filled with elven words. Quartermaster Leo took Roy and Claire 2 steps inside. The warehouse manager, who had been following him all the time, hooked a wooden box with a long iron hook, dragged the box out from the shelf, and then pried open the lid of the box with the iron hook. He casually pushed aside the golden grass filling inside, and took out a piece of silver armor. This light armor was inlaid with some golden patterns, and the armor plates were connected with hidden buckles that could be moved at will. Then, Quartermaster Leo picked up another pair of wristbands, which were made with even better craftsmanship. These high-quality standard military uniforms were divided into light armor and heavy armor, which made Roy a little dazzled. The equipment displayed in this warehouse are all high-quality standard military uniforms. At present, at least half of the Silver Moon Elf infantry regiments in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom are equipped with high-quality uniforms. Quartermaster Leo introduced to Roy. Roy reached out and took a wristband. The cold touch and heavy weight made Roy like this high-quality wristband very much. It must be said that the elves want to pursue perfection in everything they do. These standard military uniforms are also made by the elf craftsmen in pursuit of perfect craftsmanship, and they are very exquisite. Following Leo, the quartermaster walked inside. The wooden boxes on the shelf were almost all of this kind of standard military equipment. Leo introduced the advantages of these military equipment to Roy with some pride. Almost every standard military uniform is engraved with exquisite patterns, and even in some places, there are hollow patterns for ventilation. Leo picked up an exquisite silver shoulder armor from the wooden box, and then pulled out a dagger tied to his thigh and stabbed it fiercely, which immediately drew a spark. Then Leo asked Roy to check the shoulder armor. There was only a very shallow scratch on the silver shoulder armor. Ordinary daggers cannot pierce these armors, Only those magic weapons with armor-piercing properties can penetrate them. Leo, the quartermaster, introduced. After leaving this armament warehouse, Leo, the quartermaster, led Roy and Claire into the weapons warehouse next door, where the shelves were filled with long swords and long bows. This kind of storm sword is also an excellent magic weapon here. These storm swords have a cutting effect. Leo, the quartermaster, stood in front of a row of storm swords and introduced them to Roy. Roy was familiar with this kind of storm sword, but the storm swords equipped by the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guards were not magic weapons, and did not have the cleavage effect. Pulling out a long sword, Roy could clearly feel the sharpness of the blade. Leo, the quartermaster, introduced the elven longbows to Roy. These elven longbows can give the arrows a wind control effect. This kind of magic weapon costs at least 10 magic crystals in any weapon shop in Castletown. This quality of elven longbow may be a little more expensive. Each elven longbow is equipped with 3 bowstrings, a ring and a pot of excellent quality armor-piercing arrows. Whether it is the Silver Moon Elves or the Half-Blood Elves, the use of bows and arrows is almost ingrained in their bones. An exquisitely crafted elven longbow can greatly enhance the combat power of the elven warriors. Roy did not think too much. He just thought of the elusive headhunter teams on the Pagisto Plateau. At present, the biggest problem of the Mine Guard group is to clean up these small groups of headhunters. Giving the elven warriors of the Mine Guard group a set of sophisticated equipment and appropriately improving their combat power will be of great help in cleaning up the headhunters. Mr. Quartermaster Leo, I plan to buy all 5,000 sets of standard military uniforms, storm swords, and elf longbows. Roy put down the elf longbow in his hand and said to Quartermaster Leo. Then he smiled again and continued, I think now we can talk about how to pay and deliver these standard military uniforms. Quartermaster Leo was slightly stunned. He had never thought that these 2 young elves would decide to buy them immediately after taking a casual look at the military supplies warehouse. There is sufficient stock of these military supplies. You can buy them anytime you want. Just bring the magic crystal and come to me anytime. Leo, the quartermaster said. Roy thought about it, then wrote and calculated on a piece of parchment, and finally raised his head and said, This time I only have one 3-masted sailing ship docked in Castletown Harbor. This ship certainly cannot carry 5,000 sets of standard military uniforms at a time, so I plan to pick up this batch of goods in 3 times. Sir Leo, the quartermaster, I wonder if this is possible? As a close friend of Wagner Claire, this is of course no problem. Quartermaster Leo said readily. Claire stood by and quickly thanked Quartermaster Leo. Quartermaster Leo looked at Claire and half-elf Roy, who left side by side, and lamented that the big moneybags nowadays are really getting younger and younger. There were 10 treasure chests full of magic crystals in his office, and each treasure chest contained 10,000 magic crystals. These magic crystals were the first purchase payment that Roy paid to Quartermaster Leo. Quartermaster Leo and Roy have already agreed that 5,000 sets of standard uniforms of excellent quality will be delivered to Roy in 3 batches. The first batch will be 1,700 sets of standard uniforms. After Roy pays the second deposit, Quartermaster Leo will deliver the second batch of standard uniforms. After that, Roy will pay the balance and take away the third batch of 1,600 sets of standard uniforms. As the manager of the military supply warehouse, Quartermaster Leo has the power to control these standard uniforms in the military supply warehouse. As the wars in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom have gradually decreased in recent years, the military workshop has not stopped working, and the military supplies in the material warehouse have accumulated a lot. New military supplies are produced and sent to warehouses in various places. Some of the fine military supplies accumulated in the warehouse need to be dealt with by local quartermasters. Most of the Silver Moon Elf troops near Castletown City do not want to exchange for excellent quality military supplies, mainly because they are currently equipped with this type of military weapons, which has not improved their combat effectiveness, and they are just exchanging old for new. The army spent a lot of money to replace the uniforms, which felt a bit unworthy. This is also the main reason why the military equipment warehouse in Castleton City has accumulated a large amount of standard military equipment. Now it just so happens that a half-elf came with a purchase permit and said that he wanted to buy a batch of standard military uniforms. Then, there is no reason not to sell. He turned and walked back to the front desk and told the Silver Moon Elf receptionist at the front desk, in the afternoon, there may be half-blood elves coming to transport military equipment. When the time comes, you can call Daniel out and let him communicate with those half-blood elves. Got it, Lord Leo. The female receptionist quickly agreed. As the manager of warehouse number 1, Daniel is one of the most trustworthy people around Leo, the quartermaster. Roy and Claire left the military supplies warehouse and took a carriage to a trading company that had some cooperation with Claire. The waiter in the trading company saw Claire and ran into the store. Not long after, the person in charge of the store ran out, came to Claire, and said to him kindly, "You, the great musician, have not taken care of our business for a while. This trading company is located on the 3rd Main Street of Castletown. When you enter the company, you can see that it is filled with all kinds of goods, which are very diverse. On the shelves are not only elf biscuits and life tree sap, but also some sculptures and famous paintings sought after by the Silver Moon Elves, silk and magic pattern cloth that the Silver Moon Elves like, and some metal utensils with exquisite craftsmanship. This time I want to buy another 1,000 boxes of elf biscuits, another 1,000 70% ripe breadfruits, and 200 cups of undiluted life tree sap." Claire stood in the trading house, not even ready to sit down, and spoke to the Silver Moon Elf manager. The Silver Moon Elf manager immediately told the shop assistants behind him to prepare the goods, and then calculated the price of the goods. Roy could only count out 1,500 magic crystals from his magic waste bag, and handed them to the Silver Moon Elf manager in the trading house. The trading house quickly prepared the goods, mainly because the 200 cups of undiluted life tree juice were more expensive, costing 1,200 magic crystals, and the other 1,000 boxes of elf biscuits were also a big deal. On the contrary, the breadfruits were considered as an extra for this transaction, and the trading house did not even include this cost. The trade house rented 10 carriages, and delivered the goods directly to the 3-masted sailing ship in Castletown Harbor. Roy then asked the half-blood elf warriors on the ship to go with him to the military supplies warehouse to pick up the goods. Roy hired 20 carriages this time. For the whole afternoon, these carriages went back and forth twice in Castletown City. It was not until dark that 1,600 sets of standard military uniforms were transported back to the ship. The 3-masted sailing ship did not go out to sea overnight. Roy planned to stay in Castletown City for another night. At night, Roy, Claire, Woods, Sabrina, Moira, and Miss Tiffany had a barbecue dinner on the deck of the Black Pearl. They rarely got together, and chatted until late. Before leaving the Black Pearl, Miss Tiffany leaned on the side of the ship with both hands and asked Roy, who was slowly getting off the ship, "Roy, have you ever thought about sending the Black Pearl back to the sea?" Roy was slightly stunned. Although the Black Pearl has now recovered its sailing ability, he has never thought about this issue. The main reason was that it had been on the beach for too long. Now the main mast had even grown into a tree, and Roy had even overlooked that it was actually a ship. Now, let it stay here for now. Even if it returns to the sea, where can it go? After saying that, Roy and Woods walked towards the dock arm in arm. Although it was already late, the fish market was still very busy. Ms. Jillian had obviously not returned home at this time. Sabrina naturally had to go over to help at this time. Moira didn't really want to go, but was still pulled away by her sister. Roy and Woods separated at the crossroads. Woods was going to the alchemy workshop, while Roy was going home. When he arrived at the gate, Roy glanced at the mailbox. He was looking forward to receiving a letter from Ms. Belinda. He walked over and opened the mailbox in the night. There was really a letter inside. Roy took out the letter with some excitement. The letter paper was dark in color, and there was a red mud seal on the seal. The handwriting on it was not Ms. Belinda's handwriting. Roy sighed in disappointment, and then in the moonlight, Roy saw the 3 words "Wiser" written on the lower right corner of the envelope. Unexpectedly, it was a letter from Xavier, the Dark Moon Elf, from the city of Innehouse. Roy took the letter back to the room and turned on the magic wall lamp at the head of the bed. He took a shower first, then lay on the bed and opened the letter under the magic wall lamp. "Roy, I haven't heard from you for a long time. Are you still helping those half-blood elves and Dark Moon elves in the Partington Plain? Are you a little surprised to see me writing to you? This time I gave you this letter to tell you a piece of news. According to the intelligence investigated by our Assassins Union, the headquarters of the Statue of Liberty in Golfito is currently abandoned. Before this, the entire Golfito Canyon was completely blocked by the priests of the Statue of Liberty. We only know that there is a passage leading to the Dark Land in the Golfito Canyon. The priests of the Statue of Liberty guarded Golfito, and also guarded this dark passage to prevent those terrible dark creatures from running to the Elf Continent and attacking the elves on the Elf Continent. The priests of the Statue of Liberty possessed the sacred power, which just restrained those dark creatures. Those priests were willing to protect Golfito, and the elves allowed them to spread the teachings of the Statue of Liberty in the Elf Continent. But now the Statue of Liberty in Golfito Canyon has become a deserted place. All the priests there have disappeared. I know you are also a priest from the Statue of Liberty, so I wrote this letter to you. I hope this news will not scare you. In short, Golfito seems to be a little dangerous at the moment. If you have time, don't forget to tell me the situation in Castleton City. The last signature is Wiser. The letter was sent exactly half a month ago. Roy hadn't seen the letter in the morning. Apparently, the letter had just been delivered today. At this moment, Roy was lying on the bed, but he couldn't calm down. Did all the priests of Golfito disappear? Did they all go to the Dark Land without leaving a way out for themselves? Roy felt a little cold when he thought of this. Chapter 553. Roy had to get up early to take a boat back to the Partington Plain at the Castletown Harbor Pier, because the tide in Castletown Harbor was in the morning. After struggling to get up from the bed, Roy put on his magic pattern suit and walked out of the yard, only to find that Sabrina and Moira had just walked out of the yard next door. "Good morning, Roy." A sweet voice sounded on the quiet street, and Roy couldn't help but smile and said, "Good morning, are you two going to the Elf Academy so early?" Moira's eyes curved into crescents, and she smiled with her lips pursed, still as cute as ever. "Today is the first day of school, and we are going to the academy early." Sabrina stood on the street, tucking her long hair behind her ears with one hand, and said, "The wind in the morning is just right, very suitable for sailing. When you are free, remember to come back to see us." "I will. There are 2 batches of military supplies to be traded in Castletown City. I will be back soon." Roy agreed readily. Brown Street was not long, and Moira and Sabrina had to wait for the carriage at the intersection, so the 3 of them said goodbye at the intersection. Roy passed by Mrs. Winnie's magic potion store, and habitually looked under the wall of the potion store. Although the big cat had followed him to the Partington Plain, he couldn't help but look inside the potion store every time he passed by. Just like passing by the abandoned Statue of Liberty, you will also look through the big iron gate at the lush weeds growing in the cracks of the stone in the courtyard, and even some weeds have grown on the roof of the main hall. Thinking of the time he lived in the temple, Roy couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he saw the decay in front of him. When Roy walked to Castletown Port, the sun just showed its red figure from the morning glow. Byron Thor signed at the Castletown Port Pier with his luggage on his back, looking like he was waiting for a ship. He was wearing a long travel outfit, and the most eye-catching part of his body was the longbow wrapped in linen on his back. Roy stopped and saluted the strongman Byron Thor, and then asked him, "Are you going on a trip?" Byron Thor looked a little tired. He waved to Roy and said calmly, "I've been having nightmares recently. I dreamed that the souls of my old brothers were trapped in the Dark Land. They asked me to bring their bodies back, so I'm going to the Dark Land again." Roy blinked. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "I heard that something special happened in Golfito. You must be careful when you go there." Byron Thor looked at Roy in surprise and said, "Haha, have you heard about the situation in Golfito?" "That's right. The Silver Pegasus Corps will definitely not be able to stay out of it this time." Roy didn't know that the Silver Pegasus Corps would also send troops to Golfito, and stood there in a daze. A sea ship shook the bell on the bow violently, and the crisp and pleasant bell sound spread far away. The sea ship slowly left the port against the surging tide. Roy looked towards the deep water dock, and the 3-masted sailing ship was obviously ready to leave the port. "The ship over there is waiting for me. I board first." Roy said goodbye to Byron Thor, and ran quickly to the 3-masted sailing ship. Sure enough, after Roy boarded the 3-masted sailing ship, the crew on the ship immediately withdrew the sampan on the dock, and then sailed towards the sea with the rising tide amid a burst of crisp bells. After entering the sea, the 3-masted sailing ship did not sail to Partington Island with full sails. The first stop was that the 3-masted sailing ship was to deliver this batch of elf biscuits and breadfruits to the sea where the imperial merchants moored their ships. Darwin, the merchant of the Empire, stood on the top of the ship and waved at Roy's 3-masted sailboat. Roy realized that he had changed to merchant ship. Roy asked Darwin, the merchant of the Empire, curiously, and learned that the merchant ship had returned to Roland Continent last night after being loaded with magic herbs and metal ingots. It can be seen that these merchants of the Empire are still quite united. Although many merchants are competitors, the interests of the Empire are above all else. As long as there is a ship full of supplies, the ship will not stay in the waters of the Elf Continent. Of course, these merchants would have some competition in private. Roy understood why he was so hated. He almost monopolized the market for primary magic herbs in the Partington Plain, which was the main reason for the hatred in the hearts of those imperial merchants. Another reason that made the imperial merchants want to assassinate him was Roy's half-elf identity. These imperial merchants believed that a young half-elf should have very limited living space in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom full of racial discrimination. But they didn't figure out one thing. How could a half-elf, who could monopolize the primary magic herb market in the Partington Plain, be a nobody without any background or ability? the Empire merchants didn't expect that Roy actually had a military background in the Silver Pegasus Corps, and was also very familiar with the security guards of Castletown Port. After this messed up, the Empire merchants could only bite the bullet and pay a large amount of compensation. Although the 100 floating devices were nominally temporarily loaned to Roy, in fact, these floating devices already belonged to Roy completely. It was the business of Darwin, the Imperial merchant, to return the floating device to the group of Imperial merchants. The punishment of the Imperial merchants by the Silver Moon Elves had not been lifted yet. All the Imperial merchant ships were driven out of Castletown Harbor. These merchant ships were not allowed to approach Castletown Harbor until the murderers were handed over. This punishment was too severe. It meant that the Imperial merchant ships could not resupply materials in Castletown Harbor. Fortunately, the crew had long been accustomed to life at sea. They anchored in this sea area and occasionally went to the tidal reef island for a walk. Darwin, the Empire merchant, expressed his gratitude to Roy for sending so many daily necessities that were easy to store. When Roy came, other Empire merchants did not dare to show up, for fear of reminding Roy of some bad memories and making their situation more difficult. The deck of this merchant ship was full of oak barrels, and there was no ramming horn on the bow, but a whale-hunting crossbow was set up. Darwin, the Empire merchant, leaned next to the whale-hunting crossbow because Roy was very interested in this giant crossbow. His three-masted sailing ships did not have this kind of ultra-long-range seated machine crossbow. If this heavy crossbow could be transported back to the seawall of Sun Island Bay, it is estimated that those toadfish cavalry would not dare to approach the dock of Sun Island Bay. Seeing that Roy was very interested in the whale-hunting crossbow, the Imperial merchant Darwin took the initiative to introduce this bed crossbow. In fact, this whale-hunting crossbow is one of the few self-defense means on this merchant ship. Unfortunately, there are no extra whale-hunting crossbows on the merchant ship. If Roy wants to order one, the Imperial merchant Darwin promised to help Roy buy it from the dwarf country. This thing is far less expensive than the floating device. Roy watched the crew carrying the elf biscuits to the merchant ship along the sampan, and couldn't help asking, has the Green Empire's plane also been attacked by dark creatures? Darwin, the merchant of the Empire, looked at Roy with a complicated expression and said, in the Green Empire, almost all the rich plains are in the hands of the Imperial family and the dukes of various provinces. The Imperial army continuously plunders resources from various plains and transports them to the Empire, supporting the prosperity of the entire Green Empire. After the Plain War broke out, those rich plains were gradually involved in the war. In order to prevent the dark forces of the Abyss from entering the Roland continent through these plains, the military will destroy some plain portals that are about to fall, and will also militarize the plains caught in the chaos of war, so it is difficult for these plains to continue to transport resources to the Green Empire. At this time, all the Statue of Liberty in the Empire were abandoned by the priests, and the priests in the temples disappeared. The construct knights, who lack priests, can only rely on life potions when fighting on the battlefield. And those plains rich in herbs have fallen, so we have to travel across the ocean and run to the elf continent to purchase magic herbs. Roy was a little absent-minded and said, have the Statue of Liberty and the Green Empire been abandoned by the priests? Although I can't say all of them, it's almost like this. The Empire merchant Darwin said casually. It seems that the situation in Roland continent is more complicated than that in Elf continent. There is no news of the Plain War breaking out in Elf continent at present. The only news is that the priests of the Statue of Liberty gave up Golfito Canyon, and all the priests disappeared inexplicably. With an inexplicably heavy heart, Roy returned to Partington Island on a three-masted sailing ship. At this time, there were no half-blood elves stranded on Partington Island. However, when the sailboat passed by the island pier, Roy found that there were a large number of supply ships moored at the pier, which almost filled up all the berths of the island pier. Roy gave up the idea of mooring the ship at the island pier and carefully counted the supply ships moored at the island pier. There were more than 30 ships. Roy was really shocked. The three-masted sailboat had to sail towards the island's sheltered bay. Roy went ashore in the shelter bay and asked the half-blood elf crew to move all the supplies on the ship to the magic airship on the shore that had completed all the renovation projects. Taking this time, Roy came to the dock of Partington Island. He wanted to know why there were so many supply ships moored at the island dock. Could it be that the Queen Unity Islands were preparing for war again? Roy's three-masted sailing ship arrived at Partington Island in the evening. He naturally did not see the scene of the second Silver Pegasus Knights heading from the Queen Unity Islands to Golfito in the morning. But this did not prevent the half-blood elves on the dock from telling Roy the news. Along with the 30 supply ships, there were also 3,000 Silver Moon Elf warriors from 2 Silver Pegasus Legion infantry guards. At this moment, these Silver Moon Elf warriors were sitting on the beach next to the island pier to rest. When Roy passed by the beach, he heard several Silver Moon Elf officers whispering to each other beside the reef beach. What bad luck. If Brad and Craven hadn't suddenly run to the Partington Plain to become mine owners, it would probably be the two of them who went on this business trip. That's right, why should our two guard groups go to Golfito? Hey, keep your voice down. If the higher-ups hear these words, they will probably go to Partington to mine. Roy thought it would be better to walk as far away as possible to avoid being embarrassed. When he arrived at the island dock, Roy found that the half-blood elves had transported a large amount of supplies from Partington Town and placed them in the cabin of a medium-sized sailing ship. Seeing several familiar captains at the Partington Island dock, Roy walked over with a relaxed expression. These captains knew Roy's identity, so they naturally did not deliberately conceal their mission. Their supply ships will depart from Partington Island, sail northward, and finally land at Murayaki Port on the west coast of the Strait of Sheep. Then a transport team will take the supplies westward, cross the Ox Mountains, and enter the Golfito Canyon. This is the shortest way from the Queen Uini Islands to the Golfito Canyon. The only drawback is that most of this road is a long and boring sea route. I didn't expect that the Silver Pegasus Legion would actually send troops to Golfito. It seems that there is a real problem in Golfito. Roy was a little worried about the High Priest Reed, who was in the Dark Land. He learned from the second-level strongman Byron Thor that the dark creatures in the Dark Land were extremely powerful, and High Priest Reed was not living well there. Although he was a little worried, Roy didn't think about going to the Dark Land. Even if he went to the Dark Land alone, what would happen? The 6th magic airship was filled with the excellent quality equipment that Roy brought back from Castletown City, and flew into Padstow City under Roy's leadership. Nowadays, the half-elves in Padstow have long been accustomed to the magic airships that quietly travel around in the sky. Some merchants even came to the airport terminal to inquire about the price of the tickets. For some merchants, the price of one magic crystal stone for one airship ticket is somewhat expensive. This time when Roy arrived in Padstow, he did not report to the Padstow Silver Pegasus military headquarters. He just strolled around the bustling Padstow City, and was about to take the magic airship to the Plateau City. However, the population of half-blood elves in Padstow City has experienced an explosive growth. Half-blood elves are everywhere in the city, and new tree houses have appeared on the hillside opposite. When Roy passed a small square in the city, he saw a middle-aged half-blood elf standing on a truck, giving an emotional speech to a dozen half-blood elves around him. We came here from the oppressed elf continent. Do we have to continue to accept the oppression of the Silver Moon Elves? This is obviously our city, but why is the city's manager the Silver Moon Elves? Have you ever thought that our parents were oppressed by the Silver Moon Elves? We are suffering from the oppression of the Silver Moon Elves, and our children will face the same problem in the future. Do we really have to live like this? Roy stood at the edge of the small square and listened to the passionate middle-aged half-blood elf speech before turning around and leaving without saying a word. Chapter 554. With the lifting of the ban on the Partington Plain, the number of half-blood elves in Padstow City has skyrocketed from 300,000 to more than 1 million in just over a month. Originally, at least half of the tree houses in the city were idle. Now, not only are the tree houses in the city saturated, but a large number of tree houses are even being built on the hillside opposite the city. The half-blood elves who continue to pour into Padstow City from the elf continent finally feel equality, freedom, and justice in this city that they have never experienced before. The security guards here will not give any preferential treatment to the Silver Moon Elves because of their special status. Because the plain is rich in magical herbs, a large number of herbal merchants have gathered in Padstow. As long as the half-blood elves in the city are willing to work, they will always get a meal. Every time he came to Padstow, Roy could feel the obvious changes in the city. However, Roy did not like this kind of speech advocating the independence of half-blood elves. He only listened to a few words, and turned to leave the small square. Not long after, Roy was drinking a glass of orange juice on the street, when he saw a half-blood elf guard passing by on horseback. They were heading to the small square where the Declaration of Independence was being held. Seeing a carriage parked on the street, Roy quickly got into the carriage, and said to the coachman, "Take me to the airport terminal." This city has entered the fast lane of development, and some half-blood elves seem to have started to expand. Roy did not plan to stay in the city. When he took the carriage back to the airport terminal, the half-blood elf workers on the terminal had already loaded apples and breadfruits into the cabin of the magic airship. Roy quickly climbed onto the platform and told the captain, who was resting on the deck, "Have all the cargo been loaded?" The half-elf captain immediately stood up and reported to Roy, "Boss, all the cabins are full, and the airship is currently fully loaded." Roy glanced at the deck, and all the half-elf crew members on the deck stood up with their chests and stomachs held in. Roy asked casually, "Are all the crew members on board?" The half-elf captain quickly replied, "Everyone is on standby on board." Roy nodded and ordered, "We won't wait any longer. Let's set off for the Plateau City immediately. We have a good rest after we arrive at the Plateau City." "Okay, boss." The half-elf captain agreed, and then he shouted to the ship, "Flander, quickly get all the floating devices running, untie the ropes on the platform, and we're setting sail." The person in charge of starting the floating device was a half-elf magician. He ran out of the ship in a panic, putting a magic hat on his head while running. The half-elf captain also took the opportunity to quickly run to the control platform and give orders to the half-elf crew members on board. The entire magic airship quickly started to operate. Roy did not stay on the deck. When he was on the deck, all the crew members had to walk around him when they passed by him. These half-elf crew members were excellent half-elf warriors selected from the mine guards. They were the group of elves who admired Roy the most. In order not to affect the normal work of the half-elf on the ship, Roy returned to the cabin. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the image of the great priest Reed appeared in his mind. He was wearing a gray cloak that covered his whole body, walking alone in the darkness. In one hand, he held a holy chalice of wisdom that emitted a faint holy light. Countless dark creatures were wandering in the darkness around him. Those dark creatures tried to tear off High Priest Reed through the faint holy light, but every time they put their claws deep into the holy light, they would be instantly melted into a wisp of black smoke. High Priest Reed was walking slowly forward in the darkness, surrounded by endless darkness. Roy suddenly opened his eyes, and the picture that appeared in his mind quickly dissipated. He sat up from the bed, and found that the sacred tree in his body had turned into a phantom emitting faint holy light behind him. All the light flowers in the crown of the huge sacred tree were in full bloom, and the holy light particles were like pollen in the stamens, flying down from the sacred tree. Roy reached out and touched the water cup from the bedside table, took a big sip of cold water, and calmed himself down quickly. Since he broke through the shackles of his body and became a first-level high priest, no matter how many holy light particles the sacred tree absorbed from the outside world, he did not feel the increase of the holy light power in his body. It seemed that since he became a high priest, his path of practice had become stagnant. In fact, Roy also knew that every time he purified the undead and demons, the holy light power in his body would increase significantly. But in the elf continent, undead creatures and demons are very rare. Even if he has the power of holy light in his body, and can sense the undead creatures and demons around him, the chances of meeting them in this year are very few. I don't know why, but Roy suddenly has an urge to go out for a walk. In the past few days, he has heard a pair of eyes of reincarnation in the darkness looking at him from a distance more than once, and a low whisper came into his ears, and then his body was ignited by a ball of fire, and a graceful figure danced in the darkness. It was a dance full of charm. Every time Roy wanted to look over, a dazzling holy light would burst out of his body. Then he would wake up in the dazzling holy light, and then he would feel as if the holy light in his body was hollowed out. After a day and a night of sailing, the 6th magic airship finally arrived at the Plateau City smoothly. Today, the Plateau City has gathered a large number of half-blood elf craftsmen. These craftsmen are all craftsmen who are proficient in rock carvings and reliefs. They have to carve exquisite murals on huge stone slabs, and then paste the murals on the walls of large buildings in the city. The elf city can be without walls, but it cannot be without these artistic sculptures and relief murals. There are pools and fountains at many crossroads in the city. The water supply system in the city has been improved, and many trees have been transplanted on both sides of the street. According to Roy's requirements, these trees are basically apple trees and orange trees. Although Mullen would like to transplant some hibiscus cotton to make the street more beautiful, this proposal was rejected by Roy. If the breadfruit tree was not too big, Roy would even like to plant a breadfruit tree in the center of every small square in the city. The biggest change in the Plateau City is that the half-blood elf collectors are finally willing to sell some medium and high-level magic herbs to the herbal merchants on the free market. There are no less than 50,000 half-blood elves who make a living by collecting herbs on the Pagisto Plateau. They are scattered in almost every corner of the Pagisto Plateau. For many half-blood elf collectors, the northern and eastern parts of the Pagisto Plateau are blank areas. In the past, these places were the territory of the Plateau headhunters, and the half-blood elf collectors did not dare to set foot there. Now the Plateau headhunters have been defeated by Roy's mine guards and Helix half-blood elf rebels. Half-blood elf collectors can find magic herbs anywhere in the Pagisto Plateau. A large number of magic herbs have gathered in the Plateau City, making this newly built small city gradually lively. The original purpose of the city's existence was to build a prisoner of war concentration camp on this mound surrounded by water on 3 sides, mainly to detain those plateau headhunters. But Roy never thought that one day, the number of plateau headhunters in the prisoner of war concentration camp would exceed 10,000. Plateau City was born under such circumstances, and now with the bonus of the booming magic herb market, Plateau City only took a few months to get through the most difficult period of development. Although the current Plateau City is not very prosperous, it is the largest gathering place for half-blood elves on the Padstow Plateau. The life of the half-blood elves here is much more comfortable and peaceful than that of Padstow City, and the barracks of the mine guards are built in Plateau City. This time, Roy brought back 1,700 sets of high-quality uniforms. 3 half-blood elf guards received new standard armaments, and the old equipment that was eliminated from them was packed and sent to the ancestral land of Gazan, in the north of the plateau. The half-blood elf rebels led by Captain Helic are also currently in a state of lack of armaments and supplies. Currently, there are only 4 magic airships traveling between the Plateau City and Padstow City. After entering the Partington Plain, the rest of the modified magic airships were transferred by Roy to the Sun Island Bay and docked at the dock on the north coast. In Roy's opinion, it was enough to have 4 magic airships traveling between the 2 cities. However, the modified magic airships could no longer stay on Partington Island, so Roy transferred them all to the Partington Plain. But even if he acted so low-key, when the 8th magic airship entered Padstow City, a report from General Kempfred was still placed on the meeting table of the Silver Pegasus Corps' senior management. The reason was that General Kempfred believed that Governor Roy of the Pagisto Plateau currently had 8 magic airships, and had formed a huge air force in the Partington Plain. Chief Kempfred claimed in the report that Roy could deploy 5,000 half-blood elf warriors to any corner of the Partington Plain elf territory within 1 day and night, and that the current Mine Guard regiment had absorbed some of the original rebels on the plain, and its combat effectiveness far exceeded that of ordinary infantry regiments. If it was just such a report, the top leaders of the Silver Pegasus Corps might not pay more attention to Roy. But at this time, a document from the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom Armament Manufacturing Department was also delivered to the conference table of the top leaders of the Silver Pegasus Corps, which clearly stated that Roy, the leader of the Silver Pegasus Corps Mine Guard Corps, spent 300,000 magic crystals to buy 5,000 sets of excellent quality light armor sets from the Castletown City Armament Warehouse. You know, the Silver Pegasus Legion only spent a total of 500,000 magic crystals in the naval battle of the Queen Uni Islands. The head of an affiliated plane of the Silver Pegasus Legion actually spent 300,000 magic crystals in one go to buy armaments. What does this mean? Boss Roy, who controls all the mines on the Padstow Plateau, may be corrupt. The investigators sent by the Silver Pegasus Legion checked the metal ingots and magic crystals that Roy handed over to the military during his tenure in the Padstow City military headquarters. After converting all these metal ingots into magic crystals, a number that shocked all the senior military officials appeared in front of everyone. A total of 360,000 magic crystals. In addition, Roy runs a business of primary magic herbs, and he also has a business license from the Silver Pegasus military. No one knows how profitable the magic herb trade is better than the Silver Pegasus Corps leaders. All of a sudden, the Silver Pegasus Corps leaders finally realized how big a cake Roy had in his hands. But at this time, the Silver Pegasus military leaders could not directly ask to take back these mines, mainly because these mines were all lost by them. Now he jumped out to pick the fruits. Not to mention what Earl Swinburne standing behind Roy would think, who to send to take over these mines was also a problem for the Silver Pegasus leaders. For a while, the Silver Pegasus Legion leaders noticed Roy and Pagisto Plateau. The Legion leaders began to pay attention to Captain Brad and Captain Craven, who were rebuilding the 2 mines in the Caldam Mountains. However, they were in the ruins of the mines in the Caldam Mountains, and had been unable to restore the mines to normal operation. The 2,000 half-blood elf warriors that were originally brought from Padstow City, in just 1 month, some ran away, some scattered, and only less than 1,000 people were left. At present, Captain Craven and Captain Brad can only gather the half-blood elf warriors from both sides together. But every day there are still many half-blood elf warriors who take the initiative to ask to leave the Legion. There are many reasons. The main reason is that Captain Craven and Captain Brad let these half-blood elf warriors work as miners every day, and usually they have to clear out small groups of headhunters in the Caldam Mountains. Not only that, but they were not paid for their work as miners every day. It just so happened that all the officers in the Legion were Silver Moon Elves, and these Silver Moon Elves officers would not work in the mines. This kind of differential treatment became a fuse, which completely ignited these half-blood elf warriors. If these half-blood elf warriors were treated differently on the Elven continent, Everyone might still tolerate it, but this was the Pagisto Plateau, and the news of their unfair treatment spread to other half-blood elves, and some half-blood elves immediately ran to the Kaldam Mountains to rescue them. As a result, the largest-scale half-blood elf warriors secretly left the Legion, and it broke out in the southern mithril mine of the Kaldam Mountains in the Pagisto Plateau. When Roy heard the news, he was still at the north coast pier of Sun Island Bay. The port pier here was finally built. He and the village chief Prado were standing on a magic airship, planning to transport a batch of supplies to Sun Island. I have always wanted to build a lighthouse on Sun Island, so that the magic airship will not always get lost in the Sun Island Bay area when sailing at night. Roy stood on the deck with his hands on his waist, and said to the village chief Prado with a smile. Chapter 555. The three-masted sailing ship did not start the propulsion device. The half-elf crew raised the sails, and let the sea breeze blow the three-masted sailing ship towards the Sun Island. When the weather is clear, the beautiful Sun Island Bay is like a magnificent sapphire. The coral reefs make the seabed colorful. Standing on the bow, you can see schools of fish in the sea water everywhere. When the three-masted sailing ship approached the Sun Island, it was discovered that the entire island had become a ruin. When the deep-sea monster woke up from the bottom of the sea, the entire island was shaken. The island, which was originally covered with lush tropical rainforests, is now mostly buried in rubble. Only a few coconut trees on the edge of the island have survived. Not only that, the entire layout of the Sun Island has also changed greatly. The original Sun Island was a circular island, but now it looks like a horseshoe. The middle part of the horseshoe is occupied by seawater, and piles of rocks can be seen emerging from the sea. Weeds have grown in the gaps between many rocks, and the messy grass leaves are swaying in the sea breeze. Roy transferred from the magic airship to a flying fish boat and approached the deserted Sun Island. The sea monster asked Xena that there should be a cold pond on the island, and now it seems that the cold pond should be completely buried by rocks. Roy pointed to the blue sea around him, and said to the village chief Prado, Sun Island Bay is a natural fishing ground. One day, the fishery resources here will be transported to the Plateau City and Padstow City. If you want to transport fishery resources out, in addition to having a magic airship, you also need to build an ice-making workshop at the dock. The ice-making workshop is very simple. Just buy a magic rune board of cryotherapy. Just keep adding water to the tank to freeze ice cubes. The village chief of Prado said casually. When Roy was in Castletown, he would go to the ice workshop to buy some ice cubes to cool off during the hottest summer. But he never knew that these ice cubes were made of ice magic rune cloth. That's true. Roy smiled awkwardly. I thought it was a troublesome thing, but it turned out to be easy to solve with magic. Roy originally wanted to build a lighthouse at the highest point of Sun Island, but now Sun Island has been razed to the ground. Only a lighthouse can be built at the southernmost point of the island. Roy walked around the ruined island. Some cracks in the rock still emitted a foul smell. Every time he passed through an area with a strong stench, he could see some green-shelled scavenger crabs running out of the cracks. A griffin cavalryman circled over the island and landed directly on the beach more than 50 meters in front of Roy and the village chief Prado. He jumped off the griffin's back swiftly and ran towards the village chief Prado and Roy. Roy and the village chief of Prado stopped and turned to look at the half-blood elf cavalry. Captain, Boss Roy, the news said by Lord Mullen of the Plateau City is that the group of Silver Moon elves in the Kaldam Mountains are capturing half-blood elves everywhere, and some half-blood elves are fleeing to the southern part of the plateau. The half-blood elf cavalry ran to Roy and reported in a low voice. Roy frowned and looked at the village chief of Prado, then asked, What exactly is going on? The half-elf griffin cavalryman did not explain anything more, but took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Roy. This is a letter from Lord Mullen to you. Roy took Mullen's letter and pulled out the letter paper inside. After a while, Roy's face completely darkened. The two Silver Moon elf leaders were really stupid. If they had known that they would cause such trouble, they should have driven them back to Padstow. I go back to the Plateau City now. Roy said to the village chief of Prado, You will be responsible for building the lighthouse on this island. Boss Roy, just leave it to me. The port on the north coast has been built, and this small lighthouse is even simpler. The village chief of Prado readily agreed. Roy did not stay on the island any longer. He returned directly to the magic airship. Then all 12 floating devices on the magic airship were turned on. The magic airship quickly rose into the wind flow layer and flew to the Kaldam Mountains on the Pagisto Plateau. In fact, there is no Silver Moon elf army in the entire Partington Plain. On the Partington Plain, the largest force is the Mine Guards led by Roy, followed by the Padstow Security Guards led by Captain Berkeley. All the Silver Moon Elf officers under Captain Brad and Captain Trevin only have 150 people. There was an incident in the silver mine of the Chaldean Mountains where a half-blood elf warrior left the army without authorization, and they were powerless to stop it. The two Silver Moon Elf captains realized that it was useless to stay in the silver mine in the south of the Chaldean Mountains, so they followed the way they came, crossed the Chaldean Mountains and the wilderness with great difficulty, and returned to the Plateau City. As for the 2,000 half-blood elf warriors they commanded, some of them ran back to the Plateau City, some sneaked to the Spinel mine in the south of the plateau, and some simply fled to the north of the plateau, preparing to look for the half-blood elf rebels led by Captain Helic. When Roy arrived at the silver mine in the south of the Chaldean Mountains by magic airship, the two captains had already led their team back to the Plateau City in a hurry. The two Silver Moon Elf captains planned to take the magic airship of the Plateau City and return to Padstow City immediately. As the governor of Plateau City, Mulan naturally did not let the magic airship at the airport terminal set sail immediately. She had no idea what the two Silver Moon Elf leaders would do after returning to Padstow City, so she secretly suspended the normal operation of the magic airship and waited until Roy came back. Roy came to the city hall of Plateau City and met Mulan to learn about the current situation. Hearing that the two Silver Moon Elf leaders were still stranded in Plateau City, and hearing Mulan talk about some half-blood elves who escaped from the Chaldean Mountains and ran to Plateau City to seek Mulan's protection. Then he said to Mulan, "I want to meet those half-blood elves and find out what happened. I asked someone to call them over," Mulan said. An adjutant behind her immediately walked out of the hall, and soon brought more than 50 half-blood elves into the hall of the city hall. Then Mulan briefly introduced what happened, which was actually not much different from what Mulan wrote in the letter. In general, these two Silver Moon Elf captains treated these half-blood elf warriors as free mine workers. When facing the plateau headhunters, they were a group of elf warriors. When living in the abandoned silver mine, they were a group of free laborers. Even those lowest-level Silver Moon Elf captains did not need to work in the silver mine. This kind of differential treatment completely ignited the pent-up anger in the hearts of the half-blood elf warriors. Although there was no mutiny in the army, there was a large-scale desertion of the half-blood elf warriors. Roy sighed and said to the half-blood elves, "Anyway, you are all deserters. If you want to ask for an explanation, I suggest you go with me to the Padstow Silver Pegasus military headquarters, sit down and talk things out face-to-face, or you should not return to Padstow City in the future, and you can live well on the Padstow Plateau." One of the middle-aged half-blood elves walked out of the crowd and said to Roy, "Boss Roy, I want to follow you to ask for an explanation." Roy hesitated and said, "It might be dangerous to do so. Alonso, we will stay in the Plateau City. Don't go to Padstow City. Those Silver Moon Elves will not keep their word with us. How to deal with us at that time is just a matter of their words." Someone from the group of half-blood elves behind persuaded him. The middle-aged half-blood elf named Alonso said calmly, "I'm not afraid. There is no death penalty in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. This is not our fault. No matter where I go, I will ask for an explanation. If all the Silver Moon Elves think they did nothing wrong, then we'd better not work for the Silver Moon Elves in the future. Anyway, in the Partington Plain, no matter what we do, we can live well." "Then I will go too. I am also willing to stand up and prove that Captain Craven and Captain Brad enslaved us," someone among the half-blood elves said immediately. Roy could see that these half-blood elves were also full of grievances. And once this matter got out of hand, it would inevitably cast a shadow on the relationship between the Silver Moon Elves and the half-blood elves. Originally, with the lifting of the ban on the Partington Plain, the relationship between the Silver Moon Elves and the half-blood elves had eased. "Okay. In the afternoon, there will be a magic airship heading to Padstow City. You guys come with me." Roy hesitated for a moment and finally said. He hoped that the Elf Elders Council of Padstow would be fair when hearing this case. After a simple lunch, Roy came to the airport terminal beside the city wall and saw a large group of half-blood elf warriors waiting outside the airport terminal. More than 100 Silver Moon Elf warriors surrounded Captain Craven and Captain Brad and were forming a defensive formation inside the airport terminal, confronting these half-blood elf warriors. "What are you all doing here?" Roy stood at the gate of the airport terminal, and the half-blood elf warriors immediately made way. When the Silver Moon Elf warriors saw Roy, they did not retract their swords. Instead, they tightened their defensive formation more nervously. "Either you board the magic airship or get out of the way." Roy walked in from the gate step by step. Seeing that the Silver Moon Elf warriors were not moved at all, he shouted at them coldly. Roy walked in front of a Silver Moon Elf warrior. The blade of the Silver Moon Elf warrior's sword was almost against Roy's magic pattern chest armor. Hundreds of half-blood elf warriors suddenly appeared on the surrounding walls. This group of half-blood elf warriors stood on almost all the commanding heights of the airport terminal. They held excellent quality elven magic longbows in their hands. The sound of the bowstrings being pulled mixed together and entered everyone's ears. The Silver Moon Elf warriors at the entrance of the airport terminal retreated one after another, and all the Silver Moon Elves, including Captain Brad and Captain Craven, changed their expressions. Roy walked forward again. Every time he took a step, 2 feather arrows would fall on both sides of his body. These feather arrows were arranged in 2 straight rows, as if they were opening a passage for him to pass through. The Silver Moon Elf warriors, who were blocking him, could only retreat in embarrassment. Captain Brad, Captain Craven, aren't you going to take this magic airship back to Padstow City? Why aren't you ready to board the ship? Roy walked directly to the 2 Silver Moon Elf captains and asked, Captain Roy, what are you doing? Captain Brad's face turned red and white, and he stared at Roy with a gloomy look. I'm going to Padstow City too. After Roy finished speaking, he ignored them and walked up the stairs to the terminal. The half-blood elf warriors followed him and boarded the magic airship one after another. At this time, Captain Brad and Captain Craven looked at each other, followed by the Silver Moon Elf warriors, and were also ready to board the magic airship. When the 2 of them walked to the platform, a half-blood elf on the airport dock stopped Captains Craven and Brad, and said with a smile, 2 captains, you haven't bought the airship ticket yet. Each ticket is worth 1 magic crystal. There are exactly 157 people on your side. Please pay 157 magic crystals. Captain Brad was about to say the half-blood elf warriors in front, but was stopped by Captain Craven. The 2 Silver Moon Elf captains stood on the airport platform in a rage, took out money bags from their magic waste bags, and collected 157 magic crystals together, and then they were allowed to pass by the half-blood elf staff. Roy stood on the ship's deck and didn't even look at the 2 Silver Moon Elf captains. He asked the captain of the magic airship, Is the magic airship ready? The captain immediately stood up and said to Roy, Boss Roy, we're ready. Set off immediately. Roy ordered the half-elf captain. The magic airship, which was not carrying any cargo, arrived at Padstow City smoothly in the evening of the next day. The magic airship docked at the Padstow Airport Terminal, and the 2 Silver Moon Elf captains hurriedly left the magic airship with more than 150 Silver Moon Elf warriors, and walked out of the airport terminal. Roy discussed with the half-blood elf warriors, who came by boat, and decided that a group of elves would follow Roy to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters tomorrow morning to let the military headquarters mediate first. If the judgment given by the military headquarters is unfair, then go to the Elf Elder Council to sue the 2 Silver Moon Elf captains. Then Roy went to the material warehouse in Padstow City, met with Rambo, and talked about the current situation in Padstow City. Although Captain Berkeley knew some things, it was not easy for him to tell Roy clearly because of his position. So Roy asked Rambo to keep an eye on the situation in Padstow. As expected, when he first met Rambo, he learned from him that an independent half-elves organization was stirring up trouble in Padstow. It had been quite serious recently, and the security guard group led by Captain Berkeley was in a state of panic every day. Chapter 556. Roy found a hotel near the Woods warehouse and stayed there. Nowadays, hotels can be found everywhere in Padstow. These hotels are tree houses with more than a dozen individual rooms built on a big tree. There is only a shower in the room, and no hot water is provided. After a casual sleep in the hotel, Roy woke up in the morning and listened to the birds singing outside the window. He sat up from the bed and opened the window casually. A piu-piu-piu sound came over, and a few large gray finches flew out from the leaves. Roy washed his face casually, put on his thick-skinned magic pattern suit, got a piece of breadfruit in the small restaurant next to the hotel front desk, and left the hotel casually. He took a carriage to the Padstow Silver Pegasus military headquarters, where dozens of half-blood elf warriors were already waiting at the entrance of the military headquarters. When these half-blood elf warriors saw Roy, they immediately gathered around him. Roy actually discovered that there were about 100 half-blood elf warriors who came to Padstow by boat, but only more than 30 of them had the courage to stand at the entrance of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. Roy stood on the steps and said to everyone with a smile, Are you all ready? If you are, let's go in and talk to Camp Fred. Boss Roy, we are all ready. The speaker was the middle-aged half-blood elf named Alonso, who was very prestigious among this group of half-blood elves. Roy led everyone into the lobby of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters in Padstow City, and saw that the smile on the face of the Silver Moon Elf receptionist standing at the front desk was very stiff, and she even secretly winked at him, as if hinting at something, but she didn't dare to do it too obviously. The hall on the first floor of the military headquarters was empty, and Roy had a bad feeling in his heart. In fact, he found that the atmosphere around him was a little strange at the door of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. It was impossible that there was no shadow of a person at the door of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters at this time, and there was no elf guard in front of the steps. But since he was here, Roy walked in calmly. Just as he walked to the front desk, a group of half-blood elf warriors followed him into the hall. Everyone was looking around curiously, and a large group of Silver Moon elf warriors emerged from the stairs and behind the fence of the second-floor terrace. These Silver Moon elf warriors held elven longbows in their hands and aimed at the half-blood elf warriors in the hall. The half-blood elf warrior near the entrance of the hall saw that the situation was not good and immediately wanted to escape from the gate. At this moment, a group of Silver Moon elves rushed in from outside the door and completely blocked the door. Several Silver Moon elf officers stood on the second-floor terrace. Their long golden hair was meticulously combed. They were wearing exquisite military uniforms, and they looked at the hall on the first floor of the military headquarters with smug smiles on their faces. Roy found that Captain Craven and Captain Brad were also standing among several Silver Moon elf officers, and they looked at the half-blood elf warriors in the hall with sinister eyes. One of the Silver Moon elves raised his pointed chin and said to the half-blood elf warriors in the hall with some arrogance, "Since you have escaped from your unit without the consent of your superiors, you have violated the management regulations of the Silver Pegasus Legion, so I now officially announce to you, you will be sent to the military court, and you will be imprisoned before you receive the punishment." These half-blood elf warriors were a little dumbfounded, and everyone looked at Roy with confusion. Roy could only stand in front at this time. He raised his head and looked at several Silver Moon elf officers on the terrace on the second floor, and asked the Silver Moon elf female receptionist at the front desk, "Is General Kimfred here? I want to see the general." The female receptionist of the Silver Moon elf bit her lip, her expression a little hesitant, but her eyes kept looking at the corner of the second floor. Roy turned around, looked up at the second floor of the hall, and asked several Silver Moon elf officers loudly, "I brought them here this time because I want everyone to sit down and talk. After these half-blood elves join the Silver Pegasus Legion, what exactly does the Legion need them to do? In the Infantry Guard Regiment, are they guards or miners?" Unfortunately, General Kimfred, who was standing in the corner of the second floor, did not come out directly. Among the group of Silver Moon elf officers, a Silver Moon elf officer came out and looked down at Roy. They have joined the Silver Pegasus Infantry Guard Regiment, so they must obey the management system of the Guard Regiment and the orders issued by the Infantry Regiment Commander. This is the most basic soldier ethics for an Infantry Guard soldier. Unfortunately, these half-blood elf soldiers in the hall do not have soldier ethics. Captain Roy, this matter has nothing to do with your Pagisto Plateau Mine Guards. Please do not interfere in the internal affairs of other infantry guards. As he spoke, a row of shield-bearing Silver Moon elf warriors came over, stripped the weapons and armor of the half-blood elf warriors in the middle, and tied them up with ropes. Some half-blood elf warriors wanted to resist, but were stopped by Alonso in time. All 31 half-blood elf warriors were captured, and even Roy was surrounded by several Silver Moon elf warriors. "What, are you planning to tie me up too?" Roy asked the Silver Moon elf officers. "Captain Roy, there are some things that may require your cooperation in the investigation, so please stay at the military headquarters for the next few days." The Silver Moon elf officer explained to Roy, and then ordered the Silver Moon elf warriors, "You guys, take Captain Roy to the second-floor lounge." Several Silver Moon elf warriors wanted to grab Roy's arms, but Roy stepped aside. The half-blood elf warriors saw that Roy was also controlled by the Silver Moon elf warriors, and although they were tied up with ropes, they also wanted to struggle and resist. As they struggled, the Silver Moon elf warriors smashed the tied half-blood elf warriors with the hilts of their swords, instantly smashing the struggling half-blood elves' heads and causing them to bleed. Roy didn't say anything. He turned around and walked up the stairs. The Silver Moon elf officer standing on the terrace immediately raised his arm and signaled the Silver Moon elf warriors to stop. 6 Silver Moon elf warriors sent Roy to a small windowless room on the second floor of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. There was only a single bed in the room, and the door was even covered with a thick layer of iron sheet. Walking into the hut, Roy keenly discovered that the room exuded a kind of space magic atmosphere. This should be the confinement hut specially opened by the Silver Moon elves on the Tree of Life. Through the only small window on the wooden door, Roy could see 2 Silver Moon elves guards standing outside. Unexpectedly, he was even put under house arrest this time. Roy sat on the wooden bed in a rage. He hoped that General Camfred could come forward and solve this matter. Roy lay on the wooden bed, quietly feeling the holy light tree absorbing the holy light particles in the surrounding space. The Silver Moon Elf guard standing guard outside the door had changed shifts 4 times, but the Chief Kempfred he was waiting for never showed up. Chief Kempfred seemed to be unaware of the news that Roy was imprisoned in the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. There was no movement in the corridor outside. Roy came to the door of the confinement hut and bumped into a completely transparent magic wall. His body was suddenly bounced back, and his mood completely fell to the bottom. This was a confinement hut with a magic shield. Roy found that he couldn't get out. The Silver Moon Elf officers dared to imprison themselves, which should have been approved by Chief Kempfred. But General Kempfred refused to show up. Roy knew that this matter was developing in the direction he least wanted to see. Kempfred wanted to take advantage of the time when he couldn't intervene to convict these half-blood elf warriors. When he walked out of the confinement hut, he couldn't turn the incident around. It seems that it's not just Lord Alvis. The attitude of other Silver Moon elves towards half-blood elves is also arrogant and rude. They look down on half-blood elves from the bottom of their hearts. Every once in a while, the Silver Moon Elf guards would send a plate of fruit to the confinement hut, but no officer came to visit the prison. There were about 100 half-blood elf warriors, who fled and arrived at Padstow City with Roy on the magic airship. The reason why they did not go to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters together in the morning was Alonso's idea. Alonso was worried that the Silver Moon Elf warriors in the Silver Pegasus military headquarters would confuse right and wrong and then kill all of them. Maybe this matter would really end with the half-blood elf warriors fleeing privately. The remaining 80-odd half-blood elf warriors did not wait foolishly in the temporary residence. They were divided into several groups and wandered around in Padstow City, paying close attention to the movements of the Silver Pegasus military. At noon, a large number of security guards were suddenly dispatched in Padstow City to conduct a large search in Padstow City. Almost every avenue and small square in the city, there would be security guards everywhere questioning the identities of the half-blood elves. Although those half-blood elves had not received any news, they had begun to realize that the atmosphere in Padstow City was becoming tense. And until noon, Boss Roy and his companions did not come out of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters, and these half-blood elf warriors realized that something was wrong. These half-blood elf warriors did not gather together again. They followed the plan they had made on the magic airship and hid in the city in several groups. Alonso and the others must have been captured by the group of Silver Moon elves. I said, those Silver Moon elves are completely unreasonable. They always think that what they do is absolutely right. Damn Silver Moon elf. What should we do now? Everyone disperse. We can only think of ways on our own at this time. It is best to hide in various corners of the city. In addition, we must let all the half-blood elves in Padstow know what those Silver Pegasus warriors did to us. A group of half-blood elf warriors hid in a park, and everyone was discussing what to do next. Alonso specifically told me this morning that we must not try to sneak into the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. The Silver Pegasus military headquarters is heavily guarded, and we cannot rescue them with our own strength. Then let's first let all the half-blood elves in the city understand how these Silver Moon Elf officers in the Silver Pegasus Legion treat us. More than 80 half-blood elf warriors took off their standard armor and dispersed to the city of Padstow, like fish entering the sea, and they could not even find their shadows. They spread the news about how Brad and Craven, the 2 Silver Moon Elf officers, treated Silver Moon Elf warriors and half-blood elf warriors differently, and how they treated half-blood elf warriors harshly. The half-blood elves in Padstow soon knew the news. The half-blood elves began to discuss that the high-ranking officials of the Silver Pegasus Corps began to imitate some of Lord Alvis's practices, and began to infinitely exploit the value of the half-blood elves on the Partington Plain. In the morning, in the garden square next to the Security Guard Corps camp, Captain Berkeley stood on the high platform and gave a pre-recruitment speech. It mainly talked about the various benefits that half-blood elves could obtain by joining the Security Guard Corps, as well as the duties of the security guards. There were about 200 young half-blood elves who wanted to join the Security Guard Corps. Captain Berkeley set the recruitment time in the afternoon, but when it was afternoon, the young half-blood elves in the garden square suddenly gathered together and began to discuss something excitedly. The recruitment team had been lined up here for a long time, but suddenly, the half-blood elves dispersed in a team. Even the half-blood elves who were about to sign the application form refused to join Captain Berkeley's security guard group after their friends whispered in their ears. They even looked at Captain Berkeley with fear, fearing that he would arrest them in anger. In just a quarter of an hour, all the half-blood elves in the garden square left. Captain Berkeley frowned and asked the adjutant behind him, "Go check what happened in the city?" The adjutant looked a little painful, closed his mouth, and hesitated to speak. Captain Berkeley's eyes gradually became colder, staring at the adjutant without blinking, urging, "What do you know? Just tell me quickly." The military has sent a lot of Silver Moon elves to the city to look for the half-blood elves who arrived in Padstow City in the morning on the magic airship. The news from the military said that the group of half-blood elf warriors escaped from the silver mine in the Kaldum Mountains and needed to be arrested and sent to the military court. The adjutant responded in a low voice. Captain Berkeley was so angry that his eyes went dark. He angrily swept the documents on the table and said angrily, "What do these guys want to do in the Partington Plain?" "The military asked our security guards to dispatch troops to help capture those half-blood elf warriors, but I turned it down on the grounds that the security guards were temporarily short of people." The adjutant responded in a low voice again. "Have you investigated the situation clearly?" Captain Berkeley asked with narrowed eyes. "It is said that Captain Brad and Captain Craven went to the Pagisto Plateau to take over the mine. Because they treated the Silver Moon elves and the half-blood elves differently, the half-blood elves were dissatisfied and chose to leave." The adjutant introduced in a low voice. The adjutant paused, took a breath, and then said, "It is said that some half-blood elf warriors ran to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters to cause trouble, and were arrested by the Silver Moon elf guards of the military headquarters. There are also some half-blood elf warriors lurking in the city. General Kempfred wants to arrest all the half-blood elf warriors." Chapter 557. Captain Berkeley stood up suddenly and said angrily, "At this time, Camp Fred did not come forward to solve the problem, but instead went around arresting half-blood elf warriors. What on earth is in this guy's head?" The adjutant looked at Captain Berkeley hesitantly. "What else?" Captain Berkeley asked in confusion. "Which? I heard that Governor Roy of the Pagisto Plateau was also involved in this matter. He is currently detained in the Silver Pegasus military headquarters." The adjutant whispered. "Roy!" Captain Berkeley widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief, "Camp Fred, this move is really bad. Bring my horse over and follow me to the military headquarters." Captain Berkeley glanced at the soldiers of the security guard regiment on the square and ordered, "You clean up this side, and then return to the barracks and wait. Without my order, all soldiers of the security guard regiment are not allowed to leave the camp." "Yes, Captain." Several officers nearby agreed. The adjutant brought 2 war horses, and Captain Berkeley took a rein. He turned over and rode on the war horse, stepped on the stirrups with both feet and squeezed hard, and rushed out of the square first. Many half-blood elves in the city were discussing this matter. Captain Berkeley rode on the busy street, and the half-blood elves on the roadside began to point fingers at them, the Silver Moon elves. Perhaps because they saw that they were riding war horses, wearing armor and hanging weapons around their waists, no half-blood elf took the initiative to stop Captain Berkeley and his group. They just looked at Captain Berkeley with a wary look, and then followed them without saying a word. Captain Berkeley and his adjutant walked down a street, and dozens of half-blood elves followed behind them. When they arrived at the Silver Pegasus military headquarters, they found that the incident had become a big deal. A group of angry half-blood elves stood on the street outside the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. It was estimated that there were at least nearly 1,000 half-blood elves. Captain Berkeley couldn't ride a horse through this road, so he could only jump off the horse, holding the reins of the warhorse with one hand, and slowly walked forward. When the half-blood elves saw Captain Berkeley, they immediately rushed towards him, shouting, "Release our half-blood elf compatriots! Let our compatriots out!" Captain Berkeley led his horse forward in silence. The half-blood elves saw that he was wearing silver armor, and knew that he was an officer, so they didn't dare to stop him. When they walked to the curved steps of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters, the adjutant following behind Captain Berkeley was already sweating profusely. Captain Berkeley handed the reins to the adjutant behind him, and walked into the military hall with a serious face. In an orchard on the outskirts of Padstow, a row of wooden houses were built near the north side of the orchard. The headquarters of the Half-Blood Elf Independent Organization in Padstow is here. A group of members, who used to give repeated speeches in various squares, markets, and busy intersections in the city are hiding in a wooden house in the apple orchard. Silver Moon Elf warriors are arresting people everywhere in Padstow. They don't want to get into trouble by running out and giving inflammatory speeches at this time. The atmosphere in the city is tense, so they hide in this apple orchard and give speeches when they are out of the spotlight. The purpose of their independent organization is to free all half-blood elves from oppression, to make them self-reliant, and to enjoy life as they please. These members of the organization are like an undercurrent, flowing around the city of Padstow. The leader of the independent organization is a half-blood elf named Bernal. At this moment, he is wearing a white robe, sitting by the window, holding a half cup of fruit tea in his hand, squinting his eyes, and looking at the lush green sea. The Padstow forest is really beautiful. The climate here is pleasant, and there is a tree of life in the center of the main city. He came here from the city of Amirant in the Elf continent, and found that there is soil here that is suitable for the survival of half-blood elves. In addition, the only way to contact the outside world here is the portal on the central square of Padstow City. And more than 90% of the elves in Padstow City are half-blood elves. All of the above gave him sufficient reasons to prove that this plane is the best breeding ground for the development of independent organizations. He gave speeches in the city, instilling the idea of independence and self-reliance in the half-blood elves. Over time, he has gathered a group of followers with common ideals around him. The half-blood elves here come from all over the Elven continent. They suffer from the hardship of life on the Elven continent, otherwise they would not leave their homes and come to Partington to make a living. President Bernard is a member who is preparing to develop an independent organization among these half-blood elves. Outside the house, a half-blood elf thief wearing tight leather armor walked briskly into the room where President Bernard was. After he approached, he reported, "President, I have found out clearly it is almost like this." The half-blood elf thief told President Bernard everything that happened in the Silver Pegasus military headquarters this morning. President Bernard frowned and thought for a moment before asking, "Are you sure that Boss Roy from the Pagisto Plateau personally took the half-blood elves to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters?" The half-blood elf thief said with certainty, "Yes. Should we organize people to rescue them?" President Bernard showed a mysterious smile on his face. "Of course we should go. This is an opportunity for us. We need to make a name for ourselves in Padstow, and do something that will please the half-blood elves. The Boss Roy has the highest reputation and the most fame in the Partington Plain. We can use his influence to develop our organization. Gather everyone. We need to get moving." The speakers of the independent organization appeared in Padstow again. It was already noon. They didn't dare to appear at the crossroads and squares, so they ran to the alleys in the woods, the pavilions behind the flower beds, and wherever there were half-blood elves, they would hide there. They began to spread the news that half-blood elves joined the Silver Pegasus army and were treated unfairly. Boss Roy took them to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters to seek justice, but they were detained without reason by the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. After hearing the news, almost all the half-blood elves in Padstow were indignant. Under the instigation of these speakers, they began to gather at the Silver Pegasus military headquarters, and they kept shouting slogans along the way. At the beginning, there were only more than 1,000 half-blood elves at the gate of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters, which only made the street opposite the military headquarters a little congested. Captain Brad and Captain Craven have been paying close attention to the half-blood elves, who were demonstrating at the gate of the military headquarters. The two captains and a group of Silver Moon Elf warriors stood together, blocking the steps at the gate of the Silver Pegasus headquarters. Although this group of half-blood elves were a little excited, they only surrounded the gate of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters, and there was no radical behavior at present. Why haven't the elf warriors from the security guard come to support yet? Captain Brad frowned and complained somewhat dissatisfiedly. The Silver Pegasus military headquarters was surrounded by a group of half-blood elf demonstrators, which made him somewhat dissatisfied. Captain Craven also echoed, "Hasn't Captain Berkeley come?" The general manager and Captain Berkeley are actually competitors in some areas, so sometimes Captain Berkeley will not interfere in matters that the general manager is responsible for. So this matter. The leader of the Silver Moon Elf responded in a low voice. The two leaders, Craven and Brad, looked at each other and said nothing more. Outside the Silver Pegasus military headquarters, the number of half-blood elves demonstrating continued to increase. By the evening, several thousand half-blood elf demonstrators had gathered at the entrance of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. At first, these half-blood elves gathered together spontaneously. By the evening, more half-blood elves gathered in groups. Among them, there were not only leaders, but also some half-blood elves pushing fruit carts to distribute fruits to the half-blood elf demonstrators sitting at the entrance of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. The Silver Moon Elf officers in the military department thought that after dark, the half-blood elves gathered at the entrance of the Silver Pegasus military department would automatically disperse. Unexpectedly, these half-blood elves actually sat on the ground, and it seemed that they were going to defend the entrance of the Silver Pegasus military department to the death. During the day, these Silver Moon Elf officers did not take advantage of the chaos to leave the Silver Pegasus military department. At night, the military department was surrounded by half-blood elf demonstrators, and it was impossible for them to escape. This passed all night, and when the next morning dawned, more half-blood elf demonstrators surrounded the Silver Pegasus military department. The number of protesters has exceeded 10,000. Many half-blood elves began to hold up protest banners, and everyone held up wooden signs with elven characters written on them. Many half-blood elf protesters began to shout in unison, "Release our half-blood elf compatriots." General Camfred looked gloomy, and he hoped that the security guard corps could suppress the half-blood elves who were marching and demonstrating. Captain Berkeley sat opposite General Camfred, eating breakfast calmly. He was also blocked in the Silver Pegasus military headquarters, and spent the night in the lounge here. Chief Camfred did not agree to Captain Berkeley's request yesterday to release Roy, and Captain Berkeley did not agree to Chief Camfred's request to dispatch the security guard to disperse these half-blood elf demonstrators. Captain Berkeley's reason was very sufficient. The security guard was full of half-blood elves, and it was already very difficult for the guard to maintain the law and order in Padstow. The guard had no ability to disperse the demonstrators here. Maybe Roy has a way. Captain Berkeley ate the last bite of breadfruit and said that. Camfred, with dark circles under his eyes, drank the sap of the tree of life silently. Hearing Captain Berkeley's words, he snorted coldly. He drank the sap of the tree of life in the cup in one gulp and strode out of the restaurant. Let Knight Moria ride the Silver Pegasus and rush back to Queen Awini Islands as quickly as possible to ask for help from the Silver Pegasus headquarters. Captain Camfred gritted his teeth and said. Not long after, a carefully raised Silver Pegasus was led out by Knight Moria from the stable behind the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. He rode on the Silver Pegasus and quickly flew towards the portal in the central square. Roy, who was sitting in the detention hut, found that the fruit supply was gone. This time, the Silver Moon Elf guard outside only brought him a glass of water. A magic barrier was set up at the door of the detention hut. Although water and food could be sent into the detention hut from outside, Roy, who lived in the detention hut, could not even communicate with the elf guard at the door because his voice could not be transmitted. The Silver Moon Elf guards locked Roy in the detention hut, and did not take away his magic belt. His magic belt contained a lot of good things, such as boxes of magic crystals, bottles of life tree juice, and some elf biscuits. Even if Roy was locked up in this detention hut, the food he carried was enough for him to live in the hut for a year. Finding that he could not communicate with the outside world, Roy simply calmed down and looked through the notes left by High Priest Reed. The divine arts that High Priest Reed left for Roy are mainly divided into two categories: Blessing Divine Arts and Holy Hammer Divine Arts, in addition to Purification Arts for purifying the undead, and Holy Light Arts for healing injuries. There are three types of Holy Hammer Divine Arts, namely Hammer of Judgment, Hammer of Punishment, and Hammer of Sanction, which Roy has mastered. There are 6 types of Blessing Divine Arts, and Roy currently only masters Blessing of Strength and Blessing of Wisdom. He has never had time to learn Blessing of Freedom. This time he was imprisoned in a detention hut, and it was rare for him to be able to calm down and study. He began to follow the instructions in the notes of the great priest Reed, deeply imprinting the divine pattern of the Blessing of Freedom in his mind, and then chanting the sacred prayer word by word. If it didn't work once, he would chant it twice. If it wasn't familiar after 2 times, he would chant it 4 more times. In more than a year, this was the first time that Roy had been so focused on learning a divine art. The power of holy light emitted by the sacred tree in his body. A large amount of holy light power flowed in Roy's body, and finally gathered between Roy's hands, quickly weaving into a divine pattern. Roy immediately chanted a prayer. The divine pattern between his hands then appeared under Roy's feet, emitting a strong sacred aura. Roy found that after he was promoted to a high priest, the power of holy light in his body became extremely abundant. The divine pattern he drew casually contained a sacred aura that was almost overflowing. The divine pattern turned into a red light circle with a diameter of less than 1 meter under Roy's feet. A pair of wings symbolizing freedom appeared in the light circle, and the wings quickly injected into Roy's legs. It was a wonderful feeling. Roy felt as if he could break free from all restraints, and he began to walk towards the magic barrier at the door of the detention hut. The red light circle instantly formed a translucent light shield that completely covered Roy's body, and then Roy hit the magic barrier head-on. The magic barrier shattered. Then, the iron bolt outside the detention hut broke with a sound, and Roy opened the wooden door of the detention hut, but did not walk out of the detention hut. The 2 Silver Moon Elf guards heard a muffled sound, and turned to look at the wooden door, only to see that 3 thumb-thick bolts broke with a sound. They stared at Roy in amazement. Roy pulled the only chair behind him calmly, sat down casually, and said, "How about chatting with me? I want to know what happened to the half-blood elf warriors who came to the military with me. You 2 must know, right?" A Silver Moon Elf guard hesitated for a moment, and chose to shut up. The other Silver Moon Elf guard had no scruples and replied, Captain Roy, the half-blood elf warriors who came with you are temporarily imprisoned in the underground prison of the military. Didn't General Campfred send them to the military court? Roy asked in surprise. Not yet. The Silver Moon Elf guard replied. Oh, so what happened outside? Roy didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 558. Captain Berkeley had just walked over from the stairs when he saw Roy sitting at the door of the detention hut, chatting with two Silver Moon Elf guards with a smile. Roy, I thought you would be in the detention hut, jumping up and down in anxiety. Captain Berkeley stood outside the detention hut, stretched his neck to look inside the room, and found that there was almost nothing in the room except a wooden bed. Roy raised his head and asked Captain Berkeley with a smile, Berkeley, why are you here? Captain Berkeley snorted and said unhappily, It's all because of the half-blood elf warriors who fled the Legion. Roy stared at Captain Berkeley. Did you go to see Campfred? Yeah. What did you get? Roy blinked, with an expectant expression on his face. Captain Berkeley spread his hands in silence and said depressedly, That guy is very stubborn, I can't convince him. Roy pushed his forehead with his fingers, glanced at Captain Berkeley, and asked him curiously, So you plan to persuade the half-blood elf warriors in the underground prison to confess? Captain Berkeley shook his head. No, I plan to come and see you because I want to know what you think. So you came to see me? Are you going to rescue me from this detention room? Roy stood up and asked with a smile. The expression on Captain Berkeley's face was a little strange. Aren't you out already? Roy smiled awkwardly. In fact, I didn't leave the detention room. I just opened the door and chatted with them. Do you know that it's a mess outside? There are at least 3,000 half-blood elves surrounding the military headquarters, and the number is still rising. Now there are almost 800,000 half-blood elves gathered in Padstow. Once a riot breaks out in Padstow, the consequences will be difficult to estimate. You actually still have the mood to sit here and chat with the two of them? Captain Berkeley questioned Roy with an exaggerated expression. Roy asked tentatively, So, can I go out? Let's go, we can talk while walking. When you two report to your captain later, tell him that I took Governor Roy away. Captain Berkeley put his arm around Roy's shoulders and turned to the two Silver Moon Elf guards. Yes, Captain Berkeley. The Silver Moon Elf guard said very cooperatively. Captain Berkeley has served in the logistics department of the Silver Pegasus Corps for the longest time. Almost all of the Silver Moon Elf guards in the Padstow Silver Pegasus military department have served under Captain Berkeley, and they are very convinced of what Captain Berkeley says. Berkeley took Roy along the stairs to the military hall. Captain Brad and Captain Craven were standing behind a window in the hall. They watched the half-blood elves demonstrating outside through the glass window, and occasionally chatted quietly. The two captains were startled when they saw Roy coming out of the stairs, and then saw Captain Berkeley's figure, so they took the initiative to greet Captain Berkeley. Captain Berkeley nodded with a stern face. He took Roy into the small room in the corner of the hall on the first floor, and Captain Berkeley's adjutant was guarding outside the room. Actually, a month ago, I discovered that an agitator organization had appeared in Padstow. The members of this organization were in Padstow, preaching that the half-blood elves should be independent. Captain Berkeley lowered his voice and said to Roy. He then said, This time the half-blood elves gathered to demonstrate, and I found that there were also traces of members of the independent organization fanning the flames. They wanted to completely muddy the clear waters of Padstow. Now that the Partington Plain has just seen improvement, I guess no one wants Padstow to return to its previous state. Once they make trouble in the city, it may affect the development of Padstow. So I don't want to give them this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. After saying that, Captain Berkeley looked at Roy. Roy pursed his lips and asked Captain Berkeley, There is something I have never understood. You know, the half-blood elves are very wary of the Silver Moon Elf military. How did Captains Brad and Craven recruit 2,000 half-blood elf warriors? Captain Berkeley smiled awkwardly and said, These two guys really hurt me this time. Roy knew that without the help of Captain Berkeley, Brad and Craven would not be able to recruit half-blood elf warriors in Padstow City. Captain Berkeley continued to explain, I recruited the 2,000 half-blood elf warriors. They were originally going to expand the security guard. They came from the Queen of Winnie Islands and wanted to open a mine on the Padstow Plateau. General Campfred hoped that the security guard corps could send a half-blood elf team to follow them to the Padstow Plateau. Alas, I didn't expect them to do this. I guess it will be difficult for the security guard to recruit half-blood elf warriors in the future. I really regret it. Roy interrupted Captain Berkeley's self-blaming words and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Solving the current crisis is the top priority. Captain Berkeley looked at Roy and heard Roy say, This time it's mainly because General Campfred refused to give in. I can't just talk about feelings with this group of half-blood elves who are demonstrating without any bargaining chips. Captain Berkeley was so choked that he didn't want to say a word. After a pause, he asked Roy, "What do you want to do?" Roy immediately expressed his thoughts. The imprisoned half-elf warriors must be released first. They did nothing wrong. Why did they lock us up before we even discussed anything when we came to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters? I thought General Camfred would send them directly to the military court and convict these half-elf warriors. Captain Berkeley understood that Roy wanted to rescue the half-blood elf warriors imprisoned in the underground prison. Huh? Captain Berkeley could only agree with a pinched nose. Although Captain Berkeley failed to convince General Camfred to change his decision, he could still let the half-blood elf warriors leave privately. But in this way, Captain Berkeley would completely stand on the opposite side of General Camfred. The two walked out of the lounge and went straight to the end of the corridor, where there was a staircase leading to the basement. Roy followed Captain Berkeley to the underground prison, and the Silver Moon Elf guards on both sides saluted Captain Berkeley. There were only 6 cells in the basement, and more than 30 half-blood elf warriors were locked in the first cell. Everyone sat on a stone slab against the wall. The half-blood elf warriors didn't have breakfast. They couldn't feel the difference between day and night here. Everyone was almost silent, so that they could save their energy to the maximum extent. The half-blood elves heard footsteps, and some elves couldn't help but look up. When they saw Roy and a Silver Moon Elf official coming over, they couldn't help but shout, "Boss Roy." Roy walked outside the prison and comforted the half-blood elf warrior inside. "I take you out first, and we settle this account with them slowly." As he said that, he gently pushed the iron door with one hand, and the iron door of the prison was opened by Roy. Roy walked into the prison and checked whether the half-blood elf warriors were injured one by one. A Silver Moon Elf guard outside the prison wanted to stop him, but was glared at by Captain Berkeley, who was so scared that he immediately retracted his leg. "If General Camfred asks, you tell him that I took these half-blood elf warriors away." Captain Berkeley stood aside and instructed several Silver Moon Elf guards outside the prison. Silver Pegasus Knight Moria rode Silver Pegasus across the vast sea. He rode Silver Pegasus for more than 3 hours, and finally the main island of the Key West Islands appeared in front of him. He planned to rest on the island for a while, drink some coconut juice, and continue on his way. When Moria left the Padstow Silver Pegasus military headquarters, a large group of half-blood elves gathered outside the military headquarters. That scene frightened him. He first passed through the portal, and then flew to the Queen Ivany Islands without stopping. After arriving at the Queen Ivany Islands, according to the instructions of General Camfred, Knight Moria first visited Earl Macaulay quietly. So the letter for help written by Camfred was quickly handed to Earl Macaulay. Earl Macaulay was lying on a rattan chair, with 2 young Silver Moon Elf girls massaging his legs. He was holding a collection of poems in his hand. His confidant walked over quickly and handed a letter to Earl Macaulay. Earl Macaulay slowly opened the letter, unfolded the letter paper, and began to read the contents. With each sentence he read, his face darkened. When he finished reading the entire letter, he was so angry that he sat up from the recliner. What on earth did this Camfred do? Earl Macaulay cursed with a livid face. At this time, he actually wanted to transfer a Silver Pegasus Knights from Queen Euany Island to the Partington Plain. The Silver Pegasus Corps headquarters on Queen Euany Islands is now at its weakest. After the naval battle of Queen Euany Islands, the Silver Pegasus Corps has not yet recovered, but at this time, another Silver Pegasus Knights were sent to support Golfito, accompanied by 2 infantry guards and a logistics team consisting of 30 medium-sized sailing ships. How could the Silver Pegasus Corps have the manpower to suppress the protests of the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain? Earl Macaulay was very dissatisfied with Camfred for not being able to do such a small thing well. He didn't want to pay attention to the letter of help from General Camfred, and threw the letter on the table. But then Earl Macaulay immediately thought that the situation in the Partington Plain was a bit special, so he picked up the letter again, hesitated for a moment, and then ordered his confidant, "Invite Earl Swinburne and Archpriest Reginald to the conference room." "Forget it, I go see them now." He changed his mind halfway through his words. Earl Macaulay told his confidant, "Take the messenger to rest first." After that, Earl Macaulay turned around and walked to the clothes rack, letting the 2 Silver Moon Elf girls help him put on his robe, and then hurriedly left his residence. Earl Swinburne leaned back in the chair, tilted his head back on the back of the chair, closed his eyes, and gently rubbed his eyebrows with one hand to relieve his bad mood. The more you worry about something, the more it will happen. Originally, the top leaders of the Silver Pegasus military believed that the seas around the Elf continent would be very safe when the Grey Dwarf bandits retreated to the outer sea of the Orc territory. After all, there were still the Silver Pegasus Knights, who could provide air support to the fleet in the air. Unexpectedly, as soon as the fleet loaded with logistical supplies entered the Strait of Sheephorn, bad news came. 2 infantry guard regiments of the Silver Pegasus Legion and 30 logistical supply ships were attacked by Grey Dwarf bandits when they arrived at the Strait of Sheephorn. At present, the entire fleet is docked on an island in the fjord waiting for rescue by the Silver Pegasus Legion. Earl Swinburne calculated the number of garrisons on the Queen of Winnie Islands. Almost every island has reached the warning line, and it is impossible to continue to withdraw troops. In recent years, due to the lack of wars near the Silver Moon Elf territory, the Silver Moon Elf royal family has been reducing military expenditures year by year, and the size of the army has also been gradually reduced. At present, the disadvantages of reducing the army have already appeared. The 17th Silver Pegasus Legion of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom is mainly responsible for garrisoning the Queen of Winnie Islands and patrolling the more than 700-kilometer coastline between Castletown Port and Manellas Port. The Legion's manpower was already somewhat stretched, and now it is even more difficult to maintain. Although the Silver Pegasus Corps has recruited some new Silver Moon Elves, they have no combat experience, and it is impossible for such rookies to go directly to the battlefield as cannon fodder. The Silver Moon Elves have great respect for life, so they train the new troops most strictly. Earl Swinburne turned his head and looked at the military defense layout hanging on the wall, considering which regiment to withdraw from the defense zone. After all, it was a battle on the sea, and relying on the combat power of the Infantry Guard Corps, it could not defeat the group of Grey Dwarf robbers. The Silver Pegasus Knights may be dispatched, but the Knights of the Queen Uni Islands can no longer be mobilized. Earl Swinburne wanted to calm down. At this time, Earl Macaulay came in, and his face was also very bad. Earl Swinburne asked, "What happened?" Earl Macaulay handed the letter of help in his hand directly to Earl Swinburne. Earl Swinburne read the contents of the letter in one breath and kept silent. He pushed the letter of help from Sheephorn Bay on the table to Earl Macaulay. After reading it, Earl Macaulay slammed the table hard and cursed, "What bad luck! All the bad luck has come together." High Priest Reginald also appeared at the door of the office. If something like this happened, the priests of the Moon Temple would definitely go to Sheephorn Bay for rescue. The steps to apply for the priests are still very troublesome. Chapter 559. Earl Swinburne unfolded a map and pointed to the military camp near Castleton City and said, "I plan to send the 5th and 6th Silver Pegasus Knights stationed in the lighthouse camp to Sheephorn Bay for support. If the Grey Dwarf bandits land on the island to fight, the current Infantry Guard Regiment on the island may not be able to stop the attack of the Grey Dwarf bandits. Can the Infantry Guard Regiment on Queen Island be transferred a few more?" The adjutant standing beside him whispered, "If you want to transfer the Infantry Guard Regiment, you must give up some of the outer islands." "Well, I think of a way." Earl Swinburne sighed and said. He didn't want to give up the outer islands of Queen Uni Islands. After all, every island here was taken back after a bloody battle with the Grey Dwarf bandits. If we withdraw troops from the islands now, wouldn't it mean that the naval battle outside Queen Uni Islands has become meaningless? Sheephorn Fjord is the exit of Murayaki Port, otherwise we can ask the garrison near Murayaki Port for reinforcement. Earl Macaulay spoke. Earl Swinburne turned to look at Earl Macaulay. "Are you planning to ask the local Silver Moon Elf nobles to send reinforcements?" "Well, I will go to Sheephorn Bay with the 5th and 6th Silver Pegasus Knights. Earl Pursula of Murayaki City and I have a good relationship. I believe he will be willing to help us." Earl Swinburne is a close confidant of His Majesty Ansel, the Silver Moon Elf King. As the commander of the Legion who maintains close contacts with the Silver Moon Elf royal family, he will definitely not get the support of the local Silver Moon Elf noble forces. But Earl Macaulay is different. He is on good terms with many Silver Moon Elf nobles. In addition, the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights sent to Golfito were jointly formed by Earl Macaulay and several other Silver Moon Elf nobles, and belong to Earl Macaulay's direct army. At present, this Silver Pegasus Knights have encountered trouble in Sheephorn Bay, and Earl Macaulay naturally has to personally come forward to solve the crisis encountered by the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights. Moreover, Earl Swinburne has already dispatched the 5th and 6th Silver Pegasus Knights of the lighthouse camp to the maximum extent, and has made it clear that he wants to protect the logistics group of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights. At this time, Earl Macaulay must go to Sheephorn Bay to supervise the battle. But Earl Macaulay still has a problem. He can't ignore the letter of help from General Camfred. General Camfred was promoted by Earl Macaulay himself. Originally, Earl Macaulay wanted to increase his control over the Partington Plain. After all, several important positions in the Padstow Silver Pegasus military department were almost all held by Earl Swinburne's confidants, including Berkeley, who was in charge of the Security Guard Corps, Seadra, who was responsible for the trade of middle and high-level magic herbs, and Roy, who was in charge of the entire Pagisto Plateau mine. At the end of the Battle of Queen Uni Islands, Earl Macaulay gave up some of his interests in Queen Uni Islands and finally pushed Kemp Fred to the position of Chief of Logistics. He thought that he would take advantage of the rapid development of the Partington Plain to make a lot of achievements, and then slowly insert some people in the Partington Plain. But he never expected that Chief Kemp Fred, who had been in office in Padstow for so long, was still unable to control the situation there, and even let the situation deteriorate to the point where he had to ask the Silver Pegasus Knights to go to the Partington Plain to suppress it. Captain Macaulay then said how to deal with the affairs of the Partington Plain. He put this matter on the table, and also sent a signal to Earl Swinburne that he was ready to make a concession, hoping that the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion could successfully overcome this predicament. "I go over and handle it." Earl Swinburne nodded and said. At this time, there was a knock on the side door of the room connected to the lounge. "Christine, come in." "Father, are you looking for me?" Christine, wearing a long skirt, walked quickly into the office, and her crisp voice seemed a little ostentatious. But then she saw Lord Macaulay and High Priest Reginald, and she stopped and saluted guiltily. Lord Swinburne glared at Miss Christine, who was so reckless, and then said to her, "Get ready and follow me to the Partington Plain later." "Oh, got it." Miss Christine bent sideways, lifted the hem of her skirt at her knees, saluted again, and then left gracefully. Pushing open the heavy oak door carved with life leaves and irises, the dazzling sunlight shone into the hall of the Silver Pegasus Military through the crack in the door. Roy held the door handle with both hands, walked out of the door, and stood on the top of the semicircular steps. Thousands of half-blood elves gathered under the steps. Most of them sat on the ground. The half-blood elves in the front held wooden signs, and the half-blood elves in the back held up huge banners. Under the scorching sun, the spirits of these half-blood elves seemed a little sluggish. When the half-blood elves noticed that it was Boss Roy who came out of the door, and then more than 30 half-blood elf warriors stood behind Roy, the expressions of the half-blood elf warriors seemed a little excited. Roy put his right hand on his chest, clenched his fist, and slowly raised it. The half-blood elves at the bottom of the stairs stood up one after another. Everyone saw Roy raise his fist, and burst into cheers, like a tide. Cheers like a tide. Many half-blood elves even wanted to squeeze forward, and the already crowded square suddenly became a little chaotic. "Please be quiet, and don't crowd in the middle." Roy tried to make his voice louder. His words were still very useful. The half-blood elves behind him stopped pushing forward, and the restlessness in the crowd gradually calmed down. "I'm Roy. The residents of Padstow may all know what our Padstow has gone through in the past few years. The 5-year closure of the plain portal has brought us so much inconvenience. The prosperity of Padstow today is so hard-won, and the current Padstow is exactly what we hope to see. This city is a gathering place for half-blood elves, but it is also a plain center city under the management of the Silver Pegasus Legion. I often think that if the portal is not unsealed, our lives will actually get better day by day, but it will definitely not become as prosperous as it is today." After the portal was opened, the half-blood elves from the Elven continent only saw the beautiful Padstow forest. They did not experience the most difficult 2 years, so many half-blood elves may not understand our desire for peace as old Padstow residents. I know that everyone is gathered here today. All the anger is because these half-blood elf warriors standing behind me have been treated unfairly. But this matter is ultimately just an internal incident of the Silver Pegasus Legion. I believe that the top leaders of the Silver Pegasus Legion will give a fair judgment. You come here to live, do business, or travel and explore. There is nothing wrong with that, but I hope you will not be easily misled by some extreme remarks. You should observe with your own eyes, listen with your own ears, and feel quietly with your own heart. You can listen to what kind of wind language the oak trees in these cities are singing. It must be full of cheerful melodies. I can't give you any guarantees here, but I can tell you that I will stand with you firmly. Please give me some time so that I and Captain Berkeley can handle this matter. Do you trust me?" Roy asked all the half-blood elves present. The half-blood elves in the square shouted almost at the same time, "Trust." Roy shouted again, "Then can you leave the Silver Pegasus military headquarters and do your own things?" All the half-blood elves responded loudly, "Yes." The half-blood elves' voices even shook the tree of life. Roy took 2 steps forward again, looked around, and said, "Well, please leave in an orderly manner. The elves at the outermost edge can leave first." The thousands of half-blood elves gathered at the entrance of the Silver Pegasus military department actually began to move. Bernard Ziazzo, the leader of the independent organization squeezed in the crowd, looked at Roy standing on the steps from a distance. This was the first time he saw Boss Roy from the Partington Plain. During the days living in Padstow City, the half-blood elves in the city talked about the name Boss Roy the most. He also heard that Boss Roy was a half-elf, who looked like a human, but he didn't expect him to be so young. A group of members of an independent organization saw the half-blood elves leaving one after another. At this time, they could not stand up and raise doubts, so they could only gather around the leader Bernard. "Leader, what should we do?" the subordinate asked in a low voice. "Let everyone disperse and evacuate with the crowd." After Bernard Ziazo gave the order, he also followed the elves to the outside of the square. Roy and Captain Berkeley did not return to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters, but took a carriage directly to the military camp of the Security Guard Corps. More than 30 half-blood elf warriors also went to the Security Guard camp with Roy. Along the way, half-blood elf warriors continued to join the team. "The trouble here has been solved for the time being. You need to come forward to deal with the following matters." Roy sat in the carriage and said to Captain Berkeley. Captain Berkeley leaned back on the leather seat proudly and turned his eyes to the window. According to the news from the guard of the Central Square portal, a Silver Pegasus Knight entered Partington Island through the portal last night. I guess he should be heading to Queen Ivany Islands. According to the flight time, the Silver Pegasus Knight should arrive at Queen Ivany Islands in the early morning of Partington Plain. The official who will actually handle this matter will arrive in Padstow soon. I just don't know whether the official sent by the military will choose to stand on our side, or on the side of General Kempfred. Roy asked, "What if it's General Kempfred's side? Then we have to find a way to drive him back," Captain Berkeley said in a somewhat rogue manner. Roy looked at Captain Berkeley in silence. Sometimes he always liked to make some inappropriate jokes. "Ha ha, just kidding. If this matter can only be handled in the military court within the Legion, the verdict may be unfavorable to the half-blood elf warriors, but this matter has spread now, and the Legion leaders must always take care of their own face. So, believe me, there will be a fair verdict." After that, Captain Berkeley began to complain again. "Speaking of which, some of the impacts caused by this matter will bring me a lot of inconvenience. The Security Guard Corps may not be able to recruit half-blood elf warriors in Padstow City in a short period of time. I heard that there are many half-blood elves living in the Plateau City. How about I go to the Plateau City to try?" Roy glanced at Captain Berkeley. "Sure, I let Mullen cooperate with your recruitment activities." Thinking of the half-elf female warrior with a hearty laugh under Roy, Captain Berkeley seemed to have a bad memory suddenly. Captain Berkeley asked curiously, "Speaking of which, how is the progress of your transformation of the magic airship on Partington Island?" "I have already started to transform the 10th one, but it's hard not to attract attention when so many magic airships fly in through the portal at once, so I let the last 2 magic airships temporarily stop in the sheltered bay," Roy answered. Captain Berkeley snorted. "You helped the half-blood elf warrior solve such a big problem this time, and you probably completely entered the sight of the Silver Pegasus top management. Although you gained some reputation among the half-blood elves, you also completely offended the Silver Pegasus military forces of Earl Macaulay," Roy said helplessly. "But if I didn't stand up at that time, no one could help them. Do you think they would be sent to the military court and then charged with the crime of escaping privately? An army of 2,000 half-blood elves. 2,000 half-blood elves voluntarily left, and were charged with absconding." "Hee hee," Roy sneered at the end. Captain Berkeley whispered, "I heard that the army headquarters sent a Silver Pegasus Knights to Golfito. You probably know the current situation of the army. I estimate that the guards of Queen Uni Islands are the weakest at present. Maybe your mine guards will be transferred to Queen Uni Islands this time, so don't rush to drive those 2 magic airships over." This demonstration by the half-blood elves frightened the elf merchants in the city of Padstow. That afternoon, some merchants packed their luggage and waited in front of the portal in the central square, queuing up to leave the Partington Plain. Some half-blood elf collectors also left the city of Padstow, and walked into the Padstow forest to start collecting magical herbs. Although the city was still very lively, there were more barriers hidden under the lively scene. Some Silver Moon elves walking on the street could always feel the unfriendly eyes of the half-blood elves around them. Similarly, the half-blood elves would also find that the Silver Moon elves would always observe the surroundings with vigilant eyes. When the two sides communicated, they were much more cautious than before. Chapter 560. Miss Christine felt quite complicated when she came to Partington Island again. The mountain town on Partington Island was unexpectedly lively. There were many elves stranded at the dock. The capacity of the medium-sized sailboat seemed unable to meet the needs of the elves. There were many white canvas tents on the beach, and half-blood elves were running on the beach. Almost half of the space in the town square was piled with supplies. There were many flatbed trucks on the streets of the town, pulling some wooden boxes, traveling between the dock and the square. Countless half-blood elf porters were sweating here. Earl Swinburne led Miss Christine into the portal. Many images in the space rift were extremely distorted. Miss Christine followed closely behind Earl Swinburne. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the mirror-like image in front of her. The scenery in front of her immediately changed to the central square of Padstow City. Looking south, there was a large and undulating sea of trees in the distance. Behind Earl Swinburne and Miss Christine, there was also a squadron of Silver Pegasus Knights. These Silver Pegasus Knights were all Earl Swinburne's guards. These Silver Pegasus Knights appeared in the central square, immediately attracting the attention of most of the elves in the square. Many half-blood elves looked at each other with doubt and fear. They stood there, looking at Earl Swinburne and Miss Christine with cold eyes, making Miss Christine even feel a little cold. As soon as I arrived in Padstow, I felt that the atmosphere in the city was a little wrong. A group of elf merchants lined up in the central square, apparently preparing to leave the Partington Plain. Earl Swinburne took the reins from his personal guards, turned over and rode on the Silver Pegasus, leading a squadron of Silver Pegasus Knights to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. Miss Christine followed closely behind Earl Swinburne, and the father and daughter were surrounded by a group of guards. The elves they met along the way all avoided them on both sides. There were many shops on both sides of the street, and many shop signs had icons of magic herbs on them. Miss Christine found that the city of Padstow had changed a lot. The last time she came to Padstow, there were not so many shops between the giant trees on both sides of the street. At that time, the city seemed very quiet, with large tracts of shady land everywhere. Now many shops have been built between the giant trees, forming a complex street in this forest city. Through the gaps between the leaves, Miss Christine just saw a magic airship passing through the clouds and slowly descending. There are also some young half-blood elves on the street. They walk briskly, holding baskets full of fruits in their arms. Occasionally, when a carriage stops on the street, they will come to the window and hold the baskets in their hands high. Fresh apples, do you want to try them? A half-elf young man with long legs even dared to run to Miss Christine's side and raise the fruit basket in his hand above his head. Miss Christine was a little curious, so she picked up a golden red apple and put it under her nose to smell it. The sweet fragrance of the apple made her feel much better. Earl Swinburne happened to be next to Miss Christine. When he saw Miss Christine pick up an apple, he didn't do anything else. He smiled silently, then took out a collar from the purse on his waist and threw it into the fruit basket. The clever long-legged half-elf young man grinned at Earl Swinburne, and before the guards were ready to drive him away, he quickly ran to the side of the road. Haven't you been to various planes with the adventure group? How come you can't even figure out the most basic trading? Earl Swinburne looked at his daughter Christine lovingly and asked. Although I have been with many adventure groups to experience, I rarely buy things. Miss Christine answered innocently. I remember you came to the Partington Plain and conquered the Griffin Barrier Mountains at that time. How was it? Now that we have come to Padstow in the Partington Plain again, is there any difference from what we remember? Earl Swinburne asked curiously. It has become much more lively, and the whole city seems to be much bigger. Miss Christine reached out to hold her long hair that was blown by the breeze in the forest, and said casually. Although the disappointment on her face flashed by, Earl Swinburne still keenly captured it. The adventure group she joined had been to several plains under the leadership of Instructor Nora. The names of these plains are still in Miss Christine's mind, including Partington Plain, Rocky Mountain Plain, Hullen Plain, Emerald Plain, Kairemai Plain, etc. But later, the instructor's adventure groups no longer took their students with them. Roy later formed an adventure group called Zakaram, but did not invite her to join. Miss Christine was unhappy for a long time. Earl Swinburne and his group rode Silver Pegasus slowly along the street, and came to the square in front of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. The half-blood elves that had gathered here had long since dispersed. Although the square had been carefully cleaned, there were still many traces of people gathering there. Captain Berkeley led a team of half-blood elf warriors, and waited respectfully at the edge of the square. When he saw Earl Swinburne riding a horse from afar, he quickly half-knelt and saluted. In fact, since Earl Swinburne walked out of the portal and entered Padstow City, Captain Berkeley received a report from the portal guard. He even wanted to drag Roy to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters to greet Earl Swinburne. But Roy didn't want to come, so he found an excuse and slipped away. Captain Berkeley didn't inform General Camfred, and he was the only one waiting here with his men. Earl Swinburne saw Captain Berkeley waiting at the edge of the square very early, pulled the reins of the Silver Pegasus in front of Captain Berkeley, and then lowered his head to look at him. Earl Swinburne didn't even say anything, but Captain Berkeley knew what the Earl was dissatisfied with. Don't explain, Just say it. What happened here that made your relationship with Kempfred so strained? Captain Berkeley's hand trembled slightly. Earl Swinburne did not listen to Captain Berkeley's account of the incident in the square, but came to the Tree of Life. He did not choose to walk into the Silver Pegasus Military Hall, but stood on a huge tree root, with a huge tree trunk nearly 100 meters thick behind him. Captain Berkeley stood beside Earl Swinburne and told the whole story in detail. Earl Swinburne's face became worse and worse. He placed one hand on the rough tree trunk, closed his eyes, and chanted a few ancient elf spells. Suddenly, the Tree of Life seemed to wake up. Wrinkles appeared on the bark, and the bark kept changing, slowly turning into a huge face. The eyes, nose, and mouth were all very clear, but the huge eyes had no eyeballs, and the mouth had no tongue or teeth. Earl Swinburne said nothing, but tilted his head, put his ear close to the huge face on the tree trunk, and listened quietly to the whispers of the Tree of Life. Just as Earl Swinburne was quietly listening to the whispers of the Tree of Life, General Kempfred ran out of the hall with a group of Legion officers, panting. His face was full of fear, and his heart was full of trepidation. He had written to Earl Macaulay for help, but he didn't expect that Earl Swinburne would come to the Partington Plain in person. Earl Swinburne listened for a while, and stood up straight. He turned around and stood with his hands behind his back, with no anger on his face. Earl Swinburne's eyes fell on Kempfred, and his cold voice immediately lowered the temperature around him to the freezing point. Kempfred, get out of the Partington Plain immediately. When the half-blood elf rebels seized the city of Padstow from Lord Albus, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion immediately entered the Partington Plain upon hearing the news, and drove the half-blood elf rebels to the Griffin Barrier Mountains. So far, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion has completely occupied the Partington Plain. And occupying the Partington Plain is the most correct decision made by the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion in the past 20 years. After the plain portal that had been closed for 6 years was opened, the Partington Plain ushered in a period of rapid development. Originally, the Silver Moon Elves and the Half-Blood Elves had already established some basic trust, and the Silver Moon Elves merchants were also contacting the Half-Blood Elves here in a new way. The Partington Plain brought about 700,000 magic crystals to the 17th Silver Pegasus Corps this quarter, but this income offset all the losses in the Queen Uni Islands naval battle. Even part of the pensions for the Silver Moon Elves warriors were paid from the Partington Plain. Now, because of Kempfred's unfortunate decision, the good relationship that the Silver Moon Elves and the Half-Blood Elves in the Partington Plain had just established completely collapsed. Unfortunately, the Silver Pegasus Corps is currently short of troops, and even the Queen Uni Islands are barely maintaining the situation. At this time, the Corps not only has no troops to garrison the Partington Plain, but also hopes that the Half-Blood Elf guards on the Partington Plain can go to the Elf continent and garrison on the outer islands of the Queen Uni Islands. But in this case, how could the Half-Blood Elf take the initiative to join the 17th Silver Pegasus Corps? Thinking of this, Earl Swinburne wanted to throw the unlucky guy, General Kempfred, to an isolated island outside the Queen Islands. General Kempfred left in a very embarrassed manner. Under the watchful eyes of a row of Silver Pegasus military officers, he didn't even have time to go to the office to retrieve his personal belongings before being escorted by 2 Silver Pegasus knights to the portal in the central square. Earl Swinburne's eyes fell on Captain Berkeley, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Berkeley, how many elf guards are there in the Padstow City Security Guard?" Captain Berkeley looked at Earl Swinburne helplessly, and for a long time, he didn't know how to answer. Chapter 561. At the airport terminal in Padstow, a magic airship slowly descended from the clouds. First, the shuttle-shaped bottom with a deflector appeared, and then the huge hull appeared from the clouds. 12 floating devices emitted a light blue magic halo. Each floating device had 24 blades, and when it rotated at high speed, it would make a low roar. Roy didn't like this old floating device, but these floating devices were compensated by those Imperial merchants, and he didn't have much choice. Either he simply chose not to, or he had to wait for the Imperial merchant Darwin to transport a batch of new floating devices from the dwarf country. As the magic airship descended, the 12 floating devices were running at high speed, emitting a light blue magic halo that spread around the airship, like a layer of light mist. It was not difficult to see that the magic airship should be fully loaded with cargo. Magic herbs would not take up much weight. What could compress the magic airship into this state was naturally tons of metal ingots loaded on board. Roy sat in a tea restaurant opposite the airport terminal. This treehouse-style tea restaurant was very common in Padstow. Basically, the restaurant would provide the elves with various fruit tea drinks and platters made of fruits. In order to make it easier for the magic airship to dock, Captain Berkeley trimmed the nearly 100-meter high oak tree. There are 8 docking platforms on the oak tree. Currently, There is only one magic airship docked at the airport terminal, and another magic airship is slowly landing in the sky. When the magic airship that landed from the sky completely docked at the airport terminal, the other magic airship was about to set sail. Roy did not go to see Earl Swinburne with Captain Berkeley. He found an excuse to come to the airport terminal to pick up the goods. In a corner of the tea restaurant, Rambo looked over at Roy and confirmed that the person sitting there was Roy. Then he came over and said to Roy with a smile, "I heard a group of half-blood elves talking about you being locked up by the Silver Moon elves. I was planning to confirm the news, and then run back to the Plateau City to ask for help. Now it seems that the news they provided is not reliable at all." Roy knew Rambo was joking. He should have known the news of his escape from the Silver Pegasus military headquarters a long time ago. "Langbo, are you here to pick up the goods?" Roy's eyes fell on the magic airship that was slowly landing outside the window. Langbo smiled a little embarrassedly and said to Roy frankly, "I don't need to do the picking up of goods here. Actually, I just want to hear the news of Plateau City. The crew travels between Plateau City and Padstow. Occasionally, I will come over and sit down and chat with them." After saying that, he pointed to the several half-blood elf crew members sitting in the corner. The crew members on these magic airships are basically half-blood elf warriors from the Mine Guards. They were assigned to the magic airships by Roy and became the crew members of the magic airships. When the crew members saw Roy looking up at them, they immediately stood up and saluted Roy. Roy sighed. His leisure time was ruined just like that. Roy and Rambo walked in front of these crew members. Roy said a few words of encouragement. In front of Roy, the half-blood elf crew members even had very stiff smiles. Not long after, several half-blood elf crew members found reasons to leave. At this time, the magic airship that emerged from the clouds was parked steadily in front of the platform of the airport terminal. Rambo waved to Roy, indicating that he was going to pick up the goods. Roy sat alone in the restaurant by the window, turned his head, and looked at the vast green sea outside the window, and this quiet afternoon seemed to have returned. Bernard Siazwa didn't expect to meet Boss Roy here. He originally just wanted to drink a cup of fruit tea in the tea restaurant. Seeing Roy chatting with a group of mixed-blood elf warriors, Bernard Siazwa did not approach him without knowing the fun. He was dressed like a bard. He had an organ on his back, a rapier, and a recorder hanging from his waist, a light brown leather vest, leather wrist guards, and long leather boots with only some simple perm patterns on them. He wore a linen long-sleeved shirt and a pair of gray linen trousers. His hair almost covered his eyes, and he had to use his hands to lift his hair curtains to reveal his shrewd eyes. After taking a sip of mint fruit tea, he found that the half-blood elf warriors left one after another, and the last half-blood elf also left excitedly. Bernard became a little nervous. He wanted to try to get in touch with Roy, such as finding a random topic to chat about. Maybe he could understand the temper and personality of this boss Roy. Bernard gave himself countless hints and mustered up the courage to walk towards Roy. Roy saw a half-blood elf coming over and secretly crossed out this tea restaurant. He would never come here again. The half-blood elf seemed a little reserved. He stood in front of Roy and asked him politely, "Boss Roy, my name is Bernard Siazwa. During my time traveling in Padstow, I always heard your name from other half-blood elves. Can I sit here and chat with you?" Roy nodded, looked at Bernard Siazwa calmly, and asked him, "What do you want to talk about?" Bernard sat up straight and said in a magnetic voice, "After the portal was unlocked, I came to the Partington Plain. During this time, I have been living in Padstow City, which is a beautiful and rich city. Almost all the residents in the city are half-blood elves. I have been to many places, except here, there is no other elven city where half-blood elves can live as interestingly as the half-blood elves here." His voice is unique, comfortable, and infectious. The half-blood elves here are very active in everything they do. I find that they are looking forward to the future. I have heard about some of Boss Roy's deeds. In addition to the city of Padstow, there seems to be a small town at the foot of the Griffin Barrier Mountains. The half-blood elves in that town live more freely. I heard that you also built a plateau city on the Padstow Plateau? Bernard asked Roy. Roy nodded again. I'm a bard, and I like to travel around. Bernard continued. I've seen half-blood elves living at the bottom of society in many places, and they have a hard time. I think this is the most suitable city for half-blood elves to live in. Here I can see equality and respect among elves. Do you agree with me? Bernard Siazwa raised his head and looked at Roy. Roy smiled, spread his hands, and asked him, "What kind of world do you think is the ideal world you imagine?" Bernard thought about it seriously, and then said, "A rich place that will not be affected by the war, where the half-blood elves can live in a corner and not interact with other elves, and all half-blood elves can live freely. This is the ideal world in my heart. Roy suddenly thought of something. Recently, both Captain Berkeley and Rambo had reminded him that a group of half-blood elves had appeared in Padstow City recently, and they were declaring independence everywhere in the city. Roy could see that this Bernard should be a member of that organization. Roy lowered his head, holding the cup with both hands. His eyes fell on a piece of crystal floating ice in the cup, and said slowly, "I don't think so. What the half-blood elves want is equality, and what they want is to gain the respect of other elves through their own efforts, rather than to live a secluded life in seclusion. We don't need the sympathy, pity, and special treatment of other elves. The freedom I yearn for is to follow my heart and walk freely." Bernard Ziaza was stunned by Roy's words, because he found that a golden holy tree with countless flowers of light appeared behind Roy, and Roy's body was even wrapped in a layer of faint holy light. Bernard suddenly felt as if Roy, who was sitting opposite him, was a priest spreading faith. "I know it's not easy to achieve such a goal." Pointing to the busy half-bloods on the airport dock outside the window, Roy said softly, "but I also know that they are always working towards this direction." Before entering the office on the top floor of the military, Siagran was still a little nervous. Although she was considered a confidant of Earl Swinburne, every time she reported to Earl Swinburne about the business situation of the business, she was a little worried that the magic herb trade she was responsible for would not satisfy Earl Swinburne. In fact, this kind of thing is most afraid of comparison. If she was the only one in the Partington Plain who was running the magic herb trade, Siagran might still be complacent about her performance. But now, the young half-elf boss Roy, who is most respected by the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain, got the right to operate the primary magic herbs from Earl Swinburne. At the beginning, Siagra didn't care about the business of primary magic herbs at all, so the entire primary magic herb market was quickly seized by Roy. And the magic herbs with the largest output in the Partington Plain are primary magic herbs. Since Boss Roy started the business of primary magic herbs, he has firmly controlled the primary magic herbs in the three areas of Blackwater Swamp, Griffin Barrier Mountains, and Pagisto Plateau. Siagran roughly calculated Roy's revenue from the trade of primary magic herbs. From the time the Plain Portal was unlocked to now, Roy has earned at least 400,000 magic crystals from the trade of primary magic herbs, while Siagran Silver Pegasus Military Trading Company only earned 700,000 magic crystals in a quarter. Speaking of those primary magic herbs, obviously, they were things that she didn't like, but who would have thought that the price would skyrocket inexplicably? It was precisely because of these bad things that Siagran felt a little uneasy when she heard that Earl Swinburne had summoned her. The leather boots stepped on the floor in the corridor, making a rhythmic sound of footsteps. Siagran touched her flat belly, took a deep breath, straightened her chest, pursed her lips, stood in front of the exquisitely carved wooden door, and knocked gently. The wooden door was open from the inside, revealing a delicate and beautiful face, with a pair of lively eyes, like the most beautiful moon fountain in the elf continent. "Mrs. Siagran, father is waiting for you," Miss Christine said to Siagran. Her voice was cold and a little sweet. Siagran reached out and held Miss Christine's white little hand, smiled and praised Miss Christine. "Our Christine is also a big elf." When the Silver Moon elves praise an elf as a great elf, it does not mean that she has become mature, but that she has become a great elf archer respected by all elves. Miss Christine opened the door, and Siagran walked into the office. Earl Swinburne was sitting behind his desk, carefully reviewing a document. When he saw Siagran come in, he raised his head and motioned her to sit on the chair opposite. "Good morning, Earl." Siagran saluted and sat down. "Siagran, tell me your impression of Roy. I know this may not be easy to evaluate. I don't want to hear objective evaluations. I want to hear your opinions on Roy from your perspective," Earl Swinburne said. Siagran was slightly startled. She suddenly didn't know what to say. Earl Swinburne's words obviously meant that she should appropriately point out some of Roy's shortcomings. So what are this guy's shortcomings? Siagran didn't rush to speak. She thought about it seriously. "Then tell me about my feelings towards Governor Roy. I didn't know him well before, and I didn't even know he was a half-elf. The time I really started to notice the name Roy was when he occupied the market share of all primary magic herbs in Padstow in just 1 week. That's when I knew he had obtained the management rights of primary magic herbs from you." Siagran fell into memories. She said, "At that time, the Silver Pegasus Trading Company did not trade primary magic herbs in the Partington Plain, because I thought the added value of those primary magic herbs was too low. So the primary magic herbs in the Partington Plain were ignored for a long time. Governor Roy reached out to the market of primary magic herbs. When he initially determined the purchase price, even in the magic herb market of the elf continent, the price he set was relatively high. At that time, I even calculated whether he could still make money after deducting the loss and freight on the way. At that time, because the plane portal had not been lifted, the life of the half-blood elves in the city was not very good. It was when he began to purchase a large number of primary magic herbs in Padstow City that the lives of the half-blood elves in the city at that time were greatly improved. Many young half-blood elves tried to enter the Padstow forest to collect some primary magic herbs to earn some pocket money. Later, he directly monopolized the market for primary magic herbs in the Blackwater Swamp. Not long after, a large number of imperial merchants poured into the Elven continent, and the price of magic herbs skyrocketed. Because the unit price of primary magic herbs was extremely low, only the price of primary magic herbs would double in the price increase of magic herbs. Earl Swinburne's eyes fell on the information on the table. Whenever he was thinking seriously, he would keep tapping the table with his middle finger. Tap, tap, tap. It kept ringing. Chapter 562. In the magic herb market, a high-grade winterthorn grass is worth about 300 magic crystals. No matter how much the price rises, it is impossible to rise to 600 magic crystals per plant. A primary magic king grass is worth about 50 kohlers, so its price can easily rise to 100 kohlers per plant. In order to help the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain solve their economic difficulties, Roy stockpiled a large number of primary magic herbs in the warehouse. Therefore, when the imperial merchants came to Castletown port by ship, Roy made a lot of money. Earl Swinburne left half of the income from the mines on the Pagisto Plateau to Roy, hoping that he could use the money to form a half-elf mine guard. In fact, when Earl Swinburne promised this, he just hoped that Roy could firmly hold the 3 Spinel mines in the southern part of the Pagisto Plateau. Of course, if he could also hold the 2 Mithril mines in the Sedaso Mountains, it would be a surprise for Earl Swinburne. After all, the Silver Pegasus Legion at that time was really unable to deal with the headhunters on the Pagisto Plateau. No one expected that Roy would lead the mine guards to completely defeat the headhunters on the Pagisto Plateau and take over all the mines on the plateau in one go. The income from these mines can allow the mine guards to wear the standard armor of the Silver Moon Elf warriors. But Roy also has the business of primary magic herbs. In this way, Roy not only has spare money to transform the magic airship, but also purchase 5,000 sets of magic armor from the Silver Moon Elf armaments warehouse. Although these excellent quality magic armors are far inferior to the magic pattern structure, they are also the best armor sets that the elf guard can equip. Siagran did not evaluate Roy from the positive side. She only introduced Roy's primary magic herb trade. In addition, Roy himself is the governor of the Pagisto Plateau, which is enough to explain a lot of things. For example, Roy currently controls all the mines in the Pagisto Plateau. Earl Swinburne knows it, and it was he who made a promise to Roy in person. And Roy was running a business of primary magic herbs in the Partington Plain, and Earl Swinburne also knew that it was he who issued Roy a business license. But he never thought about these two things together, which led to his wrong understanding of Roy's current financial resources. Roy, is he so rich? Earl Swinburne took a deep breath and asked in confusion. Siagran sat in the chair and nodded slightly. Earl Swinburne looked at Miss Christine, who was now his assistant. Let Captain Berkeley in. Miss Christine hurried out of the office. Captain Berkeley was still waiting in the hall outside and had not left. Captain Berkeley knocked on the door, then pushed it open and walked into Earl Swinburne's office. Standing at the door, he asked guiltily, Mr. Earl, are you looking for me? Earl Swinburne nodded and waved to him, asking Captain Berkeley to sit in the chair next to Siagra. How many mine guards does Roy have on the Pagisto Plateau? Earl Swinburne asked Captain Berkeley. Captain Berkeley dared not hide anything about this matter. Besides, the number of Roy's troops on the Padstow Plateau had already been reported to the Padstow Silver Pegasus military headquarters. Captain Berkeley immediately replied, the number of mine guards Roy reported to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters was 10,000, but in fact, he currently has about 10,000 half-blood elf guards and 2,000 half-blood elf reserve soldiers in his hands. Because there are 12,000 Highland headhunter prisoners of war in the prisoner concentration camp in the Plateau City, there are about 8,000 half-blood elf soldiers stationed in the mine guards in the Plateau City. In addition, there are 4,000 elf soldiers responsible for encircling and suppressing the remaining headhunters on the Padstow Plateau. In addition, he had applied to General Kemfred to form a Highland Guard regiment of 5,000 elf warriors, but the application has not been approved, so the matter of the Guard regiment has been put on hold. Only then did Earl Swinburne remember that the number of half-blood elf warriors in the Partington Plain Mine Guard regiment was indeed reported to the Legion headquarters, but he just didn't remember it for a while. Captain Berkeley saw that Earl Swinburne didn't say anything, so he coughed lightly and added, now he has to detach an army to garrison the Sun Island Bay. Earl Swinburne found that the problem that had been bothering him for a long time seemed to be solved. He turned to Captain Berkeley and asked, "Is Roy in Padstow?" "Yes." Earl Swinburne waved to Captain Berkeley and said, "Bring him to see me." "Yes, I will go and inform him that he should be responsible for receiving the goods at the airport terminal." Captain Berkeley immediately stood up, turned around and walked out of the office quickly. Captain Berkeley rode on his horse and, led by 2 half-blood elf warriors, soon arrived at the airport terminal in Padstow. Roy was still sitting in the tea restaurant, sitting by the window, staring at the sea of trees in the distance. Captain Berkeley walked over, sat down opposite Roy, and said to him, "Some things can't be avoided. Sometimes, instead of being forced to accept, it may not be a bad thing to be proactive." "Got it, my attitude is absolutely correct this time." Since Captain Berkeley was sent to find him, Roy knew that he couldn't escape this time. "How is the Earl going to deal with this matter?" Roy continued to ask. Captain Berkeley said casually, "General Camfred has been driven out of the Partington Plain by him. I guess those half-elves will also be punished." Roy nodded and asked tentatively, "What does the Earl want me to do this time?" Captain Berkeley said, "I guess you will be sent to the outer islands of the Queen Islands and stationed there for a while." Roy scratched his head in embarrassment and whispered, "I only have so many mine guards, and they seem a little weak even on the plateau. How can I have the energy to station on the outer islands of the Queen Islands?" Captain Berkeley did not answer, but patted Roy on the shoulder and said, "I guess you can't escape this time. Anyway, you have to be mentally prepared." The two left the tea restaurant at the airport terminal and rode to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. Walking into the lobby of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters, the group of Silver Moon elves at the front desk of the lobby cast curious eyes at Roy. Captain Berkeley took Roy upstairs, and at the top staircase, Roy saw Miss Christine wearing a full set of thorn-tailed crystal lion leather armor. Roy waved to her and said hello, "Long time no see." Miss Christine smiled brightly and responded, "Long time no see, Captain Roy." Chapter 563. Roy remembered that the last time he saw Miss Christine was at the Castletown Elf Academy final dance at the beginning of the year. "Christine, you came to Padstow this time. You must let me show my hospitality," Roy said to Miss Christine with a smile. Miss Christine narrowed her eyes, like a Persian cat squatting on a closet. Then, "I want to see the night view of Padstow." She opened her beautiful blue eyes and whispered. Roy pointed inside and said, "Then, let's talk after the meeting." He then stood at the door of Earl Swinburne's office and knocked. Miss Christine followed behind Roy and whispered to him, "Hey, agree to whatever he asks for later. He has a lot of worries recently and his temper is a bit bad." It seems that the tips given to him by Captain Berkeley and Miss Christine seemed to have exactly the same meaning. With Miss Christine's tips, Roy took a deep breath and slowly walked into Earl Swinburne's office. Earl Swinburne sat behind his desk, flipping through a thick stack of documents. After seeing Roy, Earl Swinburne motioned Roy to sit down on the chair opposite the desk. Without even a polite opening greeting, Earl Swinburne put the documents in his hand on the table, raised his head, and said, "Roy, the Legion currently has 2 tasks." Earl Swinburne looked at Roy and continued, "The first task is that the supply fleet of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights of the Legion was blocked in Sheephorn Bay, and the Legion needs to rush to help immediately. At present, the 5th and 6th Silver Pegasus Knights are on their way to help. I want your mine guards to also take a boat to Sheephorn Bay to assist the 5th and 6th Silver Pegasus Knights in the battle. The second mission is that the outer islands of the Queen Islands need to be garrisoned by the guards, and the specific location is in the Eastern Islands. You can choose one of these 2 missions." Because of the tips from Captain Berkeley and Miss Christine, Roy said without thinking, "Then I want to go to Sheephorn Fjord." Earl Swinburne was a little surprised, and he said to Roy, "Tell me why you chose the first mission." "Do you need to give a reason?" Roy was a little dumbfounded. He chose the first mission because Earl Swinburne talked a lot when introducing this mission. In addition, he guessed that the supply fleet that was blocked by the Grey Dwarf bandits in Sheephorn Fjord was probably the Elven army heading to Golfedo. "After the trouble in Sheephorn Fjord is resolved, do we still have to go to Golfedo to perform the garrison mission?" Roy asked Earl Swinburne. "Yes." "Then I want to go to Sheephorn Fjord to participate in the war." Earl Swinburne hesitated for a moment. He originally hoped that Roy would agree to the second condition and take the mine guards to garrison on the outer islands of the Queen Islands. Earl Swinburne asked again, "Roy, how many half-blood elf warriors can you mobilize from the Pagisto Plateau?" "About 3,000 half-blood elf warriors can be mobilized." Roy thought for a while and said. Earl Swinburne shook his head and said, "I need you to bring at least 5,000 half-blood elf warriors from the Pagisto Plateau." Roy was a little embarrassed. The battlefield he was going to this time was Sheephorn Fjord, which was not anywhere in the Partington Plain. Once the headhunter prisoners of the Plateau City started a riot, this army would not be able to return to the Plateau City at all. Roy hesitated for a moment before saying, "The remaining mine guards cannot maintain the stability of the Pagisto Plateau. Lord Earl, I need to recruit some half-elf warriors to form a reserve regiment of mine guards." Earl Swinburne seemed to have expected Roy to say this, and agreed without thinking. "Okay, but you still have to take care of the military expenses yourself. Can the mine revenue on the Pagisto Plateau support it?" Roy nodded and answered frankly. "The mine revenue has been growing steadily in recent times, and some abandoned mines on the plateau will resume production one after another. The military expenses are still sufficient." Lord Swinburne asked, "How long will it take for the mine guards to get to Padstow by magic airship?" Roy replied, "I have to go back to the Highland City to bring them out, which will take about 3 days." Lord Swinburne continued, "You can go and get ready. The fleet will pick you up at the dock of Partington Island." Roy didn't want to take a medium-sized sailing ship to Sheephorn Fjord, mainly because those material supply ships had almost no combat power in front of the Grey Dwarf bandit warships, except that they ran a little faster. So he said, "There are several 3-masted sailing ships captured from the Grey Dwarves in the sheltered bay of Partington Island. These sailing ships have been transformed into magic airships. I want to take a 3-masted sea ship to Sheephorn Bay." Earl Swinburne knew that those ships were the spoils Roy captured during the naval battle of Queen of Winnie Islands. "Oh, you mean the 3-masted sailing ships you captured? If they have been transformed into magic airships, is it possible to sail in the air? In this case, we should be able to reach Sheephorn Bay soon." Roy responded, "If these magic airships are to sail in the sky, they need to find a suitable wind layer. In addition, the elves have always been very resistant to this kind of magic technology product from the Dwarf Kingdom. I don't want to leave the magic airships in the elf continent, because I am afraid of causing some bad comments." Earl Swinburne waved his hand and said, "The matter of finding a suitable wind layer can be completed by the Silver Pegasus Knight. As for your concern that the magic airship will be opposed by the Silver Moon Elves, then find a route in the sea, and don't let them see it. Isn't it good?" "I can try," Roy agreed. The conversation between Earl Swinburne and Roy ended quickly. Roy received the order and needed to take the magic airship back to the Highland City as soon as possible. As a result, the plan to visit Padstow at night with Miss Christine was completely ruined. Roy left Earl Swinburne's office and said apologetically to Miss Christine, who was sitting outside, "Sorry, Christine, I'm afraid I don't have time to accompany you to visit Padstow. I'm going to take the magic airship and rush back to the Highland City." "It's okay, there will be opportunities in the future." Miss Christine sat on a chair outside, with a forced smile on her face. Roy still remembered the first time he met Miss Christine. At that time, she was a noble lady of the Silver Moon Elf, with arrogance and picky eyes. No matter where she went, she would put on a superior attitude. She seemed to have changed a lot in the past few days. She became extremely introverted, and the aristocratic aura on her body became more gentle. "Actually, do you want to go to the Plateau City with me?" Roy had already walked into the corridor, but he couldn't help it in the end, and turned back to ask, "Is it okay?" Miss Christine's eyes became a little bright. "It will take about 3 days to return to Padstow City. Do you think the time allows it?" Roy asked hesitantly. In fact, he secretly regretted it. "Isn't this asking for trouble?" "I'm fine," Miss Christine responded readily. "Then follow me." Having said that, Roy could only bite the bullet and agree. When Miss Christine and Roy rode away from the Silver Pegasus military headquarters, Earl Swinburne stood on the high terrace, holding the railing with both hands, and watching them disappear into the gradually darkening street. The sky gradually darkened, and the half-blood elf porters at the airport terminal finished their day's work, and walked out of the airport terminal one after another. A group of half-blood elf crew members also mixed in the crowd, preparing to leave the airport terminal and go to the tavern outside to have a drink and relax. Now there are some taverns in Padstow. In addition to beer and fruit wine, these taverns even sell diluted life sap. Adding a little life sap to the wine will quickly relieve the elves' fatigue and is very popular among the elves. Before these half-blood elf crew members walked out of the airport terminal, they saw Roy and a Silver Moon elf lady standing in front of the airport terminal with horses. When Roy saw the half-blood elf crew members, he immediately waved to them and ordered, "You guys go and find all the members on the ship immediately." "Where is your captain?" "The captain is still on the airship," an elf half-blood crew member answered. Roy put the reins in his hand and took Miss Christine to the platform along the spiral staircase built around the oak tree. Sure enough, the captain was on the deck, checking the ropes of the airship sails one by one. When he saw Roy walk from the platform to the deck, he immediately stopped what he was doing and saluted Roy. "There is an urgent task. Gather all the crew members immediately. I will go to the Plateau City immediately," Roy said to the half-elf captain. The crew was quickly called back. As the floating devices started up one after another, the crew untied the ropes tied to the platform, and the magic airship slowly climbed to the sky. Roy and Miss Christine stood on the side of the ship. The sea of trees in Padstow City was hidden in the darkness. Those lights were like stars in the night sky. Every place that was lit up had a treehouse. When entering the wind stratum, Miss Christine still felt it was quite novel. She stood on the deck, wrapped in a thin blanket, curiously looking at the huge ball sail that moved the entire magic airship. She even wanted to climb up to the high observation deck. The magic airship arrived at the Plateau City at noon the next day. It was the first time for Miss Christine to live in such a narrow cabin. She slept very well that night. When she lifted the blanket covering her head, she saw that the outside of the window was particularly dazzling. There was a clanging sound on the deck of the airship, and even noisy shouts from the crew. "Starboard, the output of the starboard floating device has decreased a little, and the hull is a little tilted. Hurry up and take in the sail. What are you still hesitating about?" Miss Christine sat up from the bed, and her head hit the ceiling as expected. She lowered her head and jumped off the bed lightly, then ran barefoot to the round window and looked out through the window. She saw the magic airship sinking continuously, and about to sink into the thick sea of clouds. Then, the glass window was covered by a thick fog, and nothing could be seen clearly. Miss Christine sat on the empty lower bunk, put on the magic pattern structure of the thorn-tail crystalline skin, combed her hair carefully, and then pushed open the cabin door and walked out. "You actually built a city here?" Miss Christine gathered her long hair that was blown by the wind and looked at the city on the edge of the wilderness. The dozens of meters high city wall formed a solid barrier. Roy smiled and shook his head and said, "For the elves, a place without the Tree of Life cannot be called a city at all." "Are those the headhunters of Pagisto Plateau?" Miss Christine pointed to the headhunter prisoners, who were carrying a pile of hollow bricks on their shoulders, and climbing up to the roof step by step along the sampan on the scaffolding. "Yes, don't look at them as pitiful now. They were the nightmare of countless half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau." Roy leaned his hands on the side of the ship, looked at the headhunter prisoners, who were drowsy under the scorching sun, and continued to introduce. At that time, just after the Pagisto Plateau was completely out of the control of Baron Alvis, the mine owners on the plateau had a huge gap in demand for miners, and the refined metal ingots could only be piled up in the warehouse. In order to maintain the normal operation of the mine, some mine owners continued to supplement the elf miners. At that time, Padstow was occupied by the Silver Pegasus Legion, and the mine owners were afraid to avoid it, and did not dare to have any contact with Padstow. So they set their sights on these plateau headhunters. After establishing enough trust with the plateau headhunters, these mine owners commissioned the plateau headhunters to hunt the half-blood elves. Soon the headhunters started the slave hunting operation on the Padstow Plateau. At the beginning, their targets were basically half-blood elves living alone in the wild valleys. Later, when such solitary half-blood elves could no longer be found, they began to target elven villages with only a few residents, capturing strong male elves, killing old elves and children directly, and then burning down the entire village. Miss Christine's pupils shrank slightly, and she was so scared that her breathing became rapid. Living on the elven continent, she had never seen such a cruel thing, even though she had experienced the naval battle of Queen Winnie Islands. How could they do such a thing? Don't you understand why they are so cruel? Actually, this is also the law of the jungle, Roy said calmly. In fact, he also told Miss Christine about the fights in the Spinel mines. If she had heard those stories, I wonder what she would think. A group of half-blood elves were waiting on the platform of the airport terminal. The half-blood elf captain hung a flag on the ship's tower. On the fluttering flag was embroidered a simple symbol in the shape of a hill. Chapter 564. When the half-blood elves on the airport dock saw the flag raised on the deck of the magic airship, someone immediately ran to the highest point of the airport tower and blew a horn made of wild bull horns. Woo! The low voice had a strong penetrating power. When the half-blood elf warriors on the city wall heard the horn, they looked up at the sky almost at the same time. The half-blood elves in the city also put down their books, stood up one by one, and looked up at the magic airship landing in the sky. Even Mulin came out of the office and stood on a terrace on the second floor of the city hall, looking at the magic airship in the distance. Christine walked up the stairs to the rooftop and leaned against the railing at the corner of the ship. She looked at Roy standing at the bow, holding the bronze argali with one hand. The green half-elf figure in her original impression suddenly became taller. The magic airship docked in front of the platform of the airport terminal. Roy walked down from the high tower of the airport terminal and saw Mulin riding a horse to the gate of the airport terminal. She shouted to Roy, who was more than 10 meters away, "Roy, how is that matter going?" Roy knew what Mulin was asking about, and immediately responded loudly, "It's done. You can't guess how exaggerated it is, but I don't have time to tell you in detail now." Roy walked and said loudly, "Go to the guard camp to gather 5,000 elf warriors. I plan to take them to the Sheephorn Fjord in the Elf Continent to participate in a rescue operation. I will take the magic airship back here at this time tomorrow, and let them prepare for the long journey before the trip. At that time, the airship will not stay in the Plateau City for too long, and I hope they can board the ship quickly." Mulin asked Roy, "Is there going to be another war in the Elven Continent?" Roy replied, "Well, a group of grey dwarf bandits appeared in Sheephorn Fjord, and their fleet blocked the estuary of the fjord. Our Mine Guard Group's mission is to go to Sheephorn Fjord and assist the 5th and 6th Silver Pegasus Knights in fighting these grey dwarf warriors." After Roy explained this, he turned and walked towards the tower. "Got it. Where are you going?" Mulin hurriedly followed behind and asked. "The north coast pier of Sun Island Bay. I plan to drive out all the magic airships moored at the pier," Roy explained. He raised his right hand and shook it casually at Mulin behind him. At this time, Mulin found a strange figure on the magic airship above her head. She asked her assistant with some doubt, "Am I dazzled? Why do I see a silver moon elf lady on the magic airship?" "Lord Mulin, you are right. There is indeed a silver moon elf standing on the ship building of the magic airship above," the deputy responded in a low voice. Seeing Roy walking up the stairs of the tower step by step, Mulin couldn't help but complain, "Roy is really a troublemaker. He just defeated the Sea Beast Priest in the Sun Island Bay, and he is going back to the Elf Continent to participate in the naval battle in the Sheephorn Bay." The deputy beside him didn't dare to respond at this time. The only elf who dared to complain about Boss Roy in public was Lord Mulin. "Isn't Boss Roy back? Where are the others?" Timothy, the leader of the assassin group, rushed to the airport terminal, and could only see the magic airship rising slowly above his head. "Here. And gone again." Mulin couldn't help rolling his eyes and said. There were many half-blood elves standing outside the airport terminal. They were all half-blood elf warriors, who had secretly escaped from the army, waiting for news from Padstow City outside the airport terminal. However, Roy came and went in a hurry, and did not mention any news related to the escape from the army. Mulin called out to Captain Timothy, who was about to leave. She walked up to Captain Timothy and told him, "Oh Timothy, go and gather the Dark Moon Elf warriors of the assassins. Before noon tomorrow, I don't care how many you can gather, but make sure they are all ready for the long journey." Captain Timothy took a deep breath and said, "What? Are we going to fight again so soon?" Mulin nodded and whispered, "This time we are going back to the Elf Continent to fight a naval battle with the Grey Dwarf bandits. You assassins must gather at least 5 squadrons to go back with Roy." Back then on the Reef West Islands, the assassins had shown their powerful combat power. At present, at least half of the Dark Moon Elf warriors of the assassins are scattered all over the Pagisto Plateau, cooperating with the Griffin Cavalry to eliminate those small groups of plateau headhunters hiding in the deep mountains and swamps. If Captain Timothy wants these Dark Moon Elf warriors to return to the Plateau City before noon tomorrow, he can only search in the wild plains, the northern area of Sedeso, the east side of the Caldam Mountains, and the southern end of the Jiashi Mountains, which are not far from the Plateau City, and he also needs the support of the Griffin Cavalry. "Well, I go and gather some people right away," Captain Timothy agreed. The magic airship that Roy was riding on continued to sail towards the Sun Island Fjord. The magic airship only stopped for a short while in the Plateau City, but it allowed Christine to look down at the entire Plateau City. The magic airship passed through the southern part of the Pagisto Plateau, and naturally there was scenery along the way. As the magic airship rushed into the southern part of the plateau with crisscrossing valleys, many of the tops of the mountains were bare, and there were countless gravels at the foot of the mountains. Only on the mountainside could a touch of green be seen. Only the southern part of the plateau has many mountains with such landforms. The mountains here are generally not very high, and there is no snow on the top of the mountain. After the magic airship entered the wind layer, when the sails on the 3 masts were all inflated, the flying speed was still very fast. The only disadvantage was that the wind layer was very cold, and only the cabin was relatively warm. When the magic airship bypassed the barrier like Griffin Barrier Mountains. Half a day later, the magic airship came to the sky above the Sun Island Bay. Miss Christine could clearly see the blue sea under her feet through the glass window. The sea was surrounded by a piece of land, like two giant arms, holding the sea tightly in their arms. When the weather was good, the Sun Island Bay was as crystal clear as a huge sapphire, and the coral reefs on the seabed could even reflect some colorful colors. On the airship, Christine couldn't even see the boundary between the sky and the sea in the distance. This sea was more vast than she had imagined. As the magic airship slowly descended, it finally hit the sea surface with a bang, splashing huge waves several meters high. Then the magic airship shook violently back and forth on the sea surface for several times before slowly stabilizing. The half-blood elf crew members skillfully raised the sails, and driven by the sea breeze, the magic airship slowly approached the North Coast Pier. It is much easier for a magic airship to adjust its direction in the sea than in the wind layer. For magic airships are moored at the pier of the North Coast Harbor, and a row of flying fish boats are moored in the shallow water area of the pier. Some half-blood elves drove this canoe into the sea. They only have two ways of fishing: sea fishing with fish hooks, and diving into the sea to hunt big fish with harpoons. Roy and Miss Christine got off the boat. The half-blood elves on the dock seemed a little reserved when they saw Roy. These half-blood elves had been living in the Sun Island Bay. Before the Sun Island fishmen were driven away by the mine guards, they basically did not dare to approach this coastline. Although many of these half-blood elves have the inheritance of animal trainers, and can make griffins their partners, as long as they appear in the coastline, they will be attacked by the Sun Island fishmen. This time, Roy led the mine guards to drive away the fishmen from Sun Island, so that they could fish in the bay. Many half-blood elves knew Roy. On the beach not far from the pier, the half-blood elves set up rows of wooden racks with some dried fish hanging on them. Roy stopped a half-blood elf on the pier and asked him, "Where is the village chief of Teprado?" The half-blood elf was a little flustered, not knowing what to do with his hands and feet, and stammered, "The village chief is handling things in the village." The half-blood elves of Sun Island have always lived in seclusion. They rarely come into contact with the outside world. When faced with Roy's inquiries, they will be very nervous. Roy came to the North Coast Pier of Sun Island Bay this time to take away the 4 magic airships parked at the pier, so he had to say hello to the village chief Teprado before leaving. "Let's go find it," Roy said, and walked towards the newly built elf village in the jungle north of the pier. Miss Christine looked around curiously. When instructor Nora led the adventure team to climb the number 3 pass of the Griffin Barrier Mountains, everyone knew that there was a sea in the south of the jungle, but standing on the Griffin Barrier Mountain, they could only see a vague coastline. Now she was standing on the dock by the sea, and she was also very curious about this jungle. Roy walked into this new elf village for the first time. The village was built on the edge of the jungle. The toadfish cavalry summoned the sea tides several times to impact the jungle on the north shore, leaving the edge of the jungle full of broken or uprooted trees. After passing through this dead tree area and entering a lush rainforest to the north, you will see some wooden houses built on trees. Rows of long poles were set up under many wooden houses, and the long poles were full of fish meat. The biggest difference between the half-blood elves and the silver moon elves is that they are not opposed to eating fish. And many half-blood elves in the village contain griffins, and these griffins actually like to eat fish. "Boss Roy, how can I help you?" The village chief Teprado probably learned about Roy's arrival from other half-blood elves, and he walked out of a tree house. "I will take a mine guard group to the elf continent, and I will hand over the Plateau City to Mulin. Captain Teprado, your vacation in the Sun Island Bay is over, and you will be responsible for the security of the surrounding areas of the Pagisto Plateau." "I follow your orders, Boss Roy," the village chief of Teprado said. Miss Christine stood behind Roy. She found that when the half-blood elves in the village looked at Roy, their eyes were full of admiration and gratitude. Roy chatted with the village chief of Teprado for a few words, and then returned to the North Coast Pier. 5 magic sailboats were lined up on the pier, and the half-blood elf crew had returned to the sea ship to wait. These crews should have known that the magic airship was about to set off, and the half-blood elves on the pier carried the dried fish on the beach to the magic airship. The 5 captains of the magic airships were waiting at the dock. When they saw Roy coming back, they all came to greet him. "Have all the crew members gathered?" Roy walked up to the 5 captains and asked. "Boss, we are all ready." The 5 half-blood elves answered in unison. They were all half-blood elf warriors of the mine guards. They were promoted to captains of magic airships by Roy because they stood out in the navigation training. "Then we will set off immediately. The first stop is the Plateau City." Roy didn't want to wait a moment. The 5 magic airships arrived at the Plateau City as scheduled, and it was already the afternoon of the next day. 5,000 mine guards were waiting outside the airport terminal of the Plateau City. The half-blood elf warriors leaned against the wall and sat in the shade beside the city wall. Mullen stood alone on the observation deck at the top of the airport tower. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the fleet of magic airships broke through the clouds and slowly descended. She picked up a flag and waved it towards the sky. The elf guard standing on the city wall also saw the magic airships, and then a low horn sounded from the airport terminal. The half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guard group heard the horn sound, stood up from the shade of the corner, and looked towards the sky. There was a magic airship parked in front of the tower of the airport terminal. All the materials on the magic airship had been moved down. The airport terminal was currently out of service, and everything had to give way to the mission of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Roy got off the magic airship and immediately asked the 5,000 elf warriors waiting outside the airport terminal to line up to board the ship. Currently, there are 6 magic airships docked at the airport terminal. Each magic airship is fully loaded with 800 elf warriors to transport 5,000 elf warriors to Padstow City at the same time. A magic airship carrying 800 elf warriors is already fully loaded. In this state, the 12 floating devices are almost running at maximum power, and the speed of burning magic crystals is also quite terrifying. In order to take as many elf warriors as possible, Roy dumped all the cargo that can be unloaded on the magic airship at the airport terminal of the Plateau City. What surprised Roy was that the Dark Moon Elf warriors of the Assassin Corps almost monopolized a magic airship. Roy boarded the magic airship and saw Captain Timothy. He then realized that he had recalled more than 700 Dark Moon Elf warriors from all over the Padstow Plateau in one day. This time, Captain Timothy led the Assassin Corps alone, and Deputy Captain Tennyson failed to return in time. One after another, the magic airships left the Plateau City. After the magic airships rose into the sky, they flew straight to the city of Padstow. Those half-blood elf warriors, who boarded the magic airships, wore excellent quality magic armor, with storm swords hanging on their waists, and enchanted elven longbows on their backs. The silver armor shone brightly in the sun. Chapter 565. On the way to Padstow City, Roy did not return to the original magic airship. He stayed on the magic airship that the Dark Moon Elf warriors were on. The 720 Dark Moon Elf warriors were summoned to the airship deck by Captain Timothy. So many Dark Moon Elf warriors made the deck seem crowded. The magic airship continued to rise, and the temperature around it was getting lower and lower. The 720 Dark Moon Elf warriors looked up at the ship's tower. Roy stood on the observation deck on the top of the ship's tower, holding the railing with both hands. The cold wind made his face red. Feeling the magic airship gradually stabilize, Roy touched his dry throat. He had been talking loudly recently, and his throat became a little hoarse. Roy looked at the Dark Moon Elf warriors on the deck and said to everyone, "When you become a member of the assassin group, it actually means that you have regained your freedom." After saying this, the Dark Moon Elf warriors sitting on the deck looked at each other. Many Dark Moon Elf warriors were thinking about what Boss Roy meant by this. Some Dark Moon Elf warriors looked at the leader Timothy and found that Timothy was also at a loss. Roy continued, "This time, our mine guards will go to the Sheephorn Fjord near the port of Muriaki. The Sheephorn Fjord is located in the north of the west coast of the Elf continent and is the outlet of the port of Muriaki." He paused for a moment. Every time he spoke, the cold wind would rush into his mouth fiercely, so Roy wanted to slow down after speaking. Roy continued, "Even if I don't take the map, everyone should know where the port of Muriaki is." "That's right. From the port of Muriaki, take a boat and continue north. It will only take 2 days to sail to the port of St. Margaret on the west coast of the Evernight Forest in the Dark Moon Elf Kingdom." The Dark Moon Elves sitting on the deck cried out in surprise. Roy smiled and said to the Dark Moon Elves, "If you want to go home, you can leave the assassins at any time. Of course, I hope that even if you are ready to leave, it is best to defeat those Grey Dwarf bandits in Sheephorn Fjord before leaving." A group of Dark Moon Elves looked at Captain Timothy. Captain Timothy could only stand up and asked Roy, "Boss Roy, are you going to disband the assassins?" Roy laughed and said loudly, "That's not the case. The assassins will not disband. The purpose of my saying these words is just to remind anyone who misses home to remember to leave after receiving the military pay. You are free. Just submit a resignation report to Captain Timothy before leaving." A group of Dark Moon Elves immediately shouted, "We didn't say we were leaving. In fact, life in the Assassin seems to be more meaningful than any other time in the past. We also want to stay." Roy stood on the ship's tower and motioned for everyone to be quiet. Then he said to the Dark Moon Elf warriors on the ship, Okay, I'm not going to drive you away. I hope you can stay in the Mine Guard group. But I have to remind you that you are free Dark Moon Elves and can leave the assassin group at any time. Remember to take your military expenses with you when you leave. Every time you carry out a mission, your leader will record some achievements for you. These achievements, when accumulated, will be a considerable amount of military expenses. After saying this, Roy did not stay on the ship. Captain Timothy also organized the Dark Moon Elf warriors to return to the cabin below the deck in an orderly manner. Is it a bit strange? Why do I say this? Roy sat on the sofa in the captain's room and asked Captain Timothy, who followed him in from behind. Captain Timothy was indeed full of doubts. Roy spread out a map on the coffee table in the lounge area, pointed to the circle drawn with red lines on it, and said, Murayaki Port is very close to St. Margaret Port. If the warriors want to go home, let them go. Because the next mission may not be so free, but I can't refuse it. He didn't ask Captain Timothy what the next mission was, but just looked at Golfito silently. Since they had gone to Yongju Bay, Roy wanted to go to Golfito. After all, it was the headquarters of the Statue of Liberty in the Elf Continent, and there was also a door leading to the Dark Land. High Priest Reed is now in the world inside that door. At dusk on the third day, 6 magic airships arrived at the airport terminal of Padstow City as scheduled. Those half-blood elf warriors, wearing silver armor, attracted the attention of many half-blood elves. When these magic airships entered the airport terminal one by one, the whole city of Padstow was shocked. Bernard Ziazzo, who was hiding in the apple orchard in the suburbs, looked at the magic airships floating in the sky and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they have been relatively well-behaved recently. If they really make trouble in Padstow, they might be suppressed by the elf warriors on these magic airships in the sky. The magic airship stopped in front of the tower, and Miss Christine got off the magic airship. Roy's magic airship was still behind, so he did not get off with her. Earl Swinburne was already waiting at the airport terminal. When he saw his daughter Christine getting off the magic airship, he called her over and asked gently, "How do you feel about this trip on the magic airship?" Miss Christine answered very objectively, "It feels very novel. Although it is not as flexible as the Silver Pegasus, it can transport a large number of infantry regiments." Earl Swinburne sneered and said self-deprecatingly, "The Silver Moon Elves do not accept the magic airship, a product of Hextech magic technology. In fact, they are unwilling to recognize the talents of the goblin inventors of that period. Now the manufacturing drawings of magic airships have been continuously modified by dwarf engineers. The magic floating technology has become very mature. These large magic airships are also very convenient to use, but some guys just can't accept it." As he was talking, Earl Swinburne, who was standing on the tower, saw that the half-blood elf warriors on the magic airships were almost all wearing silver armor. He said in surprise, "It seems that Roy is really rich. He actually equipped these half-blood elf warriors with excellent quality magic armor." Ahem. Miss Christine coughed twice, and then said to Earl Swinburne, "I saw those headhunter prisoners." "What prisoners? Do you mean those Highland headhunters?" Earl Swinburne suddenly remembered. Miss Christine nodded and whispered, "Well, he built a concentration camp in the Highland city, and there are many prisoners in the concentration camp." Earl Swinburne now understood the implication of his daughter's words. "Are you worried that if I transfer his mine guards to the battlefield of the Elf Continent, the defense of the Plateau City will be empty?" Miss Christine blinked and said nothing. Earl Swinburne smiled heartily, and said to Miss Christine, "Don't worry, Roy's influence in the Partington Plain is much greater than we expected. As long as he wants to recruit half-blood elf warriors, he can easily recruit them." Soon, the magic airship that Roy was riding also arrived at the airport terminal in Padstow. Earl Swinburne met with the 6 half-elf captains, who were in charge of driving the magic airship on the platform of the airport terminal, and then left in a hurry. Roy had already inquired that the portal on the central square would not be opened until after dark, and that was the order for entering Partington Island from Padstow City. Rambo brought Roy 20 boxes of magic crystals. These magic crystals were the source of magic power for the magic airship's floating device. The magic airship had to fly directly from Padstow City to Sheephorn Fjord, and it was unknown how many magic crystals would be burned along the way. In addition, after entering the Sheephorn Fjord, it does not mean that these magic airships will be anchored on the sea. In Roy's battle plan, these magic airships will participate in this naval battle. The advantage of magic airships is, of course, that they can float in the air and shoot downwards. For this reason, Roy also prepared a batch of enchanted elven longbows for the half-blood elf warriors. The arrows used by the half-blood elf warriors are also high-quality armor-piercing arrows that Roy bought from the military supply warehouse in Castletown City. After everything was ready, the magic airships lined up and flew to the central square. This low-altitude flight made the scene in the air of the central square somewhat shocking. The magic airships passed through the portal of the central square one after another, and appeared in the belly of the mountain of Partington Island. This time, The magic airships turned on their propulsion devices and drove them along the narrow mountain cracks to drill out of the belly of Partington Island. These magic airships first arrived at the shelter bay. There were 3 modified magic airships anchored on the sea surface of the shelter bay. Roy organized 9 magic airships into a team and arranged 600 elf warriors on each magic airship so that the living environment of the elf warriors would be slightly more relaxed. Chapter 566. Partington Island is just behind the Queen Uni Islands. The Silver Pegasus Corps built a warehouse on the island to store military supplies. Usually, the military supplies needed by the Queen Uni Islands military are almost all transported from the warehouse on Partington Island. In addition, there are many supplies stored in Padstow City. The 6 magic airships were fully loaded and did not stop in Padstow City. After the magic airships arrived at Partington Island, Roy redistributed 5,000 elf warriors to the 9 magic airships. In this way, each magic airship can also be replenished with some food and military supplies. In order to maximize the combat effectiveness of the mine guards, Earl Swinburne handed Roy a blank material application form, and the name of Earl Swinburne was signed at the end of the list. Roy had heard from Captain Berkeley that there was a military material warehouse on Partington Island. The warehouse was located in a secret stone chamber in the mountain belly of Partington Island. Roy, led by a logistics officer, walked into the stone chamber carved out of the inner wall of the mountain belly. The heavy iron door was as high as a 2-story building. However, the logistics officer put his hands on the 2 stone doors and pushed them slightly. The huge stone door opened easily with a rustling sound. A Silver Moon Elf infantry squadron was stationed in this warehouse. They usually stayed in the warehouse. The person in charge of the warehouse was a Silver Moon Elf officer. He looked very young and was very cheerful and talkative. He heard that the officer who came to the warehouse to collect supplies this time was Roy, the boss of the Partington plane. He actually took Roy into the warehouse in person and introduced the various military supplies in the warehouse to him. Basically, they can be divided into several categories such as weapons, equipment, and consumables. The warehouse was divided into several areas, which made Roy a little dazzled. Because he had a blank list of supplies in his hand, he thought everything he saw in the warehouse was good and wanted to take it away. When passing by a row of weapon racks, the Silver Moon Elf officer smiled at Roy. "Roy, you are from Castletown Elf College, right?" "Yes, but it's a bit embarrassing to say that I haven't graduated from Castletown Elf College yet." Roy touched his nose and responded awkwardly. "I also came from the Castletown Elf Academy. You should call me senior," the Silver Moon Elf officer said familiarly. "The long swords on the weapon rack here are all excellent quality weapons. They are the best quality weapons in the warehouse. If you need long swords, it's best to take the ones on this row of weapon racks." Roy looked at the Silver Moon Elf officer with gratitude, and then said, "Senior, I'm not going to apply for weapons and armaments this time. I plan to apply for a batch of armor-piercing arrows." The Silver Moon Elf officer smiled and said to Roy, "The armor-piercing arrows are in the consumables area, not here. I take you there." The Silver Moon Elf officer took Roy through a corridor and came to another door. After pushing open the stone door, the items inside seemed to be quite varied. Many of them were placed in boxes, and only one sample was placed on the front shelf. "How many armor-piercing arrows are you going to apply for?" 1 million. Roy said. "Senior, is the number of armor-piercing arrows a bit too much?" The Silver Moon Elf leader was speechless and asked curiously, "How many archers do you have? You actually want to apply for 1 million armor-piercing arrows?" Roy applied for 1 million armor-piercing arrows. Although this number seems large, in fact, if this batch of armor-piercing arrows is evenly distributed to 5,000 elf warriors, each elf warrior can only get 4 pots of arrows. In addition to 1 million armor-piercing arrows, Roy also applied for ordinary arrowheads and tail feathers, and 10 wooden boxes of arrow shafts. As long as there is a chance to retrieve the damaged armor-piercing arrows, the half-blood elf warriors will pick them up and repair them. These arrow accessories of ordinary quality are actually the largest inventory of materials. Some other materials can also be seen in the material warehouse. On the shelves against the wall are various kinds of magic potions, boxes of elf biscuits, first aid bandages, etc. 5,000 elf warriors. Roy said casually. "That's fine. I will arrange for people to move these armor-piercing arrows out, and you can choose." After the Silver Moon Elf officer arranged for the men to carry the armor-piercing arrows, he led Roy forward. If there was life tree juice, Roy would have liked to get some, but unfortunately there was none in the warehouse. Walking a little deeper into the warehouse, Roy saw some big things covered with rainproof cloth. He couldn't tell what was inside. The rainproof cloth was covered with dust, as if no one had cared for a long time. Roy smelled a smell of grease nearby, so he pointed at the big things covered with rainproof cloth and asked curiously, "What are those?" "Shipborne crossbow," said the Silver Moon Elf official. A warehouse manager walked over, cut the rope tied on it with a dagger, and lifted the rainproof cloth. A shipborne crossbow with grease on the surface came into Roy's eyes. This crossbow is a little special. There is only a single leg bracket underneath. This is different from the bed crossbow with 4 wheels. This single leg bracket can only be used normally if it is firmly fixed on the deck. Roy walked over and casually shook the hand wheel on it, and easily turned the crossbow in one direction. The adjustable rotation angle of this shipborne crossbow can reach 180 degrees, and the adjustable angle of the pitch bracket is about 60 degrees. It can shoot a medium-sized crossbow arrow each time, which is very similar to the whale guns on some ships, but a little smaller. "Why? Are you interested in these shipborne crossbows?" The Silver Moon Elf officer came over and asked. Roy nodded and said, "This time we are going to the Sheephorn Bay to fight the Grey Dwarf bandits, and this crossbow can be installed on the magic airship." The Silver Moon Elf officer walked to the shelf opposite, opened the box cover with force, and pursed his lips to signal Roy. "The magic crossbows here are used with shipborne crossbows. The only disadvantage is that these crossbows are all captured by us. Once these magic crossbows are used up, it will be very troublesome to replenish them." There were notes, with elven words on the magic crossbows. Roy took a closer look and saw words such as explosion, penetration, and freezing on the notes. "Senior, I want to apply for 40 shipborne crossbows," Roy said to the Silver Moon Elf officer. "Then write it on the list. Go to the back. There are magic potions there," the Silver Moon Elf officer said to Roy. After walking around the material warehouse, Roy took out the blank application form, filled in 1 million armor-piercing arrows, 40 shipborne crossbows, and 500 boxes of elf biscuits on the material application form, and handed it to the Silver Moon Elf officer. "I thought you would apply for some magic potions. The price of magic potions has risen a bit outrageously recently." The Silver Moon Elf officer looked at the few words on the material application form, and whispered a reminder. Roy quickly responded, "Senior, I have a potion workshop in Castletown City. I have no shortage of magic potions." The military supplies Roy applied for were not many, and soon these supplies were delivered to the beach of Shelter Bay. At present, there is only one 3-masted sailing ship in Shelter Bay that has not been transformed into a magic airship. The floating device of this 3-masted sailing ship has been installed, and the old dwarf Mags is debugging the propulsion device with 4 dwarf apprentices. Roy came to the stern of the 3-masted sailing ship, looked up and shouted to the old dwarf Mags standing on the scaffolding, "Maggins, I need your help, right now, very urgent." "Boss Roy, just tell me what you need, Mags is willing to serve you." The old dwarf Mags stood on the wooden frame, poked his head out, and shouted to Roy standing on the beach. Roy pointed to the shipborne crossbows covered with rainproof cloth on the beach and shouted, "I want you to help install these shipborne crossbows on the magic airship." The old dwarf Mags took off his gloves, stuffed them into his bib pockets, walked to the beach, lifted the tarpaulin, checked the shipborne crossbows covered by the tarpaulin, and said, "Oh, this is easy. Oh, these shipborne crossbows seem to be made by dwarves. This is even easier." In fact, the decks of those 3-masted sailing ships have already reserved installation holes. We only need to use long screws to install these shipborne crossbows, the old dwarf Mags said confidently, and patted his chest. Under Mags's leadership, the half-elf crew on the magic airship installed the shipborne crossbows on the magic airship overnight. Each magic airship can be equipped with 4 shipborne crossbows. As the old dwarf Mags said, the shipborne crossbows can be installed on the side of the ship. During the time when Roy was preparing military supplies, Miss Christine rode on the Silver Pegasus and checked the wind flow layer in the nearby high altitude. Although there was no time to find a high altitude route suitable for magic airships, she found a suitable wind flow layer. After the shipborne crossbows were installed, Roy gave an order, and 9 magic airships took off at the same time. After entering the wind flow layer, they sailed all the way north. After 2 days and 1 night, the 9 magic airships led by Roy successfully arrived at Yangju Fjord. Chapter 567. About 10 nautical miles east of the exit of Yangju Fjord, there is an L-shaped island. This island is like a mountain emerging from the deep sea. There are no shallows or islands around the island. The island is surrounded by cliffs as high as 100 meters. There are a large number of white-headed birds' nests on these cliffs. On the 100-meter high cliff, there is a blade-shaped mountain. Although there are no trees on the mountain, It is covered with a thick layer of needle grass. Some short shrubs grow in the cracks of the rocks. These shrubs will grow red fruits as big as the nail of the little finger. This red fruit tastes sour and astringent, and is slightly poisonous. If you eat too much, your mouth will feel numb, and you will drool from the corners of your mouth. But this small red fruit is one of the favorite foods of the white-headed birds. The diet of the white-headed birds is quite diverse. They can eat the seeds of needle grass and also like to eat the mullet in the sea, but they prefer the core of this red fruit on the island. The Silver Moon Elf Knights of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights are stationed on the gentle slope of the mountain on the north side of the island. There is no way to set up tents here. The Silver Moon Elf Knights dragged their tired bodies and got into the sleeping bags fixed on the grass. They have half a day to rest well. The timely assistance of the 5th and 6th Silver Pegasus Knights calmed their bad mood. Those Silver Pegasus were also on the grassy hillside, eating the needle grass on the mountain. Nearly 3,000 Silver Moon Elf guards were distributed on the top of the island's 100-meter-high cliff, always monitoring the fleet of gray dwarf robbers on the sea. The waves kept hitting the cliffs below, and a large number of broken medium-sized sailboats piled up on the seashore. At least half of the medium-sized sailboats turned into ashes in the fire, and the medium-sized sailboats that were burned into wreckage were scattered into pieces of charred planks, floating on the sea near the edge of the island. The huge waves smashed the charred wood onto the rocks, and some of the connected wooden boards were soon broken apart. When the Silver Moon Elf Guard and the logistics transport team were attacked by the Grey Dwarf bandit fleet, it was just before dawn. At that time, the Silver Moon Elves hurriedly retreated to this peak-like island. It was the Silver Pegasus Knights who flew to the top of the cliff first and lowered a series of soft ladders, allowing the Silver Moon Elf Guards to abandon the ship and climb up the rope ladder to the island 100 meters high. The material transport team carried a large amount of military supplies, and the supplies moved to the island were less than one-third of the total supplies. All medium-sized sailing ships were abandoned on the steep rocky beaches around the island. However, the soldiers of the Silver Moon Elf Guard abandoned their ships and landed on the island at the first time, and all survived. The Grey Dwarf bandits appeared in the Sheephorn Fjord and intercepted the fleet of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion on Io Island. In fact, the local Silver Moon Elf nobles in the Sheephorn Fjord received the news at the first time. However, the local army here had become a decoration long ago. The young Silver Moon Elves joined the army simply because the uniforms they wore looked cooler. The security guards of Sheephorn Fjord had not even been trained for a long time. It might be possible to let them ride horses as a guard of honor, but the Silver Moon Elves did not have the courage to go out to sea and fight against the Grey Dwarf bandits. After the three major elven races of Dark Moon Elves, Silver Moon Elves, and Wood Elves split, the elven continent was divided into three. Peace on the elven continent has lasted for nearly 1,400 years. The comfortable and affluent life has made the Silver Moon Elves accustomed to the days of enjoyment, and they always feel that war is far away from them. In fact, in the past, the Grey Dwarf bandits would often appear in the sea area outside the Yangju Fjord. There are many islands outside the Yangju Fjord. These islands are scattered all the way to the depths of the endless sea. The Silver Moon Elves in the Yangju Fjord have long abandoned the islands outside the Yangju Fjord. These local Silver Moon Elves simply don't have the courage to rush out of the fjord and fight the Grey Dwarf bandits in the open sea. Since the hometown of the Grey Dwarves was invaded by the dark forces of the Abyss, the Grey Dwarf bandits, as the defeated party, can only leave their homes and take a boat to the south. Although the Grey Dwarf pirates occupied many islands in the sea west of the Mensa Plain, some of the Grey Dwarf bandits felt that this sea was too close to their hometown, and the dark forces of the Abyss could come at any time. They continued to go south by sea, and after crossing the Mensa Plain, they arrived at the port of St. Margaret in the Evernight Forest of the Dark Moon Elf Kingdom. Unfortunately, the Dark Moon Elves stationed at the port of St. Margaret gave the Grey Dwarf bandits a head-on blow. The Grey Dwarf bandits could only make a big circle in the endless sea, continue to sail north, and arrive at the outer sea of the Silver Moon Elf territory. They first arrived at the Sheephorn Fjord. Although there were many islands in this area, there were no large islands. The warships of the Grey Dwarfs encountered the Silver Moon Elf ships in the waters near the Sheephorn Fjord. It can't even be said that they collapsed at the first touch. The Silver Moon Elves would immediately hide back to the Sheephorn Fjord when they saw the sailboats of the Grey Dwarfs from afar. The weakness of the Silver Moon Elves in the Sheephorn Fjord made the confidence of the Grey Dwarfs extremely inflated. They thought that the Silver Moon Elves were a group of weak shrimps. At this time, a group of Grey Dwarfs happened to find the Queenawini Islands. The islands in the sea area are very dense, and there are two large islands that are very suitable for the Grey Dwarfs to live. So after some reconnaissance, the Grey Dwarves began to plot how to seize the Queen Iveni Islands. But these Grey Dwarves did not understand that the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom was stationed on the Queen Iveni Islands. They were defeated in the Queen Iveni Islands, and the powerful fleet of the Grey Dwarves retreated directly along the open sea to the sea area of the tribal orcs. But some of the Grey Dwarves hid in many islands outside the Sheephorn Fjord. The port of Muriaki in the Sheephorn Fjord is the northernmost seaport of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. 100 kilometers north of here is the border between the Silvermoon Elves and the Darkmoon Elves, the Varanaz Mountains. The Varanaz Mountains lie between the Evernight Forest and the Whispering Forest. In fact, Golfito is a canyon in the south of the Varanaz Mountains. The Silvermoon Elves and the Darkmoon Elves regard the Varanaz Mountains as a buffer zone. The Silvermoon Elves can move in the southern area of the mountains, while the Darkmoon Elves can move in the northern area of the mountains. Neither side has built towns or villages in the Varanaz Mountains. The Varanaz Mountains are a disputed area between the Darkmoon Elves and the Silvermoon Elves. Due to the sparse population of the Silvermoon Elves, most of the islands outside the Sheephorn Fjord are deserted islands, and the Silvermoon Elves here almost all live in the city of Muriaki inside the fjord. The Grey Dwarf bandits occupied some islands, with independent water sources outside the Sheephorn Fjord. They appeared here not to plunder the resources on the islands, but to tell the local Silvermoon Elves, "We are here, and we want to live here." The Grey Dwarf bandits took the initiative to attack the Silvermoon Elves' ships, and they also wanted to show the Silvermoon Elves their powerful strength. The supply fleet of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion and the Silver Pegasus Knights appeared in the Sheephorn Fjord. The Grey Dwarf bandits mistakenly thought that this was an active attack by the Silvermoon Elves' army, and they were ready to wipe out the Grey Dwarf bandits on the islands outside the Sheephorn Fjord. The Grey Dwarf bandits had no idea that the Silver Pegasus Knights were actually preparing to go to Golfito, and they had no idea that there were still Grey Dwarf bandits here. It was under such circumstances that the Grey Dwarf bandits assembled more than 100 three-masted sailing ships and blocked the supply fleet of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion outside the Sheephorn Fjord. If the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights had not foreseen the fleet of the Grey Dwarf bandits in advance, this supply fleet might not have had time to retreat to Io Island and would have been blocked by the Grey Dwarf bandit fleet at sea. Starting from the port of Muriaki, the local Silvermoon Elf noble forces in Sheephorn Fjord assembled nearly 300 medium-sized sailing ships, and the fleet sailed along the northern coastline of Sheephorn Fjord to the exit of the fjord. Earl Macaulay stood on a medium-sized sailing ship. Viscount Felek, who was beside him, looked pale, and the smile on his face looked like he was crying. This morning, he was dragged out of Countess Stassa's bed by a group of elf guards, and tied to the wooden pillars used to tie horses outside Count Stassa's house. He was wrapped in thorny vines. At that time, he was still shouting at the elf guards, who were whipping him with whips. "What's wrong with an upright Silvermoon Elf pursuing love and freedom? Why don't you send me to the court of justice?" As the deputy commander of the Security Guard Corps, Viscount Felek has a more feminine and beautiful face than a woman, and his skin is as smooth as milk. He has been hooking up with Countess Stassa for a long time. In the past, they always dated when Count Stassa was out, but last night, Count Stassa held a grand ball in the city hall to welcome Count Macaulay of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. After the ball, Viscount Felek heard that Count Stassa was going to spend the night at his lover's house, so he sneaked to Count Stassa's house. How enjoyable the sleep last night was, how miserable it was when I woke up in the morning. Viscount Felek was tied to a wooden stake for tying horses. His body was stung by the poisonous thorns of thorn vines, which made him feel painful and itchy. He had to be whipped all the time. The Silvermoon Elves were watching the fun. In order to avoid beating Viscount Felek to death, Count Stassa asked the elf guards to give Viscount Felek a cup of life tree juice every once in a while. The life potion was poured directly on Viscount Felek's body, one spoonful at a time. After receiving the news, the family behind Viscount Felek quickly tried to rescue Viscount Felek through various channels. After many parties came forward to communicate, Viscount Felek, with wounds all over his body, put on the standard armor and personally led the Muriaki security guard to go out to sea by boat. This is not going to war. This is clearly going to die. Viscount Felek, with a bitter face, kept crying in his heart. Earl Macaulay, the deputy commander of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, stood on the deck with an intriguing smile on his face. As soon as the fleet sailed out of the Sheephorn Fjord, they saw the dense fleet of Grey Dwarf robbers crowded around Io Island on the sea, and the Silvermoon Elf Guard only had medium-sized sailing ships. Although there were also a large number of them, this kind of ship was simply vulnerable in front of the three-masted sailing ships equipped with ballistas. Viscount Felek felt as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Life was so wonderful, he didn't want to die so early. The fleet of medium-sized sailing ships stopped at the mouth of Sheephorn Fjord and did not move forward any further. Earl Macaulay was also shocked to see the fleet of Grey Dwarf robbers. Originally thought that the Battle of Queen Awini Islands would definitely cause great damage to the Grey Dwarf robbers, but I didn't expect that there were still so many pirates in Sheephorn Fjord. The 5th and 6th Silver Pegasus Knights were flying in the air. It was difficult for them to hit the Grey Dwarf robbers on the three-masted sailing ship with arrows shot from high altitude. Once they rode Silver Pegasus close to the sailing ship, they would immediately be hit by the crossbows on the ship. After several rounds of attempts, the Silver Pegasus Knights did not dare to dive down and shoot the Grey Dwarf bandits on the ship. More than 100 three-masted sailing ships surrounded Io Island, and the Grey Dwarf bandits began to take advantage of the high tide to force their way onto the island. A group of Grey Dwarves wearing barrel helmets and full-covering heavy armor climbed from the three-masted sailing ships to the landing craft. They were wearing very exaggerated shoulder armor. After more than 30 landing crafts were filled with Grey Dwarf bandits, these landing crafts rushed towards Io Island. The Silver Moon Elf warriors on the cliffs of the island suddenly became nervous. When the Grey Dwarf bandits rushed to the bottom of the island in landing craft, they immediately hid in the sunken area of the island rock wall, where they could effectively avoid the rolling rocks falling from the high cliffs. When the Silver Pegasus Knights saw the Grey Dwarf bandits trying to force their way onto the island, they finally took out some flying spears burning with flames, and threw them at the three-masted sailing ships of the Grey Dwarf bandit fleet. The Grey Dwarf bandits adjusted the shipborne crossbows to the maximum elevation angle, used medium-sized crossbows with increased range, and aimed at the Silver Pegasus Knights in the air to shoot. The war seemed to have broken out suddenly, and the sails of several three-masted sailing ships suddenly caught fire under the throwing of flaming spears. The long-range crossbow arrows shot from the three-masted sailboat also aimed at several Silver Pegasus Knights. Some of them held iris shields and leaned over to block the crossbow arrows. Some Silver Pegasus Knights did not notice the crossbow arrows flying over, and the crossbow arrows passed through the wings of the Silver Pegasus, and the Silver Pegasus immediately stumbled and fell from the sky. 9 magic airships slowly descended from the clouds, just in time to see the Silver Pegasus Knights fighting with the Grey Dwarf bandit fleet. Several half-blood elf warriors held the horns of the unicorn, stood on the top of the ship of the magic airship, and blew the low horns almost at the same time. Woo woo woo. The deep sound spread throughout the battlefield, and all the elf warriors looked up at the clouds. Miss Christine rode a Silver Pegasus and stood on the deck of a magic airship. Roy kept issuing instructions to the captains of each magic airship, asking them to use the propulsion device to adjust the suspension position of the magic airship, and then personally lifted the rainproof cloth of a shipborne crossbow. In an instant, all 36 shipborne crossbows on the magic airship were exposed to the sun. Roy stuck a magic crossbow arrow about 1.5 meters long into the arrow slot, and then began to adjust the shooting angle. Ready, fire. Roy manipulated the shipborne crossbow arrow and shot a magic crossbow arrow. After the magic crossbow arrow flew out, ice crystals continued to condense around it, and even a shiny tail appeared at the tail of the crossbow arrow. Unfortunately, Roy shot it too far, and the magic crossbow arrow fell into the sea. The moment it fell into the sea, all the ice crystals attached to the crossbow arrow shattered, and a piece of ice crystal with a diameter of more than 1 meter condensed on the sea surface in an instant. Afterwards, more than 30 twisted magic crossbow arrows were shot out from the magic airship, and almost all of them shot into the sea. This caused the Grey Dwarf robbers on the three-masted sailing ship to laugh loudly. Chapter 568. Adjust. Prepare. Fire. When 36 magic crossbow arrows fell from the sky again, the sneers on the faces of the Grey Dwarf bandits standing on the deck gradually decreased, because they suddenly realized that the height of these magic airships was beyond the reach of their crossbows. Few of the magic crossbow arrows in this round could hit the three-masted sailing ship, but the accuracy of the crossbows on the magic airships was constantly improving, and Roy had no intention of saving any, and the third round of volleys almost followed. This time, Roy asked the half-elf warriors to change to explosive crossbows. Crossbows began to explode on the three-masted sailing ship of the Grey Dwarf bandits. The flames instantly ignited the sails on the ship. The Grey Dwarf bandits quickly lowered the sails and kept pouring water on the fire. Some of the Grey Dwarf bandits standing on the deck even pointed at the magic airship floating in the sky and shouted angrily, "Who can tell me what that thing in the sky is?" The core manufacturing technology of the floating device and propulsion device on the magic airship is basically all in the hands of the dwarves. The Grey Dwarf robbers certainly knew about magic airships, but they also knew that the proud elves were very opposed to this kind of goblin technology. Now that 9 magic airships suddenly appeared in the Elven army, the Grey Dwarf robbers' sailing fleet could not launch an effective counterattack, which meant that before withdrawing from this naval battle, the sailing fleet could only be in a passive state of being beaten. The Grey Dwarf robbers standing on the deck were full of despair, and some Grey Dwarf captains tried to drive the ship away. However, these 3-masted sailing ships were extremely tightly packed together, and the bows were all facing the direction of Io Island. If they wanted to disperse, they could only let some sailing ships approach Io Island and make some space, so that the 3-masted sailing ships could be dispersed this time. What the Grey Dwarf bandits had never expected was that the magic crossbows in the air were like free, and they kept shooting at the 3-masted sailing ships. Many 3-masted sailing ships were on fire, and the hulls of some 3-masted sailing ships were pierced by crossbows, and seawater kept pouring in from the bottom of the ship. Some knight officers of the 5th and 6th Silver Pegasus Knights rode Silver Pegasus and landed on the decks of the magic airships, while other Silver Pegasus Knights surrounded these 9 magic airships. These Silver Pegasus Knights knew Miss Christine, and after listening to her introduction, they figured out that this fleet of magic airships was transferred from the Partington Plain by Earl Swinburne, and the half-blood elf warriors on the ship belonged to the Pagisto Plateau Mine Guard. Many Silver Moon Elf officers had never even heard of Roy's name. The Silver Moon Elf warriors on Io Island stood on the edge of the cliff, watching 9 magic airships fall from the clouds, and then the magic airships continued to shoot crossbows. These crossbows ignited many 3-masted sailing ships, and the Grey Dwarf robbers could only jump anxiously on the deck. Many Grey Dwarf bandits on the deck were injured by the magic crossbow arrows thrown down. Even if they were wearing full-cover heavy armor, they would still be burned by the flames in the explosion range of the explosive crossbow arrows. What made the Grey Dwarf bandits feel the most terrified was that the shipborne crossbows on these magic airships continuously shot magic crossbow arrows. These magic crossbow arrows fell on the 3-masted sailing ship, not seeking the ultimate lethality, but seeking to destroy the 3-masted sailing ship as much as possible. The Grey Dwarf bandits realized that they could not stay where they were and not move to be hit, so they immediately controlled the 3-masted sailing ship to disperse everywhere. It was just that their actions were a little late. The magic airship had never stopped since it fired the first round of magic crossbow arrows. The Silver Moon Elf warriors stood on the cliff of Io Island, excitedly raising their weapons and cheering loudly. The Grey Dwarf bandits also had magic airships, but these magic airships had never appeared in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. The reason was simple. The Grey Dwarf bandits had no way to control the air supremacy of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. As long as they dared to drive the magic airship into the airspace of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, they would be ruthlessly attacked by the Silver Pegasus Legion. These magic airships could only fly quickly in the wind flow layer. Once they left the wind flow layer, their flying speed was comparable to that of a snail. They floated in the air, and could only passively take the beatings from the Silver Pegasus Knights. Moreover, these magic airships had the most fatal weakness, that is, the floating devices were very fragile. Unfortunately, at least 12 floating devices had to be installed on the left and right sides of a magic airship. It was also very simple to destroy his floating devices. There were various runes on the floating devices. As long as a feather arrow hit the floating device and destroyed some of the runes on it, it might stop the floating device from functioning. As long as more than 4 floating devices failed or were damaged, the magic airship would be at risk of falling from a high altitude. That's why the Grey Dwarf bandits didn't dare to drive the magic airship into the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. More than 100 3-masted sailing ships, at least half of them were completely left in the waters around Io Island because of Roy's magic crossbows bombardment. The remaining 3-masted sailing ships that broke out also knew how far they could run. Although the Silver Pegasus Knights did not have the ability to fight the 3-masted sailing ships head-on, if they were asked to chase the Grey Dwarf bandits on the sea, these Silver Pegasus Knights could even drive the Grey Dwarf bandits to the territory of the tribal orcs. In just one naval battle, Roy directly cleared all the magic crossbows on the magic airship, and even the wooden box containing the magic crossbows was thrown into the sea by Roy. The Grey Dwarf bandits drove 3-masted sailing ships to flee Io Island, and during this process, sailing ships continued to sink into the sea. The Grey Dwarf robbers on the sunken ship jumped into the turbulent sea. The dwarf robbers were good at swimming, but they had to take off their bucket helmets and heavy armor before falling into the water. Otherwise, once these Grey Dwarf robbers fell into the sea, they would quickly sink into the dark abyss within a few seconds. The Grey Dwarf robbers decisively abandoned some severely damaged 3-masted sailing ships, and some of the Grey Dwarves, who fell into the water, even began to wait for the Silver Moon Elves to rescue them at sea. Due to the sudden appearance of the magic airship, the defeat of the Grey Dwarf robber fleet was inevitable. The local Silver Moon Elf fleet waiting at the exit of Sheephorn Fjord began to slowly move towards Io Island. An hour ago, Viscount Felix was still very painfully thinking that he might sacrifice his life for the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom in this naval battle. He stood on the deck and cursed Count Stas hundreds of times in his heart. He didn't expect that this naval battle was clearly a suicide mission. Before it even started, the group of Grey Dwarf bandits were defeated by the air fleet of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. This strong feeling of surviving a disaster made his legs go limp, and he sat down on the deck. The wounds on his body from the cane whip had not healed, and every time he moved too much, he would feel intense pain. But Viscount Felix still couldn't suppress his excitement. He raised the flag in his hand, and ordered the captain of the medium-sized sailing ship to sail to Io Island at full speed. Earl Macaulay, who was on the same ship, looked at the fleet in the sky in surprise, and couldn't help asking the adjutant standing next to him, "Where did those fleets come from? Have you received the news?" "Just received the news from Earl Swinburne. Those magic sailboats belong to the mine guards of Pagisto Plateau in the Partington Plain." Earl Swinburne transferred the mine guards from Pagisto Plateau. The mine guards have magic airships, and they are only one step slower than the messenger. The adjutant followed behind Earl Macaulay and responded in a low voice. "Mine guards? The half-elf guards formed by the half-elf boy named Roy?" Count Macaulay frowned and asked. "That's him." The adjutant nodded repeatedly. A few days ago, people in Buenos Aires were still discussing his persecution of a descendant of a Silver Moon Elf noble. Recently, Brad and Captain Craven went to the Pagisto Plateau to rob someone's mine. Now it seems that they really shouldn't have rashly gone to the Pagisto Plateau. Is Camfred blind? Count Macaulay stood on the ship's tower and couldn't help cursing. After cursing for a few words, he felt the medium-sized sailing ship under his feet start to sail towards Io Island, so he said to his adjutant, "Let's go and see what else we can get on the battlefield." It seems that these three-masted sailing ships of the Grey Dwarf bandits are still very advantageous compared to medium-sized sailing ships. Roy's magic airship did not fall into the sea to clean up the battlefield. After clearing all the magic crossbows on the airship, Roy let the magic airship float at a relatively safe height. The medium-sized sailing ship sailing out of Yongju Fjord quickly sailed into the sea area, and the Silver Moon Elves used hand nets to catch the Grey Dwarf bandits floating on the sea. Some Grey Dwarf bandits realized that the situation was not good, and immediately dived into the sea, ready to escape with their excellent swimming skills. Miss Christine rode on the Silver Pegasus and flew directly to Io Island. "Boss Roy, don't we go down to get some spoils?" The half-elf captain, who was in charge of driving the magic airship, couldn't help asking. Roy shook his head and said with a smile, "No need. What belongs to us will be handed over by someone with both hands, and what doesn't belong to us will be handed over later even if we get it." Chapter 569. The Grey Dwarf bandits stared at the 9 magic airships floating in the sky, knowing clearly that the Silver Moon Elves were already invincible in this naval battle. Over 100 three-masted sailing ships were bombarded by the shipborne crossbows, and almost half of them sank near the island of Io. The remaining Grey Dwarf bandits drove the remaining three-masted sailing ships, and quickly evacuated the sea area outside the Sheephorn Fjord. The magic airships can fly at a very fast speed after entering the wind flow layer, but once they leave the wind flow layer, they will fly as slow as a snail in the air with their own propulsion devices. Therefore, magic airships have no ability to pursue on the battlefield. Seeing the Grey Dwarf robbers fleeing on a three-masted sailing ship, only the Silver Pegasus Knights followed behind to chase, but Roy's magic airships were powerless. The local Silver Moon Elf noble fleet that rushed out of Murayaki port quickly arrived at the waters near Io Island. They immediately took the Silver Pegasus Legion and the Silver Moon Elf guards trapped on the pirates to the medium-sized sailing ship. Then the fleet cleaned up the battlefield around Io Island. The Silver Moon Elves first fished the Grey Dwarf robbers, who fell into the sea onto the ship and detained them together, and then looted some spoils from some three-masted sailing ships that did not sink but were severely damaged. In addition to capturing a large number of Grey Dwarf bandits, the Silver Moon Elf fleet in Murayaki Harbor also seized 5 ships of loot. In addition, the elves also towed 4 severely damaged but not sunk three-masted sailing ships back to Murayaki Harbor. Roy's 9 magic airships also slowly flew into the Sheephorn Fjord under the propulsion of the propulsion device, and then docked at the dock of Murayaki Harbor. When Roy walked down from the three-masted sailing ship with a team of half-blood elf warriors, the Silver Moon Elves on the dock applauded, and some Silver Moon Elf officers shouted to Roy, "Well done! Well done!" There were many Silver Moon Elf officers on the dock, most of whom were local Silver Moon Elves from Murayaki Port. These Silver Moon Elf officers surrounded two Silver Moon Elf nobles in gorgeous military uniforms. Roy recognized at a glance that one of the Silver Moon Elf officers was wearing the Silver Pegasus Corps badge on his chest. That badge was very special, because Roy had seen a similar one on Earl Swinburne's chest. Earl Swinburne's Corps Commander badge was pure gold, while the Silver Moon Elf officer's badge had a silver line on the edge. There were only two high-ranking members of the Silver Pegasus Corps who were qualified to wear the Corps Commander badge. In addition to Earl Swinburne, there was only Earl Macaulay. And Roy knew that Earl Macaulay came to Sheephorn Fjord with the 5th and 6th Silver Pegasus Knights. So even if Roy had never seen Earl Macaulay, he could confirm that the Silver Moon Elf official was Earl Macaulay. Roy took a step forward, crossed his right hand across his chest, and shouted, "Salute!" The half-blood elf warriors, who followed Roy down from the magic airship, immediately stood up straight, imitated Roy's movements, and saluted Earl Macaulay in unison. "Captain Macaulay, the guards of the Pagisto Plateau mine in the Partington Plain are reporting in," Roy said loudly. His elvish language had a little Castletown accent, which made Earl Macaulay feel a little more comfortable. Earl Macaulay nodded slightly, then turned to look at Earl Stassa beside him, and complained, "Now you should know how difficult the current situation of our 17th Silver Pegasus Legion is. The naval battle in the Queen of Winnie Islands almost tied up all the Silver Moon Elf guards, so we had to dispatch a guard from the Partington Plain." Count Stassa glanced at Count Macaulay, and with one hand, he lifted his long hair behind his temples, and said in a strange tone, "I am very familiar with Viscount Alvis of the Partington Plain, so I know that plain very well. I know that most of the people living in that plain are half-blood elves. But your 17th Legion actually formed a half-blood elf guard regiment in that plain, which is really a bit unexpected." Count Macaulay could see that Count Stassa was not in a very good mood. As the instigator of this incident, Viscount Felek had already fled in disgrace when he got off the ship. Whenever Count Stassa thought of his wife Selina having an affair with her adulterer Viscount Felek on the big bed worth 800 magic crystals at home last night, he felt like there was a blazing fire blocking his chest, ready to burst out at any time. Originally, Count Stassa hoped that Viscount Felek would die on the battlefield at best, or at worst learn a lesson in this naval battle, but who would have thought that this naval battle of Count Macaulay would come to an abrupt end after the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion showed a trump card. The 17th Silver Pegasus Legion defeated the Grey Dwarf robbers with an overwhelming advantage. So Count Stassa was a little confused. The 17th Silver Pegasus Legion had such a magic airship fleet, so why did Count Macaulay have to use so many favors to ask the fleet of Murayaki Port to leave Sheephorn Fjord and go to the waters of Io Island to participate in the war? So many unpleasant things squeezed together, and his tone was a little strange when he spoke. When Count Macaulay heard Count Stassa say this, he could only smile bitterly in his heart. He didn't know about the things on the Partington Plain, let alone Roy. After all, the half-elf boy had been branded with the mark of the Swinburne family a long time ago. In front of outsiders, Earl Macaulay could not say this. "When we first created this half-blood elf guard, we set many restrictions on this guard. Unless they encounter special circumstances, they cannot leave the Partington Plain at will. Usually they can only move around on the Pagisto Plateau in the Partington Plain. If the Silver Moon Elf Guard had not been attacked in Sheephorn Fjord, we would not have transferred them out of the Partington Plain," Earl Macaulay explained. These things must be explained clearly to Count Stassa, otherwise if they are misunderstood, Count Macaulay is worried that it will affect the friendship between the two. Count Stassa also felt that he seemed to have lost his composure just now, so he immediately calmed down his bad mood and discussed with Count Macaulay how to deal with the Grey Dwarf robbers captured in this naval battle. The way the Silver Moon Elves usually deal with prisoners of war is actually quite cumbersome. According to the normal process, these Grey Dwarf prisoners of war must first be sent to the military court to determine their crimes, which are generally war crimes, and then after several trials, it will be confirmed which of these Grey Dwarf prisoners of war have killed elves and which have not killed elves. Grey Dwarf prisoners who have killed elves will be sent to the Parim Island prison, where they will be sentenced to life imprisonment. Grey Dwarf prisoners who have not killed elves will have longer or shorter sentences, depending on the confession attitude of the Grey Dwarf bandits. Therefore, the trial of prisoners is also a very tedious matter, and there is no benefit. Count Stassa stood in front of the dock, looking at the Grey Dwarf prisoners, who were slowly walking down from the medium-sized sailing ship in a long line, and took the initiative to say, "You defeated these Grey Dwarf bandits, so they should be dealt with by the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion." "Yes, but I must be given priority in selecting the spoils captured from the seas around Io Island," Earl Macaulay readily agreed, but also added his own conditions. No problem, you pick first. Earl Stassa agreed. Earl Macaulay smiled with gratitude and said to Earl Stassa with a smile, "Anyway, thank you for unconditionally extending a helping hand to us when the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion needed help the most." After that, he took the initiative to walk forward, shook hands with Count Stassa, and bumped shoulders heavily. "Haha, since you can think so, I won't be polite with you about one thing." Count Stassa rarely smiled. "Please tell me, as long as I can do it," Count Macaulay said with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't make it too difficult for you." Count Stassa whispered to Count Macaulay's ear. Roy led a group of half-blood elf warriors in front of the trophy pile, specifically selecting those wooden boxes containing magic crossbows. In fact, the three-masted sailing ships of the Grey Dwarf bandits also installed some shipborne crossbows, which were specially used to deal with the Silver Pegasus Knights. During the naval battle, the floating height of Roy's magic airships exceeded the effective range of the shipborne crossbows, and the crossbows of the Grey Dwarf bandits could not reach the magic airships at all. When the three-masted sailing ship sank in the vicinity of Io Island, the Silver Moon Elf warriors fished out some wooden boxes filled with magic crossbow arrows from the sea. Earl Macaulay obtained the right to select the spoils first from Earl Stassa, and naturally gave this right to Roy, who had made the greatest contribution in the naval battle. Miss Christine also followed the team, observing the many spoils displayed on the dock with great curiosity. At this time, the Silver Moon Elf officer, who informed Roy to choose the spoils, first walked up to Roy and said, "Captain Roy, Lord Macaulay wants to see you." Roy slowly raised his head, then walked to Captain Timothy and whispered to him, "You stay here first, I go see Lord Macaulay." "Yes, Captain Roy," Captain Timothy replied. In a tree house in the noble district of Murayaki City, Roy sat on a sofa. The partition in front of him was made of precious materials and hollowed out. The wood itself exuded a refreshing aroma. On the wooden table beside him was a gold ornament inlaid with several gorgeous gems. The cup in front of him was filled with green life tree sap and a faint aroma of wine. The rich breath of life made Roy feel comfortable just by smelling it. There were several silver-white taro fruits on the plate. The mature taro fruits had a sweet aroma. A Silver Moon Elf maid squatted beside the small table. She peeled the taro fruit with her crystal-clear fingers, like white onions, and handed the egg-sized white jade-like flesh to Roy's mouth. Roy sat on the sofa a little stiffly, his back straight. Seeing that Roy refused to open his mouth, the Silver Moon Elf maid smiled lightly, put the peeled taro fruit on a plate, stood up and left. Not long after, Earl Macaulay walked in from outside. He changed into a set of exquisite casual clothes and said to Roy with a smile, "Are you Roy?" "Yes, Lord Macaulay." Roy stood up from his seat without any expression on his face. "Your mine guards did a great job this time. If I had known that your mine guards had such a strong combat power, I should have suggested to Lord Swinburne that your guards go to Golfedo." Roy responded loudly to Lord Macaulay, "Lord, this is what we should do. I don't even know where these magic airships of yours come from. Can you introduce them to me?" Lord Macaulay said with a smile. Although Roy was reluctant, he did not hesitate at all and quickly explained, "During the Battle of Queen Uni Islands, our regiment was ordered to garrison in the Key West Islands. The Grey Dwarfs attacked Key West at night, and were discovered by our scouts. Our regiment immediately started a battle with the Grey Dwarfs on the island. At that time, all the Grey Dwarfs could not escape back to the ship. We followed the clues, and luckily found their fleet, so we seized 11 three-masted sailing ships." The entire battle process should have a more detailed record in the battle report summary of the Silver Pegasus Legion headquarters. After the naval battle, these 11 three-masted sailing ships became the spoils of the mine guards. I happened to return to Castletown at that time to deal with the matter of primary magic herbs. At that time, I was dealing with the Imperial merchants. They revealed to me that there was a dwarf craftsman on their ship who could transform three-masted sailing ships. So I spent a sum of money and asked this old dwarf to help me transform all 11 three-masted sailing ships into magic airships. I know that magic airships cannot sail on the Elven continent. The original intention of modifying magic airships was to transport them to the Partington Plain. The Partington Plain's Padstow City is too far away from the Pagisto Plateau. Caravan transportation alone cannot meet the needs of merchants, so I submitted an application to the military to open a waterway between Padstow City and the Plateau City. After Roy finished speaking, Earl Macaulay sighed softly. What Roy said was almost the same as the information he had investigated. "Roy, you performed very well in both the Battle of the Queen Uni Islands and the Battle of the Horn. Have you ever thought about going to the Buenos Aires Academy to study military courses? If you have this idea, you can come to me. I happen to have a recommendation for this advanced academy, Earl Macaulay said tentatively. Roy didn't expect that Earl Macaulay would extend an olive branch to him at this time. Oh, Lord Macaulay, I don't have this plan for the time being, Roy said calmly, standing in front of Earl Macaulay. Chapter 570. Earl Macaulay put down the teacup in his hand, looked down at the parchment map on the table, and continued. According to Earl Swinburne's arrangement, the Mine Guards will replace the Silver Moon Elf Guards and enter the Golfito Canyon to cooperate with the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights to complete a 3-year garrison mission. Before coming here, Earl Swinburne should have told you about this mission, right? Yes, Roy answered honestly while sitting in a chair. In fact, Roy really wanted to go into Golfito to take a look. After all, this was the headquarters of the Statue of Liberty in the Elven continent. Seeing that Roy's face did not show any emotion, Earl Macaulay gently knocked on the table and said, "If the Mine Guards need any supplies, please let us know. The military supplies in Murayaki port are very sufficient. Before entering Golfito, bring as many supplies as possible. If the supply transport team wants to enter Golfito later, it will probably take some time. After all, the road from Murayaki City to Golfito is not easy to travel." Roy thought for a moment before saying, "I just picked up a batch of magic crossbows at the dock. These are enough." Earl Macaulay nodded. The half-elf young man in front of him was really stubborn. Earl Macaulay just tried a little. He didn't expect Roy to fall to his side immediately. Roy's 2 rejections made Earl Macaulay look at him with a new eye. The two did not continue to chat. Roy got up and said goodbye. Earl Macaulay walked to a terrace of the tree house. The wind blew a little, and Earl Macaulay's disturbed emotions calmed down a little. This mission has come to an end. He will thank the Silver Moon Elf nobles in Murayaki City on behalf of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion at the banquet tonight, and then he will take the 5th and 6th Silver Pegasus Knights back to the lighthouse camp near Castletown. As for the aftermath, he, the Deputy Legion Commander, naturally does not need to watch over it. The logistics transport team lost nearly 2/3 of the military supplies, and almost all the medium-sized sailing ships were buried around Io Island. This time, the logistics department needs to replenish some logistics supplies in Murayaki City. However, after the transport team arrives at Murayaki port, all the military equipment will be handed over to the Silver Moon Elf Guards, and the transport fleet will be disbanded on the spot. Now the Silver Moon Elf Guards will rest in Murayaki City for a while, and the task of assisting the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights to enter Golfito for garrison has fallen on the Pagisto Plateau Mine Guards. Therefore, these logistical military equipment will be handed over to Roy at Murayaki port. The Silver Moon Elf Guards will take the medium-sized sailing ships at Murayaki port and return to Partington Island one after another. At dusk in Murayaki, the Silver Moon Elves began to make final preparations for the night celebration. Colorful lanterns began to be hung on the square. Some wine merchants loaded oak barrels onto flatbed trucks and parked them in the corners of the square early. He poured some fruit wine into wooden cups and even deliberately spilled some to let the aroma of the fruit wine drift throughout the square. There was more than one open-air square in Murayaki holding such activities. Viscount Felix wrapped himself in a gray cloak and slipped off a carriage with a black hood. He walked quickly to the door of the treehouse on the street. The magnificent door of the treehouse was pushed open by an elf officer from the inside, and Viscount Felix quickly squeezed in through the gap of the door. The Silver Moon Elf officer said, "Viscount Felix, please follow me." Viscount Felix waited until the door of the treehouse was closed before he opened the hood on his head, revealing his feminine face. He followed the elf officer into an office and saw Earl Macaulay. He immediately walked over quickly and said to Earl Macaulay impatiently, "Earl Macaulay, I want to join the Silver Pegasus Legion." In a manor outside the city of Count Stassa, Silver Moon Elf nobles have entered the manor one after another in carriages. In the courtyard in front of the manor, there is an open-air dance floor next to a fountain. The dance floor is surrounded by 36 stone pillars that pierce the night sky. The huge arched corridor is connected into a double arc. There are countless exquisite reliefs in this corridor. The guests who rush to the manor are now standing on the stone steps of the corridor. Everyone is standing or sitting, chatting with a relaxed and happy expression. The most talked about thing was naturally the battle on the sea of Io Island during the day. The Silver Pegasus Knights of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion were the main topic of discussion among the Silver Moon Elf nobles. Of course, some Silver Moon Elves would talk about how powerful the fleet of the Grey Dwarf robbers was, and some Silver Moon Elves would talk about how many ships of military supplies the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion had lost this time, and some Silver Moon Elves would quietly talk about the magic airship fleet that appeared in the sky. The Silver Moon Elf nobles, who came to Count Stassa's manor, avoided a topic without any prior agreement, Countess Stasa's lover. The women were smiling modestly in the melodious music, and the Silver Moon Elf nobles were wearing gorgeous clothes to show their talents to the beautiful elves around them. In a small attic not far from the dance floor, Count Stasa was sitting in a dark room. A beam of blue moonlight shone through the gap in the curtains, leaving a cold trace on the floor. Count Stasa had a cold face, and he stared at a portrait hanging on the wall. The male elf in the portrait was wearing a handsome military uniform, and a Silver Moon Elf woman in a white dress was sitting in front of him with a smile on her face, and their hands were tightly clasped together. Count Stasa was burning with anger. Now all the elves in Murayaki knew that Countess Stasa's lover was Viscount Felek, the sissy. Countess Stasa's love affair had become the main topic of conversation among the elves in Murayaki in just one day. Thinking of his wife lying on the bed, catering to Felek, who looked like a female elf, in a seductive manner, Count Stasa stood up, drew the long sword from his waist, and slashed at the portrait across the room. A sharp fighting spirit shot out like a streak from the sword, instantly splitting the portrait hanging on the wall in two. The portrait fell to the floor with a clang, and Count Stasa drank a mouthful of the life tree sap mixed with some concentration potion. Count Stasa has sent his wife to a remote ranch manor, saying that the Countess is not feeling well, and is going to rest in the manor for a while. Now, Count Stasa just needs to keep a close eye on Felek. There was a knock at the door, and the butler's voice sounded outside the door. "Mr. Count, the ball is about to start." The cold and furious look on Count Stasa's face was like a mask that suddenly turned into a friendly and gentle smile. He responded to the butler at the door, "I'll be right there." Count Macaulay was still sitting in the room where Roy was received. He looked at Viscount Felek, who came in and asked for help, and smiled bitterly. "Viscount Felek, although I am the deputy commander of the Silver Pegasus Corps, I have no right to directly recruit the deputy commander of the Murayaki City Security Guard Corps into the Silver Pegasus Corps. This is against the rules." When Count Macaulay thought of what Count Stasa said to him at the dock, he immediately swallowed all other explanations. The expression on Viscount Felek's face instantly became extremely gloomy, and he asked impatiently, "Can I go back to Queen Awini Islands with you?" Count Macaulay hesitated for a moment, but decided to reveal some information. He didn't want to offend any of the Silver Moon Elf nobles in Murayaki City. As the representative of the Silver Moon Elf noble forces of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, he needed to establish good relations with all the elven nobles. The personal friendship between Earl Stasa and me dates back to the time when we traveled the Elven continent in the same adventure group 300 years ago. So, personally, I can't agree to your request. Earl Macaulay's frank answer made Viscount Felek look desperate. Earl Macaulay coughed lightly and continued, "But, if you want to leave Murayaki City, I have an idea. Although I won't help you with this matter, you could enter Golfito with the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights. The Silver Pegasus Knights don't know much about the environment around the Varanaz Mountains, so they need a guide who dares to enter Golfito. And you have lived in Murayaki for so long, you probably won't be too unfamiliar with Golfito, right?" Earl Macaulay blinked at Viscount Felek and asked with a smile. "I am quite familiar with Golfito." Although Viscount Felek didn't want to enter Golfito, he had to accept the bad situation in front of him. Earl Macaulay smiled proudly. "That's good. I can pass your information to the Mine Guards. The person responsible for receiving you should be Captain Roy of the Mine Guards. In the next period of time, you will follow this guard to enter Golfito." Before the Earl of Macaulay finished speaking, an aide at the door reminded him, "Mr. Macaulay, the carriage is ready." The Earl of Macaulay walked to a clothes rack, and a row of followers came in and dressed the Earl of Macaulay in gorgeous clothes. The Earl of Macaulay turned around and said to Viscount Felek, "I will attend the manor ball of Count Stasa, and then I will return to Queen Awini Islands overnight." Viscount Felek saluted the Earl of Macaulay very tactfully, and then said, "I wish you a safe journey." "Take care on your journey, Viscount Felek." After saying this, Earl Macaulay walked out of the room quickly, surrounded by a group of followers. Viscount Felek followed Earl Macaulay to the outside of the tree house. Earl Macaulay refused to stay for a moment, and drove away directly in a carriage. Earl Macaulay soon arrived at the manor in the suburbs in a carriage, and a group of young Silver Moon elves and men and women were dancing on the dance floor. Passing through the messy crowd, Earl Macaulay came to the rest area of the ball, where Earl Stasa was sitting. Count Macaulay and Count Stasa sat down and chatted casually for a few words, and Count Stasa showed a faint smile on his face. After the ball, Count Macaulay did not even stay in Murayaki City for a night, and returned to the lighthouse camp with the 5th and 6th Silver Pegasus Knights. The 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights and Roy's Mine Guards will go to Golfito together. The Silver Pegasus Knights will guard around the magic airship and explore the wind layer leading to Golfito for Roy. The magic airship stayed in Murayaki port for a whole day, mainly to move all the supplies of the material transport fleet to the magic airship. This time, the logistics transport team of the Silver Pegasus Corps carried a huge amount of supplies. Due to the limited transportation capacity of the magic airship, not all supplies can be transported away. Some supplies could only be temporarily left in the warehouse of Murayaki port, and Roy could only take some more important supplies to set sail. However, this time when he set out from Murayaki port, he would not only travel with the second Silver Pegasus Knights, but also had a Silver Moon Elf guide in Roy's Mind Guard group. This Count Felek looked at the blue sea below with melancholy eyes. As the magic airship slowly took off, his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally fell back to its original position. Before he went to bed last night, he was even worried that when he woke up in the morning, he would see his tragic death, with his head and body separated. He couldn't stay in Murayaki City. If he stayed in the city, he would die at the hands of Count Stasa sooner or later. Although the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom had abolished the death penalty long ago, this decree could not restrict Silver Moon Elf nobles like Count Stasa. Although he didn't want to go to Golfito, he considered that if he didn't leave with the Mind Guard, his end would only be a dead body on the street. So he ran to the Mind Guard to report, and then hid in the cabin of the magic airship. He would not leave the cabin until the magic airship left Murayaki port. Since he became the guide of the Mind Guard, this Count Felek's mission was to lead this magic airship fleet through the wind layer into the Varanaz Mountains. This Count Felek carefully studied the terrain of the Varanaz Mountains. The map in Viscount Felek's hand is the most detailed hand-drawn map of the Varanaz Mountains. Originally, Golfito was the headquarters of the Statue of Liberty. For most Silver Moon Elves, they had never even heard of this name. This Count Felek was able to understand some of Golfito's situation, because he served as the deputy head of the Murayaki City Security Guard. With the protection of the Silver Pegasus Knights, this Count Felek's role as a guide was more like a decoration along the way. The magic airship fleet passed through the wind layer, and soon arrived at a lake outside the Golfito Canyon. There was no airport dock built in the Golfito Canyon, so the magic airship could only land in the lake so that the half-blood elf warriors on the ship could get off the ship. Roy got off the magic airship and led the Mind Guards into the Golfito Canyon. High Priest Reed had introduced this place in his letter, and Roy. He never thought that one day he would have the opportunity to set foot in this place called Golfito. Chapter 571. Outside the Golfito Valley is a lush forest. In addition to some oak and chestnut trees, there are also some tall ginseng trees. 9 magic airships stopped at the north bank of a lake outside the valley. The trees around the lake shore tightly wrapped the mountains. Even the entrance of the valley was covered by dense forests. Looking at the Golfito Valley from the air, the entire valley was shrouded in a lavender mist, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. The lake in the mountains is not too big. The half-blood elf warrior built a simple dock on the shore, and then put the sampan on the side of the magic airship. The half-blood elf warrior is very familiar with this simple dock built with logs. The reason for building a simple dock is mainly to transport military supplies on the ship. This time, because they did not know the specific situation in Golfito, the Silver Pegasus Corps Logistics Department transport team carried a large amount of military supplies and loaded 30 medium-sized sailing ships from Partington Island to Murayaki port. Unfortunately, the fleet was intercepted by Grey Dwarf bandits near Io Island in Sheephorn Fjord. Nearly 2/3 of the military supplies sank to the bottom of the sea. At least half of the military supplies loaded on the magic airship were prepared by Earl Macaulay in Murayaki City. The mountain road from Murayaki City to Golfito Canyon is rugged and difficult to travel, and the logistics transport team suffered heavy losses on Io Island. In addition, the Silver Moon Elf Guards also need to rest in Murayaki City for a few days before returning to Queen Awini Islands. Therefore, under the coordination of Lord Macaulay, the logistics transport team loaded part of the military supplies onto Roy's magic airship, and the remaining part of the military supplies were temporarily stored in the warehouse of Murayaki port. The logistics transport team barely completed the transportation mission, and will return to the Queen Islands with the Silver Moon Elf Guard. The Mind Guards lined up by the lake, ready to walk into the Golfito Canyon. The mountain road here is rugged, and the carriages of the logistics transport team are not here. If they want to transport these military supplies to the Golfito Canyon, they can only rely on the elf warriors to carry these supplies on their shoulders. So Roy gave an order, and 5,000 half-blood elf warriors each carried a box of military supplies, and lined up to head towards the entrance of the Golfito Canyon. This made Viscount Felek, who was accompanying the team, secretly smack his lips, and he admired the execution of the Mind Guards. This time, when the Mind Guards entered Golfito, Miss Christine did not follow. After the Battle of Sheephorn Fjord, Earl Macaulay called Miss Christine to his side and almost forced her to go to Queen Islands. At the entrance of the canyon, the lavender mist was filled with a faint smell of blood, and Roy could clearly feel the strong dark atmosphere floating in the air. I have heard that the space cracks in Golfito Canyon are becoming increasingly chaotic and are on the verge of collapse at any time. Roy stood at the front of the team, exuding a faint holy aura. He stepped into the mist, and the touch under his feet was very soft. He lowered his head and took a closer look. The ground near the entrance of the canyon was covered with a kind of black scorched earth. The soil was slightly oily, as if the soil was soaked with some kind of grease. No plants grew in this soil. Roy inhaled a breath of slightly fishy mist and felt an inexplicable excitement in his body. Viscount Felek, who was following behind Roy, was in a completely different relaxed mood at the moment. The guide's job seemed simple. He just had to stay on the magic airship and wait until the magic airship arrived at Golfito Canyon. His guide job was completely completed. After finishing things here, Viscount Felek planned to live in Buena City for a while. If he got tired of living in Buena City, he would travel around the elf continent. Later he also planned to visit Innahouse. Thinking of the free-spirited travel plan, Viscount Felek saw the entrance to Golfito Canyon and immediately spit out the foul air that had accumulated in his body. Every Silver Moon elf has a heart that longs for freedom, but his previous life of extravagance and debauchery completely tripped up the beautiful women in Murayaki City. Viscount Felek looks feminine, but he is completely different from Claire. Claire's face is handsome, and now he has become the youngest musician in Castletown City. His face is even whiter and more delicate. Viscount Felek looks particularly feminine. If he wasn't flat-chested, those who have seen him, it is very likely 8 out of 10 elves would say that he is a very attractive Silver Moon elf beauty. However, when he thought about being free soon, Viscount Felek couldn't help but smile, and then he covered his mouth with the back of his hand in a very reserved manner. He took 2 quick steps and came to Roy's side, pointed at the entrance of the valley, and said to Roy, "This is the entrance to Golfito Canyon. Captain Roy, my mission is over here. Then I won't take you into Golfito Canyon. You just need to keep going along this bloody path, and as long as you pass the mountain pass, you can see Golfito Valley." After saying this, Viscount Felek walked a few steps along the canyon trail and pointed forward. "Viscount Felek, are you going back to Murayaki?" Roy couldn't help asking. "I don't plan to do that. I plan to travel around the Elven Continent. The Elven Continent is so big, as long as it's not Murayaki, I can go anywhere," Viscount Felek said proudly. But after he finished saying this, he saw Roy's expression was a little strange, and he turned his head suddenly, and found a team of Silver Moon Elf Knights riding horses out of the purple mist. When these Silver Moon Elf Knights arrived at the exit of Golfito Canyon, they ran into Roy's mine guards head-on. Roy saw the Silver Moon Elf officer riding in front of him, and was sure he had never seen him before, so he looked away. But Viscount Felek, who was following Roy, was dumbfounded at the moment. Roy didn't know the Silver Moon Elf Knight, but he did. The captain leading the team was clearly a confidant of Count Stasa. Viscount Felek's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't even need to think to know that as soon as he left Golfito, these Silver Moon Elf Knights would catch up with him, execute him, and then bury him somewhere in the jungle. There was no hiding of the fierce murderous intent in their eyes, and their eyes even had the contempt of a hunter looking at his prey. The smile on Viscount Felek's face instantly became unnatural. He carefully hid in the team of the mine guards, preparing to walk into the Golfito Canyon in a low profile. "Viscount Felek, you?" Roy looked at Viscount Felek, whose face changed drastically, and couldn't help asking. Viscount Felek reluctantly raised his head and smiled. Roy said, "I suddenly feel I'd better stay in Golfito for a while before leaving, so that I can be more fully prepared for the trip, and it can also help your mine guards quickly adapt to life here." "Okay." Roy smiled, and did not object to Viscount Felek's proposal. Just as the two were talking, the leading officer of the team of Silver Moon Elf warriors, who came out of Golfito Canyon, suddenly rode over on horseback. He passed Roy and walked directly to Viscount Felek, sneering, and said, "Viscount Felek, it's been a long time since we last met." Viscount Felek turned his gaze to the Silver Moon Elf officer and said, "I was wondering who came to Golfito. It turned out to be you." The Silver Moon Elf officer did not talk much with Viscount Felek. He nodded casually while riding his horse, and then led the team of Silver Moon Elf warriors out of the canyon. Viscount Felek's face turned as white as a sheet of paper, as if covered with a layer of frost. Roy ignored Viscount Felek's private affairs. After the two passed by each other, Roy officially walked into the mountain pass of Golfito Canyon. After entering, Roy found that 2 rows of priest statues were neatly arranged on both sides of the canyon entrance. These priest statues are nearly 15 meters tall, carved from gray-white rocks, with a layer of black stains on the surface of the rocks, but the subtle expressions on the faces of the statues are also carved very clearly. Although the postures of these priest statues are different, they basically hold the sacred scepter in one hand, and the holy grail of wisdom in the other hand. However, some statues have gentle eyes, some have ferocious faces, and some are in sacred postures. The 12 statues have different shapes. The soldiers of the mine guards carried military supplies, and lined up in an orderly queue at the entrance of the canyon, and walked into the bloody trail. Roy exuded holy light all over his body, trying to use it to dispel the fog on the trail at the entrance of the valley, but unfortunately it was of little use. This section of road was only less than 1 kilometer. When Roy walked out of the mountain pass, the faint bloody fog also dissipated. In front of him was a valley of black soil. There was no vegetation growing in this valley, and it was completely a layer of black scorched earth. In addition to the scorched earth, there were some rocks that seemed to have been burned, and these rocks showed signs of flaky cracks. The entire Golfito Canyon seemed to be a land cursed by God. Entering the Golfito Canyon, you can't feel the bloody atmosphere that makes people restless. This is an east-west canyon. Roy led the mine guards to enter from the only entrance on the east side, and looked around. The flat valley is just a slight slope. The valley was surrounded by mountains, and at the end of the site, there was a magnificent temple. Although the temple looked a bit dilapidated, the solemn atmosphere still made Roy stop. He had heard that Golfito was the headquarters of the Statue of Liberty in the Elf continent, but Roy had never thought that the priests would build such a magnificent temple here. The most eye-catching symbol of the entire temple was the statue of Liberty holding the Holy Grail of Wisdom in one hand at the highest position of the Statue of Liberty. The camps built in the valley were clearly separated and kept a certain safe distance from each other. These Silver Moon Elf troops came here almost all to maintain the peace of Golfito. The Statue of Liberty became lifeless, with weeds that were not cleaned up in time and some broken walls, making the entire Statue of Liberty look a little depressed. Roy stood at the entrance of the canyon, and could only roughly see the appearance of the temple. Roy led the mine guards to continue walking inside, but was stopped by a team of elf warriors. "Where are you from?" A Silver Moon Elf officer took the opportunity to ask. Roy answered without hesitation, "The 17th Silver Pegasus Legion." "Oh, Lewis, take them to the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion's base, and tell them the rules here, so that they won't be punished if they accidentally break the rules." The Silver Moon Elf officer turned around and ordered. "Yes, Captain." A young Silver Moon Elf came out, and agreed loudly. Roy followed the Silver Moon Elf named Lewis, and walked directly from the entrance of Golfito Canyon to the northwest corner of the canyon. The various Silver Moon Elf corps rushed to Golfito. A lot of elven troops gathered in the valley. These Silver Moon Elf warriors gathered together to pass information to each other. Soon Roy saw the camp. The 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights were all resting in the camp. Roy's mine guards came to Golfito with great difficulty, mainly to provide all logistical support for the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights. The half-blood elf warriors of the mine guards walked into the temporary camp. Roy asked the half-blood elves to pile up all the wooden boxes they carried, and soon they piled up a small hill in the open space of the camp. At this time, the leader of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights fell from the sky with a group of Silver Pegasus Knights, and a low cry suddenly sounded in the camp. The leader of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights and Roy had met in Murayaki City. The two also knew that when carrying out missions in Golfito, both parties would inevitably have to cooperate with each other. Although the army led by Captain Roy was a mine guard army formed by half-blood elf warriors, the leader of the Silver Pegasus Knights was still very polite to Roy. "Captain Roy, have you moved the supplies here so quickly?" The Knights leader said to Roy enthusiastically. "In fact, those supplies can be stored on the magic airship, and it won't be too late to move them here when they are needed. I have reserved a place for your mine guards to set up tents in advance right here. If you are not satisfied with anything, you can tell me, and I will communicate with those guys in the military, which will be more convenient." The 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights leader continued. Roy looked in the direction of his finger, and the place reserved for setting up the camp was just on the hillside to the left of the Silver Pegasus Knights, and the Silver Pegasus stable was on the right of the Silver Pegasus Knights. There was nothing to complain about the site selection. The environment in the valley was almost like this, and it was even more impeccable. Chapter 572. Regarding the care that Captain Malthus showed to Captain Roy. There were two voices in the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights. The vast majority of Silver Moon Elf Knights looked down on half-blood elves. These Silver Moon Elf Knights did not understand Captain Malthus's approach. Why would he care for the leader of a half-blood elf guard regiment, who was just a young half-elf. Of course, there were also a small number of Silver Moon Elf knights, who did not have any grudges in this regard. The Silver Moon Elf Kingdom was established more than 1,400 years ago. His Majesty Ansel has issued 3 decrees to improve the social status of half-blood elves. As the backbone of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, these Silver Pegasus Knights believe that they should abide by His Majesty Ansel's decrees. The 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights belong to the direct troops of Earl Macaulay. As the leader of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights, Malthus is the most trusted confidant of Earl Macaulay. A large part of the goodwill that Captain Malthus conveyed to Roy came from Earl Macaulay's instructions. In addition, he also knew that the person standing behind this Captain Roy was Earl Swinburne. At present, the Mine Guard Corps can be said to be the auxiliary troops of the Silver Pegasus Knights. Whether it is fighting or going out to perform missions, the Mine Guard Corps will cooperate with the Silver Pegasus Knights in any action in Golfito Canyon. Befriending this Captain Roy will have many benefits for the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights. For a long time to come, Captain Malthus will have to cooperate with Captain Roy. He doesn't want the two to have a bad relationship. Silver Moon Elves usually don't look down on half-blood elves. But in the Golfito Canyon, the Mine Guards, in particular, still had logistical military supplies. At this time, Captain Malthus conveyed some goodwill to Captain Roy. Captain Malthus felt it was still worth it. Roy could clearly feel the kindness shown by Captain Malthus. The camp of the Mine Guards was right next to the Silver Pegasus Knights. Although it was a mountain with a certain slope, the dark land was very flat, and a layer of exorcism powder was sprinkled on the ground, which effectively blocked the dark breath emanating from the ground. The elven army did not enter the Statue of Liberty, but instead set up some camps on the hills around the temple. The camp of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights was just one of several camps. When the half-blood elven warriors entered the Golfito Canyon, they were almost all carrying boxes of military supplies, which were then piled up in the middle of the camp in different categories. 5,000 wooden boxes piled together made the pile of supplies look very large. When the half-blood elven warriors were setting up tents in the open space of the camp, many Silver Moon Elf Knights stood in front of their tents and watched from afar. When the half-blood elf warriors set up their tents, the Silver Moon Elf Knights suddenly discovered that the tents used by the half-blood elf warriors were even newer than their own tents. Some Silver Moon Elf Knights couldn't help but say with envy, "These half-blood elves' tents are too good, aren't they?" Take a closer look at their armor. They are all magic armor. In other Silver Moon Elf guards, this kind of magic armor is generally only worn by officers above the captain level. I heard that they came from the Pagisto Plateau in the Partington Plain, where there are rich mining resources and their guards are very rich. No wonder they came directly to Golfito by magic airship. I haven't seen other infantry guards in the Legion equipped with this kind of magic armor. These half-blood elf warriors are now our auxiliary soldiers. It's not a bad thing for us if they are stronger. After the half-blood elf warriors set up the marching tents in the camp, they began to get busy in a large open space that was vacated in advance. These half-blood elf warriors took out some long and short square wooden slats, and there were notches at both ends of these wooden slats for easy splicing. The Silver Moon Elf Knights thought they were going to build a command post for the guards, and they thought this command post was simply too exaggerated. The command post of Captain Malthus was not this big. Just as the Silver Moon Elf Knights were discussing, they did not expect that this group of half-blood elf warriors actually fixed a row of water collection magic rune boards on the top of the wooden frame. Under each magic rune board was a sink for collecting water, and under the sink was a shower. There was a platform made of wooden boards under the wooden frame, and a drainage ditch was dug on one side. When the magic rune board of water gathering continued to condense clear water and gathered it in the sink, and the showers sprayed clear water, the Silver Moon Elf Knights suddenly realized that they had built a bathroom in the camp that could shower. The half-blood elf warriors surrounded the bathroom with rainproof tarpaulins. After building the bathroom, these half-blood elf warriors actually built tin stoves next to the bathroom. When the elves were marching, they basically ate elf biscuits, and occasionally some fresh fruits. Elf biscuits can be said to be a very good military ration during wartime. An ordinary elf warrior can usually survive for about a week without eating any food after eating a meal of elf biscuits. Therefore, there are very few stoves built in the camp of the elf army. The half-blood elf warriors built stoves, which made the Silver Moon Elf Knights, who were watching on the side, feel very strange and couldn't understand what they were doing. When a large cooking pot was placed on the stove, the half-blood elf poured cans of yellow honey into the pot, filled the pot with water, and poured sliced lemons into the pot, and the sweet fragrance immediately spread out. After the lemon tea was completely boiled, the half-blood elf extinguished the fire under the stove, and then let the lemon tea in the pot stand and cool. The Silver Moon Elf Knights were a little dumbfounded. In fact, when they were out on missions, they would occasionally gather a bonfire, and then hang a small cooking pot on the bonfire to make some lemon tea for themselves, and eat it with elf biscuits. But they had never built a stove in such a grand manner, and boiled several large pots of lemon tea for all the elf warriors to drink. The lemon tea is ready. The half-blood elf warrior standing in front of the big pot kept stirring the lemon tea that had cooled down in the pot, and some half-blood elves poured basins of ice cubes into the pot. The half-blood elf warriors lined up next to the stove. Each half-blood elf warrior had a copper military kettle with him. After unscrewing the spout, the half-blood elf in charge of boiling lemon tea would pick up a ladle with a notched mouth and fill the military kettle with lemon tea. Suddenly, the cooking pots became very lively. However, the half-blood elf warriors only crowded in front of the 7 large cooking pots, while the remaining 3 large cooking pots were empty. A half-blood elf officer ran to a group of Silver Moon Elf Knights and invited them to try the lemon tea, and said that the cooking pots without half-blood elves were reserved for the Silver Moon Elf Knights. At first, the Silver Moon Elf Knights felt a little embarrassed, and some Silver Moon Elves, who were not so disgusted with half-blood elves, came to the cooking pots with the idea of trying it out, and filled a kettle with water. Gradually, more and more Silver Moon Elf Knights lined up. It was the first time for the half-blood elf warriors to deal with the Silver Moon Elf Knights. Although these Silver Moon Elf Knights occasionally revealed the deep-rooted arrogance in their bones, they were able to maintain the most basic courtesy when facing the half-blood elf warriors. Under the leadership of Captain Malthus, the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights and the Mine Guards got along well. The Mine Guards had just arrived at the military camp, and there were still many things to do. The 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights arrived at Golfito only 1 day earlier than the Mine Guards, and they had a lot of things to do. During the few days when the Mine Guards were resting in the camp, several more Elven armies came to Golfito Canyon. The Elven army that Roy was most interested in was just a squadron of Silver Moon Elf Knights. There were only 60 Silver Moon Elf Knights in the team, but these Silver Moon Elf Knights were all wearing high-level magic pattern equipment and riding snow-white unicorns. When passing through the entrance of the valley, these unicorns exuded silver starlight, and the purple mist filled with blood could not even get close to the Silver Moon Elf Knights. This is the most mysterious army of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, the Unicorn Knights. These Silver Moon Elf Knights are both male and female. Each Silver Moon Elf has a pair of extremely clear eyes. Wherever they look, it seems that the place they are looking at will become brighter. Those unicorns are much taller than the Silver Pegasus. They have a silver horn with spiral patterns growing on their facial bones, and arcs of electricity flash across the horn from time to time. It is said that only pure-hearted Silver Moon Elves can communicate with unicorns at the spiritual level, but communication does not mean that the Silver Moon Elves can be recognized by unicorns and become a Silver Moon Elf Knight of the Unicorn Legion. This time, there is only 1 squadron of Unicorn Knights entering Golfito Canyon, but each Unicorn Knight is very powerful. Although Roy did not have the opportunity to observe closely, he could feel that these Unicorn Knights at least have the strength of Byron Thor, which means that many of these Unicorn Knights should be 2nd-level strongmen. Suddenly, he thought of Byron Thor. Roy remembered that the last time he saw him, Byron Thor was just about to take a boat from Castletown Harbor to Golfito. He had been in Golfito Canyon for 4 days, and had not seen any other elves except the Silver Moon Elf army. In addition to the Unicorn Knight squadron, the army that arrived at Golfito Canyon also included a group of magicians wearing various gorgeous magic robes. These elf magicians all wore magic cone hats, and the magic wands in their hands also looked varied. They walked into Golfito Canyon on foot, and after entering the canyon, they walked directly into the Statue of Liberty. At this time, Roy discovered that the Statue of Liberty, which was built at the innermost part of the canyon, was actually inhabited by a group of priests from the Moon Temple. Chapter 573. The Silver Moon Elf Knights patrol the sky above the Golfito Canyon every day. As auxiliary soldiers of the Silver Pegasus Knights, the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guards don't have much to do every day. They don't need to fly to the sky, and their activity area in the Golfito Canyon is also very limited. They can only move around the camp and the Golfito Pass. The Silver Moon Elf warriors of other armies simply ignore the half-blood elf warriors. In order to make the life of the half-blood elf warriors in the canyon less boring, under the leadership of Roy, the Mine Guards have been constantly improving the facilities in the barracks, trying to make the elves live a more comfortable life in the barracks. In just 3 weeks, the camp of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights has undergone tremendous changes. A circle of wooden fences was built around the camp of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights, and a row of stables were built next to the camp. In addition to the bathroom and stove in the camp, the half-blood elf warriors also built a sunshade on an open space, and placed rows of benches underneath, turning this place into a rest area. Opposite the rest area is the archery training ground and the martial arts fighting field. The archery training ground was originally just a simple tamping of the ground, and some arrow targets were placed on one side of the field. As for the martial arts fighting field, it was even simpler. After compacting the ground, a circle of benches were placed at the edge of the field, and several weapon racks were moved in. Every day, some elves who were full of energy and had nowhere to vent would compete in the martial arts fighting field. As for martial arts competitions, occasionally there would be Silver Moon Elf Knights and Half-Blood Elf Warriors competing in the fighting field. After several competitions, the elves found that there was still a big gap between them. When these Silver Pegasus Knights fought, their movements were neat and uniform, just like a textbook, and very standard. The Half-Blood Elf Warriors had not received systematic training. They competed with the Silver Pegasus Knights on the training ground, and were almost completely crushed by the Silver Moon Elf Knights. These Silver Pegasus Knights are not only good at archery, but also proficient in javelin throwing. When they ride on the Silver Pegasus, holding spears and shields, the demeanor they exude is even more dazzling. Roy discovered that the Silver Pegasus Knights are a team that uses their high mobility to fly around the edge of the battlefield, looking for the opponent's weaknesses and launching surprise attacks. In fact, Roy's Griffin Cavalry Regiment is worth learning from in many aspects of the Silver Pegasus Knights. Roy thinks that the Griffin Cavalry Regiment can also become a team that is good at air strikes, especially since those Griffins also have the Iron Will, so the Griffin Cavalry are more suitable for the combat method of surprise attacks. Roy humbly asked some Silver Pegasus Knights for advice. These Silver Pegasus Knights had a good initial impression of the half-elf leader of the Mine Guards. Every time Roy asked about some Knights training programs, these Silver Pegasus Knights would answer very patiently. However, the most lethal means of this group of Silver Pegasus Knights is to throw spears from high altitudes, especially some spears with armor-piercing magic properties. Even the chain shields made by the dwarves cannot stop such sharp spears falling from high altitudes. The Mine Guards have been stationed in the Golfito Canyon for nearly a month and finally received a mission: road construction. The Mine Guards want to widen the road from the Statue of Liberty to the valley exit, sprinkle some gravel, and build a new road. Although the mission was terrible, Roy still accepted it happily. For the past month, Viscount Felek could only hide in the military camp in Golfito Canyon. During the day, he squatted in the archery training ground. At night, he could only sit at the entrance of the tent, looking up at the night sky and counting stars in boredom. The crimson sky of Golfito Canyon would turn into purple at night, with a very unique mysterious beauty. Viscount Felek returned to the tent from the archery training ground with an elven longbow. As a Silver Moon Elf noble, Viscount Felek's archery skills were still very good, otherwise, he would not have become the deputy head of the Muriaki City Security Guard Corps. Viscount Felek can do some simple communication with trees. It is said that elves with this talent are born children of the forest. He can ask trees some very simple questions, such as what just happened in this jungle. These trees always leave some traces. Viscount Felek showed this ability in front of the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guards. In fact, he wanted to find a few fruit trees in the dense woods outside the valley. For Viscount Felek, this kind of thing is of course a piece of cake. He quickly led the half-blood elf warriors to find a few fruit trees in this jungle. These fruit trees were actually full of fruits. Although the fruits on 3 trees were not fully ripe, Roy was very happy. The half-elf officer said a few compliments to Viscount Felek. What's the big deal? Viscount Felek didn't care much about his ability. If he was a wood elf, he could naturally learn some natural spells with this talent and become an excellent druid, but Viscount Felek was a Silver Moon Elf, and he hoped that he could communicate with unicorns or Silver Pegasus. However, no matter how he tried, he failed. Not having the opportunity to become a Silver Pegasus Knight has always been Viscount Felek's concern. Now he was living a hard military life in the Golfito Valley, and he had long been fed up with this kind of life. For 3 weeks, Viscount Felek ran to the entrance of the Golfito Valley almost every morning to secretly observe the elf team guarding outside the valley. Every time, Viscount Felek returned disappointed. It was obvious that those guarding the valley had no intention of leaving. Viscount Felek could only hide in the valley, and dared not go anywhere. He lived a very luxurious life as an elf noble in the city of Muriaki. Now in Golfito Canyon, life suddenly became quiet. Viscount Felek was very uncomfortable. He would occasionally sit outside the tent and be in a daze, and occasionally practice archery in the archery training ground. This time, Viscount Felek ran to the dense jungle outside Golfito Canyon with the half-blood elf warriors, and took the opportunity to run out to relax. Viscount Felek did not leave the team, and the Silver Moon Elves who were guarding him outside Golfito Canyon could only squat at the entrance of the canyon and wait patiently. During this period, the mine guards had already moved most of the supplies from the magic airship by the lake, so Roy planned to have the magic airship fly back to Murayaki City and transport all the military supplies stored in the port warehouse. Viscount Felek heard the news and planned to take the opportunity to go back to Murayaki City to take a look, but when he saw the elf warriors waiting outside the canyon entrance with a covetous look, he turned around and gave up the idea. Chapter 574. Although the half-blood elf warriors of the mine guards usually only move around the camp and the valley entrance, their special identities still attract the cold eyes of other Silver Moon elves. The camp of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights is located in the northwest corner of the valley, which is a very quiet location. The fragrance of fruit tea often wafts out of the camp, and the Silver Moon Elf Knights do not need to take a bath by the lakeside waterfall outside the valley, which makes the Silver Pegasus Knights of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights live very comfortably. Flying over the valley 3 times a day, morning, noon and evening, the patrol mission was completed. The mine guards did not receive patrol and garrison missions. During this period, Roy led the half-blood elf warriors to pave the road from the Statue of Liberty to the mouth of the canyon. Roy asked the half-blood elf warriors to bring some gravel from outside the valley to pad the road a little, and then spread a layer of fine sand on the gravel. Unfortunately, there was no slate suitable for mining nearby, so there was no way to pave a slate road. After Roy came to Golfito, he never saw the dark gate that everyone talked about. Every time he returned to the camp, he could only sit at the entrance of the tent and look at the towering temple from afar. The priests in the Statue of Liberty no longer lived here. Currently, some elven magicians from the Magic Guild, the high priests of the Moon Temple, and the elven knights of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom gathered in the Statue of Liberty. According to Captain Malthus, the elves are trying to seal the Dark Gate in the Statue of Liberty. Fundamentally solve the problem of the Dark Gate being blocked on the Elf continent. If a great magician who is a 2nd-level strongman can open the door to the elemental world, sign a magic contract with the elemental spirit, and use the power of the elemental spirit to release the 4th-level group magic, then when they are promoted again, they will become a 3rd-level magician. The elf magician actually already has an elemental body. Not only can they travel through the elemental world, but they can also mobilize the elemental power around their bodies at will, and use rune arrays to control these elemental powers. The idea of several magicians is to build a magic circle around the dark portal, use the power of the magic circle to seal the dark portal, and prevent the dark breath from spreading in Golfito Canyon. However, the high priests of the Moon Temple do not want the magicians of the Magic Guild to guard the dark portal alone. They hope to build a moon well in front of the dark portal to seal the dark portal with the power of moonlight and deter those dark creatures who are about to sneak into the elf continent. In the hall of the Statue of Liberty, the Magic Guild and the Moon Temple each insisted on their own opinions and could not compromise. Because the magic pattern array that sealed the dark portal involved the advanced rune language of the Magic Guild, the Magic Guild was unwilling to share the advanced magic runes with the Moon Temple. The sealing of the Dark Gate was delayed because of this. Roy lived in the Golfito Canyon every day, and he could clearly feel that the sacred aura gathered in the canyon was constantly dissipating, while the dark aura was becoming more and more dignified. It was said that the magicians of the Magic Guild and the high priests of the Moon Temple were arguing in the hall on the first floor of the Statue of Liberty every day, and the great knights of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom could only stand between the two opposing sides and play the role of mediator. The half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guard spent more than half a month to finally pave the road from the Statue of Liberty to the entrance of the canyon. Roy took some half-blood elf warriors on the magic airship back to Murayaki City and loaded all the military supplies stored in the port warehouse onto the magic airship. Before the magic airship left the harbor, Roy came to Felek Manor with a letter written by Viscount Felek. This manor is a large forest. The carriage drove along the forest road for a long time before seeing a giant towering tree. The tree was almost 200 meters high. The huge canopy covered a large mountain and perfectly blended with the surrounding woods. It looked like a building. The trunk diameter was more than 50 meters, but there were hundreds of steps built on the exposed roots. The carriage stopped at the bottom of the steps. Roy got out of the carriage, and a Silver Moon Elf, who looked like a butler, was waiting beside him. Roy had never seen the Silver Moon Elf noble own such a lavish manor in the upper city of Castletown. Especially this giant towering tree that had lived for who knows how many years, which looked more majestic than a skyscraper from the outside. The Silver Moon Elf steward had a poker face. His eyes kept scanning Roy's face, and then asked Roy slowly, "Are you Captain Roy?" "It's me," Roy replied. He had an indescribable feeling, that is, although the steward's tone was very polite, Roy felt that he didn't think too highly of him. The steward bowed slightly to Roy and said, "Please follow me." Turning around and climbing the steps, the The butler took Roy up the tall wooden steps and walked into the giant tree. Passing through the more than 10-meter-long arched passage, Roy looked up at the space inside that was wider than 2 basketball courts. Such a huge towering tree, the trunk is actually hollow. Countless vines hang down from the top of the trunk. These vines are covered with white roots. These roots emit a faint white fluorescence, making the space inside the trunk look a little mysterious. Walking up along the circular staircase inside the giant tree, there will be a moonstone inlaid on the wooden wall every few steps. The soft light makes the steps appear a light blue. There were many silver moon elves in the inner space of the tree trunk. When they saw the butler leading Roy in, they all cast curious glances at Roy. Roy walked for a while, and finally found that the rooms opened up in the tree trunk were in a circle. Each floor was a circle. Roy followed the butler and walked up 5 floors in one breath, which means he passed through the 5 ring-shaped areas in the tree trunk. There were at least hundreds of rooms opened up in the tree trunk alone. It can be seen that the Felek family is quite powerful in the city of Murayaki, otherwise they would not own such a historic manor. The butler led Roy into an empty room. The room didn't look big, but it was very cozy. It should be a private living room. Although there was no terrace in the room, there was a round window. This round window was built very grandly. There was a soft wool blanket on the windowsill. Sitting on the windowsill, you could just overlook the entire view of the bay of Murayaki City. Roy looked around the room for a while, and then sat on a chair and waited for a while. With a series of light footsteps, the wooden door was gently pushed open, and the butler came in, with 2 silver moon elf maids carrying fruit plates and fruit tea. The 2 maids pursed their lips and placed the tea on the table, and then left the room obediently at the butler's signal. "Captain Roy, please wait a moment." After saying that, the butler turned around and walked out of the room without even looking at the expression on Roy's face. In the room, Roy first sat on the chair for a long time, and then admired the scenery of Murayaki City by the window. He felt the shadows left by the sunlight through the glass window constantly slanting. Roy finished all the fruit tea and began to look at the color of the ceiling in the room. Viscount Felek's father never showed up. Until the sound of brisk footsteps came from the door, Roy turned and looked at the door. A young silver moon elf dressed in gorgeous aristocratic clothes walked in, with a faint smile on his face. His chin was slightly raised, and his eyes narrowed into a line and looked at Roy. "Are you Captain Roy? Viscount Felek, who took refuge in your mine guard group, is my brother," the young silver moon elf said. Before Roy could reply, he nodded slightly to Roy. "Thank you for taking care of him for so long. It was Earl Macaulay who entrusted Viscount Felek to me." "You should thank Earl Macaulay," Roy said casually. The young silver moon elf was slightly startled, and said with a self-deprecating smile, "I was wondering how he could have such means to become the guide of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion." It turned out that Earl Macaulay helped. Roy didn't want to waste any more time here, so he took out the letter written by Viscount Felek from his arms, handed it to the young silver moon elf, and asked casually, "This is a letter written by Viscount Felek. I was entrusted by him to deliver the letter. Now I have completed my mission. Before leaving, do you have anything to say to Viscount Felek?" The young silver moon elf didn't expect Roy to say that. He thought about it carefully before saying, "He caused such a big trouble this time. Earl Stasa is looking for trouble with the Felek family everywhere in Murayaki City. In the past month and a half, the Felek family's industry in Murayaki City has shrunk by nearly 1/3. The current strategy we choose is to continue to gather the family industry and strive to minimize the loss this time. As for my brother, the family's view is that it is best not to appear in Murayaki City recently, so as not to escalate the conflict between the Felek family and the Stasa family. We will find a way to help him smooth out the relationship, but many industries in the family have suffered heavy losses. It is best to wait until things calm down before making other considerations. Please tell him these words, so my brother will be in your care for the next period of time." After saying that, the young silver moon elf nodded to Roy again, and then took away Viscount Felek's handwritten letter. Roy left the Felek family manor under the guidance of the butler. Until Roy got on the carriage and sat on the double-row sofa, he could only sigh softly. He didn't expect that such a silver moon elf noble family would also have a power struggle among the heirs. It seems, Viscount Felek seems to have been abandoned by his family. Roy took the magic airship back to Golfito Canyon. The magic airship landed in the lake outside the canyon, and all the half-blood elf warriors went out to move the supplies on the magic airship to the canyon camp. This time when Roy passed the canyon entrance, he felt that the lavender mist at the canyon entrance smelled even more fishy. The sacred atmosphere in the canyon became thinner and thinner, and Roy could even feel a dark atmosphere emanating from behind the Statue of Liberty. It seems that the plan to seal the Dark Gate in Golfito Canyon is imminent. All the supplies were piled up in the camp, and they were finally done. Roy laid down on the rattan chair in front of the tent, and the Silver Pegasus Knights, who lived on the other side of the camp, began to line up to receive daily necessities. Captain Malthus walked in from outside the camp with a team of Silver Pegasus Knights. When he heard that Captain Roy had returned to the camp, he ran to Roy and said to him with a smile, "Tomorrow, the leaders of our legions are invited to the Statue of Liberty to discuss matters related to the Dark Portal. Captain Roy, do you want to attend this meeting with me?" Roy really wanted to visit the Statue of Liberty. He wanted to know how the priests lived in the temple. Although the priests were no longer there, he wanted to see where they lived. "Can I go?" Roy sat up from the rattan chair and asked uncertainly. "Of course." Head of Malthus laughed and said, "But, you know, recently, the magicians of the Magic Guild and the high priests of the Moon Temple have been arguing fiercely, so even if we go to the Hall of the Statue of Liberty and participate in this meeting, we can only be observers at most." "That's great. I just want to visit the Statue of Liberty. I promise to bring only my ears, not my mouth." Hearing Roy's interesting words, Captain Malthus waved his hand at Roy. Then it's settled. As soon as Captain Malthus left, Viscount Felek came to Roy's tent. Life in the canyon made the impetuous Viscount Felek completely quiet down. He wore simple leather armor, carried an elven longbow, and had 2 pots of feather arrows hanging on his waist. His right arm looked a little red and swollen. It seemed that he went to the archery training ground to shoot arrows. Roy invited Viscount Felek into his tent. Viscount Felek wanted to ask what news the family had brought back. In the past, when he got into trouble like this, his father would come forward to solve the problem for him. He only needed to hide outside for a while, and then he could return to Murayaki City. Roy sat opposite Viscount Felek and did not speak. A soft holy light appeared between his hands, and then this holy light fell on Viscount Felek's arm. Viscount Felek felt that his arm, which was originally burning, sore and painful, was like being poured with a bucket of cool spring water, and a cool breeze swept away the burning pain in his arm. Viscount Felek took a deep breath, looked at his recovered arm, and asked Roy tentatively, "Captain Roy, are you a priest?" Roy nodded and said, "Your arm is seriously strained. If you continue to practice, you may hurt your arm tendons. I worked as an apprentice priest in the Temple of the Statue of Liberty in Castletown for a period of time, so I learned some divine arts." Roy hesitated and continued, "This time when I went to your manor, I didn't see Earl Felek. The person who came out to meet me was your younger brother." Chapter 575. Captain Malthus and Roy climbed the long steps outside the Statue of Liberty side by side. The steps were paved with white granite strips with anti-slip patterns engraved on them. The entire Statue of Liberty has experienced thousands of years of wind and rain, and the gaps in these steps are still very tight. It is difficult to insert a skinning knife into the gaps. The statues on both sides of the stone steps are no longer priests, but some angels with folded wings. Some angel statues hold their shoulders and kneel to pray, some angel statues hold huge swords in their hands and look up at the sky, and some angel statues hold the Holy Grail and look down at their feet. The Statue of Liberty in Golfito is a large-scale building complex. In addition to the main body of the temple, there are more buildings around that are the living quarters for the priests. This time, Captain Malthus took Roy to the outside of the main temple. The two of them were going to attend the Silver Moon Elf officers' meeting. The two walked into the magnificent arched gate outside the temple, and an extremely gorgeous courtyard appeared in front of Roy. There were some marble-paved paths in the courtyard. The places without marble were covered with lush green grass. In the middle of the courtyard was a square pool with a fountain and a waterfall. The clear water in the pool was almost overflowing from the pool. A clear waterfall attracted Roy's attention. Right in front of the waterfall, there is a statue of the Statue of Liberty wearing a veil, half lying on a huge rock, reaching out to stir the water in the pool. In the past, the Statue of Liberty that Roy had seen was always holding a sacred scepter and a holy grail of wisdom. Only the Statue of Liberty in the front yard of the Golfito Statue of Liberty Temple looks more like a beautiful human girl, and even the joyful and shy expression on her face is clearly displayed. Roy can even hear her whispering from her slightly opened lips. Some Silver Moon Elf officers stood in the courtyard in 2s and 3s. When some officers saw Captain Malthus, they even greeted him in a familiar manner. Captain Malthus nodded repeatedly and responded to the officers with a smile, but he did not join them. He took Roy into an arched corridor. There was a wall on one side of the corridor, and an arched Roman column on the other side. There were some exquisite reliefs inlaid on the wall. I always felt that some buildings in Buenos Aires were too exaggerated. I wish they could carve the stones completely hollow. I didn't expect that the reliefs in the Statue of Liberty were not much better. I wonder how much effort it took to carve this mural." After saying this, Captain Malthus laughed at himself. Roy thought of the Statue of Liberty in Castletown. Before the temple was abandoned, the statues in the courtyard and the main hall were also very exquisite. It is said that each temple is a residence prepared for the goddess to descend to the world. At the beginning, these temples often brought down the goddess's blessings and holy light. Occasionally, a ray of the goddess's divine thoughts would possess the body of the high priest and often wander around the temple. Therefore, as believers of the Statue of Liberty, they naturally spared no effort to build these temples magnificently. By the way, if they were willing to take out this money to subsidize the lives of poor half-blood elves, their believers would at least double. Roy couldn't help but complain. Although he was a high priest, he was not a believer of the Statue of Liberty. So when he stood in the temple and complained about the Statue of Liberty, he didn't feel any pressure. Captain Malthus smiled, and while talking, the two came to the main hall of the Statue of Liberty. The tall dome almost pierced the sky. The atmosphere created by these tall buildings was as if this main hall was a residence for gods to live in. Following Captain Malthus into the main hall, the luxurious dome was painted with exquisite paintings. The paintings on the dome seemed to describe the war of the gods, and there were countless angels around the Statue of Liberty. Roy passed by the side hall and looked inside through the open door. This should be a side hall used for baptism and blessing. The holy water pool at the innermost part of the room had long been completely dry, and the high platform where the holy cup was placed had long been empty. The benches in the room were still very neatly arranged. Roy had a special feeling for the side hall, where holy water was distributed. At the beginning, he was responsible for standing on the high platform and using a silver spoon to distribute a cup of holy water to each of the goddess believers who came to pray. Intermittent arguments were heard in the main hall of the Statue of Liberty. Before entering the main hall, Captain Malthus showed a helpless expression on his face. In the past half-month, they have quarreled countless times in the main hall. Every time I enter the hall, I get a headache. Captain Malthus complained in a very low voice. Roy stood beside Captain Malthus and looked into the main hall curiously. Captain Malthus signaled Roy to stop, stand at the door of the main hall, take a deep breath, tighten his abdomen and chest, make his face without any expression, and just with a stern face, walked into the main hall of the Statue of Liberty. Roy took a half step back and followed Captain Malthus. He also restrained his curious eyes and walked in. A group of magicians from the Magic Guild and the high priests of the Moon Temple stood on the left and right sides of the hall, and the atmosphere seemed a bit tense. A dozen elven knights sat in chairs on the high platform, and a group of officers stood in the area near the entrance of the hall. Captain Malthus took Roy to mix in with these officers. Roy knew that his half-elf identity might cause disgust among some half-elf officers, so he stood at the edge of the crowd. As the leaders of the sealing of the Dark Portal, the magicians of the Magic Guild wanted to have the power to guard the Dark Portal. The Moon Temple wanted to build a moon well outside the sealing array to attract the power of the Moon Goddess to completely suppress the Dark Portal. But the problem was that once the Moon Temple built a moon well, it meant that a Moon Temple would be built here. They did not want the magicians of the Magic Guild to live next to the moon well for a long time. This argument lasted for a long time, making Roy's legs numb as he stood in the hall. He saw that some Silver Moon Elf officers would walk out of the main hall from time to time and take a breath in the garden in the front yard. So he said hello to Captain Malthus and slipped out through the side door. Captain Malthus knew that Roy must be a little bored standing in the hall, but unfortunately, he couldn't talk in the hall, so he could only make a few simple gestures to let him take a breath in the courtyard outside and signaled him not to walk around. Roy actually wanted to find a toilet, so he walked along the corridor on the side to the backyard. Although the Statue of Liberty has been occupied by the Silver Moon Elves, there are actually not many guards in the main hall. Roy walked along the corridor to the right side of the main hall, where there was a beautiful inner courtyard. On the left side of the courtyard was a library, and on the right side of the building was a plaque of an armory. Roy was curious about the library and the Statue of Liberty, so he walked up the steps to the door of the library. The door of the library was also open, but only the layout of the first floor hall could be seen from the door. There were many books neatly arranged in the hall. Most of the books had been moved out, and the remaining books were scattered on the books and the ground, and no one paid any attention to them. Roy stood outside the door and did not step in. He poked his head inside and peeked. He happened to see a Silver Moon Elf guarding the corner of the door. When he saw Roy, he looked at him with doubts. The Silver Moon Elf did not speak, so Roy quickly retracted his head. To be honest, he was frightened by the Silver Moon Elf guarding the door. When he patted his chest, Roy found that he was wearing the badge of the Silver Pegasus Legion. It was probably the Silver Pegasus Legion badge that saved him a lot of trouble. Roy continued to stroll in the inner garden. He heard Captain Malthus say that the dark portal was behind the main hall of the Statue of Liberty. Behind the door in the main hall was the only passage leading to the dark portal, so Roy was not too worried about entering the restricted area by mistake. He was very interested in the buildings of the Statue of Liberty. After sneaking out of the inner garden of the temple, Roy left the main temple of the Statue of Liberty. The houses and streets in front of him had changed greatly. Many houses in this area were connected. Roy guessed that this should be the living area of the priests. This area seemed relatively large, and the entire complex looked like a compact small city. Walking on the old streets, there were many messy things scattered on the messy streets. The Silver Moon Elf warriors did not live in the living area here. The entire living area looked very depressed, and there was no Silver Moon Elf to be seen. Roy walked on the street, as if he was in a long-abandoned city. In this city where only priests live, many buildings have the symbol of the Statue of Liberty. Roy found that the statues of the Statue of Liberty were scattered at the intersections of the streets and alleys, like shrines built in the city. The Bishop of the Statue of Liberty once gathered hundreds of thousands of holy expeditionary forces in Golfito Canyon, and went on 3 expeditions to the Dark Land. All the war expenses were borne by Golfito alone, which shows how strong the foundation of the Statue of Liberty is. Unfortunately, many of the Statue of Liberty in this living area began to become broken, and the broken limbs were torn apart on the stone slabs. Roy walked around in this living area and stopped when his feet were a little sore. He found a bench and sat down. He originally wanted to return to the main hall to meet with Captain Malthus. When Roy stood up, he found that he had walked to the edge of the temple living area. He was in an area close to the canyon wall. There was an extremely simple corridor near the wall, which was only attached to the wall. Many parts of the corridor had collapsed, and many stone chambers opened on the mountain were exposed. Those stone chambers didn't even have doors, and they were pitch black inside. Roy tried to walk 2 steps into the ruined corridor and looked at a stone chamber at the edge. This stone chamber was exactly what it said. The space inside was less than 2 square meters, and a normal-sized elf couldn't even stretch out his body and lie inside. The stone chamber only had a door, no windows, and even the door was just an empty door frame. Roy looked at this stone chamber that was even more cramped than a toilet, and found that some of the walls of the stone chambers even had statues of the Statue of Liberty. Some of the walls of the stone chambers were painted with some messy patterns. I heard from the great priest Reed that there were many ascetic priests in Golfito who would dig a cave on the cliff and live in it. These ascetic priests prayed devoutly to the Statue of Liberty all day except for 2 meals a day. Roy suddenly became very interested in these stone chambers. He skipped the first few stone chambers with few carvings on the walls, and walked up along the passage that could collapse at any time. The further he walked in, the older the stone chambers were. There were indeed many patterns carved by sharp weapons in the dark stone chambers. Roy stretched out a hand, and a ball of holy light emerged from the palm of his hand. The soft holy light made the stone chamber much brighter, and the patterns that were originally hidden in the darkness gradually became clear in front of Roy's eyes. Roy walked through more than a dozen stone chambers in a row, and finally in a stone chamber, he saw a lot of elven texts written by a priest during prayer. These elven texts almost covered the left wall. Roy raised the holy light in his palm a little higher. He moved closer to the wall, and carefully observed these words, and found that these elven texts were not complaining, but recording something. It was written here that a priest could not feel the holy light of the Statue of Liberty during the years he spent in Golfito. This made him feel desperate. He even felt abandoned by the Statue of Liberty, so he lived in pain every day. Before he entered the stone chamber to pray, he was at a loss for a long time. He traveled to countless places just to find the holy light of the Statue of Liberty. He even captured some little demons through a summoning ritual and interrogated the demons privately, but even so, he did not find any information related to the Statue of Liberty. He had visited the great magician of the Astrologers' Union and asked him to find the current location of the Statue of Liberty through the stars, but the great magician gave him a very vague answer, and he couldn't understand many of the words. He also asked a prophet to predict the Statue of Liberty, but the prophet only told him that the Statue of Liberty was trapped in a place without any light. He cast a forbidden spell, summoned a demon from hell in a hidden place, and imprisoned it in a prison, torturing the demon with holy light every day. In this way, he would summon the demons of hell every once in a while, and finally got useful information from a demon. The Statue of Liberty was imprisoned in an unknown place in the Dark Land, and had fallen into a deep sleep. It was this news that made the priests in the temple of the Statue of Liberty feel extremely panicked. Then several archbishops in the temple of the Statue of Liberty began to plan a war. So the priests began to send an expeditionary force to the Dark Land, and a large number of priests followed the expeditionary force into the Dark Land. Chapter 576. Under the illumination of the holy light, more words appeared on the stone wall. The stone wall that seemed to be uneven began to show lines of handwritten elven text. Roy learned one thing from the text on the wall. The bishops of the Statue of Liberty actually had no intention of ending the expedition plan to the Dark Land, which meant that the exploration of the Dark Land was endless. The expeditionary force initially formed by the Statue of Liberty was a group of priests with firm beliefs. With the blessing of the Statue of Liberty, they possessed powerful holy light power. Unfortunately, when the holy light of the Statue of Liberty no longer descended, the power of these priests was also weakened bit by bit. They were the believers who were most eager to find the Statue of Liberty. This group of priests formed the first expeditionary force, and entered the Dark Land through the Dark Gate. In fact, the first expedition was relatively successful. After the priests' expeditionary force entered the Dark Land, the dark creatures were completely unprepared. The power of holy light possessed by the priests was very restraining to those dark creatures, so the expeditionary force advanced all the way in the Dark Land. It was a pity that the priests had no experience in expeditions, which led to frequent problems in the logistic supply route of the expeditionary force. What slowed down the pace of the first expeditionary force was the long supply line. The priests were eager to find the whereabouts of the Statue of Liberty, but after they entered the Dark Land, the holy light in their bodies could not be replenished, so the priests' combat power became weaker and weaker. Finally, the dark creatures coming from all directions finally stopped the expeditionary force. The second expedition was still normal. Since the priests obtained information about the fallen plane of the Statue of Liberty from a terrifying demon, the first expeditionary force could not take another step forward, and the bishops of the Statue of Liberty immediately organized a second expeditionary force. This time, the Statue of Liberty could only dispatch some priests with outstanding abilities and firm beliefs from the Elf continent and various temples, and spent a lot of money to hire 200,000 mercenaries from the Mercenary Guild, and put together a second expeditionary force with a total force of 800,000, and once again rushed into the Dark Land. Because nearly a quarter of the second expeditionary force were mercenaries, these mercenaries were not restricted by the divine power, so the second expeditionary force once again advanced into the depths of the Dark Land. The Statue of Liberty's expedition this time had no end, and they had only one goal, which was to rescue the Statue of Liberty trapped somewhere in the Dark Land. This expedition lasted for a long time. The second expeditionary army rushed around in the Dark Land, and occupied a large area of the Dark Land. However, the vastness of the Dark Land far exceeded the estimates of the archbishops of the Statue of Liberty. Not only did the second expeditionary army fail to find any news about the Statue of Liberty, but it also used up all the reserve forces of the expeditionary army because of the establishment of countless material transfer stations in the Dark Land. The second expeditionary army opened up several large battlefields in the Dark Land, requiring the Statue of Liberty to continuously invest troops in the Dark Land. At this time, the Statue of Liberty on the Elf continent had actually transferred all its elite priests to the Dark Land. The Statue of Liberty in Golfito began to plan to form the third expeditionary force, and began to frantically withdraw from the Statue of Liberty on the Elf continent. Since the expeditionary force was composed of priests from all over the Elf continent, the abilities of the expeditionary soldiers were uneven, so the third expedition was relatively unsuccessful. These priests supported the various battlefields in the Dark Land, but did not reverse the situation in the major battlefields. When the elven text on the wall was written here, the handwriting was particularly sloppy, and the words were full of doubts about this expedition. However, this priest was also looking forward to the expeditionary force of the Statue of Liberty on Roland continent to achieve brilliant results, because according to his description, the number of priests and believers of the Statue of Liberty on Roland continent was at least 10 times that of the priests on the Elf continent, or even dozens of times. Roy found it hard to imagine what the scale of the expeditionary force on Roland continent was. Roy squatted beside the stone wall, holding a ball of soft holy light in his hands. Under the illumination of the holy light, these words slowly appeared, and when the holy light was removed, these elven words engraved on the stone wall completely disappeared in a very magical way. He continued to look down. The words on the stone wall were full of uncertainty, and even a paragraph of words was smeared. Roy could feel how confused and restless the recorder was when he wrote this paragraph. His faith was still there, but the God he prayed to had disappeared. Without the blessing of the holy light, the cultivation of the priests of the Statue of Liberty would stagnate, and even the sacred power in the bodies of many priests began to slowly diminish. 3 consecutive expeditions exhausted the last wealth of the Golfito Statue of Liberty. In order to find the whereabouts of the Statue of Liberty in the Dark Land, the bishops of the Statue of Liberty chose to go all out. They decided to abandon everything and take all the priests to the Dark Land. Before entering the Dark Land, the priests were also worried that dark creatures would sneak into the Elf continent through the Dark Gate, so the priests came up with a plan. They planned to seal the Dark Gate from the inside after entering the Dark Land. I don't know if I can be guided by the holy light to find the goddess lost in the Dark Land this time, but I know in my heart that if we choose to stay in Golfito, I'm afraid we will never have the chance to find the goddess, so this time I went without hesitation. If anyone happens to read this text, please understand that we, the priests of the Statue of Liberty, are determined to fight for our faith even in such adversity. We sailed across the vast endless sea from Roland continent to the Elf continent, spreading the glory of the Statue of Liberty here. We are the spreaders of holy light. The text stops here. Roy sat in the stone chamber, unable to say anything for a long time. It was obvious that the high priest Reed was now in the darkness, and his whereabouts were unknown. Moreover, the expeditionary forces entering the Dark Land this time were far more than the 3 expeditionary forces of the Statue of Liberty in the Elf continent. The troops of the Statue of Liberty in other continents also entered the Dark Land. The Dark Gate of Golfito was handed over to the Silver Moon Elves for management, which was also planned by the priests before entering the Dark Land. The priests gave up everything in Golfito, even this magnificent temple. Roy stood in front of the stone wall for a long time until he felt his legs were a little sore, and then he woke up from his deep contemplation. After leaving the stone chamber, Roy became more and more curious about whether there were similar written records in the stone chamber behind. There were almost no people coming here, and the passage built of broken wooden boards was covered with dust, and even made some creaking sounds when stepped on. There were no plants growing in the Golfito Canyon. Only the lush lawns and shrub walls could be seen in the front garden of the temple, but some corners had already shown signs of withering. There were no birds or animals in the canyon, and Roy walked forward along the passage. The stone chamber in front is also a place for ascetic practice. These priests pray and meditate in the stone chamber. Some stone chambers are empty, but some ascetic priests will write their thoughts on the stone wall. They do it very obscurely. Without the power of holy light, it is impossible to see the elf text engraved on the stone wall. Roy even learned some of the wars between the Nagassi clan and the elves from the text recorded on some walls. Although the elves won the war in the end, the war lasted for a long time, and both the elves and the Nagassi clan paid a great price. In a stone room, Roy let the holy light float above his head. Under the shining of the holy light, rows of dense words appeared on the walls around him. These words recorded some of the experiences gained from learning divine arts. The priest who came here to practice hard was probably a second-level combat priest. He described the divine arts introduced to the elf continent on the wall in a long-winded manner. They can be roughly divided into 5 categories: blessing, judgment, holy seal, treatment, and exorcism. In fact, Roy learned 6 kinds of blessings from the great priest Reed, but the great priest Reed said that the blessings he learned were not complete. As far as he knew, there were 2 blessings that even he did not know. The blessing divine arts he taught Roy were protection blessing, strength blessing, king blessing, wisdom blessing, light blessing, and freedom blessing. He also gave him 3 kinds of judgment spells: hammer of punishment, hammer of judgment, and hammer of punishment. Roy currently has a healing spell, holy light. 2 kinds of exorcism spells, glimmer illumination and purification. The former can find the undead creatures within the range of holy light, and the latter can purify the weak undead creatures. In addition, High Priest Reed does not know the Holy Seal, so Roy does not know the Holy Seal spells. In fact, when Roy stepped into the Statue of Liberty, he clearly felt that the Statue of Liberty was filled with a lot of sacred aura. When he walked into the Statue of Liberty, the holy light tree in his body had already been awakened. A huge holy storm emerged around the holy light tree. These holy auras swept in from all sides and gathered around him. The holy tree quickly absorbed the holy light power in the Statue of Liberty. It made Roy feel like his body was like a balloon filled with air, as if it could be burst by the holy light at any time. As a large amount of holy light power poured into Roy's body, Roy found that the seal of promotion to level 11 began to loosen, as if he only needed some kind of opportunity to be promoted to level 11. And when he read so much information recorded by other priests in the stone chamber on the mountain wall, the feeling of the eve of breakthrough became stronger and stronger. Finally, a ray of holy light penetrated the shackles. A beam of light penetrated in, and immediately a second beam of light penetrated, and the opening became larger and larger. After a while, the holy light tree in the body suddenly grew a lot, and some buds, like flames, appeared on the light flowers on the holy light tree. It seems that his breakthrough at the level of the great priest is basically to make the holy light tree in the body more luxuriant, and store more holy light power. A soft ball of light appeared between Roy's hands. Roy finally figured out one thing. It turned out that the way to make himself stronger was not only to purify the dead, but also to recite prayers in the sacred Statue of Liberty, which could help him break through the shackles and advance smoothly. Roy felt that he had stayed in the stone chamber long enough, so he walked towards the exit along the wooden passage. He did not take the way he came, but tried to walk out from the other side of the passage. Roy walked a long way, and soon he found that he had walked out of the Statue of Liberty area. This passage, built with wooden boards against the stone wall, had not reached the end yet. The end of this wooden passage is a very remote mountainside in the canyon. If you walk west from here for a while, you can just return to the military camp of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights. I didn't expect to walk out of the Statue of Liberty like this. Since Roy walked out of the Statue of Liberty, he didn't plan to return to the Hall of the Statue of Liberty to listen to the quarrels between the magicians and the high priests. There is no stream in the Golfito Canyon. The 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights never use the clear water condensed by the magic rune plate to give these Silver Pegasus water. They will ride the Silver Pegasus to the outside of the canyon and let them drink water by the lake. Recently, the Silver Pegasus Knights discovered that there was a clear mountain spring opposite the lake, so they often took the Silver Pegasus to drink the spring water. Roy walked to the lakeside. This time, he came to the magic airship, as a routine, to inspect the situation here. 9 magic airships were parked side by side at the lakeside. Only some crew members were scrubbing the decks. This Count Felek looked decadent, and had no desire to live. He put his arms on the side of the boat, stuck his head out of the boat, and stared at the clear lake water. On the shore not far away, a team of Silver Moon Elf guards stood quietly under the shade of the trees, staring at Viscount Felek quietly. Seeing Roy walking along the forest road to the lake, a guard captain hesitated for a moment before walking up to Roy and asked him politely, "Captain Roy, your mine guard group has successfully arrived at Golfito, so Viscount Felek's guide work is over. Can we take Viscount Felek back to Murayaki?" Roy was stunned. This kind of thing shouldn't be asked to him anyway, but since the other party asked this, Roy stopped and looked at Viscount Felek on the boat, and said casually, "Currently, the mine guard group has received a new mission to transport military supplies, and may frequently travel between Golfito and Murayaki. Before this mission is completed, Viscount Felek must stay here as a guide, and lead the way for us." The guard captain's face turned bad, his brows knitted together, but he did not quarrel with Roy. At this time, all the half-blood elf crew members on the 9 magic airships ran to the deck and kept looking over here. Roy ignored the guard captain and walked along the sampan on the simple dock to the magic airship. He ignored Viscount Felek and went directly to the captain's room to chat with a half-blood elf captain about the military supplies on the ship that had not been unloaded in time. Chapter 577. Viscount Felek looked at Roy, who walked into the captain's room, and felt that this young half-elf leader was really mysterious. Count Stas's killing order against him had not been revoked, and the Felek family was staying out of it, which made him a little depressed. But he was hiding in the barracks of the Golfito Canyon Mine Guard Corps, and he could feel the goodwill conveyed to him by those half-blood elf warriors. Roy had a high prestige in the Guard Corps. Basically, as long as Roy wanted to do it, no matter what decision he made, he could fully implement it in the Mine Guard Corps. Viscount Felek was accepted by these half-blood elf warriors only after Roy's approval. These half-blood elf warriors don't care about his noble status, nor do they sympathize with his current difficult situation. He can move freely and unrestricted in the area of the Mine Guard group, all because of Roy's care for him. Viscount Felek still sees this very clearly. However, as the deputy head of the Murayaki City Security Guard group, Viscount Felek is a little confused about how Roy's prestige is accumulated. The 9 magic airships parked by the lake gave him a huge shock. The hulls of these magic airships were transformed from 3-masted sailing ships that were more than 60 meters long and had 3 masts on the deck. The floating devices fixed on both sides of the ship would leak out a trace of magic energy even when they stopped working. The Silver Moon Elves were very disgusted with the goblin technology, so there had never been a magic airship on the elf continent. Now the 9 magic airships were parked by the lake in such a dignified manner. It was said that these magic airships came from the Partington Plain. Compared to the highly maneuverable Silver Pegasus, the convenience of the magic airship is that it can transport supplies to any place that cannot be reached by carriages and horses. Golfito Canyon is located deep in the Veranos Mountains. The priests of the Statue of Liberty did build a passage in the mountains, but the road is not very easy to walk on. As a local who grew up in Murayaki City, Viscount Felix has a deep impression of this road. Roy finished talking with Captain Onakan and walked out of the captain's room. Seeing Viscount Felix standing on the top of the ship, he looked up and smiled at him and asked, "Would you like a drink?" Viscount Felix looked at Roy in surprise. "Is it okay?" After all, the mine guards were currently on duty, and although the Elven army did not have a clear alcohol restriction order, drinking in this situation was not a good idea after all. Roy shook his head slightly, indicating that it was okay. So 2 chairs and a small table were placed on the terrace on the top of the ship, but unfortunately there was no parasol. Roy and Viscount Felix sat on the chairs, looking at the clear and calm lake in front of them. There was a bottle of orange wine on the table. This kind of fruit wine had a low alcohol content and tasted sweet with some orange flavor, which was very popular among the elves. In fact, Viscount Felix rarely came into contact with this kind of fruit wine. Now he took a sip from the cup and felt that it had a unique flavor. Neither of them spoke. In fact, they had no common topics, so they just sat quietly at the small table. There was a stream opposite the lake, and clear stream water flowed into the lake continuously. At the end of the stream was a spring. On the hillside of the opposite mountain, the clear spring water was very clean. Every day, the Silver Pegasus Knights would bring their Silver Pegasus to the stream to drink water. Several female Silver Moon Elves riding unicorns passed through the woods by the lake. They stood on the lakeshore and in the shallow water. They had to raise their hands high to reach the unicorn's strong neck full of mane. They used brushes to bathe the unicorn. These Silver Moon Elf girls were actually unicorn knights, which made Roy look at them twice. Viscount Felix's eyes fell on the unicorns and introduced them to Roy. They are knights of the 7th Unicorn Knights. They are still very famous in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. The Silver Moon Elves who can enter the Unicorn Knights are almost all children of nature. It is said that when the Moonlight Goddess secretly came to the Elf continent to help the elves, she rode a unicorn and often appeared in the woods full of moonlight. Roy retracted his gaze, put a piece of ice in the cup with a tongue, and then said, "I have lived in Castletown since I was a child. I don't see unicorn knights there, so I am very curious about them." Viscount Felix smiled slightly. "I know that it is the jurisdiction of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. If there is no war, the unicorn knights will hardly appear there." Roy continued to ask, "Did you have any premonition of the sudden incident in Golfito Canyon this time in Murayaki City?" Viscount Felix thought for a moment before saying, "In fact, the Statue of Liberty is in Golfito Canyon and has been recruiting priests from various regions. Murayaki City is the closest port city to Golfito Canyon. Many priests arrive in Murayaki City by ship and then transfer to a carriage or horse to Golfito." He paused and continued, "In recent years, a large number of priests have entered Golfito Canyon almost every month. A few years ago, a large group of mercenaries also poured into Golfito. Although many mercenaries left later, they were definitely not as many as when they came." Roy didn't expect that the Silver Moon Elves had noticed Golfito's actions. He had always thought that the Silver Moon Elves had not made any moves, and that the Statue of Liberty had done a good job of keeping it secret. But when he saw the descriptions in the stone chamber, he realized that his thoughts were a bit too naive. Such a big thing, and organizing an expeditionary force to enter the Dark Land, how could the Silver Moon Elves not notice it at all? Roy asked Viscount Felix. "So you know about the Statue of Liberty's expedition to Golfito Canyon?" As expected by Roy, Viscount Felix said naturally, "Of course they know, but they didn't ask us for help, so we don't know much." Seeing Viscount Felix's eyes looking at him, Roy explained, "When I lived in Castletown, I also worked as a trainee priest in the Statue of Liberty. About 6 years ago, my teacher left the Statue of Liberty in Castletown and went to Golfito alone. At that time, I was still a trainee priest, so I chose to stay in Castletown." Viscount Felix raised his eyebrows. 6 years ago, this half-elf boy was just an apprentice priest of the Statue of Liberty. What kind of opportunity allowed him to become the leader of the Mine Guard in just 6 years? Viscount Felix asked curiously, "You have been an apprentice priest, so why did you join the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion?" In order to make his question less abrupt, Viscount Felix continued, "As far as I know, half-blood elf infantry regiments are still rare in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Although His Majesty Ansel has always wanted to form a half-blood elf regiment, it has always been strongly opposed by the Silver Moon Elf nobles. I didn't expect that Lord Swinburne would actually do it without saying a word." Roy could think of it. Probably all the Silver Moon Elf officers here would have such questions. Although our Mine Guard regiment is affiliated with the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, it is only the Mine Guard regiment of the Pagisto Plateau in the Partington Plain. It is an external regiment of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. Its main responsibility is to protect the half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau and the mines. Roy explained tactfully. This Count Felic's curiosity was aroused, so he continued to ask, "Then why were you sent to Golfito Canyon this time?" After the naval battle at the Queen Uni Islands, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion was seriously short of manpower. We actually came to the Sheephorn Fjord to help put out the fire. Now we have no choice but to garrison at the Golfito Canyon. Roy said frankly. These magic airships were also requisitioned from the Partington Plain. This Count Felic patted his forehead and said with admiration, "I saw the naval battle on Io Island with my own eyes. When these magic airships broke through the clouds, the Grey Dwarves were almost all dumbfounded." Then Viscount Felic explained, "In fact, those Grey Dwarf bandits also have magic airships. I have seen them more than once in Yangju Fjord. It's just that their magic airships have to face the Silver Pegasus Knights of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Every time the magic airships of the Grey Dwarf bandits sneak into the territorial waters of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, they will be driven out by the Silver Pegasus Knights, and sometimes they can only be forced to land on the sea. Once a large fleet of Grey Dwarf bandits entered the outer sea of Yangju Fjord. At that time, there were about 20 magic airships in the fleet. At that time, they made a lot of noise and attacked many of our ships. Later, the 9th Silver Pegasus Legion stationed in the Yalinga camp sent a large number of Silver Pegasus Knights to shoot down 13 magic airships, allowing the Grey Dwarf bandit fleet to escape from the outer sea of Yangju Fjord in disgrace. Since then, the magic airships of the Grey Dwarf bandits have never appeared in the sea of the Silver Moon Elves again." This Count Felic told Roy a lot of stories on the battlefield, which made Roy listen with great interest. In addition to patrolling every day, Captain Malthus also had to go to the main hall of the Statue of Liberty to listen in, but basically the content of the meeting was the endless quarrels between the magicians and the high priests. Roy would occasionally go to listen, and he also understood some things. The topic of the quarrel between the two sides was no longer about setting up the sealing magic circle or building the moon well, but the upper limit of the number of mages that the Magic Guild could send to Golfito. According to Captain Malthus, the Magic Guild has already begun to set up the sealing magic circle, and the specifications of the sealing magic circle are also extremely high. The Magic Guild has not only transferred a large amount of materials from various places, but also a 4-turn legendary wizard will come from other planes to personally perform the sealing ceremony. There is no news from the Moon Temple. Although the priests have begun to plan to build a moon well in the back garden of the Statue of Liberty, the plan to build the moon well has always been on paper. During several meetings in the main hall, the priests of the Moon Temple were often mocked by the magicians of the Magic Guild because of this incident. Ever since Roy discovered the wooden plank path in the stone chamber on the mountain wall, he often ran to the stone chamber to read the notes left by the priests on the stone wall. In fact, when High Priest Reed left Castletown City, Roy was just a small priest and could not master advanced divine arts. Although High Priest Reed left Roy a notebook of experience, Roy actually did not have a deep understanding of divine arts. He didn't even know what the difference was between a combat priest and a temple priest. Combat priests mainly studied the art of Holy Seal and the art of judgment, and also studied exorcism. They were powerful warriors in the Statue of Liberty. Temple priests were auxiliary priests, mainly studying the art of blessing and healing, and also studied exorcism. The art that High Priest Reed learned was almost all blessing art, and he was more of an auxiliary priest. Roy would spend some time in the stone chamber every day to pray and study art, and the tree of holy light in his body was also growing rapidly. He wandered around in these stone chambers, and accidentally saw a description of the exorcism magic on a stone wall. The priest carved a long paragraph on the stone wall, just to criticize the priests of the Statue of Liberty for only practicing holy seals and judgments, or practicing healing and blessings. Most of the priests ignored the exorcism magic. He felt that the priests walking in the world should not only spread the teachings of the Statue of Liberty, but also eliminate the evil spirits for the believers of the Statue of Liberty. A true priest should not focus on holy seals, judgment, blessings, and healing, but should learn exorcism. Roy learned 2 exorcism spells from High Priest Reed, Glimmering and Purification. Glimmering allows Roy to see the undead creatures around him, while Purification purifies some weak undead creatures. In fact, Purification cannot purify those powerful undead creatures. If you want to purify these undead creatures, you have to defeat them, and then use Purification to completely eliminate them. According to what the priest said on the stone wall, the real exorcism magic is Holy Light Bullet, Holy Light Flame, and Heaven's Fist. However, the threshold for these exorcism magics is a bit high. Only by being promoted to a high priest can one have sufficient holy power to release Holy Light Bullet. If you want to learn Holy Light Flame, you must successfully advance to a 2nd level combat priest, so that you can learn it. The entire stone wall is explaining the content of exorcism magic. Roy found that High Priest Reed did not even mention Holy Light Bullet in his experience notes, so he was a little curious about what kind of magic Holy Light Bullet is. On the stone wall on the other side, the divine patterns and prayers of the divine art of Holy Light Bullet were completely recorded. Roy quickly turned to the last page of the notes of High Priest Reed, took out a quill pen, dipped it in his saliva, and began to record the divine art engraved on the stone wall. After he recorded the complete Holy Light Bullet, Roy knew why High Priest Reed had not mentioned this divine art to him. It turned out that the Holy Light Bullet was the one that consumed the most divine power among the divine arts of the same level. Chapter 578. The sealing magic circle has not been completed yet, but the dark atmosphere at the entrance of Golfito Canyon has become increasingly dense. If there was not only one road at the entrance of the canyon, Roy would even be a little worried that he would get lost in the thick purple mist. The impact of this purple mist on the elves has also become increasingly serious. Many elf warriors have become increasingly irritable under the influence of the dark atmosphere. Not only do they have a bad temper, they also become insomniac, anxious, and suspicious. Every time they pass through the exit of Golfito Canyon, their emotions would fluctuate greatly. As long as the elves walked into the Statue of Liberty in Golfito Canyon, and stayed in the courtyard filled with sacred atmosphere for a while, their uncontrolled emotions would quickly calm down. But not every elf warrior was qualified to enter the Statue of Liberty. The half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guards could not even get close to the Statue of Liberty, but their situation was okay. Roy would light a ball of sacred light in the rest area every night in the camp, and the range of the sacred light could just cover the entire rest area. Not only would the half-blood elf warriors sit in the rest area for a while after going out, the dark aura on their bodies would be dispelled. Soon, this news spread throughout the second Silver Pegasus Knights camp, and even the Silver Pegasus Knights would fill a pot of lemon tea in the cooking pot after returning from a mission, and then sit in the rest area in groups of 3 or 2 to chat until the dark aura on their bodies had completely dissipated, and then return to the tent to rest. I don't know when it started. The Silver Moon Elf Knights of the second Silver Pegasus Knights are used to sitting in the rest area for a while. Communicating or not, it doesn't matter, as long as they can sit on the bench in the rest area and drink a cup of fruit tea. The atmosphere in the camp was unexpectedly harmonious. Even the Silver Pegasus Knights did not realize when they had lost their stereotypes about the half-blood elf warriors in the camp. They all knew that the life of the half-blood elves was not easy, but they did not know that the half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau had been struggling on the edge of death for many years. It was not until the last few years that their lives began to improve. The half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guards were full of curiosity about the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Sometimes, the Silver Pegasus Knights would tell the half-blood elf warriors about some of the landmark buildings in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. In fact, Roy had never heard of many places, so whenever he had free time, he would run to the rest area and listen to the Silver Spear Knights talk about places worth visiting. When he came across some places that Roy really wanted to go, he would sigh and say in a sour tone, "If I have the chance, I will go there to take a look." At this time, Roy would miss Ms. Belinda, who traveled around the Wood Elf Kingdom with a group of friends. Although Ms. Belinda would send Roy a postcard every time she arrived at a new place, Roy still had an indescribable longing in his heart after not coming back for so long. It is said that elves will experience their first long journey in their lives after they reach adulthood. If calculated according to the lifespan of elves, Roy is far from reaching adulthood, but if calculated according to the lifespan of humans, Roy is now entering the best stage of his life. The award issued by the Silver Pegasus military for the heroic performance of the Mine Guards in Sheephorn Fjord was finally delivered to the Silver Pegasus camp in Golfito Canyon. The signature area behind the commendation certificate actually has the autographs of Earl Swinburne and Earl Macaulay. This is still rare in the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. At least most of the Silver Moon Elf Guards have not seen this kind of commendation certificate scroll for a long time. Along with this commendation certificate came the second batch of military supplies. But these military supplies were directly transported from Partington Island to Murayaki Port, and are temporarily stored in the warehouse of Murayaki Port. Roy was required to mobilize the magic airship to Murayaki Port to transport the military supplies to Golfito Canyon. This time, Viscount Felek did not entrust Roy to write a letter home. When Roy left the small lake outside Golfito Canyon by magic airship, he did not even come out to see him off. Viscount Felek was bored in the camp of Golfito Canyon recently, so he helped Roy formulate the internal system of the Mine Guard Corps in the Mine Guard Corps. Viscount Felek listed the unwritten good habits in the past on parchment one by one. What Viscount Felek couldn't understand the most was that the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guards had weekly salaries. Most of this money was kept in the accounts of the Mine Guards. Only when they needed money occasionally would they take some out of the guards and use it, and the rest would still be kept in the accounts of the mine guards. The salaries of the 5,000 half-blood elf warriors who came to Golfito Canyon, which were kept in the accounts of the mine guards, had accumulated to a very large amount. Viscount Felix suggested to Roy that he could use the money to set up an investment fund. Roy felt that Viscount Felix had nothing to do recently, and seemed to be very interested in this matter, so he entrusted him to do it. So the Pagisto Plateau Mine Guards Investment Fund was officially established in the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights camp in Golfito Canyon, but after the investment was established, no investment has been made until now. Roy took the magic airship to Murayaki port, and Viscount Felix's brother was waiting at the port dock in person. He thought Viscount Felix would send a letter of repentance in tears, promising to give up some inheritance rights of the Felix family, and then the family would spend some money to settle the matter. But he never expected that Viscount Felix did not write a letter home this time, and did not mention his difficult situation at all. Roy smiled at Viscount Felix's brother, exchanged a few words of greeting, and went directly to the warehouse rented by the Silver Pegasus Legion without saying a word. Seeing Roy leave without looking back, Viscount Felix's brother wanted to catch up with him, grabbed Roy's collar, and asked him how Viscount Felix survived during this period. But Roy was followed by at least 200 half-blood elf warriors. When he saw those half-blood elf warriors wearing silver magic armor, he stopped. When Roy received military supplies at Murayaki port, General Berkeley brought Roy a personal letter through his confidant in the logistics department. The quartermaster in charge of handing over military supplies happened to be from the Silver Pegasus Military Department in Padstow City. After General Kempfred was transferred to the Queen Uni Islands, General Berkeley was currently in charge of the Silver Pegasus Military Department in Padstow City. As the market for magic herbs continues to be hot, a large number of elf merchants have recently flocked to Padstow. Not only has the market share of medium and high-level magic herbs of the Silver Pegasus Military Trade House been gradually encroached, but Roy's market share of low-level magic herbs has also continued to decline. However, the economic situation in Padstow has shown explosive growth. The Silver Pegasus Legion has completely made up for the losses caused by the shrinking market of medium and high-level magic herbs by simply collecting portal tariffs. Other aspects are not bad, but the Silver Pegasus Legion has almost reached an embarrassing situation where no one cares about recruiting new half-blood elves in the Partington Plain. Even if Chief Berkeley personally came out to promote it, he couldn't save those disappointed half-blood elves. More young half-blood elves hoped to go to the Plateau City and join the Pagisto Plateau Mine Guard. Here, Chief Berkeley couldn't help but complain about Chief Kempfred's stupidity. Then Berkeley told Roy that the Buena City Elf Elder Council had sent another investigation team to the Partington Plain to investigate Roy's killing of the descendants of the Silver Moon Elf nobles. Chief Berkeley also expressed his concerns. Recently, the group of independent organizations in Padstow City suddenly became silent, as if they were planning new actions. Berkeley was most worried that this group of independent organizations would go to Plateau City to incite the half-blood elves there. You should know that there are 12,000 Plateau Headhunter prisoners in the concentration camp in Plateau City, and the main force of the mine guards in Plateau City is currently stationed in Golfito Canyon in the Elf Continent. Once there is any change in Plateau City, it may be a disaster for the mine guards who stay in Plateau City. Roy sat on the stone pier at the dock, flipping through the long letter Berkeley had sent him. He was not in the Partington Plain, and only Mullen was in control of the situation in Plateau City. Fortunately, before leaving, he transferred Captain Prado back to Plateau City, and Lysander should also help Mullen. He had only read half of the letter, and had already finished reading General Berkeley's letter. Roy continued to read the back, and there was indeed another letter from Mullen behind General Berkeley's letter. After opening the letter, and seeing the elf words on it, Roy's hanging heart finally fell. The first thing Mullen said in the letter was the expansion of the mine guards. Before she sent the letter, the mine guards had already recruited 6,000 new half-elves, and these new soldiers were currently receiving training. Mullen also wrote a letter to Sabrina this time, inviting her to go to Plateau City to teach the new half-blood elves basic martial arts during the Elf Academy holiday. In addition, the half-blood elf collectors in Plateau City responded to Roy's call and began to try to sell magic herbs to the elf merchants in Plateau City, which suddenly increased the number of elf merchants in Plateau City and brought new developments to other businesses in Plateau City. In addition, Mullen also told Roy that the Silver Pegasus Military Department once again sent a Silver Moon Elf team to the mines in the Caldam Mountains to prepare to restore the normal operation of several mines in that mountain range. Because Roy was not in the Pagisto Plateau, the Silver Moon Elf team went directly to the Chaldea Mountains and did not greet her in the Plateau City. Berkeley did not mention this in the letter, and Roy felt that it was very likely that Berkeley did not know about it yet. The bell on the magic airship rang, and the crew on the magic airship had begun to decode the cable above their heads. Roy hurriedly put the thick stack of letters into his arms, and then quickly boarded the ship along a sampan. He stood at the bow of the ship. The magic airship, which was fully loaded with military supplies of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, first raised its sails and slowly left the Murayaki port. After arriving at an open area in the sea, it slowly started the floating device, and the entire magic airship slowly rose into the air. The first, the second, the third. 9 magic airships were connected in a line, which looked quite spectacular in the blue sky. Many elves in Murayaki port stopped to watch this magnificent scene in the sea. Many elves did not know about these magic airships, so they asked around curiously. From Murayaki port to Golfito Canyon, it only takes 1 night for the magic airship to enter the wind layer. When the magic airship landed back at the lake outside the canyon again, Roy found that there was a Silver Moon Elf army guarding the entrance of Golfito Canyon. Those Silver Moon Elf warriors stood outside the purple mist, and even patrolled back and forth in the woods, looking a little solemn. Roy knew that something must have happened in Golfito Canyon. He did not rush to transport the military supplies on the magic airships to the canyon, but asked the Half-Blood Elf crew to take care of the magic airships. Roy personally led several Half-Blood Elf warriors to the canyon entrance. Fortunately, Roy showed his identity badge and entered Golfito Canyon smoothly. The canyon became obviously heavily guarded, and some elf warriors patrolled back and forth outside the Statue of Liberty. Roy ran back to the camp of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights, and just saw Captain Malthus returning from patrol on a Silver Pegasus. He looked a little tired, so Roy ran over to ask Captain Malthus about the current situation in Golfito Canyon. Captain Malthus took Roy to the rest area and sat down. Roy found that the elf warriors had become very bad in the past few days when he was away. Some elf warriors even had deep dark circles under their eyes, and some elf warriors were in very bad condition. Roy quickly condensed a ball of holy light and let it hang in the air of the rest area. The soft holy light shone down and immediately dispelled the dark atmosphere in the rest area. Captain Malthus pulled Roy and whispered to him, "Maybe it is due to the influence of the seal magic pattern array. The space cracks near the dark gate have been very unstable recently. Dark creatures often run out from somewhere through the space cracks." Roy was startled. It is said that some texts on the stone wall record that the dark creatures in the Dark Land have very strange forms, and some dark creatures even look like elemental creatures. They are huge in size, and many have no specific shape. Some dark creatures are like shadows, some are like a ball of black mist, or like black ink dissolved in water. There are many kinds. When they break and split, it may not mean that they will perish. Every break is a new life, but at the same time it will become weaker and weaker. The weaker the dark creature, the more likely it is to slip out of the unstable space crack. Chapter 579. Many times, the dark creatures in the dark world rely on their ability to survive by breaking and splitting to force their way through unstable space cracks. Currently, a group of magicians from the Magic Guild are building a sealing array around the dark portal, which has caused the space near the portal to distort, and space cracks have appeared around the dark portal. The creatures in the dark world continue to emerge from the unstable space cracks. When they first come in, their bodies become extremely weak. Many dark creatures were melted by the sacred aura in the Statue of Liberty before they even had time to leave it. After these dark creatures left their original world, before becoming powerful beings, they liked to possess some hosts. The way they absorb power during their growth stage is also very special. They like to absorb many negative emotions of the host, such as hatred, resentment, pain, extreme, greed, anger, etc. Once these negative emotions grow in the host's heart, the dark creatures possessed by the host will continue to grow stronger, until they are stronger than the host, and they will immediately drill out of the host's body and devour the host. These dark creatures that slipped out of the dark portal have always been cleared by the priests of the Statue of Liberty in Golfito Canyon. But now the priests have left Golfito Canyon, and the Statue of Liberty is occupied by the priests of the Moon Temple, so the priests of the Moon Temple have to clear these dark creatures in the temple. Unfortunately, the priests of the Moon Temple are currently planning to build the Moon Well, and have no time to care about these weak dark creatures that slipped out of the twisted space cracks. This is why these dark creatures keep appearing in Golfito Canyon, and many Silver Moon Elf warriors are infected with this dark aura. The atmosphere in Golfito Canyon has become a little weird, and many Silver Moon Elf warriors are becoming more and more unstable. There are often quarrels and fights in the camp. More Silver Moon Elf warriors began to complain about the bad environment here. They were a little negative, and often wanted to leave here while chatting. When Roy was studying divine arts in the stone chamber on the mountain wall, he could clearly feel that the Statue of Liberty was filled with a lot of magical aura. These powerful magical auras were the mana fluctuations generated by the magicians of the Magic Guild working together to build the sealing array. Each wave of magic would cause a certain impact on the dark portal. This directly caused the spatial cracks of the dark portal to become very unstable, and the dark aura spread into the Golfito Canyon. Captain Malthus went to the main hall of the Statue of Liberty almost every day to discuss matters. Because he was not welcomed by the Silver Moon Elf officers, Roy would occasionally go to listen. Even so, he still learned from the group of magicians that under the impact of the magic tide of the sealing array, the dark gate built in the garden behind the Statue of Liberty was on the verge of collapse. The magicians were worried that the subsequent construction of the sealing array would completely destroy the dark gate. The current dark gate is also turning into a one-way portal, which means that if you don't find a way to stabilize the dark gate, it won't be long before the dark gate becomes a one-way portal from the dark land to the elf continent. This situation is even more terrible than the complete collapse of the dark portal. However, if the dark portal collapses, it will inevitably cause a space storm. According to a great magician, a plane rich in magic crystals, called Refugee by the elves, is currently being ravaged by a space storm. A huge void vortex has appeared on that plane, and all the matter on the entire plane is constantly being sucked into the void vortex. After about 50 years, the Refugee plane will no longer exist. If the unstable cracks in the dark portal continue to spread, there is a danger of inducing a space storm. The Elf Grand Mage in the Statue of Liberty and the High Priests of the Moon Temple realized that the dark portal in Golfito Canyon was becoming more and more unstable, and the sealing array built with a high investment of magic materials had to be suspended. And those unstable space cracks that appeared around the dark portal would always have some dark aura spreading out. If there was a moon well in the back garden of the Statue of Liberty at this time, it would probably be able to completely suppress the dark aura of the space cracks. But this moon well has only appeared on parchment so far, and it is not possible to build this moon well at the moment. In desperation, the High Priest of the Moon Temple could only personally attract a beam of moonlight, using the power of the moonlight to temporarily purify the dark aura that continued to spread in the courtyard. But even so, many Silver Moon Elf warriors were affected by the dark aura, but as long as they rested for a while in the courtyard in front of the Statue of Liberty, the negative emotions on their bodies would slowly be dispelled by the sacred aura. Only the situation of the second Silver Pegasus Knights was special. The Silver Pegasus Knights had almost never been to the front yard of the Statue of Liberty, but they were not affected by the aura of dark creatures. During this period, Roy had been hiding in the stone chamber on the mountain wall, concentrating on learning the divine arts engraved on the stone wall. It took him only 2 months to learn the divine arts, Holy Light Bullet, and Hammer of Wrath. In these 2 months, Roy successfully broke through the bottleneck 3 times, and successfully promoted to the 13th level High Priest. The sacred tree in his body soared to more than 20 meters high. Every time it appeared behind Roy in the form of a phantom, the whole tree exuded a sacred breath, just like a ginkgo tree in autumn. Every time those light flowers shook, a rich sacred breath would be exuded from the stamens. Roy found that although he had learned some blessing spells at first, he also learned 4 kinds of judgment spells in one go. He has now taken solid steps towards the path of becoming a combat priest. Roy yawned and hid behind a group of elf officers in the main hall, peeling a bright orange secretly. The moment Roy peeled the orange, the rich sweet and sour aroma of the orange spread out, causing several Silver Moon Elf officers to look towards Roy. Roy quickly stuffed the peeled orange into his mouth, then covered his mouth and gave an apologetic smile to the surrounding Silver Moon Elf officers. When the Silver Moon Elf officers turned their heads, Roy secretly took out another sweet orange from his pocket. At this time, a Silver Moon Elf Grand Mage on the high platform in the main hall said, "I'm sorry, when we first created the magic matrix, we didn't take the strength of the dark portal into consideration, which led to the collapse of the dark portal due to the fluctuation of the magic tide during the construction of the sealing array. Now the sealing array can only be suspended. Because the dark portal has become very unstable, a large number of distorted space cracks have appeared around the dark portal, and some dark creatures have poured into the Golfito Canyon through these space cracks. We, the Magic Guild and the Moon Temple, will work together to deal with these dark creatures. But since the dark portal cannot be sealed, we have to think of other ways to control it. Do you have any good suggestions?" A high priest of the Moon Temple standing opposite the great mage stood up from his seat, coughed, and then said, "We at the Moon Temple plan to build a moon well in the back garden of the Statue of Liberty, but this can only be the last line of defense. Before the priests of the Statue of Liberty leave Golfito Canyon, the dark portal is in their hands. I mean, in the Dark Land, the control of the dark portal is also in the hands of the priests of the Statue of Liberty. So our Moon Temple suggestion is to find a way to repair the dark portal, reopen it, and regain control of the dark portal in our hands." The Moon Temple's high priest's remarks immediately caused an exclamation in the main hall. The elf officers all seemed a little overwhelmed. The dark portal was now closed, and although it was on the verge of collapse, after all, the elf warriors did not face the dark creatures directly, and did not need to fight them. But once the dark portal is reopened, doesn't that mean that the Silver Moon Elf army will have to face the creatures of the dark world directly? This high priest of the Moon Temple still wants to control the entire dark portal, which means that the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom will have to send permanent troops to the Dark Land. This is the most fatal thing. The elf army in the Golfito Canyon may have the opportunity to enter the Dark Land for garrison. The elf warriors are currently in a difficult situation in the Golfito Canyon. Once they enter the Dark Land, many elf officers dare not even think about it. Roy also frowned when he heard the words of the Moon Temple High Priest. "I didn't expect that after the Magic Guild and the Moon Temple worked together for so long, the first set of sealing portal plans ended in failure. Now the Magic Guild and the Moon Temple have made up their minds to drag the Silver Moon Elf army into it, and it is clear that the Silver Moon Elf army needs to send more troops to the Dark Land. It's really a very troublesome thing," the highest commander said by the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom to Golfito Canyon to coordinate the various elven armies is Captain Gable Reese. This Silver Moon Elf army captain usually has a low presence. Generally speaking, he will sit quietly in the chair in the middle of the platform. All along, he did not participate in the debate between the magician and the priest of the Moon Temple, because he did not want to offend either party. Now the Magic Guild and the Moon Temple could not solve the problem of sealing the Dark Portal, so they could only throw the trouble to the Silver Moon Elf military. But isn't the Dark Portal completely blocked in the Dark Land? Since this is the case, how can we enter the Dark Land? Since the leader of the Gobrel's Legion was sitting on the chair, he pondered for a moment, spread his hands, and asked the Grand Mage of the Magic Guild and the Grand Priest of the Moon Temple at the same time. The sideburns of the head of the Gobrel's Legion were a little pale, and he looked like an older Silver Moon Elf. He had a high prestige in the military, otherwise he would not have become the head of the Golfito garrison. The Grand Mage of the Magic Guild seemed to have had some ideas about this. He took a step forward and said, "If we can contact the priest of the Statue of Liberty in the Dark World and tell him about the Dark Gate on the Elf continent, and ask them to open the blocked Dark Gate, then our garrison can enter the Dark Land." The main hall was immediately silent. "Even if we don't take the initiative to contact them, we just need to wait for a while. When the Dark Portal collapses more seriously, the priests of the Statue of Liberty guarding the Dark Land will probably find it. At that time, they will still have to open the Dark Portal, and the repair work may be several times more difficult." The Grand Mage of the Magic Guild continued. "But what means do we have to contact the priests in the Dark Land?" Leader of the Gable Rice army frowned and asked, his voice steady and soft. The High Priest of the Moon Temple took a half step forward and said, "I can ask the goddess to send down a ray of moonlight, so that this moonlight can pass through the Dark Gate and shine into the Dark Land." The second plan was set, and Roy finished eating the oranges he brought with him, leaning against the wall of the main hall of the temple, enjoying the sunlight coming in from the window. Captain Malthus quietly retreated from the front to the back. He walked out of the main hall, and Roy followed him out. The two stood in a corridor. Captain Malthus sat on a bench in the corridor and sighed softly, saying, "I thought that after the Magic Guild sealing array was completed, the garrison in Golfito Canyon would be evacuated in batches. Now it seems that the garrison on the Golfito side may not be easily evacuated. Maybe they will be rotated out after they have lived there for a full number of years." Roy realized the problem after hearing what Captain Malthus said. "How long does it usually take for the garrison to be transferred?" Roy asked curiously. "Generally speaking, it takes 3 years, and in some special places it may be extended to 5 years. Captain Malthus whispered. Roy covered his mouth and whispered, "It takes so long." Captain Malthus nodded with some concern, then looked at the door of the main hall and whispered to Roy, "Let's go, we can't stay outside for too long. The situation here is not optimistic recently. If we are caught, we may be punished." After that, he took Roy back to the main hall. In the hall, the Grand Mage of the Magic Guild and the Grand Priest of the Moon Temple had already begun to determine the specific time to use the Great Moonlight spell to contact the priests of the Dark Land. In fact, Roy was still very curious about how the Great Moonlight spell was performed, but unfortunately Roy's level was not high enough, and he was also a half-elf leader, so he was not qualified to enter the back garden of the Statue of Liberty. "I couldn't see the Dark Gate, nor could I see the Grand Priest of the Moon Temple performing the Great Moonlight spell." After the meeting, Roy could only say hello to Captain Malthus, then left from the front yard of the Statue of Liberty and returned to the camp of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights. That night, When Roy was sitting on a rattan chair at the entrance of the tent to cool off, he suddenly felt that the surroundings were plunged into endless darkness. Then, in the darkness, a very conspicuous beam of moonlight fell from the sky and landed inside the Statue of Liberty. Chapter 580. This Count Felek was not an officer of the Mine Guards, but the Mine Guards investment fund he planned had been approved by Roy, and he had already received the military pay of the half-blood elf warriors of the Guards. The next step was to invest in a certain industry to make some profits. This Count Felek came to Roy with a plan in his hand. Roy was staring at the direction of the Statue of Liberty in a daze. At this moment, a crescent moon appeared in the night sky, and the moonlight shone through the gaps in the clouds and fell into the Golfito Canyon. As the high priest of the Moon Temple recited the difficult-to-understand prayer, a ray of moonlight passed through the clouds and fell directly on the dark portal. This beam of moonlight completely enveloped the dark portal in the middle of the garden. Originally, the dark portal was surging with purple vortices, but under the shining of the moonlight, a mirror appeared in the dark portal. The huge mirror was as high as a 5-story building, reflecting some miniatures of the Dark Land. The high priest of the Moon Temple stopped in front of the ritual altar with a giant war staff in his hand. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the image displayed on the dark portal. He immediately nodded to the group of moon god priests and magicians behind him. Then he walked to the front of the Hell Gate, looked up at the light and shadow inside the dark gate, and a trace of moonlight power flowed out of his staff. The mirror of the dark gate showed a camp that looked extremely depressed. The camp looked a little shabby now, but the buildings in the camp were still very complete, including a command post, a blacksmith shop, a stable, and a large tent area. Several priests of the Statue of Liberty were guarding under the dark gate, and there was an extremely huge magic pattern array under their feet. It was this magic pattern array that continuously exuded magical aura, turning into magic chains that tightly entangled the dark gate, successfully locking the dark gate from the inside of the Dark Land. When the purple vortex of the dark gate turned into a mirror, the priests guarding in front of the dark gate also became extremely nervous. They all gathered in front of the dark gate and were cautiously on guard. The priests were a little confused about what happened to this dark gate. However, the terrified expressions on the faces of the priests were clearly transmitted to the Statue of Liberty through the mirror of the dark portal. The faces of a group of priests of the Moon Temple and magicians of the Magic Guild also appeared very clearly in the eyes of the priests of the Statue of Liberty. They even saw the somewhat dilapidated back garden of the Statue of Liberty. The two sides stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. The high priest of the Moon Temple walked to the front with a giant war staff and shouted to the dark portal, "I am the high priest of the Moon Temple, Yak Chin, and the elves standing behind me are the magicians of the Magic Guild and the priests of the Moon Temple. We have completely taken over Golfito Canyon, but there are some problems with the Dark Gate on the Golfito Canyon side. The Dark Gate has been pulled by some force and has shown signs of collapse. We cannot repair the Dark Gate from the Elf Continent. We need you to open the Dark Gate from the other side." The priests who were guarding the portal in the Dark Land also changed their faces and shouted to the High Priest Yak Chin, "High Priest Yak Chin, please wait a moment, we will report this matter now." After that, two priests turned around and ran into the camp. They moved very quickly. A group of priests from the Statue of Liberty soon came to the front of the dark portal. Through the mirror on the dark portal, they saw the high priest and the magician. One of the priests wearing a sacred robe walked out of the crowd and asked High Priest Yak Chin, "Hello, High Priest Yak Chin, what happened in Golfito?" High Priest Yak Chin immediately responded, "The dark portal on the Elf Continent has shown signs of collapse, so I would like to ask you to lift the ban on the dark portal, and then the magicians of our Magic Guild will repair the dark portal. At present, we have assembled a legion of elf warriors, and we are ready to take over the dark portal." As soon as High Priest Yak Chin finished speaking, the priests on the opposite side all showed surprise on their faces. The priest in the sacred robe immediately said, "We are still holding on here because we are worried that once we leave, the dark creatures will sneak into the Elf Continent through the Dark Gate and bring all kinds of disasters to the Elf Continent. Since you are ready to guard the Dark Gate, we are also planning to evacuate the Dark Gate camp. Now we can hand over this camp to you." After speaking, the High Priest began to study how to remove the magic circle on the dark side. High Priest Yak Chin did not expect. After he contacted the priests of the Statue of Liberty, things went so smoothly. After just a simple communication, the priests on the opposite side immediately agreed to remove the shackles of the Dark Gate. At this time, the beam of moonlight from the night sky finally disappeared completely, and the mirror of the dark portal returned to a purple vortex. High Priest Yak Chin led a group of priests and magicians in front of the dark portal, and did not wait too long. A priest came out of the dark portal with his head peeked out. He saw the priests of the Moon Temple and the magicians of the Magic Guild waiting in front of the portal, and immediately waved to them vigorously, indicating that they could pass through the dark portal and enter the Dark Land. The High Priest Yakchin of the Moon Temple saw the priest waving and hesitated a little. He slowed down his pace after a hesitation. The magicians of the Magic Guild didn't care much. They took the lead to walk towards the Dark Gate. The leader of the Gabriel's army standing beside also followed the magicians in. Roy received a notice letter from the Silver Moon Elf military, which simply said, all officers above the level of regiment commander must quickly gather in the main hall of the Statue of Liberty. This was the first time he received a notice from the Legion after he led the mine guards to the Golfito Canyon. Roy left the camp and rushed to the main hall. He habitually hid in the corner of the hall, and the Silver Moon Elf officers around him frequently looked at Roy. Roy looked around with some confusion, wondering why everyone was staring at him like this. At this time, the Gabrith Legion commander walked to the high platform and shouted to the elf leaders in the main hall, "Now we have contacted the priests of the Dark Land, and with their help, we have successfully opened the Dark Gate. Now the magicians of the Magic Guild are trying to use various magic materials to stabilize the Dark Gate.